He had once been missing for 8 years. Yet, no one anticipated that he had traversed into another realm, honing his skills for 8,000 years. He was in search of his sister. Little did anyone know that, during his quest, he simultaneously toppled all the major powers on Earth, that he possessed the ability to concoct elixirs and excelled in combat should anyone provoke him. Chapter 1. Old Classmate. On a summer morning in 2016, the weather was pleasantly cooled out on the rooftop of a teaching building at Chongqing High School in Nanzhou, Sichuan Province. A young man clad in a traditional azure robe stood silently, gazing at the empty playground below. A smile graced his lips, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. As the gentle rays of the rising sun illuminated Zhang Ziling's visage, he raised his head and shouted, "Earth, I have returned." His voice seemed to pierce the heavens. Apart from Zhang Ziling himself, no one could fathom the depth of emotion encapsulated in those words. I have spent 8,000 years in the Xianxiao continent, while merely 8 years have elapsed on Earth. Indeed, time is the most elusive of concepts, Zhang Ziling mused, observing the familiar yet strange buildings beneath him, his heart brimming with profound reflections. In just 8 short years, a county-level school has transformed into a national key institution. This small county has developed at an astonishing pace. 8 years ago, this place was an obscure small county, desolate and impoverished. Now, it had evolved into a key economic development zone, with skyscrapers towering all around, encircling the school. "Sister, I have returned," Zhang Ziling whispered, before vanishing from the rooftop. "Strange, I clearly heard a sound here. Could it be an auditory hallucination?" Just as Zhang Ziling departed, a security guard opened the rooftop door, gazing at the empty expanse of the terrace and murmuring to himself. Here, upon surveying the surroundings, Zhang Ziling was momentarily taken aback. He stood at the entrance of a grand shopping mall. As it was early morning, the mall had yet to open, but the towering edifices surrounding him rendered his former dilapidated abode a distant memory. "Sister." Zhang Ziling's expression turned somber, filled with self-reproach. Years ago, his sudden disappearance left his sister alone in this world. At that time, they relied solely on each other, surviving through the kindness of their neighbors and Zhang Ziling's odd jobs, a life fraught with hardship. He could hardly fathom how his young sister managed to endure in his absence. Little did anyone anticipate that he had traversed into an expansive and perilous alternate realm, where the law of the jungle prevailed and strength dictated supremacy. Here, the powerful could effortlessly reshape the landscape and obliterate existence, while the weak were as inconsequential as blades of grass. Zhang Ziling found himself inhabiting the body of a similarly named wastrel, enduring relentless humiliation. Yet, akin to the tale spun in novels, he gradually amassed strength, drawing upon his knowledge from Earth, and relentlessly grew more formidable, vanquishing adversaries from all directions. After 3 millennia of cultivation, he ascended to imperial status, and after 7 millennia, he became the supreme sovereign of that world, wielding dominion over every blade of grass and tree within his grasp. The name of Zhang Ziling has become a taboo in that world, his majesty having crushed the very heavens above. All living beings prostrated themselves before him, transforming from a mere waste into an unparalleled powerhouse. Zhang Ziling was met only with boundless emptiness and solitude, as the image of his younger sister on Earth incessantly lingered in his mind. In pursuit of returning, he endured millennia, ultimately forging an extraordinary artifact of time and space. With this divine instrument, Zhang Ziling tore open a vast rift in the sky of the other world, and under the watchful gaze of myriad beings, he resolutely plunged into the chasm. Through this fissure, he returned. Although Zhang Ziling had lived for over 8,000 years, his unparalleled cultivation rendered him appearing merely youthful. Though only 8 years have passed on Earth, when I departed, my sister was merely 12. In such circumstances, I wonder how she has managed to endure? Zhang Ziling murmured to himself in the square before a shopping mall. Were it not for the unforeseen incident upon my return, which left me gravely injured and my power diminished to its nadir, I would have effortlessly scoured the earth for my sister. How unlike my current state of despair. A surge of frustration welled up within him, causing the spiritual energy within to stir restlessly, and the once clear sky suddenly darkened. Now, the only course of action is to swiftly restore my strength, Zhang Ziling quickly composed himself, allowing the spiritual energy within to settle, and the sky once again brightened. I could see that moment. A yellow convertible Porsche glided past Zhang Ziling, only to slowly reverse back. A handsome face turned, and with sunglasses removed, the driver exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that Zhang Ziling?" Zhang Ziling, upon hearing the voice, turned to gaze at the striking young man inside the car, equally astonished. "Jiang Jingsheng, it truly is you. I thought I was mistaken." Jiang Jingsheng leaned against the car door, his body slightly reclining, creating just enough distance for Zhang Ziling to catch a glimpse of the person seated in the passenger seat. It was an incredibly beautiful woman who had just removed her sunglasses, her captivating eyes reflecting surprise as well. "You're here too, Tang Yu." "It's been a long time," Tang Yu replied, her tone slightly wavering. After a quick glance at Zhang Ziling, she hastily turned her head away, seemingly anxious to avoid any misconceptions from Jiang Jingsheng. 8 years had passed, and both Jiang Jingsheng and Tang Yu appear to have matured considerably. They were former classmates of Zhang Ziling from high school. At the beginning of their studies, due to certain circumstances, Zhang Ziling had developed a close relationship with Tang Yu, which often led to suggestive interpretations among their peers, even reaching the attention of their homeroom teacher. Jiang Jingsheng, at that time, could be considered a minor affluent heir from the county. His infatuation with Tang Yu compelled him to frequently provoke Zhang Ziling, even discreetly hiring a few ruffians to confront him. However, Tang Yu seemed unimpressed by Jiang Jingsheng, leaving him powerless against Zhang Ziling during their high school years. Who could have anticipated that two individuals, once seemingly destined to remain apart, would now find themselves seated together in the same Porsche? It can only be said that time has the power to transform a person. 8 years ago, the day before the college entrance examination, you suddenly vanished, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Some even speculated that you had met with a tragic fate. "I never imagined I would see you here today," Jiang Jingsheng remarked, gazing at Zhang Ziling with a sense of nostalgia. He then burst into laughter. "What are you wearing? Are you indulging in cosplay? Shouldn't you be carrying a sword or something of the sort?" Zhang Ziling merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. After enduring so much, he had long ceased to care about the opinions of others, and the grudges he once held against Jiang Jingsheng had faded into oblivion. "What brings you here?" Zhang Ziling inquired. "We?" Jiang Jingsheng chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? Our family has opened a shopping mall here, so I came to check it out." Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So this mall belongs to your family?" Jiang Jingsheng appeared to revel in this exchange, responding with a grin. "During the boom in the real estate market, our family seized the opportunity. It's precisely because of this that I was able to catch up with you." Jiang Jingsheng placed his hand on Tang Yu's shoulder, regarding Zhang Ziling with the gaze of a victor surveying a vanquished foe. "Buddy, right now, Tang Yu is nestled in my embrace. Congratulations to you," Zhang Ziling remarked nonchalantly, disregarding Jiang Jingsheng's attitude. He continued, "You claim this shopping mall belongs to your family. Surely, you must know where my sister has gone. After all, my home resides in this vicinity. How would I know where your sister has gone?" Jiang Jingsheng retorted, observing Zhang Ziling's calm demeanor, which extinguished his desire to provoke further. He shook his head and added, "However, I have heard she was taken away by some wealthy individual. She is likely living quite well now." The implication behind Jiang Jingsheng's words was clear. At this moment, Zhang Ziling stood alone in his misfortune. As Jiang Jingsheng spoke, a thought seemed to cross his mind. He reached into the car and soon produced a wad of cash, presenting it to Zhang Ziling with a hint of pride. "When the demolition occurred, we couldn't locate you, and your sister was absent. Hence, you missed out on the compensation. Consider this a token of my goodwill." Though the words were framed as a gesture of kindness, the expression on Jiang Jingsheng's face bore a mocking undertone, as if he were bestowing alms upon a beggar. Zhang Ziling glanced at the money in Jiang Jingsheng's hand, and then at Tang Yu. After meeting Zhang Ziling's gaze briefly, she quickly turned her head away, seemingly conveying to Jiang Jingsheng that she had severed all ties with Zhang Ziling. Jiang Jingsheng appeared quite pleased with Tang Yu's reaction and turned his attention back to the unresponsive Zhang Ziling. "Are you not going to accept this compensation?" Zhang Ziling regarded the couple before him, shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, he found himself utterly disinterested in engaging in idle chatter with Jiang Jingsheng. Zhang Ziling. This world is quite pragmatic. Without money, nothing can be accomplished. Take this money and start a small business, Tanya remarked as she glanced at Zhang Ziling, who remained motionless in Jiang Jingsheng's embrace. What's the matter? Do you find it insufficient? Jiang Jingsheng chuckled. Well, in light of our old friendship, allow me to add another 10,000. He feigned generosity, pulling out another stack of cash from the car. Observing the money in Jiang Jingsheng's hands, Zhang Ziling felt no semblance of the humiliation they presumed. Instead, he found it somewhat amusing, akin to a monkey. Unexpectedly offering you a pile of money, it was simply absurd. Yet, why would one refuse money offered for free? Thank you, I happen to be in need of funds, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, graciously accepting the 2 stacks of money and tucking them into his coat. This gesture left Jiang Jingsheng and Tang Yu momentarily stunned, before Jiang Jingsheng burst into laughter. Ziling, I could use a driver. Would you care to join me? Consider it a favor for an old classmate. Never mind, we inhabit different worlds. Zhang Ziling shook his head, a statement that seemed to please Jiang Jingsheng immensely. Fair enough, I won't press you further. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Jiang Jingsheng glanced at his Rolex, then donned his sunglasses. By the way, in 5 days, we're having a class reunion at the Jiangzhuzue Hotel. Many classmates have confirmed their attendance, and our homeroom teacher will be present as well. Surely, you can make it? Jiang Jingsheng's intentions were not lost on Zhang Ziling, yet the latter remained indifferent, nodding in response. I will visit when time permits. Until then, Jiang Jingsheng replied with a grin, though his sunglasses concealed the derision in his gaze. Until then. After bidding farewell to the two, Zhang Ziling turned and departed. Watching Zhang Ziling's retreating figure, Jiang Jingsheng scoffed. I once regarded him as a formidable adversary, yet now he has fallen to such a state. Enough. He is in such decline that he hardly merits your concern. Let us be on our way, Tang Yu stated, not glancing back at Zhang Ziling, but instead fixing her gaze ahead. True, I never anticipated Zhang Ziling would perceive the disparity between our worlds so clearly. After the reunion, there shall be no further connections, Jiang Jingsheng chuckled, pressing the accelerator as the car surged forward. Observing the vehicle fade into the distance, Zhang Ziling shook his head. Initially, I considered extending a gesture of goodwill, given our years of camaraderie, but it appears they have no need for it. With a smile, Zhang Ziling departed from square. Chapter 2. Renting a house. The first task at hand is to find a place to reside. Zhang Ziling gazed at the 20,000 yuan lying within his spatial ring and let out a soft sigh. This ring, which could contain the entirety of the Pacific Ocean, now held a mere 20,000 yuan, isolated in its depths. He had not anticipated that those items could breach the spatial barriers of his ring. Everything he had brought was swept away, as if he had been thrust back to a time of liberation overnight. Zhang Ziling reflected on this, dismissing the assorted spirit stones and elixirs, as his cultivation could gradually be restored. However, the loss of his 4 demonic artifacts and 6 divine instruments was a grave concern. Those 10 were the very foundation of the continent, and he must find a moment to recover them. While contemplating this, Zhang Ziling began to search for a place to stay. He had now cut his hair short and donned clothing purchased from a roadside shop. Though clad in inexpensive attire, his overall appearance transformed into a refreshing sight, appearing considerably more dashing than before, at least through the lens of earthly standards. Before long, Zhang Ziling casually perused the rental advertisements and found a seemingly decent house. Following the address provided, he arrived at the residence. Although this dwelling was situated in a rather remote area, bordering on the outskirts, Zhang Ziling found himself quite fond of such an environment. It was tranquil and serene. The landlord, a middle-aged woman, was rather straightforward, swiftly finalizing the contract with Zhang Ziling within mere minutes. After receiving the payment, she tossed him a set of keys, offering a few perfunctory reminders about taking care of the furniture before hurriedly departing, claiming she needed to catch a flight. Although Zhang Ziling sensed something amiss with the landlord, he had already moved into the residence and felt no apprehension of being deceived, so he settled in with casual ease. It appeared that the landlord possessed a somewhat youthful disposition, albeit with a lack of tidiness. Zhang Ziling shook his head, pondering how one could rent out a room without tidying up. The apartment comprised 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a living area, totaling around 100 square meters, rather modest in size. He casually opened a closed door, revealing a collection of plush dolls within. The bed linens were pink, and an assortment of lace underwear, bras, and stockings lay haphazardly strewn across the bed in disarray. The thought of a middle-aged woman donning such attire sent a shiver down Zhang Ziling's spine, prompting him to hastily shut the door and step outside. Perhaps he would tidy it up another time. Having calmed himself, Zhang Ziling opened the other room and nodded in satisfaction. This room was impeccably clean, dominated by shades of gray and white, clearly indicating that it had been unoccupied for quite some time. He decided to reside here. Zhang Ziling swiftly seated himself cross-legged on the bed and began his cultivation. Currently, he was severely injured and lacking any spiritual medicine. The only recourse was to continuously draw upon the true energy within him for recovery. In the realm of Earth, there existed no threats to Zhang Ziling. Thus, he remained blissfully oblivious to the changes occurring in the outside world, wholly absorbed in his healing process. For cultivators, the concept of time is but a fleeting illusion. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen, yet Zhang Ziling showed no signs of awakening, remaining enraptured in his practice. At that moment, outside the door, a stunning young woman clad in casual attire, inebriated and swaying, leaned heavily against the entrance, struggling to insert her key into the lock. With great effort, she finally managed to open the door. "I can still drink more," she exclaimed, collapsing onto the floor upon entry, murmuring incoherently, her eyes glazed, as the pungent scent of alcohol quickly enveloped the room. Due to her excessive intoxication, she failed to notice Zhang Ziling's shoes at the threshold and crawled onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziling, seated in meditative repose within the confines of his bedroom, remained entirely unaware of the enchanting beauty that had entered his abode. As the cool morning breeze of July fluttered the curtains, it caressed the young woman's face, while sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating her countenance. She murmured, gradually opening her eyes and sitting up. "Ouch, my head," she exclaimed, clutching her forehead in discomfort. After a moment's respite, she reached for the glass of water that her landlord had poured for Zhang Ziling the previous day and took a sip. "How did I return home last night?" she pondered, curling up on the sofa with her arms wrapped around her knees. "To think that in such a drunken state, I managed to pour myself water. I truly admire my own resilience." A silly smile spread across her face, only to be followed by a furrowed brow. "The next time, I must refrain from drinking so much. The pervasive scent of alcohol is truly uncomfortable. Perhaps a refreshing shower would do me good." The woman smacked her lips and, in the living room, disrobed before bounding into the bathroom. Just as she leapt into the bathing area, Zhang Ziling concluded his meditation, exhaling a deep breath. He lifted his gaze to the window, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The Earth's spiritual energy was far too scarce, hindering the recovery of his cultivation at an agonizingly slow pace. He needed to contemplate alternative strategies. With a heavy sigh, Zhang Ziling rose, shedding his garments, revealing his sharply defined muscles, his flawless physique now intimately entwined with the air. It had been 3 millennia since his last bath, and though he was enveloped in a protective aura of spiritual energy, a shower seemed a worthy indulgence upon his return. Stretching languidly, he remained clad only in his undergarments and strolled out of the bedroom, lost in thought about how to expedite his cultivation recovery. He failed to notice the clothes on the sofa and proceeded straight to the bathroom, yanking the door open with a splash. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of water cascading from the showerhead onto the floor. Their gazes locked, both remained silent, momentarily forgetting their state of undress. Suddenly, the shampoo bottle slipped from the woman's grasp, clattering to the ground, and a piercing scream shattered the stillness, startling a few sparrows from the trees outside. Half an hour later, Zhang Ziling sat face to face with the woman. Her right arm bore some bruises, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. "Miss, this is truly a misunderstanding," Zhang Ziling said with a wry smile, gazing at the aggrieved woman before him. "What misunderstanding? You barged into my home, entered the bathroom in the nude, and then..." The woman's voice trembled with indignation, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Zhang Ziling found himself at a loss for words as he watched the weeping woman. After all, he had indeed been in the wrong. However, he could not have anticipated that the woman he inadvertently exposed herself to would, upon seeing him, not instinctively cover her modesty, but rather launch a side kick at him. As he instinctively stepped back, she slipped and fell heavily to the ground. "I must say, you are quite the peculiar person," Zhang Ziling remarked, recalling the earlier incident. "You still dare to speak." The woman slammed her hand on the table, inadvertently aggravating her injury, causing her to cry out in pain. I ask you, could you please calm down and explain how this all transpired? Zhang Ziling inquired bluntly, showing no sympathy for her plight. What do you mean? How it transpired? Are thieves nowadays so brazen? She shot him an incredulous glare. You intruded into my home and then questioned me about it? Your home? Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow, finding the situation rather amusing. However, considering that he was facing a strikingly beautiful woman, he chose not to dwell on the matter excessively. Of course, I have rented this place for 6 months. Is it not my home, then? The woman, clutching her bruised right arm, glared at Zhang Ziling. What a coincidence. I rented this apartment yesterday as well. Humph. The woman scoffed. Your excuse is rather flimsy. If you have indeed rented this place, then I. Zhang Ziling presented his rental agreement before her. The woman eyed him suspiciously and then weakly picked up the contract to examine it. Upon realizing the truth, her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, May I borrow your phone? I do not have one. How stingy. With a huff, the woman dashed to the sofa to retrieve her own phone. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided against calling the authorities and instead dialed the landlord's number. Hello. Xiao Chu. Sister Qian, why have you rented the house to someone else? Well, you see. The voice on the other end paused, then continued, Xiao Chu. It's not that Sister Qian does not wish to help you. You have not paid rent for 2 months. Sister Qian has been exceedingly lenient, allowing you to stay for so long. Sister Qian, I told you I would pay. Why did you not inform me that the house was rented out again? I acknowledge my mistake, yet I have already leased it to him. That fellow even paid a deposit of 20,000. 20,000. The woman paused, then quickly realized, even 20 million would not suffice. Sister Qian, you are being. Little Chu, the signal here is poor. I must hang up. By the way, remember to pay the rent. Otherwise, you will have to move out. Qian, beep beep beep. The landlord on the other end has already ended the call. The woman, filled with resentment, threw her phone onto the sofa and turned her gaze towards Zhang Ziling, who wore a teasing expression. Hi. She greeted Zhang Ziling weakly, completely forgetting her earlier fierce demeanor. Are you behind on rent? Yes. Short on money? Yes. Then why haven't you moved out? Zhang Ziling's words were merciless. No. The woman suddenly realized, hastily waving her hands. I can't move out. Oh. Zhang Ziling's interest was piqued. Arms crossed and feet resting on the table. Now the house belongs to me. We are strangers. Why should I allow you to live here for free? The woman's expression became exceedingly complex, clearly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Suddenly, her gaze shifted dramatically, glaring fiercely at Zhang Ziling. At worst, I'll just stay here as a maid. Upon uttering this, her face flushed a deep crimson. Observing her ears turn red, Zhang Ziling's smile grew ever wider as he looked at her and inquired, Maid? Which kind are you referring to? Chapter 3 The Old Priest Which Kind? The woman paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the underlying implication of Zhang Ziling's words, a blush that had not entirely faded resurfacing on her cheeks. She was somewhat familiar with the leading lady from a certain adult film on an island to the east. Of course, not that kind of caretaker. You pervert. Not that kind. Zhang Ziling sighed in disappointment. Hey, what does that disappointed expression mean? Seeing the look of dismay on Zhang Ziling's face, the woman felt a surge of indignation. Humph, I won't leave. Let's see what you can do about it. With a decisive motion, she plopped down onto the sofa, exuding an air of defiance. And just so you know, I hold a blue belt in Taekwondo, so don't even think about taking advantage of me. Though she spoke with bravado, the turmoil within her was plainly evident on her face, and Zhang Ziling could not possibly overlook it. Perhaps finding the situation amusing, he began to entertain the idea of allowing her to stay. It's not out of the question for you to reside here. Zhang Ziling regarded the fidgeting woman, pausing for a moment. Really? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, her eyes instantly brightened. However, recalling her earlier fierce demeanor, she cleared her throat and straightened herself. But let me make it clear, I will not engage in that sort of behavior. What sort of behavior? Zhang Ziling chuckled, inquiring with a playful glint in his eye. Well, it's just that kind of thing. The woman's voice dwindled, for she had never cohabited with a man before. Now, she found herself imploring someone to reside with her. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, her heart raced, and her ears flushed a rosy hue. Fear not. I have encountered far more beautiful women than you, and you failed to pique my interest, Zhang Ziling yawned, rising to his feet. If you wish to stay, then stay. I shall step out for a moment. Fail to pique my interest? At these words, the woman was incensed. She seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at Zhang Ziling. How could you look down upon me, when I am a stunning beauty? Zhang Ziling caught the pillow with one hand, turning to raise an eyebrow and inquire. So, are you suggesting a challenge? The woman's heart raced at his expression, and she momentarily forgot she was standing on the sofa. Instinctively, she took a step back, misstepped, and fell. Just as she was about to collide with the coffee table, Zhang Ziling sighed. What a troublesome woman. In an instant, he appeared beside her, his strong arm encircling her, cradling her in his embrace. You. The woman, still in shock, found herself speechless in his arms. Be more careful next time. Where is the master to tend to the maid? Zhang Ziling tossed her onto the sofa, his palm pressing down on her shoulder as he slid his hand down her right arm, sending an electric shock through her. If you reside here, do not disturb me. The young woman had yet to recover from the electric sensation she had just experienced, merely nodding numbly. Zhang Ziling cast a glance at her and softly inquired, What is your name? Chu Qi, the woman replied, gazing at Zhang Ziling with a dazed expression. Zhang Ziling, he stated, and with that, he exited the room, leaving Chu Qi alone within. Once Zhang Ziling had departed, Chu Qi pouted and muttered, Really, don't think that just because you saved me, I would express gratitude. You take advantage of the situation and act all charming. If it weren't for. As Chu Qi touched her right arm, she was suddenly rendered speechless. Her eyes filled with astonishment. My bruise is gone? Zhang Ziling had chosen to reside here for another reason. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the spiritual energy in this area was denser than in other locations, although it was significantly inferior to that of the otherworldly continent. Any place with a higher concentration of spiritual energy must possess either a gathering array or hidden treasures. In this case, it was evidently the latter. Standing beside a tranquil pool at the back of the community, Zhang Ziling spotted an ice spirit grass at the bottom of the lake, which could be considered a rare spiritual material. In the other world, ice spirit grass was merely classified as a low-grade medicinal herb, but this was due to the extraordinarily rich spiritual energy there, which nurtured numerous precious materials. In contrast, on this spiritually deficient earth, ice spirit grass was regarded as a highly valuable herb. It was perfect for concocting several beauty elixirs, which should fetch a decent price. Zhang Ziling stood quietly by the lake, contemplating the undeniable truth that money is essential in every facet of society. Just as he was about to leap into the water to retrieve some grass, a scruffy old Taoist priest, clad in tattered robes and brandishing a fortune-telling banner, staggered toward him. Fortune-telling, warding off misfortune, no charge if it's inaccurate. Zhang Ziling cast a glance at the old man, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before long, the old Taoist approached Zhang Ziling, wiping his grimy hands on the young man's clothing. Young man, would you care for a reading? Just 10 yuan. The old man chuckled lecherously. I decline, Zhang Ziling responded without hesitation. Now, don't be so hasty in your refusal. You certainly won't regret a reading. The old Taoist, undeterred by the rejection, persisted in his entreaty. If you continue to babble nonsense here, do you believe I won't toss you into the lake? Zhang Ziling cast a casual glance at the old man. Oh dear. Young man, the Taoist exclaimed, suddenly slapping Zhang Ziling on the shoulder. That is not how we should speak. Allow me to be frank. The old man cleared his throat, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed. He spoke with solemnity. I am a venerable elder from the Yizhong of Kunlun Mountain. My journey through the land of Shenzhou is to seek a worthy disciple. I perceive in you a unique constitution, highly suited for the study of the principles of change. Hence I come to bestow upon you an extraordinary opportunity. Observing the old Taoist with an expression akin to that of a fool, Zhang Ziling coughed lightly and remarked, I understand your disbelief. You perceive me as a charlatan. Yet, this world is far more intricate than it appears, encompassing a vast expanse of possibilities. Zhang Ziling smiled, gazing at the old Taoist with a hint of derision. Your trickery is rather mediocre. It is entirely natural for you to harbor skepticism. Allow me to demonstrate my abilities, and then you may render your judgment. Upon uttering these words, the old Taoist's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of a celestial being. The pond before you is not as mundane as you presume. It conceals profound secrets. Oh, Zhang Ziling's smile deepened. Herein lies the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing extraordinary spiritual entities. By grinding this essence into powder and encasing it within a specially crafted sachet, one may enhance their longevity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziling silently chuckled. The ice spirit grass served as the primary ingredient for the youth elixir, renowned for its longevity-enhancing properties. When ground into a fine powder, its spiritual essence would undoubtedly be released, bestowing the wearer with vitality and prolonging life. However, such an act would significantly deplete the medicinal potency of the ice spirit grass. Drink. The old Taoist proclaimed loudly, his mouth swiftly reciting incantations, hands forming intricate seals as he gesticulated vigorously. Suddenly, bubbles erupted from the center of the lake, and a small grass, radiating a blue luminescence, burst forth from the water, hovering in the air. At that moment, the old Taoist shouted loudly, and to everyone's astonishment, he walked upon the water, seizing the ice spirit herb from the center of the lake before returning in the same manner. Were an ordinary person to witness such a feat, they would likely be left in utter disbelief, prostrating themselves and pleading to be accepted as the old Taoist's disciple. Alas, the individual before him was Zhang Ziling. So, do you now believe in my abilities? Rest assured, if you follow me, you shall enjoy a life of luxury. The old Taoist proclaimed with a hint of pride, patting his chest. You claim to understand the principles of divination? Zhang Ziling suddenly inquired. Of course. It is my signature skill, unmatched by anyone in China. The old Taoist replied boastfully. Many esteemed officials have exhausted their fortunes seeking a single reading from me. Is that so? Then why do you only charge me 10 yuan? Zhang Ziling chuckled. If I were to accept you as my disciple, I would not charge you at all. That 10 yuan is merely a token gesture. The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly. Well then, young man, do you believe me now? Then let us consult the oracle, Zhang Ziling said with a knowing smile. Very well, as your master, I shall treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Extend your hand. The old Taoist commanded. Zhang Ziling complied, extending his hand willingly. The sly old Taoist tucked the ice spirit herb into his robe, grasped Zhang Ziling's hand with his grimy palm, and began tracing mysterious symbols in his palm with his other hand. The art of divination is among China's finest. Since you wish to become my disciple, you shall transform into a dragon. Let us first glimpse your past and future fate. The old Taoist murmured to himself, then composed his mind and observed intently. Zhang Ziling suddenly felt an unusual sensation, as if a gaze descended from the heavens. The mist indeed signified the fate of an ordinary person. No, wait. The old Taoist's expression changed drastically, beads of sweat streaming down his face. Have you understood now? Zhang Ziling inquired with a smile, gazing at the old Taoist. The old Taoist remained silent, lost in thought. Ignoring his reaction, Zhang Ziling withdrew his hand and plucked the ice spirit grass from the old Taoist's embrace. Thank you, he said, turning to leave. The old Taoist stood motionless, akin to a wooden statue, retaining the posture he had just held. Only when Zhang Ziling had distanced himself, disappearing from sight, did the old Taoist murmur. The decree of the heavens, the annihilation of immortals, O celestial, who on earth is he? Chapter 4. The rejuvenation pill after acquiring the ice spirit grass. Zhang Ziling sought a secluded spot on the back mountain to refine it into 4 rejuvenation pills. Gazing at the 4 azure pills levitating in the air, he sighed, realizing that the ice spirit grass was rather diminutive, yielding only this modest amount. Originally, it should have produced a maximum of 2 pills. However, Zhang Ziling, with audacious determination, forcefully contained the medicinal essence that was destined to dissipate into the atmosphere, thereby crafting an additional 2 pills. Should the alchemists from other realms witness Zhang Ziling's extraordinary and unorthodox method of pill refinement, they would undoubtedly label him as a prodigy. After all, not everyone possesses the esteemed title of pill saint, enabling them to simultaneously refine pills while harnessing their spiritual energy to capture the escaping medicinal potency. As the 4 pills circled around him, Zhang Ziling collected them into his ring. Observing the night sky, he noted that it was already late. He pondered briefly about the old Taoist he had encountered that day. It appeared that Earth was not merely inhabited by ordinary beings, after all. Having concluded his thoughts, Zhang Ziling departed the back mountain and returned to his residential complex. Upon ascending the stairs, he noticed his door ajar, accompanied by a pungent odor of blood mixed with gas. The unervingly quiet interior prompted a deepening concern in his gaze. Zhang Ziling followed the trail of blood to the kitchen, which was now in disarray. Observing the blood-stained knife, the crimson splatters on the walls, the charred pot, the continuously hissing gas, and the scattered shards of broken dishes, he found himself lost in contemplation. It appeared that Chu Chi had been abducted by someone, and judging by the chaos, the assailant was rather unprofessional in their haste. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind, as if something was amiss. Zhang Ziling turned off the gas. It seemed that Chu Chi had been cooking when she was attacked. There were no signs of forced entry. The blood on the knife was minimal, and the scratches on the table, although indicative of great force, did not resemble the marks of struggle. The blood on the wall seemed peculiar as well. Nevertheless, it mattered not who was responsible. They would pay a price in blood. With a steely gaze, Zhang Ziling dismissed further musings and seized the kitchen knife, intending to employ a secret technique to uncover the events that transpired and locate the perpetrator. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy, a sudden scream pierced the air from outside. "Ah, I forgot to turn off the gas." Zhang Ziling looked up to see Chu Chi, her head and left hand wrapped in bandages, frantically rushing into the kitchen. "What are you doing?" Chu Chi tilted her head, observing Zhang Ziling, who was eyes closed and knife in hand. "And you?" Zhang Ziling replied, bewildered, as he regarded Chu Chi. "I just went to the pharmacy. I cut my hand with a knife," she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and raising her left hand. "And what about this?" Zhang Ziling gestured towards the scattered shards on the floor. "Oh, I accidentally slipped and shattered all the dishes on the counter, injuring my head in the process. And the knife nearly fell onto me." Chu Chi patted her chest with a sense of guilt. "So, are you implying that all of this resulted from your culinary endeavors?" Zhang Ziling's forehead tightened with visible tension. "Indeed, this is my first attempt at cooking, and you have quite benefited from it." Chu Chi cast a look at Zhang Ziling that suggested he was taking advantage of her. "Benefited from me?" Zhang Ziling found himself at a loss for words to express his current feelings. "Yes, it used to be others, ah?" Chu Chi quickly covered her mouth. "What do you mean by others?" Zhang Ziling inquired. "Nothing." Chu Chi shook her head vigorously, causing the bandages to slip off, revealing the injury on her head to Zhang Ziling's gaze. "The injury on your head is quite serious," Zhang Ziling concluded after a brief look. "Not at all. I can hardly feel any pain." Chu Chi waved her hand dismissively. "You seem remarkably unconcerned. Are you not aware that hair may not grow there again?" Zhang Ziling continued. "What?" Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Chu Chi panicked. "Really, is that true? Given the current condition, the cells in that area have likely died, and hair will not regrow there," Zhang Ziling affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Chu Chi hurried to the mirror. It was her first time seeing the wound on her head. Though small, it was undeniably apparent that if hair failed to grow, stepping outside would necessitate wearing a hat. Chu Chi trembled as her hand brushed against the area, only to retract as if shocked, tears immediately welling in her eyes. "No, it's nothing, at worst. I'll just wear a hat in the future." Though Chu Chi managed to smile, the tears cascading down her cheeks could not be contained. "After all, it was merely a wretched shell. Everyone admired my exterior, and perhaps it is for the best that it is now gone," she murmured to herself, then silently retreated to her room, shutting the door behind her. Zhang Ziling observed Chu Chi's demeanor and sighed. Although their acquaintance had been brief, he had gleaned some understanding of her character. Outwardly carefree, yet inwardly quite sensitive, she was likely weeping alone in her room now. Indeed, for a girl, especially a beautiful one, such a blow was surely unbearable for anyone. "I merely stated that, given the current circumstances, hair might not grow. Why such sorrow?" Zhang Ziling shook his head. Then with a subtle flick of his wrist, all the shattered pieces of the bowl flew into the trash bin, while water from the faucet automatically emerged to wash the pot clean. Before long, the kitchen was once again tidy. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Ziling approached Chu Chi's door and gently knocked. "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. I'm asleep. Don't mind me." Zhang Ziling discerned the sobbing tone in her voice. Zhang Ziling paused at the doorway, contemplating for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from entering the room directly. He shook his head and retreated to his own chamber, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate his energy. As the night deepened, the entire city succumbed to darkness. Gradually, Zhang Ziling opened his eyes, noting that the breathing from the adjacent room had become steady, indicating that Chu Chi had likely fallen asleep. Rising, he cast a glance out the window, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Was it possible that the stars themselves had vanished from this world? After uttering this cryptic remark, Zhang Ziling descended from his bed and made his way to Chu Chi's room. Chu Chi was sleeping soundly, the pillow beneath her dampened by tears, and her swollen eyes bore testimony to the length of her weeping. "Consider yourself fortunate. This pill, once administered, will cost millions. Zhang Ziling mused, a blue pill, the beauty pill, floating in his palm. A potion capable of preserving youth and prolonging life. It was a treasure that would undoubtedly attract buyers even at exorbitant prices. However, in Zhang Ziling's eyes, such a pill was far too commonplace, and underestimating its worth seemed only natural. Observing the tear-stained contours of Chu Chi's face, he gently prodded her neck, causing her mouth to part ever so slightly, just enough to facilitate the administration of the beauty pill. Her skin is quite exquisite, Zhang Ziling quipped lightly before placing the pill into her mouth. The beauty pill dissolved instantly, unleashing its medicinal essence that swiftly permeated Chu Chi's entire being. Her skin transformed, becoming radiant and translucent, while her pallid visage bloomed with a healthy flush. Zhang Ziling gently removed the bandages from Chu Chi's hand and observed as the wound gradually healed, soon becoming imperceptible. As for the injury on Chu Chi's head, the healing process was somewhat slower. Zhang Ziling furrowed his brow, realizing that the medicinal pills he had used were rather rudimentary. At this rate, complete healing would likely not occur until the following day. It seemed he would need to lend her further assistance. With that thought, he placed his hand softly upon Chu Chi's head, allowing Azure's spiritual energy to flow into her wound. The injury began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace, and in no time, it was restored to its pristine condition, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, I am a benevolent soul. Had this proclamation been overheard by the formidable beings of another realm, they would likely have scoffed in disdain, for it was he who single-handedly vanquished the 3 great sacred lands, casting a pall over the entire continent. Content with his handiwork, Zhang Ziling took one last discerning glance at Chu Chi before returning to his chamber to resume his cultivation. Meanwhile, the slumbering Chu Chi remained blissfully unaware of any of this. Chapter 5. Old friend Cheng Huang. The following morning, Chu Chi opened her beautiful eyes, feeling as limp as a withered eggplant, devoid of energy. After sitting up, she pondered for a long while before finally making a phone call. Mom, yes, it's me. I want to come back. It's nothing. Chu Chi forced a smile and hung up the phone. Could it truly be that I can no longer grow it back? She thought again about her hair, instinctively reaching up with her left hand to touch her head. Chu Chi suddenly realized that the bandage wrapped around her left hand was gone, and the wound had vanished without a trace. As if struck by a revelation, she sprang up and hurried to the mirror. Is this truly me? Chu Chi's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman in the mirror bore no scars. Her skin was as smooth as that of an infant, compelling Chu Chi to poke her cheek with her fingers. It was flawless. Chu Chi screamed in disbelief. Why are you shouting so early in the morning? Hearing her scream, Zhang Ziling impatiently opened the door, only to find Chu Chi in front of the mirror, incessantly pinching her own face. What are you doing? Chu Chi turned to look at Zhang Ziling, wondering if she was dreaming. You certainly appear to be in a dream. First, put on some clothes, Zhang Ziling replied before closing the door and stepping out. Chu Chi, hearing Zhang Ziling's words, looked at the mirror in confusion. Chu Chi was overly excited, her loose robe revealing a bare shoulder, and through the fabric, her fair thigh was faintly visible, exuding a certain vitality. Chu Chi exclaimed, a blush once again gracing her cheeks. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, she had adorned herself in proper attire and sat upright before Zhang Ziling, with a steaming bowl of noodles each placed in front of them. Did you do this? Could it truly be you? How is that possible? Eat your noodles. Zhang Ziling, finally growing weary of Chu Chi's incessant inquiries, slammed his palm on the table, startling her into hastily picking up her chopsticks and devouring her meal. After a moment, gathering her courage, Chu Chi timidly lifted her gaze to meet the silent Zhang Ziling, softly asking, how can I repay you? Zhang Ziling glanced at her before returning to his meal with an air of indifference. Although he no longer required sustenance for bodily needs, indulging in food to satisfy his palate remained a necessity. Are you implying that you seek no recompense? Chu Chi reasoned, interpreting his actions. Suddenly, Zhang Ziling slammed his chopsticks onto the table, fixing his gaze upon her, causing Chu Chi to nearly drop her utensils in fright. How much money do you have? What do you mean? Literally what I said, Zhang Ziling replied, looking at Chu Chi. I will go check. Chu Chi hurried back to her room and retrieved a bag, within which lay several hundred yuan. Is this all? She inquired. Chu Chi replied timidly, indicating her inability to pay the rent. Hand it over. Zhang Ziling extended his hand. Chu Qi was momentarily taken aback. The money. Zhang Ziling snapped irritably, asserting, I provide the treatment, you supply the funds. The paltry sum for a rejuvenation pill left Zhang Ziling somewhat displeased. Oh, Chu Qi, still bewildered, passed the bag over. Unable to fathom Zhang Ziling's motives for such an amount, Zhang Ziling counted the money, paused, and then asked, what is the price of the cheapest mobile phone? Chu Qi was momentarily stunned by his query and hastily took a gulp of water. Cough. You don't own a mobile phone? Chu Qi asked incredulously. Well, upon reflection, having a mobile phone is indeed more convenient in this society. Although Chu Qi found Zhang Ziling's words somewhat peculiar, she attributed his oddities to the demeanor of a remarkable individual. In her eyes, Zhang Ziling's image had soared to great heights. Not only was he skilled in medicine, but he was also an excellent cook. With this thought in mind, Chu Qi lowered her head and continued to eat her noodles. Why is your face so flushed? Zhang Ziling inquired, observing the rosy hue on Chu Qi's cheeks. Huh. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Chu Qi hurriedly patted her cheeks and shook her head, saying, Well, let's get to the point. Is this amount sufficient to purchase a phone? Noticing that Zhang Ziling had chosen to forego the previous topic, Chu Qi let out a silent sigh of relief. She then fixed her gaze upon Zhang Ziling and offered, since you lack a mobile device, why not use mine? With that, Chu Qi generously extended her phone to him, a brand new model with a freshly changed number. Zhang Ziling regarded the pink phone in Chu Qi's hand, his lips twitching slightly. However, he soon realized that a few hundred yuan would indeed not suffice for a new phone, especially considering that phone numbers are now linked to identification cards, which he currently did not possess. After much contemplation, Zhang Ziling ultimately accepted Chu Qi's phone. Upon receiving her phone back from him, Chu Qi beamed like a young girl who had just received a piece of candy, and then she remarked to Zhang Ziling, consider this phone as your rent. All right, Zhang Ziling replied, placing the cash along with the phone into his bag. He then stood up to leave, stating, I'm heading out, please tidy up the dishes. Chu Qi hesitated, searching for the right words. Is something the matter? Zhang Ziling turned back to inquire. Could you lend me 100 yuan? Chu Qi extended a finger, her tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Just 100 yuan. Zhang Ziling paused, contemplated for a moment, and eventually withdrew a bill, handing it to Chu Qi. Thank you, she exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the 100 yuan and hurried into the kitchen with the bowl in hand. Zhang Ziling observed the silhouette of Chu Qi, chuckling softly as he shook his head before stepping out. In his quest to swiftly restore his cultivation, he realized that his immediate priority was to procure some medicinal herbs to stabilize his injuries. Although the potency of most herbs on Earth was rather low, any herb possessed some degree of medicinal properties, and through his secret techniques, Zhang Ziling could extract the essence of their efficacy. While a single herb might yield only a trace, a larger quantity could indeed be beneficial. With this thought in mind, he hailed a taxi and made his way to the largest herbal market in Nanzhou City. To his surprise, he discovered that this market was located near Chongqing High School. He hadn't anticipated returning to this place. Standing at the entrance of Chongqing High School, Zhang Ziling let out a sigh of nostalgia before preparing to head towards the herbal market. First, he needed to sell the youth elixir. As he pondered this, he walked toward the market. Zhang Ziling. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise halted his thoughts. Turning around, Zhang Ziling saw a man, approximately 6 feet tall, approaching him. No way, it's really you. The man drew closer, scrutinizing Zhang Ziling, then enthusiastically embraced him, slapping him on the chest with excitement. Cheng Huang. Zhang Ziling's tone revealed a hint of emotion. Cheng Huang was Zhang Ziling's childhood best friend. They had been classmates in high school and shared a close bond. Zhang Ziling often brought his sister along to Cheng Huang's house for meals. It can be said that Cheng Huang's family had once rendered considerable assistance to Zhang Ziling and his sister. Who would have anticipated encountering you here, young lad? Cheng Huang exclaimed with excitement as he embraced Zhang Ziling, only to land a playful punch on him shortly thereafter. Where have you been all these years? How could you abandon your sister and vanish? Zhang Ziling silently bore the impact of that punch. Leaving his sister behind was the most agonizing experience he had ever endured. Let us not dwell on this matter, for I am certain you have your own reasons, Cheng Huang remarked, well aware of Zhang Ziling's character. If it were not for circumstances beyond his control, Zhang Ziling would never forsake his sister, especially considering that he had been missing for 8 long years. After my departure, how did you fare? Zhang Ziling inquired, gazing at Cheng Huang. Yu, Cheng Huang sighed. I recall that when she learned of your disappearance, She wept inconsolably, declaring her intent to search for you. No amount of persuasion could dissuade her. Upon hearing Cheng Huang's words, Zhang Ziling felt an even deeper pang of guilt. I heard from Jiang Jingsheng that Yu was taken in by a wealthy merchant. Is that true? Jiang Jingsheng? Cheng Huang's eyes flickered with a hint of resentment, though he quickly concealed it. He spoke the truth. Yu was indeed taken in by an elderly gentleman. I observed that the man possessed a commendable character, having assisted the neighbors in reclaiming their demolition compensation. Yu appeared to harbor no objections, and given that my own family was experiencing some difficulties at that time, I consented to allow that gentleman to take Yu with him. Zhang Ziling keenly detected a fleeting flash of resentment in Cheng Huang's expression. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What is the situation regarding the compensation for the demolition?" "It is merely the Jiang family, leveraging their familial power, brazenly bullying the neighborhood, forcibly demolishing homes, and enlisting numerous ruffians to harass the residents. Many could no longer endure such torment and ultimately accepted a meager compensation to vacate. Subsequently, that old man appeared, and somehow managed to retrieve all the demolition funds from the Jiang family. Such matters exist." A glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Ziling's eyes. Perhaps it was indeed due to that old man's intervention that the Jiang family refrained from further excesses, allowing everyone to leave with a sense of satisfaction. Cheng Huang continued. But Zhang Ziling sensed that Cheng Huang had not fully articulated his thoughts. There were certainly other grievances between Cheng Huang and Jiang Jingsheng. Yet, since Cheng Huang was reluctant to elaborate, Zhang Ziling chose not to pry. As for his sister, based on Cheng Huang's assurance, that old man would likely not mistreat her, which provided Zhang Ziling with a modicum of comfort. "By the way, what brings you here? Are you back for a reunion?" Cheng Huang asked Zhang Ziling. Casting a glance at the nearby school, Zhang Ziling smiled and replied, "In a sense, yes, but I need to make a trip to the herbal market. I, too, am headed to the herbal market. It would be fortuitous to go together. I am quite familiar with the place, which will spare you from being deceived," Cheng Huang declared, thumping his chest. "Afterward, I shall treat you to a meal. It has been ages since the two of us have met, and we must indulge in a drink." "That sounds agreeable," Zhang Ziling said, after a moment's consideration. "Remember to jot down a phone number for easier communication in the future." Cheng Huang provided his contact number to Zhang Ziling, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Ziling retrieved her pink Chuqing mobile phone. "Ziling, your taste is indeed quite unique," Cheng Huang remarked with a chuckle upon noticing the phone in her hand. Zhang Ziling smiled but offered no further explanation. After exchanging numbers, they entered the herbal market together. "Ziling, I must say I have a bit of standing around here. I frequent this herbal market. Feel free to let me know what you wish to purchase, and I shall provide my recommendations." Zhang Ziling inquired, "I would like to sell some items first. Where is the trading area?" "Selling items? Follow me," Cheng Huang responded, glancing at Zhang Ziling without elaborating further, as he led her towards the trading zone. The trading area was divided into two sections. Cheng Huang gestured towards two paths and explained, "The busier area deals primarily in ordinary herbs, with most transactions not exceeding 100,000. The majority are in the range of a few thousand or hundreds." After a brief pause, he pointed to the left, where an antiquated yet sparsely populated path lay, stating, "That is where the affluent gather. It is said they even sell century-old ginseng. However, that is beyond the reach of individuals like us." Noticing Zhang Ziling nod in understanding, Cheng Huang proceeded to the right, adding, "I know many proprietors here, and I can certainly secure you a favorable price." Zhang Ziling smiled but remained still. "What are you doing? Let's go?" Cheng Huang turned to Zhang Ziling, urging her to follow. "Who said I was to go to the right?" Chapter 6. The Herbal Medicine Trading Market. Who said I was going to the right? Cheng Huang stared blankly at Zhang Ziling and said, No. Aren't you going to sell something?" "I did mention that," Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. "Then you." Suddenly, Cheng Huang had a realization, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Ziling, you can't be planning to." He cast a glance toward the left. Indeed, Zhang Ziling nodded and proceeded in that direction. Hey, Ziling, wait for me. That's not where we should be." Cheng Huang, unable to stop Zhang Ziling in time, could only slap his forehead and follow closely behind. "Brother, this is going to be a big problem." As Zhang Ziling approached the entrance on the left, he was halted by a security guard. "Halt. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Please leave immediately." "What do you mean?" Zhang Ziling frowned slightly. Hey. My brother took a wrong turn. We'll leave right away." Cheng Huang rushed up to grab Zhang Ziling, while continuously apologizing to the guard. Ziling, this place is not for ordinary people. Recently, a wealthy businessman insisted on entering, and in the end, he was severely beaten. His company was acquired overnight. It was a tragic affair. Cheng Huang whispered urgently in Zhang Ziling's ear. I genuinely intend to go in to sell something, and perhaps buy a few items as well. Zhang Ziling replied with a wry smile. Just you? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, a security guard scoffed, with goods worth merely $200. You think you can enter here? Is that so? Zhang Ziling retorted, raising an eyebrow. Noticing the escalating tension, Cheng Huang felt compelled to intervene for the safety of his companion. He retrieved $1,000 from his bag and pressed it into the guard's hand, saying, Please don't take offense. My brother is new here and unfamiliar with the rules. Kindly accept this small token. The guard's expression softened slightly upon seeing the $1,000. He accepted the money and replied, This time, I won't report it. But next time, tell your brother to be more observant and avoid wandering aimlessly. Absolutely. I will have a word with him. Cheng Huang responded, turning to give Zhang Ziling a discreet signal to leave promptly. I have not lost my temper in quite some time. Observing Cheng Huang's apologetic demeanor and the guard's domineering attitude, Zhang Ziling's expression darkened. If a cultivator from another realm witnessed Zhang Ziling's countenance, they would undoubtedly sense a river of blood to come. Oh, you still have the audacity? The guard, noticing Zhang Ziling's demeanor, spat on the ground before him and exclaimed, Do you even know where you are? My daily wage surpasses your monthly income. Pathetic. Ziling, refrain from further provocation. This place is truly beyond our reach. Cheng Huang, realizing Zhang Ziling's stubbornness in confronting the guard, began to feel uneasy. Having spent considerable time in this environment, he understood all too well that, for some individuals, the law was merely a concept to be spoken of casually. It is likely that Ziling has never encountered such individuals, hence his naive belief that he can wield the weapon of law for self-defense. How foolish. The more Cheng Huang pondered, the more agitated he became, turning to Zhang Ziling and exclaiming, Ziling, spare us the chatter. Let us flee at once. Now you wish to depart? It is too late. I have already reported to the higher-ups. The security guard sneered, clutching his walkie-talkie. Upon hearing the guard's words, Cheng Huang's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment's hesitation, he said to Zhang Ziling, You go ahead. I will hold my ground here. I still know a few people. Hearing Cheng Huang's words warmed Zhang Ziling's heart, and a smile graced his face. After 8 years apart, Cheng Huang still treated him with such camaraderie. How many true friends could one encounter in a lifetime? You still dare to smile? Cheng Huang exclaimed, tapping his forehead in exasperation. What have I done to deserve a brother like you? I must be terribly unlucky. Cheng Huang lit a cigarette, leaning against the wall while eyeing the security guard. I've had enough of this. You are merely a lowly guard. Why act so high and mighty? After exhaling a puff of smoke, he turned back to Zhang Ziling. Care for a drag? Seeing Cheng Huang's demeanor, Zhang Ziling chuckled. I thought that after 8 years, you would have grown more timid. Not a chance. Blame it on this wretched life. Cheng Huang declared as he extinguished his cigarette. Since my time is limited, I might as well indulge myself once. Rest assured, with me here, you may revel as you wish. Zhang Ziling replied. Then I shall thank you. Cheng Huang chuckled, subsequently hurling the cigarette but at the security guard. Feeling unburdened and believing it was time to release his pent-up frustrations. With that, Cheng Huang delivered a powerful punch to the guard's face, astonishingly knocking him down with a single strike. This bold action captured the attention of all the affluent individuals within, instantly making Cheng Huang the center of attention. How about that, brother? My fighting skills haven't dulled one bit over the years. It seems like the Black Wind duo is making a grand re-entrance. Upon hearing such a juvenile moniker, Zhang Ziling couldn't help but reminisce. Back then, in their quest for vengeance against those who had bullied Zhang Ziling's sister, the two had fought against more than 10 individuals and emerged victorious. Afterward, Cheng Huang had proudly declared their title to those battered foes. From that moment on, no one dared to harass Zhang Ziling's sister again. They would avoid her at all costs. You dare to strike me? The fallen security guard shouted, clutching his face. You are doomed. Even in death, I will take you down with me. Cheng Huang shrugged off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and lifted the guard once more, delivering another punch. Stop. At that moment, a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of security personnel approached. Huh. You are undoubtedly finished. The guard, whose head had swollen to an alarming size, struggled to articulate his threats through slurred speech. Humph. Cheng Huang hurled the security guard out, and then, pulling at his collar, revealed his robust muscles. "Come at me, all of you," he bellowed. Turning to Zhang Ziling, who stood behind him, he added, "Ziling, I might not be able to handle so many on my own. Lend me a hand." "Sure," Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. But just as he was about to step forward, he caught sight of one of the wealthy onlookers and paused. "Cheng, wait a moment." Cheng Huang turned back, puzzled. But before he could speak, a deep voice interrupted. "Are you the troublemakers?" At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, frowning as he scrutinized Cheng Huang and Zhang Ziling. "Yes, I've long found you displeasing. What are you even doing here?" Cheng Huang, emboldened by the absence of fear, spoke his mind freely. "You will regret this soon enough. Take them away." The middle-aged man glowered at the two, instructing the security personnel behind him to advance. "Stop." Upon hearing that calm, yet commanding tone, the middle-aged man's expression shifted instantly. From the crowd of affluent spectators emerged another middle-aged man clad in a tang suit, exuding an air of authority as he strolled closer. "Boss," the lead security guard bowed respectfully. "What is happening here?" The middle-aged man inquired coolly. "Report, boss. These two individuals are causing a disturbance and have even injured our security staff." The security team leader gestured towards the unconscious guard lying on the ground. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man glanced at Cheng Huang with a detached demeanor. Cheng Huang felt a pang of uncertainty. He recognized this man as the one who monopolized the entire herbal business in northern Sichuan province, known colloquially as the Big Boss. Such a figure was not one he typically encountered. Yes, and so what? They were doomed regardless. Despite his words, a flicker of fear lingered in Cheng Huang's heart. As the man's commanding presence began to overwhelm him, this reaction was not born of courage. Much like how a commoner might feel diminutive in the presence of a national leader, leading to a demeanor of trepidation. "I admire your bravery, but do you know?" The Big Boss paused. "In this world, there are matters that are more agonizing than death, such as the inability to die." Cheng Huang was indeed intimidated by the Big Boss. At times, the prospect of torture could make one yearn for death even more. "Big Boss, it was all my doing. My brothers are not involved." After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Huang finally spoke. "Cheng Huang," Zhang Ziling called out. "Ziling, do not worry. You still have your sister. I am now a solitary figure. It is nothing." Cheng Huang reassured. "Big Boss, I will take charge of these two and ensure they experience the wonders of the world." The security team leader interjected respectfully. "I apologize for disturbing your enjoyment." The Big Boss cast a cold glance at the security team leader, causing the latter to feel a jolt of alarm, silently cursing his misstep. The formidable boss displayed such a countenance. Perhaps he had provoked the wrong individual. Contemplating this, the head of security glared resentfully at the guard sprawled on the ground. "I shall deal with you once this is over," he mused. Just then, the boss suddenly addressed Zhang Ziling, saying, "Young friend, you seem startled. Please, come inside." The boss's words struck everyone present like a bolt from the blue, leaving their minds blank and unable to recover for a considerable time. The scene fell into a profound silence. Chapter 7 Farewell, Old Priest Young Friend. The head of security immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, hastily adopting a contrite demeanor as he extended his apologies to Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang. "Gentlemen, it was our oversight. Please forgive us." The other security personnel, observing their leader's actions, followed suit, bowing deeply and imploring for forgiveness. At that moment, the security guard who had been lying on the ground regained consciousness. Upon seeing the head of security, he began to wail, "Uncle, you must help me seek vengeance. Punish them for their cruelty. They dared to strike me." The pig-headed guard clung to the head of security's trousers, glaring resentfully at Cheng Huang. "You're finished. My uncle will not spare you, ha ha ha." Silence enveloped the scene, and in the distance, several wealthy onlookers turned away in disapproval. Suddenly, the pig-headed guard sensed the tension in the air, glanced around, and was startled to see the Big Boss. "Be Big Boss, you fool." The head of security struck the pig-headed guard across the face. Stunned by the slap, the pig-headed guard stared blankly at his superior and cried, "Uncle, you hit me? You should be apologizing to these gentlemen." The head of security seized the pig-headed guard and dragged him before Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang, forcefully pressing him to the ground, making him kneel in front of them. "Gentlemen, them?" The pig-headed guard was still trying to comprehend the situation. "Uncle, have you lost your mind? They're just a couple of paupers." "You fool." The head of security, seething with rage, found himself momentarily speechless, his raised hand trembling incessantly. "Enough. The boss's cold command abruptly halted the farce, ordering him to be taken away. He wished never to lay eyes on him again. The meaning behind the boss's words was unmistakable. Individuals who ascend to such heights invariably possess a certain cunning. Upon hearing the boss's pronouncement, the head of security was instantly stricken with fear. He had but one nephew and still harbored hopes for leniency. It's either you or him. Make your choice. The boss's chilling declaration made it abundantly clear to the head of security that his nephew's fate was all but sealed. Contemplating this grim reality, the head of security silently withdrew, leaving the foolish guard kneeling in solitary disgrace. This foolish guard, realizing the gravity of his predicament, immediately began to kowtow and plead for mercy. "Boss, spare my life. I was wrong." He crawled toward the boss, seeking clemency, yet was halted by two approaching security personnel who barred his advance. Faced with the futility of his appeal to the boss, the foolish guard quickly turned his attention to Cheng Huang and Zhang Ziling, crawling before them and repeatedly bowing his head. "Gentlemen, spare me. I was wrong. Just consider me as insignificant as a mere fart, and let me go, please." He continued to slap his own face in desperation. Meanwhile, Cheng Huang remained dazed, unable to grasp the drastic turn of events, staring blankly at Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling shrugged and remarked, "I am indifferent. It ultimately depends on you." "Depend on me?" Cheng Huang pointed to himself, still bewildered by the rapid turn of events. "Your life is in your hands," Zhang Ziling told the kneeling pig-headed security guard. "Me?" Cheng Huang glanced at the guard, feeling a twinge of compassion. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, while the guard was indeed despicable. Cheng Huang had already vented his frustrations on him, and it hardly seemed just to take his life. Resolving not to go that far, he shook his head. Deciding that a lighter punishment would suffice, he would spare the man's life. Upon hearing this, the pig-headed guard prostrated himself even more fervently, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The head of the security team expressed increasing gratitude towards both Cheng Huang and Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling smiled and shook his head, recognizing that this was ultimately Cheng Huang's decision, and he chose to respect it without contesting. The big boss, catching Zhang Ziling's gaze, nodded slightly, "Then take him away, break one of his legs, and ensure he never shows his face in this city again." Upon hearing this, the head of the security team let out a sigh of relief. Though the guard would lose a leg, at least his life was spared. "Understood," he replied, stepping forward to signal two other guards to escort the pig-headed guard away. "Wait," Zhang Ziling interjected suddenly, causing both the head of the security team and the pig-headed guard to feel a jolt of apprehension. "Sir?" The head of the security team looked at Zhang Ziling, fearful that he might have a change of heart. After all, the security team leader possessed a certain discernment, realizing that the true decision-maker was the young man before him. Zhang Ziling slowly approached the burly security guard and commanded, "Produce it." Everyone was bewildered by Zhang Ziling's actions, including the burly guard, who remained momentarily stunned. The team leader quickly regained his composure and, disregarding what Zhang Ziling sought, kicked the burly guard fiercely, bellowing, "Hurry up and produce it." "Produce what?" The burly guard was on the verge of tears, utterly clueless as to what he possessed that could possibly intrigue such an esteemed figure. Yet, failing to comply could cost him his life. In a moment of panic, the burly guard found himself overwhelmed with fear, causing him to wet his pants. Sigh. Observing the sobbing guard, resembling a swollen pig's head, Zhang Ziling could not help but exhale a sigh of exasperation before stating, "Money. Money?" The burly guard was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization dawned upon him. He hastily retrieved the 1,000 yuan he had collected earlier. Zhang Ziling snatched the money from the guard's hands and placed it into Cheng Huang's grasp, then waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Take him away. My young friend, please come inside. Someone wishes to meet you." The wealthy proprietor cast a curious glance at Zhang Ziling, pondering why he was summoned by such a distinguished individual. Yet he refrained from inquiring further and instead extended another invitation for Zhang Ziling to enter. In the distance, clusters of wealthy onlookers engaged in hushed discussions, speculating about the true identity of Zhang Ziling. "Hey, Ziling, how do you know the big boss?" At the entrance of a luxurious private room in the trading area, Cheng Huang quietly inquired of Zhang Ziling. "I do not recognize him." Zhang Ziling replied, "You do not recognize him? How could the big boss assist you and treat you with such cordiality?" Cheng Huang expressed his bewilderment. "Perhaps someone knows me. Let us step inside and observe." Zhang Ziling smiled and entered the room. "This lad must be concealing something from me." Cheng Huang murmured to himself as he gazed at Zhang Ziling's retreating figure, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. The influential figures he had previously never encountered were now treating him with utmost respect, all due to the young man ahead. Cheng Huang suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the person before him. Ziling, what have you experienced over these past 8 years? Cheng Huang whispered, following him inside. Upon entering the private room alongside the big boss, they beheld an elderly Taoist priest standing within. This old Taoist was none other than the lecherous old man Zhang Ziling had encountered by the lakeside. However, the individual standing before them now exuded the demeanor of a wise sage, devoid of the lewd aura he had previously possessed. Taoist. The big boss greeted the elder with deference upon seeing him. The old Taoist nodded slightly, then turned to Zhang Ziling with a smile, saying, "We meet again." The big boss, observing the interaction, was taken aback, for he recognized the esteemed status of the old Taoist throughout China. Even in the capital, there were many who sought an audience with this revered figure. The young man before them had managed to elicit such a demeanor from the venerable Taoist priest. The wealthy businessman could not help but elevate Zhang Ziling's status in his mind, further solidifying his desire to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. After all, when one reaches such heights, monetary wealth ceases to be the sole pursuit. Most affluent individuals seek health and enjoyment instead. "Once again we meet," Zhang Ziling said with a smile, gazing at the rather unsavory old priest. "Master." At these words, everyone present gasped in astonishment, and the old priest was so taken aback that he coughed in surprise. Who would have imagined that this young man was a disciple of the Taoist master? This was indeed sensational news. He must be befriended. The businessman regarded Zhang Ziling with increasingly benevolent eyes, thinking to himself that his daughter had just turned 18 and it was time for her to consider a suitor. Had Ziling spent the past 8 years honing his craft under a mentor? Judging by the businessman's demeanor, the old priest must possess remarkable abilities. Cheng Huang discreetly observed the old priest, noting the flush on his face. It was almost too much for the ancient master to bear. How could one of such destiny address him as master? As the old priest contemplated how to respond, Zhang Ziling discreetly conveyed to him, "Old priest, for now, please maintain this identity to shield me. I prefer not to attract undue attention." Upon receiving Zhang Ziling's telepathic message, the old priest was struck with profound astonishment. Individuals capable of such telepathy were exceedingly rare on Earth, hardly exceeding 5 in number. And here was this young man, possessing such prowess. It was imperative not to offend him. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, the venerable old priest swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips and could only manage a dry chuckle as he said, "Good disciple, what brings you here? Is it to seek your master?" The master replied, "What are you saying, master? Just a few days ago, didn't you acquire a frost spirit herb and refine it into a youth elixir? You instructed me to come here today for the auction, did you not?" Chapter 8. The Fly Restaurant. Zhang Ziling's words almost caused the elderly Taoist, who was just about to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, to spit it out. Fortunately, the elderly Taoist possessed formidable skill and managed to suppress his reaction, thereby avoiding embarrassment in front of the assembled crowd. "Ahem, indeed. There is such a matter," the elderly Taoist asserted earnestly as he settled into his chair. "Taoist, what is this youth-preserving pill?" the proprietor inquired with curiosity. "Allow me to explain," Zhang Ziling said as he produced a box, within which lay a solitary blue pill, quietly resting. "This is the youth-preserving pill, meticulously crafted by my master with immense dedication. When consumed by the young, it grants eternal youth, and for the elderly, it can restore their vitality by several decades while prolonging their lifespan." "What?" The assembly, including the elderly Taoist, gasped in astonishment. The elderly Taoist quickly recognized the impropriety of his reaction and cleared his throat. "Disciple, it has been some time since I last beheld this pill. Permit me to examine its potency." "Master, please take a look." Zhang Ziling offered the pill to the elderly Taoist. The elderly Taoist scrutinized the pill for an extended period, while the proprietor remained fixated on it. If Zhang Ziling's claims were indeed true, the implications would be extraordinary. Though he might not be able to procure it himself, this auction would undoubtedly propel his business beyond the borders of Sichuan province. With this thought, the proprietor's heart ignited with fervor. "Excellent. Marvelous." After observing for a considerable time, the old Taoist suddenly exclaimed, but recalling Zhang Ziling's earlier transmission, he merely cleared his throat and remarked, "I never anticipated that the elixir crafted by this old Taoist would retain such remarkable potency. Truly a commendable disciple." Taoist, is this the elixir? The proprietor inquired cautiously. Indeed, the efficacy of this youth-preserving pill is precisely as my disciple has described, and it may very well exceed expectations. The old Taoist clutched the elixir as if it were a treasured creation of his own. Taoist, are we truly going to auction this? The proprietor asked again, his voice tinged with excitement. Sell it. My master has decreed that it must be sold. Do arrange for it promptly. Zhang Ziling interjected. Initially, the old Taoist contemplated deliberating further, but considering the elixir belonged to Zhang Ziling, he suppressed his reluctance and acquiesced, saying, Indeed, this old Taoist wishes to present this miraculous elixir to the world, to bless all. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, the proprietor's face brightened instantaneously, and he hurriedly replied, Rest assured, Taoist, I shall arrange the auction and notify all the prominent officials and wealthy individuals in Sichuan province. This matter shall be entrusted entirely to my disciple. Simply inform him once you have made the arrangements, the old Taoist added sagely, handing the youth-preserving pill to Zhang Ziling. Very well, then, young friend. May I have your contact number? The proprietor asked Zhang Ziling. And may I inquire your name? Zhang Ziling. And this is my friend, Cheng Huang, Zhang Ziling replied. Then added thoughtfully, the sooner, the better. My master is in urgent need of funds. Understood, we are quite efficient. After acquiring the phone number, the boss hurriedly exited, clearly invested in the auction. Once the boss had left, Cheng Huang discreetly nudged Zhang Ziling and inquired, Ziling, is this elixir truly as miraculous as they say? Indeed it is. Why not give it a try? Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. Perhaps not. I lack the funds. Cheng Huang responded, shaking his head vigorously. Such a divine object was beyond someone like him. Moreover, since Zhang Ziling was not the one who concocted the elixir, Cheng Huang dismissed his words as mere jest. I assure you, it's genuine. Seizing an opportune moment while Cheng Huang was distracted, Zhang Ziling swiftly placed the rejuvenating pill into Cheng Huang's mouth. The rejuvenation pill. The old Taoist gasped in shock as he witnessed this act, his heart aching at the thought of such a precious item being consumed. As the pill dissolved in Cheng Huang's mouth, a surge of medicinal energy coursed through him, causing his body to radiate with a translucent glow. Even scars from past altercations began to fade away. Ziling, what are you doing? Cheng Huang exclaimed, startled by Zhang Ziling's unexpected action, hastily offering apologies to the old Taoist. Please forgive me. My brother did not mean to offend. No worries, my master is quite understanding. Zhang Ziling waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. I do not mind. The old Taoist remarked, placing a hand over his heart as he observed the transformation in Cheng Huang. Master? As Cheng Huang heard this, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but upon observing the old Taoist's demeanor, he inquired with curiosity, What troubles you? It's nothing, just a bit stifling here. The old Taoist replied with a forced smile, attempting to feign indifference. Ziling, what about the rejuvenation pill you gave me? How will the auction proceed? Although Cheng Huang was elated by the transformation of his own body, he quickly recalled that this precious pill was intended for auction, and concern crept back into his mind. Fear not, my master has concocted another one, Zhang Ziling stated, producing yet another rejuvenation pill from his possession. Poof! Upon seeing the pill in Zhang Ziling's hand, the old Taoist immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Taoist? Cheng Huang exclaimed in alarm. No, I'm fine. Just a momentary lapse during meditation. I shall recover shortly. You two may descend together, the old Taoist reassured them, pressing a hand against his chest while gesturing for them to leave. Ziling, you truly have a remarkable master, powerful and generous. I envy you, Cheng Huang remarked, nearly causing the old Taoist to spill another mouthful of blood. Cheng Huang, cease your words. Let us depart and not disturb our master's rest, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. Indeed, the Taoist certainly requires some repose. To concoct such a pill must have demanded considerable effort. Cheng Huang nodded sagely, following Zhang Ziling out. Once the two had exited, the old Taoist, filled with indignation, began to pound the table, exclaiming, Such wastefulness, such wastefulness. Ziling, does your master seem to be shouting about something? Cheng Huang faintly heard the old Taoist's voice echoing from within as they walked away. The master was diligently practicing the lion's roar technique, and Zhang Ziling chuckled nonchalantly. You are truly peculiar, he remarked. Cheng Huang did not dwell excessively on the matter. Rather, he reflected, it is astonishing that such wonders exist in this world. I once thought they were merely found in novels. He gazed at his sparkling palm, marveling at the newfound strength he felt coursing through him. Indeed, there are countless unimaginable occurrences in this world. Who would have thought that I would transform into what I am now? Zhang Ziling's thoughts drifted far away. By the way, Cheng Huang, you mentioned that you are now free of worries, but what about your parents? Zhang Ziling suddenly recalled Cheng Huang's earlier words. Upon hearing the question, Cheng Huang's previously animated expression dimmed in an instant, and he fell silent. Let us not talk about it. I prefer not to, he replied, observing Cheng Huang's demeanor. Zhang Ziling understood that something must have transpired in Cheng Huang's life. However, he chose not to press further, knowing that Cheng Huang would share when he was ready, and he could assist him then. Enough of this topic. Did I not promise to treat you to a meal? Let us go. I know a restaurant that is absolutely delightful. Cheng Huang soon shook off his melancholic mood and wrapped an arm around Zhang Ziling's shoulders, exclaiming, "We brothers must enjoy some quality time together." Very well, lead the way. As evening approached, the sun gradually descended, and Nanzhou City's most renowned snack street began to buzz with activity, as vendors braced themselves to welcome the influx of eager patrons. Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang stood before a modest eatery, gazing vacantly at the bustling crowd within. "Ziling, I seem to have made a mistake. I forgot today is Saturday," Cheng Huang remarked, tapping his forehead. "What of Saturday?" Zhang Ziling inquired, puzzled. "Do not underestimate this small establishment. It enjoys considerable fame throughout Nanzhou City, attracting many affluent patrons who relish dining here. Particularly on weekends, a multitude of holidaymakers flock to indulge, though the sole drawback is the slightly elevated prices," Cheng Huang explained, eyeing the fully occupied restaurant. "Perhaps we should consider another place. Waiting here indefinitely is not a solution." "No, let us dine here," Zhang Ziling responded, his gaze fixed on a figure inside the restaurant, a smile creeping across his face. "This place is indeed quite renowned. Indeed, my discernment is not to be trifled with. We shall wait here." "Ah, what are you doing?" Just as Cheng Huang was about to suggest that Zhang Ziling hold their place in line, he witnessed Zhang Ziling stride toward an empty table. "My dear brother, please do not stir up trouble. The hidden wealthy here are not to be underestimated, even compared to those in the trading district," Cheng Huang lamented, reluctantly trailing behind. "Boss, another serving of Kung Pao chicken, please," Chu Chi exclaimed, raising a nearby wine glass and draining its contents with gusto. "Delicious. Today, I intend to feast to my heart's content." In her self-indulgent state, Chu Chi set down the glass and, wielding her chopsticks, reached for a piece of chicken leg to savor. However, a strong and firm hand seized her wrist. "What are you doing?" Chu Chi glared with her beautiful eyes at the person who grasped her wrist, only to be so startled that she dropped her chopsticks. Zhang Ziling. Chapter 9. The conflict in the restaurant. Do you not lack funds? Zhang Ziling remarked with a faint smile, releasing Chu Chi's wrist and taking a seat across the table. "My heavens, Ziling's girlfriend is astonishingly beautiful." Upon entering, Cheng Huang caught sight of Zhang Ziling smiling as he grasped Chu Chi's wrist. A glance at Chu Chi's profile sent his heart racing. Aye. Chu Chi struggled to articulate her thoughts, her gaze instinctively drifting elsewhere. "Could you perhaps wipe the rice from the corner of your mouth?" Zhang Ziling suddenly interjected. Chu Chi exclaimed, quickly using her hand to brush away the grains clinging to her lips. She then rolled her eyes and glared at Zhang Ziling. "What are you looking at? Don't think that saving me grants you the right to dictate my actions. That is hardly the tone one would expect from a caretaker." Zhang Ziling replied coolly, subsequently summoning a waiter. "Bring 2 additional sets of chopsticks." "Hey, I have no funds to treat you," Chu Chi exclaimed, her irritation mounting as she noticed Zhang Ziling's audacity to sit beside her and even invite another person. "Beautiful, miss, this is a misunderstanding." Cheng Huang interjected with a bittersweet smile, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially presumed. "Let us set that aside for now," Zhang Ziling said, lifting a fresh wine glass and pouring himself a drink. "Did you not claim to be unable to pay your rent? How then do you afford to dine here? The prices on this menu are rather steep." Aye, this is all I possess," Chu Chi finally managed to articulate after a prolonged struggle. "It seems you are determined to remain here indefinitely." Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes and chuckled, saying, "Then you shall move out today." "Ziling, are you two living together?" Cheng Huang gazed at Zhang Ziling with eyes filled with envy. "Don't." As soon as Chu Chi heard Zhang Ziling's words, she exclaimed, "If you force me out, I will be doomed. I barely managed to escape today." Upon saying this, Chu Chi suddenly covered her mouth with her hands. "Escape? Zhang Ziling inquired thoughtfully. And no, it's nothing. If you wish to, then please do. I shall take it all in stride. Chu Qi quickly shifted the topic. Zhang Ziling chose not to dwell on the matter further and smiled at Cheng Huang, saying, Cheng Huang, it seems you have to bear the expenses this time. Cheng Huang gazed at the pouting Chu Qi, her face filled with grievance, and immediately responded with a wry smile. Never mind, I shall treat you after all. It's not as if I'm lacking in funds. Really? The moment Chu Qi heard this, her eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, truly. Cheng Huang found himself momentarily unprepared for such an exuberant lady. All right then, I, Chu Qi, shall consider you my friend. Chu Qi boldly seized her wine glass and declared, let us toast to this. With that, she downed her drink in one gulp, set the glass down on the table, and called out to the server, Sir, please add sweet and sour ribs, 3 cups of chicken, cashew shrimp, and boiled beef. Cheng Huang stared in astonishment as Chu Qi rattled off an extensive list of dishes. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, isn't that a bit too much? Too much? With a quizzical tilt of her head, Chu Qi set aside her doubts and closed the menu. Deciding to order these dishes for now. You eat so much, yet you don't know how to cook? Zhang Ziling inquired, observing Chu Qi devouring her meal with fervor. Well, it's not like I need to. After a brief pause, she swallowed her food, patted her chest, and added, what I mean is, I usually just eat instant noodles. As the trio conversed, a familiar voice interrupted their dialogue. Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang turned to see Jiang Jingsheng approaching, embracing an unfamiliar, alluring woman. Zhang Ziling instinctively furrowed his brow at the sight, while Cheng Huang's eyes clouded with a hint of discontent. Brother Jiang, is this your friend? The enchanting woman nestled against Jiang Jingsheng inquired. Just an old classmate from before, Jiang Jingsheng replied, planting a tender kiss on the woman's forehead. Oh, the woman remarked. Noticing Jiang Jingsheng's indifference towards Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang, her gaze inadvertently landing on Chu Qi, who was indulging in her meal. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes as she muttered softly, Glutton, you'll end up as fat as a pig. Before you speak of others, consider your own situation, Zhang Ziling replied coolly. The enchanting woman suddenly gasped, surprised that her words had reached his ears. She nestled closer into Jiang Jingsheng's embrace, tracing circles on his chest as she playfully remarked, Brother Jiang, I'm hungry. All right. Jiang Jingsheng indulgently pinched the charming woman's cheek, eliciting a delightful laugh from her. Zhang Ziling, it appears this restaurant has limited seating left. How about this? Could you relinquish your table for me? Jiang Jingsheng extracted 10,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the stack of money, Chu Qi couldn't help but furrow her brow, gradually setting down her chopsticks and lifting her gaze to meet Jiang Jingsheng's. It was then that Jiang Jingsheng truly noticed Chu Qi's beauty, causing a stirring in his heart and a slight acceleration in his pulse as his thoughts began to race. The enchanting woman clearly sensed the shift in Jiang Jingsheng's gaze and intermittently cast flirtatious glances his way, managing to draw his attention back to her. We want to change our minds. Take your money away, Zhang Ziling stated calmly, not even glancing at the 10,000 yuan. I know, you think it's too little. Jiang Jingsheng chuckled, producing another 10,000 yuan to place on the table. Jiang Jingsheng, we've agreed not to switch. You should leave. Cheng Huang interjected coldly. Jiang Jingsheng squinted at Cheng Huang before responding with a smile. Cheng Huang, I understand you still harbor feelings about that matter. Fine. I will add another 20,000. Consider it compensation. Jiang Ge, isn't this excessive? It seems to me that they are merely attempting to swindle money from us. We can simply choose not to dine in this wretched establishment. The alluring woman spoke rather loudly, causing those at the nearby tables to take notice, their brows furrowing slightly as they instinctively set down their chopsticks. Tian, lower your voice. Jiang Jingsheng was acutely aware that many patrons of this restaurant possessed significant backgrounds, and the owner was no ordinary individual. Although the enchanting woman was puzzled as to why Jiang Jingsheng insisted on bringing her to this place, she refrained from further comments since he had initiated the conversation. Cheng Huang, what is he referring to? Zhang Ziling inquired, having noticed the shadow of gloom in Cheng Huang's eyes. Oh, it's nothing. Cheng Huang swiftly composed himself. Let's go. My appetite has vanished. Are you unaware of that matter? Jiang Jingsheng feigned surprise. I assumed Cheng Huang would confide in you, his brother. Jiang Jingsheng, Cheng Huang suddenly shouted, do not press me. That situation is not my fault. Your parents obstructed the relocation themselves, refusing to move. Zhang Ziling shrugged nonchalantly. I understand the elderly's reluctance to leave their homes. But the house has already been demolished. Surely it shouldn't lead to a fit of rage? Bang! Cheng Huang slammed his palm on the table, yelling at Zhang Ziling. Enough! Zhang Ziling, do not think I fear you. I have endured this for far too long. Seeing Cheng Huang's mask slip, Zhang Ziling's demeanor darkened as he retorted. Who do you think you are? A mere commoner. What right do you have to show me disrespect? Even if I were to personally take the lives of your parents, the court would absolve me of any wrongdoing. Do you understand? You wretched beast. Cheng Huang abruptly rose to his feet and swung a fist toward Zhang Ziling's face, only to be intercepted by a bodyguard rushing in from behind. Look at the state of society today, resorting to violence? Zhang Ziling sneered, saying, this is the chasm that separates us. The Zhang family possesses 100 ways to bring about your demise. Beside them, Zhang Ziling's expression darkened as he stood up and grasped Cheng Huang's arm, addressing Zhang Ziling. I have no desire for bloodshed today, so be gone. Who do you think you are? Just because I engage you in conversation does not mean we are old classmates. Zhang Ziling pointed at Zhang Ziling, threatening. Do you believe I can make you both vanish by nightfall? Zhang Ziling seized Zhang Ziling's finger, applying pressure until his fingers were bent painfully against his own hand. Ah! Zhang Ziling exclaimed, clutching his hand as spasms coursed through his body. You're just standing there. Get involved. Observing this, a nearby bodyguard raised his fist to strike Zhang Ziling, only to have it caught effortlessly and thrown aside, landing on the pavement with a thud that startled many onlookers. Why you? Zhang Ziling stammered, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. You deserve to die? Zhang Ziling replied coldly, just as he was about to take action when Cheng Huang pulled him back. Ziling, do not act impulsively. As the surging spiritual power within Zhang Ziling gradually subsided, he deftly twisted his hand, dislocating Zhang Ziling's shoulder, and subsequently hurled him aside, where he collided with the security guard. Having completed this act, Zhang Ziling turned to the enchanting woman beside him and commanded, leave. The alluring lady, visibly startled, fled in disarray, with the assistance of the bodyguards. Zhang Ziling struggled to his feet and shouted at Zhang Ziling, you will pay for this. My Zhang family will not let you off the hook. After uttering this threat, Zhang Ziling was helped into a vehicle and departed in haste. Zhang Ziling dismissed Zhang Ziling's menacing words and instead turned to Cheng Huang, inquiring, are you all right? I'm fine, Cheng Huang replied, waving his hand. Let's go. Chu Chi, I sincerely apologize for today. It's quite all right. You all go ahead. I'll pack up these dishes, Chu Chi responded, shaking her head. Understood. I shall treat you all to dinner next time, Cheng Huang said with a forced smile as he exited. Zhang Ziling glanced at Chu Chi and remarked, come back early, though dinner won't be prepared. The household chores still await. Got it. Chu Chi pouted in reply. Once Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang had left, Chu Chi turned to the guests at the adjacent table and sweetly smiled. Uncle Wang, could you lend a hand to Chia? The guest shook his head with a chuckle. I truly cannot help but be exasperated with you, my dear girl. Uncle Wang is the best. Chapter 10. The intruder. Cheng Huang, are you all right? Zhang Ziling inquired with concern after they exited the restaurant. I'm fine. Today has been troublesome. I feel rather fatigued and shall return home now, Cheng Huang replied, waving his hand dismissively as he hailed a taxi. You should attend the reunion. It would be good to see those friends from the past. Yes, I will go. Zhang Ziling nodded in agreement. Until we meet again at the reunion. Cheng Huang forced a smile before entering the taxi. As he watched the taxi drive away, an icy glint appeared in Zhang Ziling's eyes, and he murmured to himself, Zhang Ziling, of the Zhang family? Some matters are far more terrifying than death. Upon uttering these words, a sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky. Zhang Ziling squinted up at the heavens, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. Does this world seek to impose limitations on me? Without uttering another word, he made his way home. Upon his arrival, he found that Chu Chi had not yet returned. Deciding to take a shower, he removed his shirt and prepared to enter the bathroom. Just then, his phone rang. Who could be calling me at this hour? Zhang Ziling wondered as he answered the call, only to hear a middle-aged man's voice on the other end. Chi, why have you gone out again? Do you have any idea how worried I am? The man's tone was somewhat stern yet tinged with affection. You have dialed the wrong number, Zhang Ziling replied coldly, disconnecting the call and casting the phone aside. Not long after, the phone rang again. Who are you? Where is Chu Chi? The middle-aged man's tone on the other end turned cold. Chu-Chi. Zhang Ziling chuckled. She hasn't returned yet, so stop calling. He hung up the phone and turned it off before heading to take a shower. Although Zhang Ziling dismissed the call with such ease, he was unaware of the turmoil brewing on the other side of the line. In the heart of Nanzhou City lies a quiet villa district. Despite its central location, it exudes an unusual tranquility. Not only is it serene, but it is also encircled by an artificial river, adding to its allure. In a city where land is precious, the existence of such a villa enclave signifies that its residents are among the elite wealthy. Even the illustrious Jiang family does not possess the privilege to acquire a villa here. Within one of the opulent residences in this district, a middle-aged man angrily hurled his phone away, exclaiming, "Still not home? How audacious! This girl is living with another man behind my back." She's grown wings. Chi-Chi had always been averse to that engagement, yet he insisted on forcing her into it. You know her temperament all too well, don't you? Beside the middle-aged man sat an elegant woman, who spoke softly. At her age, it's only natural to be in love. Chi-Chi has done nothing wrong. You have spoiled her. The man retorted. This engagement was mandated by those in Kyoto. How could I refuse? Can't we find someone else? A cloud of worry inevitably settled upon the face of the middle-aged woman. How can we refuse? You are well aware of that family. The middle-aged man remarked with a hint of irritation. I would prefer not to, but this engagement. Do not be angry. Since we find ourselves in this predicament, we can only allow Chi-Chi to relish the present moment a bit longer. After all, the time has not yet come, the woman consoled, placing her hand over his. Alas, we must bring Chi-Chi back. If that family discovers she is living with another man. The man sighed, gazing out the window. His eyes filled with profound concern. I'm back, Chu-Chi announced, entering with a multitude of food containers, only to find the house empty. After searching for a while, she finally heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Taking a shower. Chu-Chi mused, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Last time, you barged in on me in the bathroom and took advantage of me. This time, let us see how I repay you. Stealthily, Chu-Chi approached the bathroom, her gaze landing on the pile of clothing. With a swift motion, she discreetly seized one of Zhang Ziling's garments. A sly grin spread across her face as she reveled in her successful ploy. Hee, without clothes, how will you emerge? Just as she envisioned Zhang Ziling pleading with her to return his attire, the bathroom doors suddenly swung open, revealing Zhang Ziling wrapped in a towel. His well-defined upper body on full display before Chu-Chi. Chu-Chi's mind momentarily froze, leaving her in a daze as she stared blankly at Zhang Ziling while clutching his clothing. Thank you, Zhang Ziling said casually, approaching her with composure. He took his garments from her hands and returned to his room. Oh, right. Next time, please hand me the clothes a bit closer, to spare me the extra steps. Unaware of the implications of his actions, Zhang Ziling turned back to instruct Chu-Chi. Oh, she responded instinctively as he retreated to his bedroom. But the memory of the earlier incident flooded her mind, causing a blush to creep all the way to her ears. How noisy it is at this hour. Such a lack of consideration. After putting on his clothes, Zhang Ziling slightly opened his eyes to utter a remark before closing them again, settling down to meditate. That insufferable Zhang Ziling. Perverse Zhang Ziling. Chu-Chi sat cross-legged on the sofa, clutching a pillow and fervently gnashing her teeth as she muttered to herself. Just then, the lights in the living room suddenly extinguished, startling her. Zhang Ziling, what are you up to now? Chu-Chi, brimming with indignation, was about to shout when a strong hand covered her mouth, and she found herself pressed against the sofa. Her eyes widened in shock as she noticed another figure climbing through the window, brandishing a length of rope. Kidnapping? The word struck her, igniting a desire to resist. But the grip of her captor was overwhelming. She could barely move her body. Dare to kidnap me, the young lady. In a moment of desperation, Chu-Chi experienced a flash of inspiration and abruptly relinquished her resistance, allowing her body to relax. The individual restraining her, noticing her surrender, momentarily lowered his guard and extended a hand to grasp the coarse rope. Seizing the opportunity, Chu-Chi bit down hard on the flesh of his palm, eliciting a pained cry from him as he instinctively released his grip. Capitalizing on this moment, she delivered a powerful kick to his groin, causing him to curl up on the ground, writhing in agony. The assailant holding the rope quickly regained his composure and lunged towards Chu-Chi, only to be repelled by a swift kick from her. I am a blue belt in Taekwondo, she declared, reveling in her success. However, she was unprepared for the rapid recovery of the man on the floor, and in a moment of carelessness, she found herself bound by the rope. A cloth was stuffed into her mouth, rendering her speechless, and she could only helplessly gaze at Zhang Ziling's bedroom, yearning for the door to open. Yet, considering their brief acquaintance and the debt she owed him, she doubted he would risk his life to save her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze dimmed, and she surrendered to despair. I cannot allow him to be put in danger, Chu Qiling resolved, beginning to contemplate her escape. Exit through the window, and do so discreetly. One of the robbers whispered, producing a highly specialized grappling hook. Hurry up, the robber binding Chu Qiling commanded, lifting her with urgency in his voice. At that moment, the lights in the room were switched on, and Chu Qi clearly discerned the appearances of the two individuals, her eyes widening in astonishment as she evidently recognized them. Gentlemen, such haste. Where are you taking my little maid? Zhang Ziling leaned against the doorway, a smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the two men clad in black. Chu Qi felt a surge of emotion upon witnessing Zhang Ziling stepping forward. She thought, since you have come forth to risk your safety for me, I shall overlook the term little maid. One of the assailants, realizing their scheme had been unveiled, remained unperturbed and addressed Zhang Ziling, saying, this matter does not concern you. I suggest you return to your slumber quietly to avoid undeserved misfortune. Does not concern me? Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, finding the jest rather amusing. Let me caution you once more. Return to your room at once, forget about Chu Qi, and we shall treat this incident as if it never occurred. Noticing Zhang Ziling's lack of fear, the thug continued with his threats. It appears you have come here with premeditated intent. Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Who is this person? The two assailants felt a jolt of alarm. The young man before them radiated an air of lethal intent that only those seasoned by years of bloodshed could possess. As retired Special Forces soldiers, they recognized this truth all too well. Beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads, and their expressions grew serious, with one of them drawing a military knife. Upon witnessing one of the assailants brandishing a military dagger, Chu Qi was instantly engulfed by panic. She possessed no understanding of the art of killing, only the stark realization that this weapon was capable of taking a life. Charge! The two robbers exchanged a glance before lunging at Zhang Ziling. Observing the assailants, resembling two famished tigers, Zhang Ziling merely smiled, deftly sidestepping their attacks. With a swift combination of a punch and a kick, the two robbers were sent sprawling, the military knife now firmly in Zhang Ziling's grasp. Ignoring the incapacitated assailants on the ground, Zhang Ziling approached Chu Qi with a measured calmness, assisting her in severing the ropes binding her and removing the cloth gagging her mouth. Noticing Chu Qi's dazed expression, he gently inquired, are you all right? Chapter 11. Zhang Ziling's girlfriend? Having just rescued Chu Qi, Zhang Ziling observed as the two robbers, sensing the precariousness of their situation, leapt out of the window. With narrowed eyes, he gazed outside, a smile gracing his lips as he prepared to pursue them, only to be restrained by Chu Qi. Do not chase them, she urged, shaking her head as she held onto Zhang Ziling's hand. After a brief pause, Zhang Ziling acquiesced to her wishes, opting instead to carry Chu Qi to the sofa. Do you know them? He inquired. Yes. And who are they? They are my father's bodyguards. Oh. With that, Zhang Ziling stood up, intending to return to his bedroom. Hey, aren't you going to ask anything else? Chu Qi exclaimed, springing up to stop him, only to inadvertently tug at her injury and collapse back onto the sofa. Upon hearing her cry of pain, Zhang Ziling turned and fixed his gaze upon her. Are you injured? He asked, his eyes locking onto hers. Yes. I scraped my foot. Chu Qi felt a flush creep to her cheeks under Zhang Ziling's intense scrutiny, her voice barely a whisper. Zhang Ziling's gaze swept down her form, and he approached her, kneeling beside her. What are you going to do? She stammered, her face flushed. Extend your foot, he commanded, his words imbued with an irresistible allure, prompting Chu Qi to reluctantly stretch out her injured foot. Zhang Ziling grasped her smooth, pale ankle, the coolness of his touch sending a shiver through her. Do not move. When Chu Qi's ankle was grasped by Zhang Ziling's warm palm, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her foot, but Zhang Ziling's grip was firm and unyielding. Thump, thump, thump. As the warmth radiated from her ankle, Chu Qi's heart raced increasingly faster. Her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue. Yet, she dared not move again, allowing Zhang Ziling to hold her ankle. Zhang Ziling soon utilized his spiritual energy to heal Chu Qi's injury and looked up to her, saying, The wound is healed. Just rest for a while. Chu Chi gazed at the previously scraped area, now perfectly restored, her mouth agape in astonishment as she inquired, "How did you manage that?" "Enough. Go back to sleep." Zhang Ziling did not respond to her question, but instead rose and returned directly to his bedroom. Stingy. Chu Chi pouted as she quietly grumbled while staring at Zhang Ziling's retreating figure. "I can hear you," Zhang Ziling replied without turning back, startling Chu Chi. Night fell, and some remained restless. "Chu uncle, the man living with the young lady is quite formidable. We have not succeeded." The two bodyguards, dressed in formal attire, stood respectfully before a middle-aged man. Defeated by him single-handedly? The middle-aged man pondered, "Let us set aside Chi for now. Investigate this man's background." "Understood." The two bodyguards responded, preparing to take their leave. "Wait." The middle-aged man called out to the two abductors once more. "Chu uncle, is Chi doing well?" The middle-aged man inquired. The young lady appeared quite joyful. "That's good. You may go now." The middle-aged man rose and approached the window, gazing dreamily at the moonlit sky. Chi, your father too is in a position of necessity." As the sun ascended high, Zhang Ziling reclined on the sofa in a shirt, engrossed in the television, while Chu Chi, donned in an apron, expressed her discontent as she waved a mop in front of him. "How many days have passed? There's still no news from the auction. Without money, how can we procure the medicinal herbs? Am I to venture into the deep mountains and forests myself?" Just as Zhang Ziling pondered the feasibility of this plan, his phone rang. "Ziling, isn't there a class reunion today? Have you arrived yet?" It was Cheng Huang on the line. "Class reunion?" Zhang Ziling paused. "I nearly forgot." "Goodness, are you out of your mind? It's about to start. Hurry over," Cheng Huang exclaimed, losing his temper on the other end. "Forget it. Where are you? I'll drive over to pick you up. It'll be quicker." "All right." After providing his address, Zhang Ziling hung up, only to suddenly sense a fragrant breeze beside him. "What are you doing?" Zhang Ziling turned to see Chu Chi nearly pressing her face against his. "Are you going to the class reunion?" Chu Chi discarded the mop and seated herself beside Zhang Ziling. "Yes," Zhang Ziling replied, rising to change into a different outfit. "I want to go too," Chu Chi exclaimed, abruptly grasping the hem of Zhang Ziling's shirt. "What are you doing? You left, and there's no food at home. What am I supposed to eat for lunch?" Chu Chi tugged at Zhang Ziling's sleeve, refusing to let go. "Are you the maid, or am I?" Upon hearing Chu Chi's reasoning, a vein pulsed on Zhang Ziling's forehead. Reflecting on the past few days, Zhang Ziling felt a surge of frustration. Originally, Chu Chi had forcefully taken up residence here in the guise of a maid. And at the very least, cooking should have been her responsibility, shouldn't it? However, ever since Zhang Ziling had asked Chu Chi to prepare a meal, she had merely presented 2 bowls of instant noodles on the table, then gazed at him with wide, pitiful eyes. Emotionless, Zhang Ziling discarded the noodles and personally prepared a feast. After that, Chu Chi had completely latched onto him, insisting he enter the kitchen each time. As if that weren't enough, even getting Chu Chi to clean the room had required Zhang Ziling to threaten her with not cooking. How could Zhang Ziling not be exasperated? Just as the two were embroiled in their argument, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Zhang Ziling was met by Cheng Huang. "Why are you dressed like that?" Cheng Huang scrutinized Zhang Ziling with disdain before saying, "Forget it, let's go." As Cheng Huang reached to pull Zhang Ziling along, he suddenly recalled something. Halting in his tracks and glancing back into the house. "Sister-in-law, are you coming? The class reunion allows family members." Cheng Huang called out to the despondent Chu Chi sitting on the sofa. "Me?" Chu Chi was momentarily taken aback, her eyes darting as she propped herself up from the sofa and exclaimed, "Why wouldn't I go? She isn't my girlfriend." Zhang Ziling, remaining composed beside her, replied, "She is merely my housekeeper." "Ziling." Chu Chi's voice suddenly softened, casting a wistful gaze at Zhang Ziling as she lamented, "You've seen her in her entirety. Yet you say such things. Brother, you." Cheng Huang observed Zhang Ziling with a peculiar expression, playfully nudging him with his elbow. "You certainly move swiftly. I'll head downstairs to start the car. You two should hurry along." With that, Cheng Huang left Zhang Ziling alone and descended the stairs. Zhang Ziling found himself at a loss for words, yet he was disinclined to offer any explanations. He decided to let Chu Chi accompany him to the class reunion without further protest. Humph. As Chu Chi walked past Zhang Ziling, she shot him a triumphant glare, as if she were the victor. Zhang Ziling watched her descend, shaking his head with a smile. "Truth be told, among the myriad of women I have encountered over the millennia, your disposition is indeed unique." Chu Qi turned back in confusion. What did you say? Nothing. Let us be on our way, Zhang Ziling replied nonchalantly, taking her hand and drawing her into an embrace. Hey, what are you doing? Chu Qi felt her heart race as Zhang Ziling suddenly pulled her close. Weren't you pretending to be my girlfriend? Zhang Ziling lifted the hand that held Chu Qi, smiling as he added, consider this an interest. You, shameless. Although Chu Qi uttered such words, she ultimately did not break free from Zhang Ziling's grasp, allowing him to lead her onward. Chapter 12. The class reunion. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the Jiang Zhizue Hotel. High school classmates. I wonder how many I can still remember? Zhang Ziling mused as he stepped out of the car, gazing at the hotel. Having been away from home for 8,000 years, the number of old acquaintances whose faces Zhang Ziling could recall was indeed scant. Enough of this reminiscing. Cheng Huang interjected as he followed suit. Class reunions nowadays resemble sycophancy. If you've done well, everyone flocks around you. If not, well, you're left with forced smiles. Then why did you drag me here? Zhang Ziling chuckled at Cheng Huang's words. Isn't there a lingering sentiment? Cheng Huang shrugged. Even if we've nearly forgotten one another. Humans are inherently nostalgic. Attending this reunion is merely to fulfill a personal wish. Those who struggle often yearn for the past, while those who thrive wish to reconnect with old friends. What meaning is there in flaunting success and solitude? All right, let's head inside. Chu Qi interrupted the conversation, positioning herself between the two. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Very well, we shall heed your words. Cheng Huang, momentarily pulled from his melancholic reverie, broke into a smile. Just as the three were about to enter, another taxi pulled over, and a striking woman clad in a short skirt and sheer black stockings stepped out, her high heels clicking on the pavement. Isn't that Tang Yu? Cheng Huang, with keen eyes, recognized her instantly and discreetly nudged Zhang Ziling. She has become even more beautiful. I understand, Zhang Ziling replied indifferently, showing little regard for Tang Yu as he strode into the hotel. The innocence of the past had long been washed away by 8,000 years of time, though Zhang Ziling merely lacked the inclination for pleasantries. Tang Yu perceived the situation differently. Cheng Huang, Ziling. Tang Yu called out to the two. Wait for me. Tang Yu. Cheng Huang chuckled awkwardly, unsure of what to say. While he remained oblivious to the nature of Tang Yu's relationship with Jiang Jingxing, he was acutely aware of her past connection with Zhang Ziling. Even so, it might have sufficed for two old classmates to reminisce about the beautiful memories of yesteryears. However, with Chu Qi, the current beloved, standing beside Zhang Ziling, tilting her head to observe the woman before her, the situation grew increasingly tense. As the saying goes, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Cheng Huang was now more frantic than Zhang Ziling. Tang Yu approached in her high heels, casting a glance at Chu Qi before dismissing her with indifference, turning her gaze toward Zhang Ziling. Although Chu Qi was undeniably beautiful, even strikingly so, her attire resembled that of a maid, disheveled and dirty, akin to a poor girl from the countryside. It could be said that her clothing concealed her beauty. Ziling, that day I wasn't. Tang Yu's voice fell to a whisper. You know, I was left with no choice. That day? Cheng Huang interjected, puzzled. Have you two met before? Yes. A few days ago, Zhang Ziling nodded. Let us head inside. Although Chu Qi usually appeared carefree and untroubled, she possessed a keen sensitivity during pivotal moments. She quickly discerned the unspoken bond between Zhang Ziling and Tang Yu, which stirred a pang of emotion within her. Yet, unbeknownst to her own motives, she impulsively intertwined her arm with Zhang Ziling's, striving to draw her body closer to him, much like a little girl fearful of losing her cherished doll to another. Tang Yu observed their intimate display with a smile, choosing not to dwell on it excessively. In this world, without wealth, one holds no claim to anything. As she elegantly strode past Zhang Ziling in her high heels, she graciously remarked, Shall we proceed inside? Everyone is awaiting us. Gazing at Tang Yu's polished silhouette and then at her own scuffed sneakers, Chu Qi pouted, thinking that if not for her lack of preparation, she would not be outshone by anyone. Humph. Like a protective little tiger, she grasped Zhang Ziling's arm and led him into the hotel. What are you doing? Zhang Ziling chuckled at Chu Qi's demeanor. Since I am graciously pretending to be your girlfriend, I shall commit to the role wholeheartedly. Chu Qi justified her actions with a grin. Zhang Ziling merely shook his head in bemusement, yet he found amusement in the situation. For it was he who was not at a disadvantage. As a few individuals entered the reserved private room, they immediately observed two distinct groups. One side was adorned in sophisticated attire, their demeanor exuding vitality and confidence, while the other side, dressed in garments akin to those of Zhang Ziling, wore more commonplace clothing. Despite their cheerful expressions, Zhang Ziling discerned a hint of forced smiles among them. It appeared that an unspoken hierarchy had naturally emerged within the gathering. Zhang Ziling surveyed the room, but did not spot Jiang Jingsheng. Most of his classmates were unfamiliar to him. The pervasive air of pragmatic interest within the room quickly dulled his enthusiasm, leaving him rather disenchanted with the notion of a reunion. Cheng Huang seemed to sense Zhang Ziling's shift in mood, letting out a soft sigh as he led him to a more secluded spot. After exchanging polite greetings with a few old classmates, they settled into a comfortable silence. When they entered, all eyes were drawn to Tang Yu, who was warmly greeted by the others. Consequently, Zhang Ziling and his companions found themselves somewhat overlooked. Taking solace in the quiet, Zhang Ziling engaged in conversation with Cheng Huang, while Chu Qi curiously observed their peers, eager to uncover the true nature of Zhang Ziling's classmates. After Tang Yu finished her pleasantries, she joined the table of successful individuals, delightfully reminiscing about the past. Their conversation, initially focused on high school memories, gradually shifted to the topic of Tang Yu and Zhang Ziling. By the way, is Zhang Ziling here? Inquired a strikingly beautiful woman, glancing around expectantly. It seems I just spotted him, a bespectacled man remarked, suddenly laughing as he pointed towards Zhang Ziling, who was playfully tussling with Chu Qi. There he is. Sigh. It appears he is not faring particularly well either. The glamorous woman cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Ziling's attire, a flicker of contempt flashing in her eyes before her attention drifted elsewhere. You have a discerning eye. Tang Yu. Fortunate that you abandoned him in time. The captivating woman chuckled, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's. Ziling, it seems everyone is talking about you. Cheng Huang whispered to Zhang Ziling, having overheard the conversations from across the room. Indeed, Zhang Ziling replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed. Yes, the disciple of a remarkable master behaves differently. Cheng Huang shrugged in resignation. A remarkable master? Chu Qi's eyes sparkled with interest as she quickly shifted her position to sit beside Cheng Huang. What master? Sister-in-law is unaware? Cheng Huang looked at Chu Qi in confusion. Ziling is studying under a Taoist priest. That individual is extraordinary. Surely, you are familiar with the big boss? The one who monopolizes the herbal market in Sichuan province. He shows great reverence towards Ziling's master. Cheng Huang patted Zhang Ziling's shoulder, thinking to himself that he would need Ziling's protection in the future. A Taoist priest? Chu Qi pondered thoughtfully. No wonder his medical skills are so impressive, and he is so formidable. Chu Qi then grasped Cheng Huang's arm. Quickly tell me more about his past. I am quite intrigued. Sure. Cheng Huang, now animated, rolled up his sleeves and began. Back in the day, we were known as the Black Wind. Zhang Ziling grasped Cheng Huang's chair and shifted it aside, taking a seat between the two. What are you doing? Chu Qi asked, a look of discontent on her face as she regarded Zhang Ziling. You too. Eat more and speak less. Zhang Ziling insisted, shoving a chicken leg into Chu Qi's mouth, his tone shifting as he wished to keep his past obscured. Cheng Huang chuckled awkwardly, refraining from reminiscing about the glory days of the Black Wind duo. Nearby, several classmates noticed the commotion created by the trio and frowned slightly, yet remained silent. After all, none of them had fared particularly well, and knowing they would not meet again after today, they felt little need for pleasantries. Tang Yu discreetly glanced at the situation involving Zhang Ziling, sighed softly, and once more donned a smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with others. Zhang Ziling, when will you truly understand? Not long into the gathering, another individual entered the private room, prompting both parties to rise, their faces brightening as they greeted the newcomer. It was Jiang Jingsheng. Chapter 13. Absurd Slander. General Jiang, you have finally arrived. Come. Let us, your old classmates, raise a toast in your honor. In an instant, the private room erupted into a cacophony of joy and laughter. When Jiang Jingsheng entered, he wore a slightly sullen expression. However, amidst the exuberant cheers of his classmates, a smile gradually broke through, and he became increasingly spirited. After the toasts were completed, the group settled back into their seats. Jiang Jingsheng cast a glance around, and upon spotting Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang, his gaze turned icy, accompanied by a cryptic smile. He then took a seat beside Tang Yu, wrapping an arm around her in full view of everyone. Jingsheng? Tang Yu exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. You. I was wrong last time. I should not have dallied with others. Jiang Jingsheng uttered insincerely, reciting his lines. Indeed, Tang Yu replied softly. Despite a hint of melancholy in her heart, a smile graced her lips as she nestled comfortably against Jiang Jingsheng. Witnessing this scene, the classmates exchanged approving glances, praising the couple for their perfect match. General Jiang, I always knew you two would end up together. You are simply made for each other, someone remarked. I still recall there was someone who dared to compete with you for Tang Yu's affection. Who was that? Utterly presumptuous. Ah, it seems it was Zhang Ziling. And look at him now, not faring so well. The table of successful individuals turned their attention to Zhang Ziling, while several classmates seated near him discreetly shifted their positions to avoid the scrutiny of the group. It is well known that Zhang Ziling and Jiang Jingsheng are at odds. And given the current situation, everyone is aware of which side to align with. One individual's connections can pave the way for their future, while the other holds no value for oneself. Zhang Ziling merely smiled, seemingly indifferent to the circumstances, continuing to enjoy his meal. In contrast, the individuals seated beside him, Chu Qi and Cheng Huang, felt a sense of discomfort and instinctively set down their chopsticks. Zhang Ziling, I recall you and Cheng Huang did not toast just now, did you? Exclaimed a bespectacled man next to Jiang Jingsheng, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with the Jiang family. Indeed, Zhang Ziling, all the classmates have toasted. You too cannot be an exception. Come on. And your girlfriend should also raise a glass to President Jiang. Noticing the smile on Jiang Jingsheng's face, a striking woman immediately recognized this as an opportunity, perhaps even to play the role of a mistress, and thus joined in on the assault against Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling, stop resisting and comply. Your personality truly needs to change. Tang Yu also chimed in, an enigmatic emotion flickering in her eyes. Toast. Why should we toast to him? Before Zhang Ziling could respond, Chu Qi could no longer contain herself and retorted. As a young lady of privilege, she had always been accustomed to being catered to. The striking woman cast a disdainful glance at Chu Qi's shabby attire, a fleeting look of contempt crossing her face. Zhang Ziling, just look at the caliber of girlfriend you have. Such a lack of upbringing. The resplendent woman scoffed. I wonder how you even entered the city. And your attire could certainly use some laundering. You. Chu Qi's face flushed crimson with indignation, rendering her speechless. I know precisely what Chu Qi is like. It is not your place to cast judgment. Zhang Ziling pulled Chu Qi back, his expression darkening slightly. The successful individuals across from them were largely unrecognizable to Zhang Ziling. Since they had already shed their masks of civility, there was no need for him to continue the charade. As a giant, one need not concern oneself with the trivialities of ants. However, when the ants become numerous and bothersome, they must be dealt with. To be frank, I am rather disillusioned by this so-called reunion. Zhang Ziling's tone was remarkably flat, all along. The frog at the bottom of the well has never glimpsed the vastness of the sky. Who do you think you are? The bespectacled man interjected, unable to contain himself. Are you a tycoon or a high-ranking official? Please, have the decency to recognize your own standing before spouting such nonsense. Clad in attire worth only a couple of hundred, you dare to speak of frogs at the bottom of the well? How absurd. Tension filled the private room as classmates discreetly moved to stand opposite Zhang Ziling. On one side stood a group of successful individuals, while on the other were a few ordinary citizens. It was clear how the choice would lean if one were to offend one side. Such is the nature of humanity. Classmates, let us not dwell in anger. Jiang Jingsheng stepped forward to mediate. If you truly understood Zhang Ziling's true nature, you would not be so incensed. Jiang Jingsheng paused momentarily, casting a cold smile at Zhang Ziling, and remarked, not long ago, I encountered him destitute and lent him 20,000 yuan. To my astonishment, merely days later, he approached me once more for funds, and I lent him another 20,000. Yet, he dared to claim it was insufficient and resorted to violence. Had it not been for my bodyguards, I might not have even made it to this reunion. Cease your nonsense. Cheng Huang interjected, interrupting Jiang Jingsheng's ramblings. Indeed, both Cheng Huang and that woman were present. Jiang Jingsheng continued, the three of them have truly lost their minds. Zhang Ziling, I never imagined you to be such a person. From this moment forth, I sever our ties as classmates. Even in poverty, one must possess integrity. And I find it disgraceful to be your classmate. How could a benevolent person like President Jiang lend you money, only for you to repay kindness with malice? In an instant, the majority of the attendees turned against Zhang Ziling. Although a few harbored doubts, they remained silent, swayed by the prevailing sentiment. Merely spectators to the unfolding drama. Beside Jiang Jingsheng, Tang Yu understood the truth yet chose to remain silent. Observing the current situation, Zhang Ziling smirked in satisfaction, quelling the crowd's outcry as he continued with his scheme. Dear classmates, do not be angered. I had already notified a friend of mine prior to my arrival. He oversees this area and will ensure Zhang Ziling is taken into custody. Soon, everyone shall discern the veracity of my claims. Pointing a finger at Zhang Ziling, Zhang Ziling proclaimed loudly, such a person deserves to be incarcerated. Upon witnessing the extent of Zhang Ziling's resolve, the classmates were increasingly inclined to support him. After all, sending someone to the authorities often signifies a defense of one's rights for many individuals. As soon as Zhang Ziling's words fell, two individuals burst into the private room. Zhang Xiao, where's the person you mentioned? Inquired a portly middle-aged man alongside a lean young man, both approaching Zhang Ziling. Old Lu, it's them. Zhang Ziling pointed towards Zhang Ziling and his companions. Old Lu narrowed his eyes and strode towards Zhang Ziling, stating, You lot, come with me. Do you intend to apprehend us without any evidence? Cheng Huang scoffed. You all must be in cahoots. If we go with you, the truth will be twisted into falsehood. Old Lu's expression darkened as he replied sternly, If you are innocent, we would not wrong you. However, if you continue to slander us, do not blame us for being unkind. Old Lu, stop wasting time with them. Take them back immediately. Zhang Ziling sneered from behind. Old Lu exchanged a nod with the young man, and they advanced directly towards Zhang Ziling. Do not attempt to resist, otherwise, matters will escalate. Old Lu warned with a cruel smile, extending his plump hand towards Chu Qi. You scoundrels! Chu Qi retreated a step. Get lost. Zhang Ziling grasped Old Lu's plump hand, yanking it downward with such force that it dislocated Old Lu's shoulder. His fingers tightened their grip, crushing the very hand he held. In a swift motion, he slapped Old Lu out the door, startling a young man nearby, who instinctively recoiled several steps. Old Lu, the young man exclaimed, rushing to the side of the fallen figure. How dare you, Zhang Ziling, act so brazenly? I shall see who can rescue you now. Zhang Ziling, witnessing Zhang Ziling's aggression, felt a surge of delight, though he outwardly reprimanded him with righteous indignation. You dare! Old Lu, racked with pain, could scarcely articulate a coherent sentence, resorting instead to instructing the young man to summon reinforcements. Everyone, block the exits. Do not allow these ruffians to escape. Zhang Ziling, seizing the moment, urged his fellow students to respond, and several burly individuals promptly positioned themselves at the exits. Although fear coursed through them, the students were now convinced of Zhang Ziling's words. After all, who would resort to violence if they were not villains? Seeing the indifferent expressions of his classmates, Cheng Huang's frustration boiled over. Ziling, forget about these people. Let us break through. I refuse to believe they can stop us. To engage in violence and then seek to harm an old classmate, truly wicked. Zhang Ziling continued to stoke the flames of discord. Zhang Ziling cast a measured glance at Zhang Ziling, his chilling gaze silencing the words that lingered on Zhang's tongue, compelling him to instinctively retreat a few paces. As Zhang Ziling gazed at the crowd obstructing their path, his expression grew increasingly somber, and the spiritual energy within him began to stir restlessly. The atmosphere in the private room became unbearably oppressive. Just moments ago, Zhang Ziling had been brimming with arrogance, but suddenly he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation, leaving him momentarily stunned. Were it not for the inconvenience, these individuals before him would have vanished without a trace. However, this was merely a slight inconvenience. A sinister smile crept across Zhang Ziling's lips as he prepared to take action, only to be interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, Zhang Ziling retrieved his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, could not help but smile. Hello, esteemed boss. Chapter 14, The Arrival of the Big Boss Zhang Xiaoyu. The auction is all set. It commences at 8 o'clock this evening. Many prominent figures will be in attendance, so I will rely entirely on you. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with excitement, indicating that the big boss had secured considerable advantages in the organization of this auction. Zhang Ziling held the phone, gazing at the individual across from him, and smiled as he spoke. Big boss, I fear this auction may not proceed as planned. What? The big boss's voice trembled upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words. Xiaoyu, do not jest. What on earth has transpired? The offense of deceiving all the influential figures in the province carries a penalty that would be insurmountable, even for you. I am currently surrounded by a group of individuals along with two officials responsible for this area, who intend to apprehend me and falsely accuse me of robbery. Zhang Ziling's tone remained composed, yet a smile lingered on his face, sending shivers down Jiang Jingsheng's spine. Big Boss. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped Jiang Jingsheng, as the title felt hauntingly familiar. Unbelievable. The Big Boss's voice rose in intensity, laced with anger. Xiu, where are you? I will dispatch someone. No. I shall come personally to resolve this matter. Zhang Ziling regarded Jiang Jingsheng with a hint of amusement, slowly uttering a few words. Jiangzhou Hotel. Having said this, Zhang Ziling ended the call. At this moment, old Lu, supported by the young man, navigated through the crowd to stand beside Jiang Jingsheng, glaring at Zhang Ziling with venomous disdain. You, young man, once you step inside, be prepared. I shall return the favor in kind. Old Lu raised his remaining functional hand, brandishing his phone as he proclaimed, I have already reported to the authorities. More personnel will soon arrive. At that point, I doubt you can withstand real firepower. Provoked by old Lu's words, Jiang Jingsheng's unease gradually dissipated. It was inconceivable that Zhang Ziling had any connections with influential figures. That phone call seemed merely a fade. As for the heart palpitations he had felt earlier, perhaps they were merely the result of having indulged too much, and now that sensation had vanished. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Jingsheng grew increasingly convinced that Zhang Ziling was merely feigning intimidation. Classmates, let us hold on a little longer. This madman will soon be apprehended, and I shall repay you all, Jiang Jingsheng declared. What nonsense is this, Jiang? Even without your words, as citizens, it is our duty to assist in capturing criminals, a striking woman remarked, standing beside Jiang Jingsheng, her bosom tantalizingly close to him. Observing her actions, Jiang Jingsheng felt a flicker of desire and closed his eyes to savor the moment. Tang Yu watched this entire scene unfold, her heart heavy with bitterness. Yet she did not intervene. Instead, she quietly withdrew to the side. Criminal? Cheng Huang chuckled, just as several individuals squeezed through the door. As the group of young individuals burst in, the expressions of Lao Lu and Jiang Jingsheng grew increasingly jubilant. Lao Lu had long been aware of Zhang Ziling's prowess in combat. Had he surrendered obediently earlier, there would have been no need to deploy the personnel he had discreetly stationed nearby. However, engaging in a brawl was fortuitous. This action solidified the charges against them, thus sparing him the inconvenience of fabricating evidence. Brother Lu, where are they? Upon spotting Lao Lu, the young men hurried towards him. It's him. Not only did he commit theft, but he also brazenly attempted to harm me. Lao Lu pointed at Zhang Ziling, including the two beside him. Take them all back. Understood. I dare anyone to try. Just as the group prepared to apprehend Zhang Ziling and his companions, a furious roar echoed from outside the private room. Director Li? The young men were taken aback, glancing towards the entrance. Director Li, what brings you here? Lao Lu, supported by the younger men, looked curiously at the composed middle-aged man weaving through the crowd. Lu Yongkong, you have some audacity. Director Li immediately unleashed a torrent of reproaches at him. At this scolding, Lu Yongkong's demeanor darkened. Though Director Li was his superior, he held a deputy position. Lu's true backing was of a higher rank, rendering him impervious to Li's displeasure. Director Li, what do you mean by that? We are merely conducting official business, Lu Yongkong retorted without hesitation. Meanwhile, those without influential connections stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Lu Yongkong, are you not aware of the chaos you have caused? Bureau Chief Li, unfazed by Lu Yongkong's displeasure, coldly stated. All your affairs have been exposed. The higher-ups have already issued a directive, and you are in no position to protect yourself. What nonsense! Lu Yongkong exclaimed upon hearing Li's words. What are you all waiting for? Take these three back with me. I will seek further instructions. Lu Gu. A few individuals appeared distressed. While they dared not offend Lu Yongkong, they feared even more to cross Bureau Chief Li standing beside him. Jiang Jingsheng was taken aback that Zhang Ziling could summon Bureau Chief Li to intervene. Sensing the situation was dire, he stepped forward to mediate. Bureau Chief, I am Jiang Jingsheng from the Zhang family. He extended a hand. The Zhang family? The Zhang group? Bureau Chief Li raised an eyebrow, yet did not reciprocate the handshake. Jiang Jingsheng retracted his hand in disappointment, a flicker of resentment passing through his mind, but he maintained a smile. Yes, I am the sole heir of the Zhang group. I still hold some influence in this place. A hint of threat laced Jiang Jingsheng's words. Bureau Chief Li's eyes glimmered with disdain. He was unperturbed by Jiang Jingsheng's bravado and replied coolly, arrest Lu Yongkong, and take this Jiang brat back as well. After weighing their options, the individuals moved forward to restrain both Lu Yongkong and Jiang Jingsheng. The sudden shift in the situation left everyone present bewildered as they struggled to comprehend why Mr. Jiang and old Lu were being apprehended. Li Chengyan, I shall return and elucidate all your deeds in meticulous detail. Lu Yongkong, pressed to the ground, struggled to lift his head and threatened Li Chengyan. You shall await your reckoning. Jiang Jingsheng felt no fear. Although he was unaware of how Zhang Ziling had managed to summon Li Chengyan, he regarded the latter with disdain. You, the Jiang group, have already fallen under the acquisition of the Wang family, and your father faces perilous accusations due to bribery. Yet here you are, courting trouble. It is truly a lamentable sight. Just as Jiang Jingsheng was boasting, a middle-aged man entered slowly, flanked by several bodyguards. The boss. Upon seeing the appearance of this man, Jiang Jingsheng's pupils dilated instantly, his heart raced, and his back was drenched in sweat. That phone call from Zhang Ziling was indeed directed to the boss. Chapter 15. Take it all back, is he the big boss? Zhang Ziling's high school classmates gazed in astonishment and curiosity at the imposing middle-aged man, many of whom had heard his name but had never laid eyes on him since Jiang Jingsheng had called him out. It was undeniable that this man was the illustrious figure they had all heard about. Big boss, what you said, is it true? Jiang Jingsheng's heart was filled with disbelief, yet he dared not dismiss the notion, especially as he had witnessed his father wearing a troubled expression these past few days, which had made it difficult for him to enjoy his usual pastimes. The big boss paid no heed to Jiang Jingsheng's inquiry and strode directly toward Zhang Ziling. Young friend, this matter has been resolved, and those who wronged you will be dealt with. As for the auction at 8 o'clock, I will attend, Zhang Ziling replied with a nod, causing the big boss's expression to brighten instantaneously. With a warm smile, the big boss engaged in friendly conversation with Zhang Ziling, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. Why, young friend? Upon hearing the big boss's words, Jiang Jingsheng felt as if struck by lightning, his heart sinking into despair. Lu Yongkong was nearly rendered unconscious by the big boss's remarks, questioning what kind of formidable figure he had inadvertently offended. I should not have listened to Jiang Jingsheng. Lu Yongkong shot a venomous glance at Jiang Jingsheng, his mind rife with curses. The faces of the group of successful individuals burned crimson, at a loss for words. Tang Yu observed Zhang Ziling conversing jovially with the big boss, her expression a mix of emotions as she sighed inwardly. Was I mistaken? The formidable figure cast a fleeting glance at the individuals sprawled on the floor, then addressed Li Chengyan, instructing him to take them away, assuring him that he would return at a later time to assess how they had been dealt with. Li Chengyan nodded in silent acquiescence, offering no further commentary as he signaled for several men to escort Lu Yongkong and the pallid Jiang Jingsheng away. Boss, I am innocent. Jiang Jingsheng deceived me. I had no inkling that this gentleman was wronged. Lu Yongkong suddenly erupted in a frenzy, thrashing about and shouting incessantly. Li Chengyan furrowed his brow and barked at the men. Why are you still here? Take them away. What kind of decorum is this, creating such a ruckus? The others visibly flinched, immediately standing to attention, exclaiming, Yes. Please, you cannot take me. You mustn't apprehend me. Jiang Jingsheng, well aware of the boss's notorious methods, struggled desperately, realizing the dire consequences of being taken back. Someone help me. I can pay you. I possess a fortune. With two men pinning him to the ground, he wailed, casting desperate glances at his classmates, pleading for their assistance. Yet, not a single classmate stepped forward. Even those who had previously lavished him with flattery deliberately distanced themselves, avoiding his gaze. Jiang Jingsheng felt a wave of despair wash over him. To fall into the hands of the boss felt akin to a death sentence. Ziling, save me. For the sake of our past camaraderie, please help me. Jiang Jingsheng's hope rekindled as he clung to the last vestige of possibility, placing his faith in Zhang Ziling. Perhaps Zhang Ziling was still the same compassionate person from their high school days, the one who believed in mercy and redemption. Take them away, Zhang Ziling uttered coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's response, Jiang Jingsheng's face turned ashen, and he began to laugh maniacally. Ha ha, my father will come to rescue me. Just wait for it. Ha ha. Jiang Jingsheng had lost his sanity. Boss, we shall take our leave now. After resolving the matter at hand, Li Chengyan smiled as he bid farewell to his superior. Upon receiving a nod from the boss, Li Chengyan prepared to depart, but was halted by Zhang Ziling. Wait, is there something else, Zhang? Although Li Chengyan had never encountered Zhang Ziling nor was aware of his background, he treated him with courtesy given the boss's demeanor towards Zhang. Take him and her as well. They are both linked to the earlier incident. Zhang Ziling indicated towards the bespectacled man and the striking woman. Upon being pointed at, the two were instantly struck with fear, their faces paling as they stood frozen, their minds blank. The classmates beside them discreetly stepped back. Very well. We will take them for questioning. Li Chengyan nodded, calling back another individual. No. We didn't do anything. The bespectacled man and the striking woman cried out as they saw the tall figure approaching. Panic ensued as they frantically sought help from those around them. Please assist us. Tell them we did not frame anyone. We were completely unaware. As the panicked man stood before his peers, they hastily averted their gazes, fearful of being implicated. The two individuals, observing the distancing crowd with despair etched upon their faces, cried out, "You hypocrites! You incessantly proclaim the importance of camaraderie and mutual assistance among classmates. Yet when one of our own is in peril, you flee faster than anyone else." Their rebuke extinguished the last flicker of guilt within the onlookers, who now regarded the restrained pair with disdain. Were our roles reversed, you would not only refuse to lend a hand, but would likely revel in our misfortune. How dare you criticize us when you know your own true nature? The crowd, filled with contempt, turned their backs on the struggling man and the striking woman, parting ways to grant the tall figure a clear passage to escort them away. Once they had departed, an air of peculiar tension enveloped the room. After orchestrating the scene, the formidable boss cast a cold glance around the assembly of classmates and declared, "Since Ziling has chosen not to pursue this matter further, I shall refrain from intervening as well. Disperse at once and do not linger in my sight." A wave of shock rippled through the students, yet a palpable sense of relief followed as they hurriedly exited. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling of loss permeated their hearts, leaving them with a bitter taste and a hint of regret. Had they chosen to support Jiang Jingsheng rather than remain silent in the face of Zhang Ziling and his companions, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Indeed, we have been merely frogs at the bottom of a well, while others have long transcended our limited perspective, and yet we continue to prance before them like jesters. As everyone departed, their hearts felt as if a myriad of emotions had been unleashed, leaving a bitter taste. Teng Yu gazed at Zhang Ziling, intending to utter a few more words, but upon encountering the indifference in Zhang Ziling's eyes, the brilliance in her own gaze dimmed, and she despondently turned away. Exiting the hotel, "I truly deserve this." Once everyone had left, the private room fell into silence. Even the prominent figure felt a twinge of discomfort, unable to suppress a sigh at the increasingly potent aura emanating from Zhang Ziling. Is this truly the end? The previously silent room was suddenly interrupted by a voice of bewilderment from Chu Qi, who had been hiding at the back. "Chu niece?" The boss finally noticed Chu Qi beside Zhang Ziling, exclaiming, "Why are you dressed like this? I almost failed to recognize you." The boss's endearing address towards Chu Qi left Zhang Ziling and Cheng Huang in astonishment. They knew each other? "Uncle Liu." Chu Qi immediately wore a look of grievance, pouting as she pointed at Zhang Ziling. "I have no money, and this person is forcing me to do this and that." The boss regarded Zhang Ziling with curiosity, then turned his gaze to Chu Qi, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Have you run away from home again, you little rascal?" "Uncle Liu, let us not discuss that." Chu Qi interjected, shaking the boss's arm. "Let South leave this place. I don't like it here." "What does little friend mean?" The big boss gazed at Zhang Ziling. "Let us go. I too am not fond of this place." Zhang Ziling offered a wry smile, but nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us first proceed to my estate. I have prepared several sets of formal attire for you. We shall head to the auction venue at 8 o'clock. The big boss chuckled. "An auction? What auction?" Chu Chi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired. "Sister-in-law, you are not aware?" Cheng Huang exclaimed in astonishment. "Not aware?" Chu Chi cast a reproachful glance at Zhang Ziling. "Ziling intends to auction the youth elixir, which is said to preserve the youth of the young and rejuvenate the elderly." Cheng Huang elucidated for Chu Chi. "Is there truly such a miraculous substance?" Chu Chi expressed her skepticism. "Sister-in-law, you ought not to doubt it," Cheng Huang insisted, raising his hand. "Look at my hand. It is only because I consumed the youth elixir that it has become so radiant and smooth. Your skin seems rather familiar." Chu Chi contemplated as she scrutinized Cheng Huang's hand. "All right, let us depart." Zhang Ziling did not allow Chu Chi to continue her examination of Cheng Huang and took her hand, leading her away. The big boss observed the affectionate pair with a smile, shaking his head. It appears my daughter has little hope. He then turned to Cheng Huang beside him, patting his shoulder, leaving Cheng Huang taken aback. Be big boss. Young man, I have high hopes for you. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? The esteemed boss gazed kindly at Cheng Huang and inquired if he had a girlfriend. My daughter has just turned 18 and is in need of a suitor. Why not pursue her? The boss swiftly altered his strategy. Even if Zhang Ziling was not a viable option, Cheng Huang presented a commendable alternative. He was a close friend of Zhang Ziling, possessed good character, and was not unappealing in appearance. His sole drawback was his financial situation. However, the boss had no such criteria regarding wealth in his standards for a son-in-law. Under the encouraging gaze of the boss, Cheng Huang's mind momentarily faltered. No, it's not that, boss. Though my daughter has high standards, I believe in you. In a few days, I shall arrange for you two to meet. It's settled. With a grand gesture, the boss finalized the arrangement and then left with his bodyguards, leaving Cheng Huang standing dumbfounded. Hey, boss, wait for me. Cheng Huang was momentarily dazed by this unexpected stroke of fortune, and he stumbled after them. Chapter 16. The auction commences at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening. The entrance to the herbal trading market was lined with an array of luxurious vehicles. The surrounding roads were entirely closed off, and even the nearby school was compelled to take a 3-day break, much to the delight of the students. Inside the auction venue, a plethora of notable figures filled the seats, while heavily armed paramilitary officers patrolled the premises. In the shadows lurked numerous retired special forces bodyguards clad in black, surveying the area vigilantly. Surveillance cameras and security personnel were omnipresent, and everyone maintained a heightened state of alert. The presence of any harm to even a single individual here would reverberate throughout the entire Sichuan province, causing palpable tension among the gathered crowd. Ziling, this level of security is rather intimidating, isn't it? Cheng Huang remarked to Zhang Ziling, who was encircled by a cadre of bodyguards. Is that so? You have no idea about the people from the capital. Their operations can be even more extravagant. Chu Qi interjected, gesturing widely with her arms. Mind your demeanor. You are not a caretaker now, so refrain from being overly exuberant, Zhang Ziling cautioned, gently pulling Chu Qi back to avoid drawing the attention of the surrounding dignitaries. Understood, Chu Qi replied, lowering her arms and obediently following Cheng Huang behind Zhang Ziling. Dressed in a striking red backless gown, her skin glimmered like porcelain, with her long, elegant legs subtly revealed as she stepped gracefully in crystal high heels. Her beauty was simply breathtaking, effortlessly capturing the admiration of countless esteemed guests, even without any exaggerated gestures. This left Zhang Ziling feeling somewhat helpless. Initially, Zhang Ziling did not intend to allow Chu Qi to accompany him. However, Chu Qi threatened him with her life. And with Cheng Huang supporting her, Zhang Ziling, out of humanitarian concern for saving a life, reluctantly brought along this neighborly young lady. Why is she referred to as the neighbor's daughter? Despite being the daughter of a prestigious family, Chu Qi possesses a character akin to that of a charming girl next door, and though she could easily spend lavishly, she finds herself impoverished to the extent of having to hire a caretaker for herself. Truly, she is an enigmatic woman. Zhang Ziling chuckled and shook his head. What are you laughing at? Chu Qi suddenly darted to Zhang Ziling's side. You aren't planning to finish the auction and not invite Cheng Huang and me to dinner, are you? Upon hearing Chu Qi's words, Zhang Ziling nearly choked. Invite you to dinner? He looked at her with a bemused expression. Is that all you desire? Well, what more is there? You have food, clothing, and shelter. Surely that suffices? Chu Qi tilted her head, her chest adorned with a shimmering gemstone. After glancing at the gemstone on Chu Qi's chest, Zhang Ziling remarked, if you sell that gemstone, your dreams will come true. Chu Qi quickly covered her chest and glared at Zhang Ziling. What are you looking at? I won't sell this gemstone. Just then, a servant approached, announcing, Sir, the auction is about to begin. The esteemed host requests your presence. Zhang Ziling nodded, then turned to Chu Qi and Cheng Huang, instructing, you two should take your seats for now. The auction will commence shortly. Understood. You may proceed without worry. I have long anticipated this grand auction. Cheng Huang's face radiated excitement. Zhang Ziling replied tersely, following the attendant into the venue. As she watched Zhang Ziling's retreating figure, Chu Qi's eyes flickered with an unusual sentiment, murmuring to herself, this gem must not be sold. It can only be gifted. Sister-in-law? Cheng Huang roused the lost in thought Chu Qi. Shall we enter? Oh, Chu Qi nodded, stepping onto the red carpet alongside Cheng Huang as they ventured into the hall. "Disciple, you have arrived." The old Taoist had been waiting backstage for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhang Ziling enter, he quickly rose to greet him. The old Taoist had scoured ancient texts over the past few days. The last occurrence of such a type of elixir was during the Qin dynasty, the longevity potion consumed by Yingzheng. Since then, no alchemist had managed to concoct such a potion again, despite the emperor's relentless pursuit of immortality through the ages. Not a single alchemist succeeded in creating a potion that could rejuvenate. Although this elixir may not grant eternal life, the mere fact that it can produce several beauty-restoring pills from a single ice spirit herb is truly astounding. One can only imagine the celestial prowess possessed by this seemingly youthful individual before them. As a practitioner of Taoism, the old Taoist could not resist seizing the opportunity to seek guidance from such a high-caliber figure. "Master, I have brought the elixir," Zhang Ziling said with a smile, revealing the beauty-restoring pill, its azure hue resting quietly within the jade box. "Disciple." Upon seeing the elixir, the Taoist was immediately agitated. How could one possibly use such a substandard jade box to contain such a divine potion? "Jade box?" Zhang Ziling remarked with a chuckle as he examined the jade box in his hand. "I thought it would be inappropriate to present it at the auction without a box, so I purchased this one from a street vendor." The old Taoist sputtered, a mouthful of blood escaping him as his internal spiritual energy became chaotic. You, he stammered, trembling as he approached Zhang Ziling. He carefully took the elixir from the jade box, then discarded the box onto the ground. From his robes, he produced a blue jade box and placed the elixir inside it. Zhang Ziling's eyes lit up as he observed the blue box. "Master, how can you use frostlight spirit jade to contain this elixir?" "Why not?" the old Taoist bellowed. "A fine elixir deserves a fine vessel. This ensures that the medicinal properties of the elixir are preserved." Seeing the old Taoist's expression filled with concern, Zhang Ziling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Frostlight spirit jade was considered quite precious in the alternate realm. Typically, only high-tier elixirs were housed in vessels crafted from it. Due to the jade's frigid properties, it effectively locked in the elixir's medicinal qualities, facilitating long-term preservation. However, the youth-retaining pill, which even low-tier alchemists could concoct, was certainly not deserving of such an esteemed container. To a practitioner from the alternate realm, using a common jade box was already the utmost limit. "Very well. I shall heed my master's wishes and allow this youth-retaining pill to remain in this box." Zhang Ziling chuckled and produced another piece of paper to hand to the old Taoist. "If master can procure these medicinal herbs, I can assist you in refining another youth preservation pill." "Really?" The old Taoist's eyes sparkled with excitement as he received the paper, only to have his expression turn sour like a bitter melon. He recognized only a minuscule portion of the herbs listed, and those were exceedingly rare. It appeared that the old Taoist was fated to remain distanced from the youth preservation pill, as he was only aware of the growth locations of a few herbs. With a sigh, the old Taoist said, "No matter, as long as master has news of the herbs, please inform your disciple, and I shall concoct a batch for you." Zhang Ziling smiled, not expecting to acquire many herbs, as these were primarily for refining high-tier pills aimed at rapid recovery of strength. In their absence, one could still use a plethora of lower-tier herbs. It would merely be a tad more troublesome. Is this truly the case? The old Taoist's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Indeed," Zhang Ziling replied with a grin. "Perhaps I can even offer master an unexpected surprise. Since you have said so, I shall make it a point to ascertain the growth locations of some of these herbs after the auction concludes and inform you accordingly. Let it be as you say." "Master." Zhang Ziling felt a surge of joy, surprised to learn that the old Taoist indeed had a way to locate some of the herbs on the list. After their conversation, the old Taoist carefully presented a jade box to Zhang Ziling with both hands. "Taoist, my young friend, the auction is about to commence. Please take the stage." After Zhang Ziling had just received the youth elixir, the esteemed proprietor entered and respectfully addressed the two individuals. "Yes, we shall proceed shortly." The elderly Taoist nodded indifferently, gesturing to Zhang Ziling. After acknowledging the signal, Zhang Ziling ascended the auction stage under the proprietor's guidance. The crimson curtain gradually parted, revealing Zhang Ziling to the audience. The four jade-white columns surrounding the auction platform stood like sentinels guarding the temple of Athena, while the vaulted ceiling overhead was painted a deep black, adorned with an array of crystal chandeliers. The distinguished guests reclined on their crimson seats, poised upon a green mandala wool carpet, adorned in opulent and luxurious attire, with their seating numbers crafted from gold and silver to their right. Clearly, the proprietor had invested significantly in this auction. Unperturbed by the ostentatious atmosphere swirling around him, Zhang Ziling retrieved the Frostlight Spirit Jade Box. Under the watchful gaze of the elite attendees, Zhang Ziling smiled and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our auction is about to commence. And we have but a single item for bidding today." He raised the Frostlight Spirit Jade Box, urging everyone to grasp their bidding paddles and employ every means necessary to secure the coveted item. Now, Zhang Ziling placed his hand upon the Frostlight Spirit Jade Box. Darkness enveloped the room, and he closed his eyes. The crystal chandeliers above extinguished their light, plunging the auction hall into utter darkness. Before the distinguished guests could react in panic, Zhang Ziling swiftly opened the Frostlight Spirit Jade Box. In an instant, the venue was once again illuminated, not by the grand crystal chandelier above, but by the ethereal blue glow emanating from the rejuvenating elixir that floated before Zhang Ziling. The audience erupted in astonishment, with many distinguished figures rising abruptly from their seats, disregarding their composure. It was none other than the rejuvenating elixir. Chapter 17. A Feast of Wealth and Power. Behold the elixir of youth. The moment many distinguished individuals laid eyes upon the pill, suspended in midair and emanating a radiant blue glow, they could hardly contain their excitement. If the legends surrounding the elixir of youth were indeed true, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. For those who are not lacking in wealth and influence, health and longevity have become their singular pursuit, for which they would be willing to pay any price. Dear young man, is it true that the effects of this elixir of youth are as miraculous as they say? An elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire rose, supported by an exquisite beauty, and inquired of Zhang Ziling. Indeed, they are even more remarkable than one could imagine. Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. How can we verify its authenticity? What if it proves to be a hoax? The elder continued to question. Upon winning the auction, you may consume it on the spot. Should the effects fall short of even the slightest claim, I shall refund double the auction price. Zhang Ziling declared without hesitation. Excellent. Young man, I admire your audacity. The elder chuckled and, with the assistance of the stunning beauty, took his seat once more. With Zhang Ziling's bold proclamation, the hearts of the distinguished attendees began to blaze with fervor. It seemed they were all convinced of the elixir's efficacy. Their confidence soared, for in this gathering, no one dared to deceive them. This was the formidable assurance bestowed by wealth and power. Without further ado, the auction commenced, starting at a base price of 1 yuan. With a minimum incremental bid of 100,000 yuan, Zhang Ziling announced with a grin, placing the elixir of youth upon the auction block. The crystal chandeliers illuminated once more, igniting the hearts of all those present. 1 million. Zhang Ziling's words had scarcely faded when a certain dignitary at the back made his bid. Naturally, those seated towards the front held higher status, while those in the rear, aside from enjoying the spectacle, possessed little else in the way of intent. Their bidding served merely to elevate the excitement of the auction. As for socializing, in this auction hall, there existed no such interactions, only the stark realities of wealth and power. Indeed, following that initial bid, all present began to raise their paddles to partake in the competition, yet as the price soared, the bidding gradually concentrated among the first 2 rows, relegating those at the back to mere spectators. Zhang Ziling had anticipated this scenario and was not particularly surprised, continuing with his auction in solitude. However, to his astonishment, the price of the rejuvenation elixir escalated at an astonishing pace, now reaching 1 billion. Having lived for 8,000 years, Zhang Ziling could scarcely comprehend the fervent desire for longevity and health that enveloped those in attendance. Nevertheless, although the rejuvenation elixir was of a lower tier, in the eyes of these dignitaries, it far surpassed the value of higher-tier pills. No one yearns for death, especially those who have long occupied such exalted positions. As the price climbed to such heights, only a handful of elderly gentlemen in the front row remained in contention, their status affording them the greatest desire for the rejuvenation elixir. 1,500,000,000. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, who had previously inquired about Zhang Ziling, spoke once more, his tone remarkably unperturbed, as if the sum of 1,500,000,000 and 10 yuan was trivial. 11 billion. Swiftly echoed a distinguished figure beside him, his demeanor unchanged. In this contest, currency appeared to be nothing more than a pile of worthless paper. With all eyes fixated on the rejuvenating elixir upon the stage, The auction price pulsated in tandem with the collective heartbeat of the crowd. A fervent competition igniting their faces with fervor. Zhang Ziling, with an air of indifference, continued to place his bids. Although the auction price for the rejuvenating elixir had surpassed his initial expectations, he remained as tranquil as a still lake. To him, this sum was merely a sequence of digits. In this regard, he shared a semblance of understanding with the affluent attendees below, their wealth merely a collection of numbers. The singular distinction was that Zhang Ziling presently required these figures to procure medicinal herbs. As for his plans for the money thereafter, he remained undecided. It could either be squandered lavishly or generously donated. As time progressed, the number of bidders dwindled, yet the atmosphere became increasingly charged with a palpable sense of competition. Soon, the auction price for the rejuvenating elixir soared to 20 billion. Only the elderly gentleman in traditional garb and a middle-aged man clad in an 80s-style suit remained in contention. Bid 1, 20 billion, Zhang Ziling stated nonchalantly, as if the sum bore no relevance to him. The middle-aged man sitting beside the traditional elder hesitated momentarily at the quoted price. As the price was about to be raised once more, the elderly gentleman in traditional attire waved his hand. The exquisite beauty at his side approached the middle-aged man, leaning in to whisper something before gracefully departing. The expression on the middle-aged man's face shifted, and then he smiled at the elderly gentleman, stating, "Since old Master Wei desires it so greatly, I shall not contest this rejuvenation elixir on behalf of my father. Please convey to old Master Lin that if he truly wishes for it, he should come personally rather than continually sending his son to spar with me." The elderly gentleman responded nonchalantly. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile and nodded respectfully, assuring, "I will relay your message accurately. 2 billion for the first bid, 2 billion for the second, 2 billion sold." Zhang Ziling remained unfazed by the discussions unfolding below, continuing to announce the auction price until the gavel fell. No one raised their paddle further. All eyes were fixed upon the elderly gentleman in traditional attire. He offered a faint smile, and with the assistance of the beauty beside him, gradually ascended the auction stage. "Young man, this elixir cost me 20 billion. I trust you will not let me down," the elderly gentleman said, his voice warm yet firm, as his withered hand trembled while grasping the rejuvenation elixir. "Rest assured," Zhang Ziling replied with dignified composure, stepping aside. The elderly gentleman regarded Zhang Ziling with appreciation, nodding in acknowledgement before, under the watchful gaze of all present, swallowing the rejuvenation elixir. At that moment, no one dared to blink. Everyone was eager to discover the extraordinary properties of this elixir valued at 20 billion. The atmosphere in the room gradually solidified, and the elderly gentleman in traditional attire closed his eyes. Upon the ingestion of the rejuvenating pill, a surge of medicinal energy enveloped his entire being. Soon, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the silver strands of his hair swiftly transformed to a deep black. His previously frail physique began to swell with vitality, and his wrinkled skin gradually regained its smoothness. How is this possible? All present stood up in disbelief, their eyes wide as they beheld the remarkable transformation of the elderly man. Witnessing such a phenomenon was a shock far beyond mere hearsay. Zhang Ziling realized that if he were to present another rejuvenating pill at this moment, its value would soar, attracting not only local competitors from Sichuan province, but also prominent figures from across the nation. Before long, the elderly man discarded his cane, his once stooped back straightened, and his murky gaze became clear and radiant, his silver hair replaced by a lustrous black. The elderly gentleman had transformed from a figure in his 70s into a robust man in his 50s. Ha ha! A hearty laugh erupted from the elderly man, who not only appeared younger, but had also shed years of hidden ailments. Wonderful! Marvelous! Grandfather! The stunning beauty beside him stared in awe, utterly unable to recognize the vigorous middle-aged man before her as her ailing grandfather. As they witnessed the miraculous transformation of the elderly gentleman, an indescribable wave of astonishment coursed through the hearts of all present. In an instant, the news of the rejuvenating elixir that had restored the youth of the elderly gentleman in traditional Tang attire spread like wildfire across the vast expanse of the divine land. Countless high-ranking officials and affluent individuals were abruptly roused from their slumber by the incessant ringing of their telephones. This night was destined to be one where many would find it impossible to close their eyes in repose. Chapter 18. Astonishment engulfs all. Dear young friend, do you still possess any of the rejuvenating elixirs? The multitude of distinguished guests, witnessing the transformation of the elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire, could no longer contain their excitement. They eagerly inquired whether Zhang Ziling had another vial available, declaring their willingness to spare no expense to acquire it. Alas, Zhang Ziling's interest in monetary matters had waned significantly, rendering it impossible for him to divulge that he still held one in his possession. Disappointment swept through the assembly of illustrious figures as they departed, causing the thoroughfares to teem with an array of luxury vehicles. While armed helicopters patrolled the skies, and armed police remained vigilant through the night. Before long, most attendees of the auction had vacated the premises, leaving only the elderly gentleman in traditional garb and his granddaughter. Young friend, should you be interested, I extend an invitation for you to visit my Wei family. The elderly man presented a black and gold business card, which bore nothing but a sequence of digits and an embossed name, Wei Chun. This name instilled awe throughout the entire Sichuan province, and it was equally renowned in Kyoto. Wei Chun, the head of the Wei family, wielded immense power and influence. The possession of a business card bearing Wei Chun's name was tantamount to unparalleled honor. Of course, Zhang Ziling was unaware of this significance. He casually accepted the seemingly prestigious black and gold card. Observing Zhang Ziling's composed demeanor, Wei Chun found himself increasingly impressed, silently admiring the young man's fortitude. Yun, let us return home. After Wei Chun concluded his business here, he prepared to return. However, just as he was about to depart, it seemed he recalled something and turned to Zhang Ziling, saying, "Look at this old fool of mine, always forgetting something. My daughter is still quite young and hasn't a grandfather." Wei Yun interjected, not allowing Wei Chun to finish, as she grasped his hand and led him away, leaving Zhang Ziling standing alone in bewilderment. What was happening? Zhang Ziling chuckled helplessly, dismissing the matter from his mind. Ziling Cheng Huang approached, trembling with excitement. 2 billion. Indeed, sold for 2 billion. Zhang Ziling nodded. How could you remain so composed? Cheng Huang clutched Zhang Ziling's shoulders, shaking him incessantly. 2 billion, 2 billion, 2 billion, all right. It's merely 2 billion. I'll give you half. Zhang Ziling, growing impatient with Cheng Huang's antics, brushed aside his hands. Give me half. Cheng Huang froze momentarily. You mean to say you'll give me half? Are you insane? I've already decided. Your billion will be transferred. Zhang Ziling calmly nodded. Then, not allowing Cheng Huang another moment to pester him, he took hold of the still-dazed Chu Qi and departed the auction venue. Give me half. Give me half. Cheng Huang remained in shock, struggling to grasp the enormity of the situation. By the time he regained his senses, Zhang Ziling had long vanished from sight. Zhang Ziling and Chu Qi arrived in the lounge, where the big boss had been waiting for them. Ziling, the proceeds from the auction amount to 2 billion. According to our protocol, we will take a 10% commission, leaving you with 1.8 billion, which will be credited to your account by tomorrow. Your master mentioned that you do not possess an identification card. I shall assist you in all necessary arrangements, including opening a bank account. I extend my gratitude to you. Esteemed boss. It was rare for Zhang Ziling to express thanks. Do not address me so formally. Just like Chi-Chi, you may call me Uncle Lu. Zhang Ziling nodded indifferently, and then inquired, given Uncle Lu's expression, it seems there is more at stake than merely financial matters, is that correct? Upon Zhang Ziling's question, the boss abruptly froze, then offered a wry smile and shook his head, stating, Indeed, I cannot conceal it from you. Just now, Chi-Chi's father contacted me and requested that you return Chi-Chi home as soon as possible. Upon hearing the boss's words, Chi-Chi's expression instantly shifted. She hid behind Zhang Ziling, shaking her head incessantly with a resolute tone. No, I refuse to go back. The boss appeared to anticipate Chi-Chi's reaction and continued to persuade Zhang Ziling. Ziling, the reasons behind this are quite intricate. I have only come to understand that Chi-Chi is involved in a significant matter. Should anything go awry, it would not only implicate the Chu family, but you as well. Even as a disciple of the Taoist, you would not be exempt. The boss's demeanor was grave, aiming to impress upon Zhang Ziling the complexity of the situation. What could Chi-Chi possibly be entangled in? Zhang Ziling could not help but ask, considering the implications of the powerful forces involved. Is it not? Uncle Lu. Chu Qi interrupted the words of the great boss. Her eyes filled with a plea, gently shaking her head. Alas! Observing the desperate expression on Chu Qi's face, the great boss ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Ziling, you should persuade Chi-Chi to return as soon as possible. It would be for the best for everyone. Uncle Lu, since Chu Qi is unwilling to go back, I will not force her. As long as I am here, no one can harm her. Zhang Ziling, gazing at the fear evident in Chu Chi's eyes, felt a stirring in his heart and uttered these words. Indeed, there was no hint of insincerity in Zhang Ziling's declaration. As long as he did not retreat even a step, not even the mightiest of deities could inflict any harm upon Chu Chi. Ziling. Chu Chi was taken aback by Zhang Ziling's resolute words. Throughout her life, no man had ever spoken such words on her behalf. Even her father had bowed his head in that moment. Though this vow may not endure for long, simply hearing it filled her with contentment. Chu Chi gazed at Zhang Ziling's profile, her hands tightly clutching the hem of his garment, tears welling in her eyes. Deep down, she understood that she would eventually return. For now, she was merely striving to seize this fleeting moment of freedom. Ziling. The great boss intended to continue speaking. But upon seeing the purity reflected in Zhang Ziling's eyes, he sighed and conceded. Very well, I have fulfilled all that Xu Peng entrusted to me. I never wished for Qi Qi to return. I merely hope you can keep your word. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I have always been a man of my word. You rascal. The grand boss suddenly paused, then chuckled as he patted Zhang Ziling's shoulder, declaring, I shall await the unfolding drama. As the grand boss departed. Although he did not take Chu Chi with him, a lingering question remained in Zhang Ziling's mind. What exactly was Chu Chi entangled in? Initially, Zhang Ziling intended to inquire further from Chu Chi, yet she resolutely remained silent, leaving him with no choice but to relent. The two returned home in silence, bathing before settling together on the sofa, their eyes glued to the television, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Ziling. Chu Chi abruptly shattered the silence. Her gaze fixed on Zhang Ziling, who was absorbed in the screen. What is it? Zhang Ziling turned to her, only to notice a faint blush gracing Chu Chi's cheeks, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Did you truly mean what you said before? Indeed. Zhang Ziling turned his gaze back to the television, his tone nonchalant. However, regardless of the opponent's might, I hold them in no regard, rest assured. Zhang Ziling understood Chu Chi's unspoken concerns, yet in his eyes, there were no adversaries on earth worthy of his attention. Thank you. Feeling the profound confidence radiating from Zhang Ziling, Chu Chi experienced an unparalleled sense of security. An instinct surged within her, a belief that Zhang Ziling could indeed fulfill his promises. Thank you for sheltering me. Chu Chi suddenly wrapped her arms around Zhang Ziling's neck, resting her head against his chest, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. Chu Chi's flowing hair cascaded to Zhang Ziling's ear, her mischievous eyes fixed upon him. As their breaths grew increasingly heavy, this intimacy was heightened by the fact that Chu Chi was clad in a delicate nightgown. Chu Chi. They embraced each other tenderly. Chapter 19 Evergreen High School. Just at that moment, knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, startling Chu Chi awake. She quickly freed herself from Zhang Ziling's embrace, her face flushed, and dashed barefoot into her bedroom, shutting the door tightly behind her. Zhang Ziling, with a sense of helplessness, watched the opportunity slip away, a surge of frustration igniting within him as he glared at the still-knocking door. Who is it? Zhang Ziling responded with displeasure as he yanked the door open. Ziling, I've been thinking for quite some time, and I still feel that 1 billion. Am I interrupting at a bad time? Cheng Huang's words trailed off as he caught sight of Zhang Ziling, who was disheveled and glaring at him with evident irritation. Get lost. Zhang Ziling snapped, giving Cheng Huang a shove and then slamming the door shut with force. On the floor, Cheng Huang rubbed his backside, casting a forlorn glance at the firmly locked door. It's just a minor disturbance to your leisure. It's not as if this is the first time, he grumbled, rising to his feet and massaging his sore spot, yet he refrained from knocking again and instead turned to leave. Truly, once a man has a wife, he forgets his brothers. Young men ought to exercise a bit more restraint. Cheng Huang limped down the stairs, muttering to himself. Back in his room, Zhang Ziling gazed at the closed door, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seemed the frustration of the day could only be alleviated through the practice of the ice heart technique. With that thought, Zhang Ziling returned to his chamber, seated himself upon the bed, and commenced his cultivation. With the bedroom door firmly locked, Chu Chi hid behind it, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing as she pressed her ear against the door, straining to catch any sounds from outside. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling close the door, she finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto her bed and clutching her pillow, murmuring to herself, Chu Chi, how could you? Memories of her previous encounter with Zhang Ziling on the sofa flooded her mind, and the warmth that had faded from her cheeks returned, leaving her with a tinge of melancholy. No more thinking about it. Chu Chi suddenly shook her head, burying herself in her pillow. Time to sleep. The moon rose quietly, then descended just as silently, while someone struggled to find rest that night. In the morning, as Zhang Ziling stepped out of the bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of Chu Chi, sporting dark circles beneath her eyes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, staring intently at him. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" Zhang Ziling asked, setting a glass of water before her. "About yesterday, you mustn't tell anyone," Chu Chi threatened, baring her teeth in a playful snarl. "Did you hear me? All right, I want to say a word," Zhang Ziling replied, moving closer to her and gently covering her eyes with his hand. "Don't move." Initially inclined to resist, Chu Chi found herself settling down in response to Zhang Ziling's calm words. Soon, she felt a warm sensation envelop her eyes, soothing her and alleviating her fatigue. "I've helped you eliminate those dark circles. Walking around with them all day is quite unbecoming." After a short while, Zhang Ziling released his grip, and Chu Chi, who had previously been plagued by dark circles, now radiated a renewed brilliance. Her under-eye shadows vanished completely. Oh, this time, Chu Chi was not particularly astonished. Having witnessed so many miraculous events, it seemed trivial that Zhang Ziling could even erase the scar on his head. In contrast, the removal of dark circles was hardly a significant feat, observing Chu Chi, who remained in a state of bewilderment while seated on the sofa. Zhang Ziling couldn't help but chuckle, pulling her to her feet and saying, "Go change your clothes, tidy up. We are about to set off." "Set off?" Chu Chi gazed at Zhang Ziling in confusion. "Where to?" With such an abundance of money, it was only natural to spend it. Zhang Ziling donned his jacket and looked at Chu Chi, teasingly asking, "Or perhaps you would prefer to stay home alone?" At this remark, Chu Chi's eyes brightened, and she suddenly straightened her posture, eagerly inquiring, "Are we going out to eat?" "To buy medicine." Zhang Ziling provided her with an answer that was less than thrilling. "However," he added, "once we procure the medicine, you may indulge to your heart's content. If you manage to eat me into poverty, then consider it a victory." "You said that." Initially, Chu Chi's expression dimmed, but soon she sprang up from the sofa with excitement and dashed towards the bedroom. An hour later, as Zhang Ziling drowsily lounged on the sofa, he finally heard the sound of the door opening. He lifted his gaze and beheld a refreshing beauty adorned with a small straw hat, a white cotton linen t-shirt paired with short lace-trimmed denim shorts, and brown sandals. Had it truly taken her this long to achieve such an appearance? Although Chu Chi's outfit is quite appealing, it is unfortunate that Zhang Ziling places greater importance on the passage of this hour. "You stubborn fool." Chu Chi shot Zhang Ziling a discontented glance before striding towards the entrance, pulling open the grand door. "Let us go." Observing Chu Chi's demeanor, Zhang Ziling shook his head with a smile and rose to follow her. At the herbal medicine market, Chu Chi sat alone, languidly perched upon the stone steps at the entrance. The sheer volume of herbs Zhang Ziling needed to procure had effectively emptied the market of its wares, compelling all the employees to assist the esteemed boss in transporting the goods. Unable to endure the bustling and oppressive atmosphere within the market, Chu Chi decided to greet Zhang Ziling and stepped outside to catch her breath. "So dull," Chu Chi muttered to herself as she picked up a small stone from the roadside. What on earth is Zhang Ziling doing buying so many herbs? With nothing else to occupy her, she turned her gaze towards Chongqing High School, situated adjacent to the market. She recalled Cheng Huang mentioning that they had once studied at this institution. Since she was already bored, she figured she might as well take a look. "I am certainly not going there because of Zhang Ziling. No, that is definitely not it," Chu Chi reassured herself as she approached the school gates. "This young lady, we do not allow visitors here." A security guard emerged from the reception area, blocking her path. "I'm a new teacher, here to report for duty." Chu Chi quickly fabricated an excuse upon being halted. "A new teacher?" The security guard eyed Chu Chi with suspicion. "How could I not know? Go check. I must be there," she urged him anxiously. "What if I miss my class?" The guard, observing her frantic demeanor, gradually began to believe her, especially given the innate charm that beautiful women possess. Thus, he allowed her entry. Little did he suspect that there were still individuals bold enough to impersonate teachers to gain access to a school. With the rapid development of Nanzhou City, Evergreen High School had gradually transformed into an elite institution, attracting many children of affluent families. Consequently, the teachers here were particularly cautious. Offending a prominent student's parent could lead to dire consequences far beyond mere job loss. As a result, many second-generation students often skipped classes, and the teachers dared not intervene. as the school's academic success was primarily bolstered by the diligent efforts of less privileged students. Chu Chi curiously surveyed the picturesque surroundings of the school, which was expansive and even featured a small grove. As she leisurely walked beneath the shade of the trees, she remained oblivious to the fact that two high school students were stealthily trailing her from behind. "Boss, who is this girl? I've never seen her before," inquired a student with a pockmarked face, glancing at the burly student beside him. "Not sure. Maybe she's a new teacher, but she really is quite attractive," the robust student replied, hiding behind a tree as he fixated on Chu Chi's silhouette. "Boss, are we really going to?" The pockmarked student gulped nervously. "What are you afraid of?" The robust student cast a disdainful glance at the pockmarked student, remarking that this was not the first instance. After all, the last teacher had not dared to spread the word either. Besides, should any trouble arise, my father would certainly shield me. "Indeed, your father is the vice principal. Naturally, that teacher would refrain from making it public." The pockmarked student licked his lips, admitting that he somewhat missed the taste of that teacher. "Look at you, so ambitious." The robust student scoffed at the pockmarked student, deducing from experience that the teacher they had encountered was undoubtedly exceptional, certainly superior to the previous one. "Really?" The pockmarked student's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. Hurry up, she's about to walk away." The robust student tugged at the pockmarked student, swiftly following after her. At that moment, Chu Chi remained oblivious to the fact that she was being watched by the two students, continuing her aimless wandering. Yet, Chu Chi could hardly fathom that such occurrences could transpire within the school. "Huh, is this a storage room?" Chu Chi stumbled upon a small, dilapidated wooden house on campus. Perplexed at how quickly her exploration had concluded, feeling rather disappointed, she decided to head back. Pouting slightly, Chu Chi prepared to turn around. Before she could pivot, a burlap sack enveloped her upper body, and she was forcefully pinned to the ground, her hands bound by ropes. Chu Chi thrashed wildly on the ground, desperately attempting to free herself from the bindings. "Boss, this teacher is stronger than the last one. What are you blabbering about? Quickly move her inside, and make sure no one sees." Chu Chi vaguely heard the conversation between two individuals before she felt herself being lifted into the air. "Let me go," she protested, struggling futilely, for she was but a delicate woman, and her strength paled in comparison to the vigor of the two robust students. Before long, Chu Chi found herself carried into a dilapidated warehouse, shrouded in darkness. As the burlap sack covering her was pulled away, she was met with the unwavering gazes of the two students, her panic intensifying. "What are you going to do?" Chapter 20. The appropriate punishment. The atmosphere within the warehouse grew increasingly tense as Chu Chi gazed in terror at the two individuals before her, never anticipating that she would find herself in such a predicament. However, before the two students could make a move, the warehouse door swung open with a resounding crash. "Release her." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chu Chi's body jolted as if she had been granted salvation, and she quickly turned her gaze towards the entrance of the warehouse. A slightly blinding ray of sunlight poured into the dim space, allowing her to faintly discern a tall, upright figure standing at the doorway. Ziling. The floodgates of Chu Chi's tears opened once more, her previously taut muscles finally relaxing. She had always harbored the sense that as long as Zhang Ziling was by her side, he would shield her from any harm. "Who the hell are you to interfere with my affairs?" The burly student, initially taken aback, felt emboldened upon realizing that it was just Zhang Ziling standing alone. "Boss, judging by his demeanor, this person does not come with good intentions." The pockmarked student hastily approached the burly student, speaking gravely. "Shut your mouth." The burly student struck the pockmarked student's head sharply, dismissing him. "Can't you see it's just one person? We are two." Zhang Ziling maintained an indifferent expression, revealing neither joy nor anger, as he slowly advanced toward the two students. At that moment, an invisible aura emanated from him, making the very air within the warehouse feel thick and suffocating. "Old man, big brother, he seems rather formidable." The student with pockmarks suddenly felt an immense pressure emanating from Zhang Ziling, a force that stirred the deepest fears within him. This brother, this teacher is all yours. We no longer want him." The burly student also sensed the same terror, his fierce demeanor dissipating as he beheld Zhang Ziling's slow approach. "Please, don't come any closer. My father is an assistant leader at this school. If you harm me, I assure you, this teacher will never teach again." The burly student threatened, retreating step by step. Yet, his trembling voice could not conceal his palpable fear. "Teach. Zhang Ziling scoffed. A school that produces students like you is already doomed. Don't approach me. If you let us go, I promise to bring many female students to you. As Zhang Ziling's eyes turned crimson, the burly student, paralyzed by terror, collapsed to the ground. A foul odor permeating the air. Big brother, this has nothing to do with me. I did nothing. Observing this, the pockmarked student also knelt. Overwhelmed by the insurmountable pressure that shattered his reason, he frantically pointed at the burly student, claiming it was all his idea. I even tried to stop him when he dealt with that female teacher last time. He coerced me into this. You scoundrel. Amidst the scuffle between the robust students and the bespectacled one, a betrayal unfolded, causing the latter's expression to contort in fury. He lunged at his betrayer, exclaiming, "You played longer than I did last time, and yet you dare to sell me out." The two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Zhang Ziling cast a detached glance at the brawling students, opting for silence as he approached Chu Qi, gently removing the cloth binding and loosening the ropes. I have arrived too late. Ziling, I am so frightened. Woo-woo. Chu Qi exclaimed, collapsing into Zhang Ziling's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Do not fear. It is all over now, Zhang Ziling reassured her, softly patting her back. You should leave first. At this moment, Chu Qi was in a daze, obediently following Zhang Ziling's instructions and exiting the warehouse. As she departed, Zhang Ziling turned his gaze back to the two students still engaged in their struggle. Suddenly, the warehouse doors behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. Bang! The tremendous noise abruptly interrupted their fight. Big brother, you have rescued everyone. Please spare me. I promise there will not be a next time. The sight of the thunderously closing door sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to cease their altercation and bow repeatedly in supplication. Zhang Ziling observed the two kneeling students with an indifferent demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. You two indeed possess a remarkable lineage. The atmosphere grew tense and suffocating. 10 minutes later, the heavy doors of the warehouse slowly creaked open. Chu Qi, who had been vigilantly waiting at the entrance, rushed forward, throwing herself into Zhang Ziling's arms as he emerged. It is nothing, Zhang Ziling remarked with a faint smile, having merely extinguished the vitality that would have allowed the two men to ever become men. The inability to engage in human affairs is their most profound punishment. And what about them? Chu Qi inquired. After teaching them a lesson, let us depart. Zhang Ziling closed the door and took Chu Qi's hand, leading her away. However, Chu Qi remained oblivious to the enigmatic glimmer of amusement that flickered in the depths of Zhang Ziling's gaze. She did not dwell on it. All she desired was to quietly remain by his side, shunning all else. What is this place? As they approached the school gate, Zhang Ziling suddenly fixed his gaze upon a building. It appeared to be the administrative office of the school. Chu Qi held no fondness for the institution, yet she had retained memories of the structures during her previous wanderings. The administrative building? Zhang Ziling murmured, then turned to Chu Qi. You should wait for me outside the school. I have a few matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall treat you to a feast throughout Nanzhaoxi. Really? Chu Qi's eyes sparkled, momentarily dispelling her earlier gloom as she asked. Indeed, I shall be out shortly, Zhang Ziling assured her. I wish to go to Jinli Street. Chu Qi expressed her desire. Jinli Street, renowned as the epicenter of local delicacies in Nanzhaoxi. Very well, Zhang Ziling responded without hesitation. Casting a glance at Chu Qi's departing figure, he turned his attention back to the administrative building, his expression gradually growing colder. The transformation of this school is intricately linked to you all. It is high time for a change among its personnel. Zhang Ziling strode into the administrative building, and as he entered, every monitor within the building experienced a complete server shutdown. Chapter 21. The trace of the magical artifact. Chu Qi stood at a distance from the school, gazing at its entrance. The experiences she had endured at this institution had left her with profound psychological scars, and now she yearned to distance herself as much as possible from it. Before long, the figure of Zhang Ziling came into view, his tall stature clad in a crisp white shirt and tailored jeans. In Chu Qi's eyes, he appeared increasingly handsome. Have you accomplished what you set out to do? She asked, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Yes, let us be on our way, Zhang Ziling replied, nodding. He cast a final glance at the school, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have done quite a number of good deeds. During this time, Zhang Ziling had uncovered that the principal of the school had accepted bribes exceeding 10 million. The vice principal had humiliated no fewer than 3 impoverished female students. And the head of the department had abused his power, allowing the wealthy offspring to act with impunity. Good deeds? Chu Chi tilted her head in inquiry, but did not press further. She took Zhang Ziling's hand and led him to a taxi, directing the driver towards Jinli Street. I wonder, with such wealth, why not purchase a car? Chu Chi mused, her gaze fixed outside the window. I forgot. Driver. Take us to the most upscale 4S dealership in the city, Zhang Ziling replied nonchalantly. Wait. Driver, just go to Jinli Street. Chu Chi quickly interjected. Halting the driver's change, of course. We can buy a car another time. Let us go eat first. She patted her stomach in emphasis. Zhang Ziling looked at her, a smile spreading across his face. The taxi driver glanced at the two young individuals in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but shake his head. Why do the youth of today revel in boasting? Zhang Ziling and Chu Chi, despite their modest attire, were engrossed in a discussion about whether to purchase a Ferrari or a Bugatti Veyron. As they approached Jinli Street, the taxi driver could no longer tolerate their conversation and interjected, I commend your aspirations, but it's essential to distinguish between dreams and reality. Huh? Chu Chi was momentarily taken aback by the driver's unexpected remark. Young man, I'm not directing this at you. The taxi driver continued while navigating the road. Just look at how lovely your girlfriend is. It's unwise to indulge in fanciful plans. I speak from experience, whether it be a Bugatti Veyron or a Ferrari. Such luxuries are far beyond your current reach. Perhaps you should focus more on the prospect of purchasing a home. He paused briefly before adding, with a beautiful girlfriend like yours, gaining the approval of her mother will likely be a challenge. Securing a house will significantly bolster your confidence when you seek her hand. The taxi driver's candid remarks lifted Chu Chi's spirits, and she burst into laughter. If only the driver knew of Zhang Ziling's current assets. Would it not send him into shock? Yet, the driver had a point. Observing Chu Chi's joyful demeanor, Zhang Ziling chose not to reveal the truth, instead continuing the conversation in harmony with the driver's words. As they alighted at Jinli Street, the taxi driver cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Ziling, leaving the two in a state of amused bewilderment. After this brief interruption, the atmosphere between the two became considerably more relaxed, and the shadows in Chu Chi's heart seemed to have diminished significantly. Why are there so many people gathered over there, holding several skewers of lamb? Chu Chi stood beside Zhang Ziling, gazing at the crowd that surrounded a large group of individuals engaged in fervent discussion. Let's go take a look, and we shall find out. Zhang Ziling remarked nonchalantly, pulling Chu Chi into the throng. At the center of the crowd lay a man dressed in black, blood pooling around him, his breath faint, yet no one dared to step forward and offer assistance. May I inquire what has transpired here? Zhang Ziling asked a young man nearby, who was capturing the scene on his phone. The young man frowned in annoyance, but eventually put away his phone, stating, I only know that just moments ago, 2 cars sped past here, and from the latter vehicle. This man fell out. Fell out? Zhang Ziling's expression shifted suddenly as he examined the wound on the man's chest, and he grasped the young man's collar. Pressing for answers. Which direction did the 2 vehicles head? That way. The young man stammered, startled by Zhang Ziling's abrupt change. Return home for now. I have matters to attend to. After confirming the direction, Zhang Ziling pulled Chu Chi away from the crowd. Do you know this individual lying on the ground? Chu Chi observed the shift in Zhang Ziling's demeanor and inquired. I do not know him, but I recognize that wound. It was inflicted by my weapon, and it has claimed his life. Zhang Ziling explained, understood. Chu Chi could discern that this matter seemed of great significance to Zhang Ziling, and thus refrained from causing any unnecessary upheaval. She simply stated, you may go. I will take a taxi back myself. Be careful on the road. Zhang Ziling nodded and then pursued the direction of the 2 departing vehicles. The one who assassinated that figure in black was the soul-devouring demon sword. Zhang Ziling moved with remarkable speed, and the pedestrians along the way merely felt a gust of wind brush past, unable to catch a glimpse of his silhouette. To his astonishment, he had swiftly discovered a lead on the missing magical artifact. A faint smile played on his lips. It appeared to be rather effortless. In a corner of the city, a woman in her 20s gripped a black demon sword, from which crimson energy emanated, entwining around her arm and transforming her once fair skin into a blood-red hue. Surrender the demon sword, and I shall spare your life. Several figures in black encircled the woman. This sword, acquired at the cost of my master's life, shall not fall into your hands. The red energy gradually coiled around the woman's neck, causing her skin to flush slightly, and her eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light. This is not good. She is about to harness the power of the sword. We must end this quickly. The black-clad figures, witnessing the intensifying crimson glow of the sword, exchanged fearful glances and transformed into shadows, rushing toward the woman. "Master, forgive me. I must once again invoke the power of this sword," she murmured, and then the demonic glow surged, engulfing the assailants in darkness. "TSK, I have arrived too late." Zhang Ziling stood beside the lifeless bodies of several men clad in black. Yet he still could not detect any trace of the soul-devouring demon sword. He was astonished that the demonic blade had so swiftly located its host, leaving him to ponder how many more lives it would claim. After casting a glance at the corpses, he chose to disregard them. It was of little consequence. Once the sword had fully consumed its host, the ensuing surge of energy should be sufficient to alert him. Finding no further leads, Zhang Ziling resolved to depart. "Oh, it has begun to rain." He lifted his gaze toward the heavens, feeling the gentle patter of raindrops upon his face. Meanwhile, on a deserted rooftop at the opposite end of the city, a woman tended to her wounds, the soul-devouring demon sword lying quietly beside her. As the rain intensified, it soaked through her attire, rendering the freshly bandaged wounds damp once more, and blood swiftly stained the dressings crimson. The woman looked skyward, tears mingling with the rain as they slipped from the corners of her eyes. "Brother is gone, and now even you, master, are no longer here." The soul-devouring demon sword lay silently nearby, pulsating with a faint red glow, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Chapter 22. The Vibrant City. Zhang Ziling. "I have transported the medicinal herbs you requested to the back mountain. You may go and collect them yourself." I will head there immediately." "Thank you for your hard work, boss." After Zhang Ziling ended the call, his figure gradually twisted and vanished from the spot. Shortly after his departure, a black jeep arrived at the scene of the bodies clad in dark attire. Inside, two men in suits conversed indifferently, seemingly unperturbed by the lifeless forms before them. "Another mission has failed. She appears to have mastered the power of the demon sword. We must report to the higher-ups and request additional assistance. With our current strength, we are no match for that woman. Is the subsequent cleanup in order? These scoundrels have carelessly left the bodies in the street. People have already been dispatched to handle the situation. It's a bit troublesome, but it's manageable. However, what shall we do about these bodies? Take them all back. The wounds still harbor remnants of the demon sword's power. Let the technicians analyze them." Meanwhile, at the back mountain of the residential complex where Zhang Ziling resided, an enormous warehouse had been constructed unbeknownst to anyone. This facility was filled with medicinal herbs valued at hundreds of millions. The warehouse featured 100 shelves, each with 10 rows on both sides, with approximately 100 precious herbs per row: ginseng, astragalus, angelica, snow lotus, reishi. All of Sichuan province's esteemed medicinal herbs were neatly arranged within this unassuming warehouse. Yet, within this warehouse brimming with invaluable medicinal herbs, there was not a single guardian present. This was, of course, a request made by Zhang Ziling himself. After all, by the break of dawn, the entire stock of herbs would be entirely consumed. Although the potency of these herbs was relatively low, their quantity was still quite substantial. Zhang Ziling entered the warehouse, surveying the rows of herbs, silently calculating the essence of medicinal properties he could extract. After making a rough estimate, he established a barrier outside the warehouse to deter any intruders. Having completed these preparations, Zhang Ziling clenched his right hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that caused all the herbs to detach from their shelves and ascend into the air. His spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a swirling vortex, within which the herbs were relentlessly ground to pieces, releasing tiny droplets of green liquid. These droplets were exceedingly scarce. It took hundreds of herbs to barely yield a single visible droplet. Yet, this minuscule amount was enough to rejuvenate an elephant. A potent elixir, the essence of medicinal properties. As the herbs were engulfed in the tempest of spiritual energy, Zhang Ziling gradually closed his eyes, meditating in the void, gathering the essence before him. Time passed swiftly, and Zhang Ziling spent a full 12 hours grinding these herbs. By the end, the countless herbs had been reduced to remnants, littering the entirety of the warehouse. The essence extracted from these medicinal herbs, when combined, amounts to little more than a single high-grade elixir. It seems that relying on such a method to restore one's cultivation is not a wise strategy, Zhang Ziling murmured to himself, frowning as he gazed at the glass marble-sized essence in the palm of his hand. Shaking his head at the pile of herbal residue, he withdrew the barrier that enveloped the warehouse. As the barrier he had established dissipated, the terrifyingly fragrant essence instantaneously diffused into the air, enveloping the entire sky. What is this fragrance? It is delightful. In a park over 10 kilometers away from the back mountain, individuals engaged in their morning exercises halted their activities, captivated by the enchanting aroma. Those who inhaled the fragrance felt invigorated and filled with vitality, with some even finding relief from long-standing minor ailments. Unanimously, they turned their gazes towards the direction of Zhang Ziling on the back mountain. I had forgotten that the scent of this pure essence is overwhelmingly potent. Zhang Ziling, having just dispelled the barrier, immediately recognized the issue, and without hesitation, he consumed the essence, which was sufficient to satisfy the needs of hundreds of thousands. The enchanting aroma vanished, yet during its fleeting presence, it created a tremendous stir within Nanzhou City, as countless individuals hurried towards the back mountain. Once the essence entered Zhang Ziling's body, it seamlessly melded with his blood, completely absorbed by the spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, without stirring even the slightest ripple. It must be acknowledged that should these potent elixirs be ingested by the extraordinary practitioners on Earth, they would likely be unable to withstand the overwhelming essence, resulting in their immediate demise. Yet, within Zhang Ziling's body, these concentrated essences bore no effect whatsoever. The quantity was simply insufficient, and his injuries showed not a hint of improvement. Zhang Ziling furrowed his brow, a surge of irritation rising within him. At this rate, when could he hope to regain his strength? His eyes reddened, and the remnants of the elixirs on the ground ignited, turning to ash as he enveloped himself in flames. Resembling a demon resurrected from the depths of hell, inferior herbs, meager spiritual energy, and fragile earth. His agitation grew. Where had the source of spiritual energy on this planet vanished to? Zhang Ziling threw his head back and roared, causing the entire warehouse to shatter explosively. The violent surge of spiritual energy shot skyward, rippling the heavens. A magnitude 3 earthquake struck Nanzhou City, and citizens rushing towards the mountains halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the blood-red sky. Heavenly Tao, will you not answer me? Zhang Ziling's eyes glowed ever redder, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then I shall inquire myself. Blood flames ignited around him, as the residual spiritual energy within him burned fiercely. He had been back on Earth for far too long, with no trace of his sister to be found. As a supreme being from another realm, standing equally with the heavenly Tao of that world, he had endured long enough. Every realm possesses its own source of spiritual energy, which serves as the fundamental essence of that world. In the absence of such a source, spiritual energy gradually dissipates until it is entirely depleted. When this energy is completely exhausted, the earth will succumb to a profound silence, heralding the onset of an ice age. Upon Zhang Ziling's return, he discovered that the source of the earth's spiritual energy had vanished. He had been awaiting an explanation from the heavenly Tao, yet it had not made itself known. This pent-up fury finally erupted following the failure of a plan to extract the essence of medicinal properties and restore his strength. If the source still existed, he would have regained his power long ago. Had the heavenly Tao revealed the reason behind the disappearance of the source, he could have intervened. Each day, he endeavored to communicate with the earth's heavenly Tao, but was met only with silence. In the face of Zhang Ziling's escalating pressure, the sky remained unresponsive, offering no indication of the heavenly Tao's presence. With a sinister smile, Zhang Ziling manifested 2 wings of black light behind him. Celestial being, please desist immediately. Just as Zhang Ziling was poised to break through the heavens, a familiar voice halted him. Turning his head, he beheld an elderly Taoist, clad in tattered robes, rushing towards him in a frenzy. Celestial being, if you do not stop, this city will collapse. The old Taoist gasped as he reached Zhang Ziling, calling out emphatically. Upon hearing the words of the old Taoist, Zhang Ziling's crimson eyes gradually regained their clarity, and the dark wings behind him transformed into countless luminous points. As the raging spiritual energy returned to tranquility, the increasingly intense tremors finally subsided. I have been remiss, Zhang Ziling remarked with a hint of contrition. Had the old Taoist not intervened during his moment of anger, he would have unleashed his power upon the heavens, and the city of Nanzhou below would have inevitably suffered. Within this city, there were still those whom Zhang Ziling cherished. He could not permit its destruction. Seeing Zhang Ziling regain his composure, the old Taoist breathed a sigh of relief, though an overwhelming fear began to swell within him. What manner of strength did this man possess? The very individual endowed with such power had once been a candidate for his discipleship. The old Taoist shuddered at the thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. What brings you here? Zhang Ziling inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the old Taoist. The latter felt uneasy under Zhang Ziling's scrutiny, yet mustered the courage to respond. I have news of a spiritual herb, and given the peculiar fragrance emanating from here, I surmised it must be the commotion you created, so I hastened to arrive. News of a spiritual herb? Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he eagerly asked, "Where is it?" "In the western part of China. Kunlun Mountain. Are you planning to leave for a while?" Chu Chi abruptly stood up from the sofa, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at the freshly returned Zhang Ziling. "I am bound for Kunlun, and it may take me 1 or 2 months to return." Upon hearing these words, Chu Chi felt an inexplicable sadness. Perhaps it was the familiarity of living alongside Zhang Ziling that stirred a sense of unease at his sudden departure. After all, it's not as though he would not return. Why wear such an expression? Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling Chu Chi's hair. "Is it absolutely necessary for you to go?" "It is indeed essential." "Very well, I shall await your return at home." Chu Chi did not attempt to persuade him further. She understood that this journey to Kunlun held great significance for Zhang Ziling, even if she spent the night curled up on the couch in solitude. "Do not remove this while you are away." After a brief pause, Zhang Ziling presented Chu Chi with a jade pendant. This pendant was crafted from the ancient cold light spirit jade and contained a trace of Zhang Ziling's spiritual energy. Chu Chi accepted the pendant and obediently donned it around her neck, feeling a warm sensation coursing through her body. "Yes, I will wear it always." Upon seeing that Chu Chi had adorned the pendant, Zhang Ziling exchanged a brief farewell with her and stepped out the door. Staring at the closed door, Chu Chi curled up once more on the couch, one hand caressing the pendant while the other grasped her newly acquired phone. Her gaze fixed upon the screen in a daze. The screen displayed numerous missed call notifications. "You must return soon." Meanwhile, downstairs, the old Taoist had been waiting for quite some time. "Esteemed one, are you ready to depart?" The old Taoist, clad in a tattered robe, momentarily astonished Zhang Ziling. "Do you intend to journey perpetually in this Taoist attire?" Zhang Ziling inquired with curiosity. The old Taoist chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and replied, "What you may not realize, my esteemed friend, is that all my expenses during my travels across China have been funded by the earnings from my fortune-telling. As fortune-telling necessitates this robe, I have gradually grown accustomed to wearing it." "Earned through fortune-telling?" Zhang Ziling questioned, perplexed. "Did you not mention that many high-ranking officials and nobility expend half of their wealth to seek your counsel? How then? Do you require the meager earnings from street fortune-telling to cover your travel expenses?" The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly. "I hail from the Yizong sect, which has a long-standing tradition of not accepting ill-gotten gains. The money from those individuals is often tainted. Therefore, I have not taken a single coin from the fees earned through divination for them. I have donated it all." Zhang Ziling regarded the old Taoist with a hint of surprise, realizing the depth of his enlightenment. No wonder he could so effortlessly delve into the principles of divination. It was indeed the merit that accompanied him. "You jest, my esteemed friend. Very well, allow me to cover the travel expenses this time." "It would not do to rely solely on fortune-telling for the journey," Zhang Ziling said with a smile, hailing a taxi with a casual wave. "Once we locate the spiritual herb, and I regain even a fraction of my strength. Sister, we shall meet again soon." Chapter 23. The Taoist journey west on a rural national road at the border of the western province. A tractor barreled forward at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour. In the rear of the tractor sat an elderly man and a young lad. The elder exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, while the youth was strikingly handsome. Both were clad in tattered Taoist robes, their hair tousled in the wind. These two individuals were none other than the old Taoist and Zhang Ziling. "Esteemed Taoists, this tractor possesses considerable power, does it not? I estimate we shall reach Yong County town before nightfall," the driver, an elderly farmer, exclaimed. Zhang Ziling averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight, while the old Taoist engaged the farmer earnestly in a divination of sorts. Earlier, Zhang Ziling and the Taoist had eagerly made their way to the airport to purchase tickets. It was only at the point of payment that Zhang Ziling realized that after giving half of his funds to Cheng Huang, he had spent the remainder on medicinal herbs, leaving only a meager sum in his account. Consequently, under the watchful eyes of numerous airport staff, the two men awkwardly fled the premises. As the saying goes, misfortunes seldom come alone. Just as Zhang Ziling intended to call Cheng Huang for assistance, he discovered that his phone had been rendered inoperable due to the violent surge of spiritual energy he had unleashed in a fit of anger. As for returning to seek help from Chu Qi, Zhang Ziling found himself unable to swallow his pride. He was acutely aware of her current predicament. She needed money. If she were unable to provide it, the embarrassment would only deepen. In desperation, Zhang Ziling utilized the last of his cash to board a train, escaping from Nanzhou City. Eventually, he arrived in a small town on the border of the western province, where he exhausted his final fare. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Ziling resorted to donning the attire of a Taoist priest, trailing behind the elderly Taoist, observing as he employed his usual tricks. After performing a minor feat before a peasant, he persuaded the farmer to guide them to Yong County Town. Nestled at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Yong County Town is a quaint settlement, renowned for its abundance of temples and Taoist monasteries. Thus, Zhang Ziling and his companion's garb did not seem out of place. Rather, it garnered them considerable respect from the locals. Influenced by the rich cultural heritage of the western province, the inhabitants hold a deep reverence for deities. And this cultural nourishment has fostered a flourishing of both Buddhist and Taoist traditions in the area. Yet, it was during their arduous journey, enduring the elements, that Zhang Ziling and the elderly Taoist gradually became acquainted. The old Taoist, named an Yi, had grown up within the Yi sect, where his prodigious talent in the art of divination was recognized by the sect, which placed its hopes for rejuvenation upon him. However, it was an unexpected twist of fate that despite his unparalleled gift in divination, and Yi's aptitude for cultivation was woefully inadequate. Otherwise, at the age of 70, he would not merely have attained the position of an elder within the Yi sect, devoid of any disciples under his guidance. In dire straits, Yi was compelled to venture beyond the confines of his sect in search of students. Although Yi's divination skills are considered exceptional in China, his cultivation level remains dismally low. After decades of practice, he barely matches the standing of the elite disciples of the current generation of the Yi sect, rendering him somewhat of a laughingstock in the realm of cultivation. However, regarding the matter of being ridiculed, Yi did not take it to heart. In his own words, at his age, there was no need for violence. Rather than pursuing martial arts, it was far more prudent to master the craft of divination, thus securing a certain status within the cultivation community. Two Taoists, we have arrived in Yong County. The old farmer halted his tractor and respectfully gazed at the two individuals seated upon it. Old Taoist, what should we do to free our child from poverty? The farmer rubbed his calloused hands, his face beaming with a smile. Yi squinted, stroking his white beard, and replied, the reason for his future poverty lies in your gambling addiction, which has caused you to squander your son's tuition, forcing him to drop out of school. Ultimately, your mounting debts will lead to the ruin of your family. To alter this fate, it is entirely up to you to decide your path forward. Upon hearing Yi's words, the farmer's expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly knelt before Yi, bowing 3 times, and lamented, my wife left me because of my gambling. I never realized I would also harm my child. I truly deserve this. Thank you, Taoist, for awakening me. With a smile, Yi descended from the tractor and lifted the kneeling farmer, saying, now that you understand, take heed of your actions. Thank you, Taoist. I will certainly quit gambling. The old farmer, after shaking Yi's arm in gratitude multiple times, finally drove away in his tractor. Watching the departing vehicle, Zhang Ziling smiled and remarked, you should comprehend that fate is indeed fate. Since you have perceived it, and barring any formidable external intervention, it shall inevitably come to pass. This is precisely why many nobles and high-ranking officials seek fortune-telling. Only they possess the sufficient power to tenuously intervene in their destinies. However, I observed that as we boarded his tractor, Yi's fate diverged into 2 distinct paths, poverty or wealth. Zhang Ziling chuckled. Yet, I pondered why, despite his meager strength, he could not possibly alter such a predetermined fate. Yi was engulfed in confusion. Moreover, even the most powerful individuals in China could not bifurcate fate into 2 entirely opposing trajectories. What could be the reason behind this? Very simple. Look here. Zhang Ziling's words captivated Yi's attention. Yi fixated on the space between Zhang Ziling's fingers, his eyes widening in astonishment, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What is this? Cause and effect, Zhang Ziling replied, gently pinching his fingers together, causing the twisted and enigmatic threads to vanish in an instant. I have altered his cause and effect. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Yi immediately knelt down, exclaiming, Master, to arbitrarily change the cause and effect is to defy the heavenly order. One risks divine retribution. Zhang Ziling chuckled lightly, lifting Yi back to his feet. Yi, do you believe I fear heavenly retribution? Yi gazed at Zhang Ziling's seemingly innocuous smile, a cold sweat breaking out as fear mingled with a hint of exhilaration in his eyes. A person unafraid of the heavenly order. Gulp. Yi swallowed hard. And under the influence of such an individual, his previously stifled ambition began to gradually loosen. Observing the transformation in Yi's gaze, Zhang Ziling smiled and nodded. Mastery of the principles of change, coupled with the ability to foresee the future, is a rarity even in otherworldly realms. When Zhang Ziling first discovered Yi's capabilities, he conceived the idea of bringing him under his wing. Although Yi's current cultivation was merely at the foundational stage, Zhang Ziling regarded his low level as inconsequential. If one's talent was lacking, one could always compensate with supreme techniques, and in Zhang Ziling's mind, there was an abundance of such techniques. Let us set this topic aside for now. Tell me about the spirit herb you discovered. Yi retracted his wandering thoughts and, with caution, addressed Zhang Ziling. Since the immortal bestowed upon me the page filled with spirit herbs, I have diligently consulted the scriptures of the Yi clan. At last, I found that someone had encountered a particular spirit herb on Kunlun Mountain. Although its name differs from that inscribed by the immortal, the described characteristics are remarkably similar. Which herb? According to the immortal's nomenclature, it is the 9 transformation bone flower. The 9 transformation bone flower? Zhang Ziling's eyes sparkled with interest, as its name implies. It is a supreme healing artifact. This spirit herb is of utmost importance to Zhang Ziling at present. The existence of the 9 transformation bone flower is unexpected. Are you certain you have not misremembered? Zhang Ziling inquired, somewhat perplexed, for the 9 transformation bone flower is an exceedingly rare entity in other realms, capable of resurrecting the deceased from mere bones. The ancient texts record that there exists a realm guarded by mystical beasts, a place where our sect dares not venture. Yi remarked that, due to the sect's prohibition against approaching that area, he had never set foot there. We shall see when the time comes. Zhang Ziling steadied his emotions and gazed ahead at the narrow path, which marked the end of the national road, leading into a muddy trail towards Yong County. As the two followed the path, they arrived at Yong County town, only to find it utterly deserted. Master, something seems amiss here, Yi observed, looking at the vacant streets. The sun has yet to set. Why is there not a single soul in this town? It is indeed peculiar, Zhang Ziling agreed. But their immediate priority was to locate an inn, lest they be forced to spend the night on the streets. Soon, they stumbled upon a small, dilapidated inn. 2 rooms. Please, Zhang Ziling stated as he entered. Master, our funds are only sufficient for 1 room, Yi whispered, grabbing Zhang Ziling's arm. Zhang Ziling glanced at the impatiently frowning matron at the front desk, hesitating for a moment before finally responding. Just 1 standard room. Then, there is only 1 large double room left. Will that suffice? The matron inquired, producing a rusted key. I'll take it. Zhang Ziling was about to speak when a petite woman in a blue skirt entered the inn, her expression cold as she approached the front desk carrying a small suitcase. Upon the flawless, fair thighs, 2 daggers were strapped. Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young girl, ultimately rendering his judgment. With her youthful visage and ample bosom, if I were to bestow a score out of 10, I would grant her a 9, an archetypal lowly. As Zhang Ziling's words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the entire front desk. Chapter 24. The long-haired lowly, Lu Xiaoshuang. As the air in the inn grew increasingly stagnant, the long-haired beauty cast a piercing gaze at Zhang Ziling and coldly remarked, Repeat that. I said you are beautiful. Zhang Ziling shrugged, adding, and rather lowly-like, seeking death. In an instant, the long-haired beauty drew 2 daggers, placing them against Zhang Ziling's neck. Do you require a room? We will cease operations after a while. The plump woman, undeterred by the beauty's sudden aggression, expressed a hint of impatience. Yes, Zhang Ziling and the long-legged beauty responded in unison, both reaching for the key. Zhang Ziling was a fraction quicker, seizing the rusted key from the table, while the long-legged beauty's hand grazed the back of his hand, pausing momentarily before recoiling as if struck by electricity. Hand over the key. The long-haired beauty threatened, brandishing her dagger. The key is in my possession. Zhang Ziling grinned, weighing the key in his hand. Boss, this is the payment for the room. The plump woman placed the money into a box, speaking with irritation. Do not open the window at night, and if you hear any noises, do not venture out. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Afterward, She placed a room's full sign on the counter and retreated into a room, clutching the money box. "Master, let us depart," Zhang Ziling said, glancing at the stern-faced Yi behind him. "Filthy Taoist." The long-haired beauty once again drew the dagger from her thigh, swiftly appearing behind Zhang Ziling. Pressing the blade against his back, "Hand over the key," she commanded. And Yi, witnessing the girl's astonishing speed, felt a surge of alarm. Her prowess was undeniably on par with his own. "You two are no match for me. Surrender the key, and I shall spare your lives." The long-haired beauty forced Zhang Ziling to face an Yi, her voice cold and unyielding. "Why must you be so fierce, just because you are a girl?" Zhang Ziling attempted to question. "Silence," she interrupted, nudging the blade forward slightly, prompting Zhang Ziling to raise his hands and surrender. The long-haired beauty seized the key from Zhang Ziling's grasp. At that moment, the sun began its descent in the west, casting a hazy glow over the small town. As the door of the inn slammed shut, the plump woman re-emerged, regarding the trio with a warning. "Do not blame me for not forewarning you. It is not too late to return to your rooms." With that, she retreated inside, closing the door firmly behind her. "Master, we are doomed. The key has been taken from us. We shall perish here." Zhang Ziling remained at the mercy of the long-haired beauty's blade. And he looked at Zhang Ziling's smiling face and shook his head in resignation. "My disciple, well then, if it comes to worst, we shall simply share a room." The long-haired beauty, unable to see Zhang Ziling's expression from her position, felt a twinge of pity for the master and disciple. If she were to deny them entry, would she not be condemning them both to death? Upon considering this, the long-haired beauty sheathed her dagger. "However, let me make it abundantly clear. Should you harbor any ulterior motives, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." The long-haired beauty glared at Zhang Ziling, threateningly declaring, "Even your esteemed master cannot save you. Rest assured, my master is quite formidable. I dare not act recklessly, right, master?" Zhang Ziling winked at an Yi with a smile. His words elicited an eye roll from an Yi, yet he maintained a facade of propriety, responding, "Fear not, young lady. Although my disciple is somewhat unruly, his heart is not malicious. I shall tentatively place my trust in you." The long-haired beauty found herself a way to ease the tension, suggesting, "Very well. Let us enter the house." The trio proceeded inside. The room was modest, containing only a window and 2 chairs. After securing the door, the long-haired beauty drew the curtains and then turned to Zhang Ziling and an Yi, inquiring, "You two have come for the Yin Spirit Stone, have you not?" "The Yin Spirit Stone?" Zhang Ziling queried, glancing at an Yi in confusion. "Ah, now it makes sense. I thought something was amiss here. It must be the Yin Spirit Stone causing the disturbance." And he exclaimed, as if struck by sudden realization. "Master, what exactly is going on?" Zhang Ziling inquired, genuinely unaware of the Yin Spirit Stone's nature, suspecting it to be a unique phenomenon of Earth. The Yin Spirit Stone is a rare mineral formed from the accumulation of substantial amounts of Yin energy. It emits a distinctive magnetic field at night, which can awaken the latent desires of the cannibalistic tribes. Moreover, the Yin Spirit Stone serves to preserve corpses from decay. Master's implication is that the inhabitants of this small town are cannibals? Indeed, for the cannibals are shunned by society. Hence, during the Republic of China period, they relocated here to live in seclusion, under the protection of our sect. No wonder the town is deserted by night. They must all be locking themselves away. Zhang Ziling nodded, resolving his confusion. The cannibals are no different from ordinary people, had it not been for the sudden emergence of the Shadow Spirit Stone. They might have lived their lives oblivious to their true nature. This is also the reason for our sect's protection over them. "Are you cultivators from Kunlun Mountain?" the long-haired beauty inquired. "Indeed, I am an Yi, the elder steward of the Yi sect," an Yi declared, seated with an air of righteousness, stroking his white beard. "So you are the legendary weakest elder of the Yi sect." Ha ha. Upon hearing an Yi's introduction, the long-haired beauty transformed from her previous icy demeanor, bursting into laughter. And Yi's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. For indeed, he was the weakest elder of the Yi sect. "I am Lu Xiaoshuang from the Lu family in Hong Kong. And you, young Taoist?" Lu Xiaoshuang ceased her laughter and turned to Zhang Ziling, who was seated in another chair. "Zhang Ziling, now that we are acquainted, and since your objectives do not involve the Shadow Spirit Stone, it seems we have no animosity between us. Therefore, I hope you will not impede my endeavors." After the laughter subsided, Lu Xiaoshuang's youthful visage took on a serious demeanor as she fixed her gaze upon the two individuals. "Rest assured, We shall not disturb you, Zhang Ziling assured. That is well, otherwise. Lu Xiaoshuang mimicked a throat-cutting gesture, declaring, Together, you two are no match for me. Zhang Ziling and an E disregarded Lu Xiaoshuang's menacing threat. They had merely intended to stay the night without meddling in affairs. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Ziling and an E settled into their chairs, commencing their cultivation. Observing the two men entering a meditative state, Lu Xiaoshuang felt a pang of boredom. She took a seat on the bed and opened a small chest, revealing a disassembled mechanical giant sword. She began assembling the weapon while the room fell into a profound silence. As the clock on the wall struck midnight, Lu Xiaoshuang had just completed the assembly of the 2-meter-long giant sword, its intricate mechanical patterns seemingly forming a magical array, flickering with arcs of electricity. At that moment, a howl echoed from outside, and the corridor beyond the door creaked ominously. Rely on you. Lu Xiaoshuang patted the massive sword, then slung it over her back, her petite frame appearing rather comical beside the enormous weapon. Approaching the window, she drew back the curtain slightly, and, upon witnessing the scene outside, her expression shifted dramatically. However, she quickly regained her composure, gritted her teeth, and leaped through the window. After Lu Xiaoshuang stepped outside, she gently closed the window behind her. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ziling opened his eyes and gazed at the tightly shut window, a smile gracing his lips. To his surprise, this little girl possessed a kind heart. With that thought, Zhang Ziling rose to his feet. Master, where are you headed? An E inquired, also awakening. I wish to see what the Een Spirit Stone looks like, and in the process, save that girl's life. Zhang Ziling replied nonchalantly. Save her life? An E questioned, puzzled. With her strength. Even if the cannibal tribe had been empowered by the Een Spirit Stone, they should be incapable of harming her, right? It is not as simple as that. Zhang Ziling chuckled. Aren't you curious why the Een Spirit Stone has appeared here? Are you suggesting that this is man-made? And he exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Zhang Ziling nodded. From the moment I entered the town, I sensed several presences not weaker than yours. The Een Spirit Stone is likely a bait to lure Lu Xiaoshuang. Do you need my assistance? And Yi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. From his perspective, Lu Xiaoshuang's kind nature made him unwilling to see her perish so easily. There's no need for concern. You remain here at ease, Zhang Ziling instructed, and with a swift motion, his form distorted and vanished into thin air. Is this spatial manipulation? Zhang Ziling's display left an E utterly astonished, further solidifying his resolve to follow Zhang Ziling. Chapter 25. Battle in the forest in the small town of Yongxian. The streetlights cast a dim glow, while the moon above appeared shrouded in a thick veil of darkness, rendering it exceedingly faint. Shadows of a few figures meandered along the street, their mouths smeared with blood, eyes vacant, and emitting strange howls. Scattered across the ground lay the mangled corpses of wild dogs, their bodies marked with human bite marks. Beside the remains of the dogs, two cannibals were engaged in a gruesome struggle, tearing at each other. Lu Xiaoshuang concealed herself behind a wall, patiently waiting for several cannibals ahead to stagger past. These cannibals were indeed a nuisance. She re-emerged onto the main road, seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of cannibals, and advanced swiftly with her great sword in tow. The indiscriminate nature of the cannibals' attacks, coupled with Lu Xiaoshuang's reluctance to slay them, posed a significant dilemma, for should she resort to violence, it would likely incite a large-scale riot, and amidst such chaos, escape would be utterly unattainable. Yinling Stone. Soon, Lu Xiaoshuang exited the town, arriving at a grove on the outskirts. At the heart of the woods, a small stone emanating a green glow hovered in the air. It was indeed the Yinling Stone. A smile illuminated Lu Xiaoshuang's face as she hastened into the thicket. Just as she was about to grasp the Yinling Stone, her expression shifted abruptly. She quickly withdrew her hand and rolled aside, raising her 2-meter-long sword to shield herself. At that moment, an explosion erupted before the Yinling Stone, the forceful shockwave propelling Lu Xiaoshuang over 10 meters away. This is a trap. Lu Xiaoshuang struggled to rise, her expression grave. She had answered correctly, but alas, it was too late. From the depths of the forest emerged 3 men clad in black trench coats, forming a triangular formation that encircled her. One of the men stepped forward to retrieve the 2-meter-long colossal sword embedded in the ground, exclaiming with admiration, "The daughter of the family head is truly exceptional. This mechanical giant sword, crafted at the cost of billions, can be carried with ease." "It is you." Lu Xiaoshuang recognized the faces of her assailants, her voice rising in fury. "You have the audacity." The man wielding the giant sword chuckled. "Unfortunately, many within the clan do not wish for you to succeed as the family head, so we have no choice but to confront you. Humph, if you seek my life, you must first prove your capability." A chilling frost appeared on Lu Xiaoshuang's face as she drew the daggers from her thighs, her hands faintly glowing with blue light, illuminating the blades. Truly, as a candidate for the family head, she had already reached the late foundational stage. "Were it not for our backup plan, we would not dare to contend with you." The man with the giant sword smiled, his expression devoid of fear, even tinged with mockery. Enough of this nonsense. Lu Xiaoshuang suddenly changed countenance, as the spiritual energy within her body abruptly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. The daggers slipped from her grasp, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground. "What is this?" Lu Xiaoshuang lay on the ground, struggling to lift her head. "You have exerted a tremendous influence." Clap, clap, clap. Indeed, the prodigal talent of the Lu family possesses a profound breadth of experience. The man, with his sword sheathed upon his back, clapped his hands as he approached Lu Xiaoshuang, declaring, "We know this explosion cannot harm you, but the contents of this bomb are another matter altogether." Despicable, despicable. The man raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "What of it? Behold, the esteemed daughter of the family head, reduced to groveling before a so-called despicable wastrel." "Lu Wei, act swiftly. Do not let this go awry," commanded the two other men clad in black as they advanced. "What a pity to waste such a fine physique. Though her bosom may be modest, I still yearn to sample." Lu Wei licked his lips, leering at Lu Xiaoshuang. "Lu Wei," another black-clad figure admonished, "the master did not send you here for such purposes." "Understood," Lu Wei replied impatiently, drawing forth a massive sword from his back. "Farewell, young lady." With a malicious grin, Lu Wei raised the colossal sword high, preparing to bring it down with force. Lu Xiaoshuang, resigned to her fate, shut her eyes in despair. However, why did the sword remain suspended in the air? Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a young man clad in tattered robes standing beside Lu Wei, his right hand gently grasping the blade of the massive sword, preventing Lu Wei from striking. "Begone!" Zhang Ziling effortlessly seized the gigantic sword from Lu Wei's grasp, then with a light touch upon Lu Wei's chest, propelled him away like a cannonball. The two other men in windbreakers, recognizing the peril, wasted no time and fled frantically into the depths of the forest. Zhang Ziling weighed the colossal sword in his hand before tossing it effortlessly towards the airborne Lu Wei. The heavy blade flew like a bolt of lightning, impaling Lu Wei directly against a towering tree. The sword crackled with arcs of electricity, and in less than a second, Lu Wei was reduced to charred remains by the searing energy. "It's you." Lu Xiaoshuang, feeling utterly drained, managed to lift her head just enough to recognize the disheveled young man clad in tattered robes, Zhang Ziling. Roar! Before Zhang Ziling could utter a word, the forest was filled with the sounds of anguished howls. The tremendous explosion had ignited the primal instincts of the cannibalistic tribesmen in the nearby town, who now rushed forth, breaking down doors to swarm towards the thicket. In an instant, Zhang Ziling and his companion found themselves encircled by the frenzied tribesmen, their minds consumed by madness. It appeared that there was no time for conversation. With a wry smile, Zhang Ziling withdrew the giant sword from Lu Wei's lifeless body and slung it across his back, before lifting the prostrate Lu Xiaoshuang into his arms. In Spirit Stone. Despite her exhaustion, Lu Xiaoshuang insisted that Zhang Ziling retrieve the In Spirit Stone, underscoring its significance to her. "That worthless stone," Zhang Ziling scoffed, but relented to assist her. As he navigated through the throng of cannibals, he moved like a specter. He grasped the suspended In Spirit Stone in his hand, only to find the tribesmen closing in, leaving no avenue for escape. "This is bad. We're trapped." Panic flickered in Lu Xiaoshuang's eyes. Zhang Ziling merely smiled, propelled himself with a swift kick, and ascended into the air, leaving the bewildered members of the flesh-eating tribe in a state of uproar. He was flying. Lu Xiaoshuang clung tightly to Zhang Ziling's neck, her gaze fixed on the receding ground below, and she couldn't help but scream in exhilaration. Atop a mountain peak, Zhang Ziling gradually descended, still cradling the astonished Lu Xiaoshuang in his arms. "You can actually fly." Lu Xiaoshuang, ensconced in Zhang Ziling's embrace, was blissfully unaware of her exposed state. Still enveloped in shock, her blue skirt had been torn by flying debris while evading an explosion, leaving a substantial gash that revealed her delicate inner garments. The soft glow of her fair thighs illuminated by the moonlight. A sudden gust of cold wind swept by, and Lu Xiaoshuang felt a chill at her legs. Lowering her gaze, she was confronted with her exposed skin and the nearly ruined skirt. "Rogue!" she exclaimed, attempting to wriggle free from Zhang Ziling's grasp. But the effects of the incapacitating fragrance rendered her immobile. Consequently, she remained breathless and motionless in his arms. To Zhang Ziling's eyes, Lu Xiaoshuang appeared to be both resisting and inviting him. "Though you are but a young maiden, I might still consider the possibility," he mused with a smile, as his hand, which was holding her smooth thigh, slid from the back of her knee directly up her leg, with a distinct intent to venture further. This sudden gesture left Lu Xiaoshuang utterly stunned. "Is he touching my leg? Release me." Lu Xiaoshuang regained her composure, her face as cold as frost. "Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Zhang Ziling gazed at Lu Xiaoshuang's face and chuckled. "Your words alone may lead me to misunderstand your intentions." Chapter 26. The joke went too far. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Lu Xiaoshuang's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, I have been poisoned and cannot move." "Poisoned?" Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow. "What kind of poison?" It was the soft, muscle-dispersing fragrance, a toxin that incapacitated the flow of true energy and left one utterly fatigued. Lu Xiaoshuang lay in Zhang Ziling's embrace, but soon realized the impropriety of their position and hastily exclaimed, "You should let me down." Zhang Ziling smirked, but complied, gently placing Lu Xiaoshuang on the cold, hard rock. The sudden chill caused her to frown involuntarily. Zhang Ziling, rather nonchalantly, settled beside Lu Xiaoshuang, observing the unconscious members of the man-eating tribe below in the forest. A consequence of the absence of the Yin Spirit Stones. He retrieved the Yin Spirit Stone he had previously captured. This stone was peculiar, not something that could originate from Earth's environment. It was imbued with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. The Yin Spirit Stone emanated a ghostly glow in Zhang Ziling's grasp. The peculiar magnetic field it radiated could be detrimental to the human body if carried for prolonged periods. "What do you intend to do with this?" Lu Xiaoshuang inquired, still reclined on the ground, glancing at the Yin Spirit Stone he had tossed beside her, unable to suppress a disdainful pout. The Yin Spirit Stone, though of no benefit to the living, possesses the remarkable ability to preserve corpses from decay. Throughout the ages, countless individuals have sought this mystical stone to place within their tombs. As Lu Xiaoshuang spoke, she reluctantly turned her gaze toward Zhang Ziling and inquired, "How can someone of your formidable strength possess such a narrow perspective? Has your Taoist master confined you solely to solitary cultivation? This cannot stand." Zhang Ziling was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaoshuang's sudden admonition, realizing that in her eyes, he was merely a reclusive novice. However, before he could respond, Lu Xiaoshuang's complexion shifted to a ghastly hue, her body becoming frigid. "This is dire. The bomb must have contained both the soft muscle-dispersing incense and other toxins," she uttered with great difficulty, her expression reflecting profound agony. Observing Lu Xiaoshuang's torment, Zhang Ziling's brow furrowed in concern. Previously, when he had embraced her, he had utilized his spiritual energy to investigate the toxin that had incapacitated her. It was a low-grade poison that merely induced paralysis and would dissipate naturally with time. Thus, he had not regarded her condition with undue worry. Yet, the severity of Lu Xiaoshuang's current plight was clearly beyond mere paralysis. Realizing this, Zhang Ziling swiftly grasped her ashen right arm, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Strange, he pondered, why does this singular toxin, the soft muscle-dispersing incense, inflict such grave harm on the body? Frowning, he concluded, no, the source lies within the heart. Zhang Ziling's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he peered through Lu Xiaoshuang's body. Focusing on her heart, within the region of her heart lay an exceedingly peculiar black thread, which, ensnared by the colorless aura of the soft sinew-dispersing incense, incessantly spread throughout her entire being. Your heart has accumulated another form of toxin. It appears that years of buildup have led to this extent. The recent outbreak of the toxin is entirely due to the provocation of the soft sinew-dispersing incense. With his spiritual power, Zhang Ziling forced the pervasive toxin back to the heart, stabilizing Lu Xiaoshuang's condition. Years of accumulation? Lu Xiaoshuang, having temporarily regained her composure, paled at his words. "It seems someone has poisoned you during your meals, and this has been ongoing for at least 3 years," Zhang Ziling remarked, observing her waning complexion. 3 years. Lu Xiaoshuang appeared to contemplate something, her expression turning despondent. Soon, however, she regained her composure and inquired of Zhang Ziling. Can you eliminate this toxin? I can. Zhang Ziling's words brought a flicker of hope to Lu Xiaoshuang, yet his subsequent statement plunged her back into despair. However, this toxin has already penetrated your heart and seeped into your bloodstream. Even if I were to cleanse this toxin, it would require drawing it into my own blood. Why would I assist you? Why would you help me? Lu Xiaoshuang fell into silence. Indeed, Zhang Ziling was a stranger to her, and she had not treated him with much courtesy previously, despite him having saved her life once. He had already assisted me sufficiently. This time, he was under no obligation to risk his life to rid me of the toxins. With this thought, Lu Xiaoshuang felt a sense of relief and managed a strained smile towards Zhang Ziling. I understand. I have caused you considerable trouble. However, I have one final request. Pausing momentarily, Lu Xiaoshuang continued. After my demise, could you transport my remains back to Hong Kong? Upon witnessing the desolate expression on Lu Xiaoshuang's face, Zhang Ziling replied indifferently. No. Taken aback by this unexpected answer, Lu Xiaoshuang hesitated but chose not to dwell on it. After all, it was unreasonable to impose such a burden. Transporting her body back to her family might even bring them trouble. She was well aware of her family's disposition and felt a twinge of regret for having made such a request. With a somber demeanor, Lu Xiaoshuang contemplated her impending death in this desolate wilderness. A wave of melancholy washed over her. You may leave. I wish to be alone here in silence. Consider that mechanical greatsword a gift from me, she said, turning her head away, tears welling in her eyes. Why should I leave? Zhang Ziling chuckled, surprised by the intensity of her reaction to his light-hearted banter. Indeed, while it was true that purging Lu Xiaoshuang's toxins necessitated drawing them into his own body, who was Zhang Ziling? Even the essence of hundreds of thousands of medicinal herbs coursing through his veins failed to stir a ripple. How could a mere trace of poison do so? His earlier remark had been made purely out of mischief, a desire to observe Lu Xiaoshuang's response. Lu Xiaoshuang was momentarily taken aback, her recently accumulated feelings of sorrow and despair dissipating significantly. She turned her gaze towards Zhang Ziling, eyeing him warily as she spoke. You wouldn't be thinking of taking advantage of me in this situation, would you? I must warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I will. At this, Zhang Ziling was also stunned, not having anticipated that Lu Xiaoshuang would suspect him of harboring such intentions. Was he truly that kind of person? He chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, what if I were to touch you? What would you do then? You? Lu Xiaoshuang's voice initially rang out boldly, but it gradually diminished until it became a mere whisper. Take it easy. Now utterly weakened and plagued by a potent toxin, she found herself devoid of any means to resist. Even the thought of ending her own life felt unattainable. If Zhang Ziling were to impose his will upon her, what could she possibly do? There's a saying that life resembles a certain experience. When one is powerless to resist, one can only close their eyes and silently endure. Her mother had always advised her that a girl must marry. Given her imminent demise, she might as well consider it as marrying him. After all, he was not unpleasant to look at and possessed formidable strength, so perhaps she wouldn't fare too poorly. Having contemplated much, Lu Xiaoshuang ultimately resorted to pleading with Zhang Ziling to be gentle, as she had no prior experience with such matters and was only aware of the pain they could entail. She certainly wished to avoid enduring torment before her end. Zhang Ziling was taken aback by Lu Xiaoshuang's unexpected words, staring incredulously at her, who appeared resolute in her sacrifice. What did you just say? Please be gentle. Lu Xiaoshuang thought to herself, in a state of utter despair, that if she could move, she would surely rend this insufferable Taoist into 1,000 pieces. Zhang Ziling, observing Lu Xiaoshuang's demeanor, shook his head helplessly, realizing that the jest had perhaps gone too far. Chapter 27. Saving a life. Just as Zhang Ziling was about to speak, the toxins in Lu Xiaoshuang's heart suddenly erupted, causing her blood vessels to rupture and the poison to invade her tissues. The toxins, previously confined by Zhang Ziling, began to flow throughout her body via her bloodstream. Starting from her chest, Lu Xiaoshuang's skin transformed into a purplish-black hue, which then spread across her entire form. Enduring excruciating pain, she felt as if she were on the verge of fainting. Yet, in her eyes, there flickered a glimmer of relief. Perhaps nearing death meant an end to her torment and the burdens of her past actions. As she slowly drifted into unconsciousness, Zhang Ziling recognized the gravity of the situation and understood that this was no time for jest. He pressed his hand firmly against Lu Xiaoshuang's heart, channeling his spiritual energy through his palm into her body, redirecting the rampant toxins back towards her heart. The poison then followed the spiritual energy, exiting Lu Xiaoshuang's body and entering Zhang Ziling's. This entire process required immense computational ability. The spiritual energy he infused into Lu Xiaoshuang had to meticulously separate the complex toxins from her blood while simultaneously sealing the ruptured blood vessels. He needed to control the flow of the toxins towards her heart without allowing them to affect other areas. This demanding task required Zhang Ziling's undivided focus, leaving no room for extraneous words. Gradually, the purplish-black hue that had spread across Lu Xiaoshuang's body began to recede, flowing from her heart into Zhang Ziling's palm. His hand began to take on the same purplish-black color, yet Zhang Ziling remained oblivious to the transformation of his own hand, wholly concentrated on extracting the poison from Lu Xiaoshuang. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Ziling did not wish for such a beautiful soul to perish. As time passed, Lu Xiaoshuang gradually regained her consciousness. "Am I dead?" She struggled to open her eyes, yet felt an inexplicable weight pressing down upon her. She then beheld Zhang Ziling, his countenance grave, pressing his hand against her chest. His palm had turned a ghastly shade of black, which was quite alarming. "Is he absorbing the poison for me?" Lu Xiaoshuang sensed her body slowly regaining strength, and her heart swelled with gratitude. However, a wave of anxiety soon washed over her. He was absorbing the poison, which meant he was putting his own life at risk. "No, I cannot allow him to suffer for me." With these thoughts racing through her mind, Lu Xiaoshuang began to struggle. In his fervent effort to protect her veins, Zhang Ziling inadvertently let her push his arm away. The protective energy dissipated, causing her veins to rupture once more. Her garments were instantly stained crimson, and the remaining toxins within her body seized this opportunity to spread through her blood, turning her once pure form into a darkened visage. Lu Xiaoshuang felt the specter of death beckoning her once again. "What are you doing?" She faintly heard an anguished shout, and through her blurred vision, she discerned a worried face. "Is that the wretched Taoist?" Despite being drenched in blood, Lu Xiaoshuang found herself smiling genuinely. It was a revelation that there truly existed someone in this world who could care for her so deeply. Just before she succumbed to unconsciousness once more, she felt a pair of strong arms enveloping her in a warm embrace. With her face stained with blood, Lu Xiaoshuang lay in Zhang Ziling's embrace, her arms limply hanging at her sides. Resting her head against Zhang Ziling's warm, powerful chest, she managed a feeble smile. "Thank you, I misjudged you. Do not speak, do not move." Zhang Ziling had no time to ponder Lu Xiaoshuang's thoughts. Her sudden struggle had severed the connection between him and the spiritual energy he had infused into her, allowing the uncontrolled energy to wreak havoc within her body, rendering her condition far more critical than before. Were it not for Zhang Ziling's timely intervention, enveloping her in his arms and channeling his own energy to stabilize the situation, Lu Xiaoshuang would surely have perished. Glancing down at the silent Lu Xiaoshuang, Zhang Ziling shook his head, thinking how troublesome she was. Although she was teetering on the brink of death, he felt no apprehension, even if she were to descend fully into the underworld. Zhang Ziling possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to bring her back. Once the situation was under control, Zhang Ziling employed his previous technique, extracting all the toxins from Lu Xiaoshuang's body and continuously mending the ruptured blood vessels with his spiritual energy. Gradually, her pallid face regained its color, and the wounds caused by the ruptured vessels healed completely. "At last, it is done. I have not tarnished the name of the pill saint," Zhang Ziling sighed in relief, gazing at Lu Xiaoshuang, now restored to her former self. After placing Lu Xiaoshuang aside and draping his own robe over her, Zhang Ziling was suddenly overcome by a wave of fatigue. This unexpected weariness caused his brow to furrow in concern. To feel such exhaustion at this level indicated that his strength had indeed plummeted to its nadir. He wondered if acquiring the spiritual medicine the following day would alleviate his condition, even slightly. Without indulging in unnecessary words, Zhang Ziling leaned against a nearby boulder to rest. Time passed unmeasured until Lu Xiaoshuang finally stirred, groggily propping herself up. The tattered remnants of her already worn skirt were utterly torn apart by the crevice of the stone. As she found herself fully exposed to the air, Lu Xiaoshuang froze in place. As for her upper garment, it had been removed by Zhang Ziling due to its saturation in blood. Along with it, The impediments to her drug consumption were also stripped away. Dazed, Lu Xiaoshuang glanced at the clothes lying beside her, then looked down at the shreds of her skirt at her feet, ultimately realizing that she had nearly no secrets left. Coincidentally, Zhang Ziling had also regained full consciousness at that moment. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a bewildered Lu Xiaoshuang standing before him. Zhang Ziling cast a sideways glance at her, slightly astonished, and remarked, "I never expected you to have such an exquisite figure." Lu Xiaoshuang's mind was momentarily paralyzed. This was the first time in her life that she had been so exposed in front of a man. However, she quickly regained her composure, snatching Zhang Ziling's robe and fleeing behind the rocks. After a considerable time, Lu Xiaoshuang emerged with flushed cheeks. Although Zhang Ziling's robes were quite ample, enveloping her petite figure, they trailed along the ground. However, what captured attention was the sight of her delicate, bare feet, which she daintily lifted as she stepped onto the chilly rocks. Approaching Zhang Ziling. At that moment, Zhang Ziling had fully regained his vitality, and without the tattered robes, he exuded an undeniable charm. As Lu Xiaoshuang stood before him, it seemed as if she were encountering him for the first time, her face flushing with a rosy hue. How has he become so handsome? Her heart fluttered wildly, and she shyly lowered her gaze. "You are well now. Shall we return?" Though Zhang Ziling found her current demeanor quite amusing, the dawn had broken, and it was likely that an E was anxiously waiting, rendering further delay unnecessary. Hearing his words, Lu Xiaoshuang opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in her mind, the mere sight of Zhang Ziling caused her heart to race, leaving her speechless. Noticing her silence, Zhang Ziling effortlessly lifted Lu Xiaoshuang and leapt from the cliff. Lu Xiaoshuang was unprepared for this exhilarating plunge. The fierce wind billowed into the robes, causing them to swell dramatically. Soon, Zhang Ziling and Lu Xiaoshuang landed gracefully at the entrance of the small town. Setting aside the still-shaken Lu Xiaoshuang, Zhang Ziling strode directly into the small town. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the townsfolk gathered along the road, each holding an array of gifts, their faces adorned with expressions of heartfelt gratitude as they gazed upon him. Chapter 28. The other function of the spirit stone, what is this? Lu Xiaoshuang, who had hurried over in her robe, looked at the excited townsfolk with a puzzled expression. "Master, you have finally returned." Just as they were contemplating, Annie squeezed through the crowd and ran to Zhang Ziling's side. "Master, what is this?" Zhang Ziling inquired, observing the gratitude etched on the faces of the townspeople. "They said they wished to repay your kindness," Annie replied. "Benefactor, you have finally returned." At that moment, the mayor of Yong County Town dashed over, grasping Zhang Ziling's hand with trembling excitement. "Why is this?" Zhang Ziling asked, taken aback by the mayor's tearful and snotty appearance. "Benefactor, you may not be aware, but we are the cannibal tribe, and we once lived here peacefully, without conflict. However, a month ago, 3 individuals suddenly appeared in our town, bringing with them a peculiar stone. Ever since their arrival, every night, our minds have been consumed by thoughts of that stone, leading us to lose our sanity and develop an insatiable craving for flesh." As the mayor spoke, the townspeople behind him displayed expressions of sorrow, suggesting that many had lost loved ones in this calamity. "We intended to confront those 3 during the day to seize the stone, yet their abilities were akin to those of deities, rendering our numbers futile against them. After they claimed several lives, we were left with no choice but to confine ourselves within our homes at night." The mayor, overcome with emotion, began to weep as he spoke, leaving us in uncertainty about when this calamity would come to an end, until we encountered your benevolence. Had it not been for your bravery in repelling them, restoring our sanity, we might have succumbed to mutual destruction in the grove yesterday. With that, the mayor knelt before Zhang Ziling, and all the townsfolk followed suit. "Thank you, benefactor." As he faced the kneeling townspeople, Zhang Ziling felt a slight stir within. After all, in another realm, the multitude had prostrated before him out of fear rather than gratitude. "Please rise. I have merely acted on a whim," Zhang Ziling said softly, raising his hand gently. An unseen force lifted the townsfolk, astonishment etched upon their faces. This act deepened their reverence for him, and in that moment, Zhang Ziling was regarded as a deity sent from the heavens, prompting the townsfolk to begin their prayers. Disregarding their reactions, Zhang Ziling handed the mechanical greatsword and the Yin spirit stone to Lu Xiaoshuang, then addressed an "Master, let us venture into the mountains now. Indeed, we should set off." We ought to reach our destination before nightfall, and he nodded in agreement. Are you really leaving? Lu Xiaoshuang asked, a hint of reluctance evident on her face as she disassembled the greatsword and returned it to its box. There are matters I must attend to, Zhang Ziling replied, making his way out of the town. Hey, wait, Lu Xiaoshuang called out, hastening to catch up with him. Upon noticing that Zhang Ziling and his companions were about to depart, the town mayor hastily called upon the townsfolk to pursue them. They had yet to present the carefully prepared gifts. How could their benefactor leave so abruptly? However, Zhang Ziling did not pause in his steps, swiftly eluding the persistent townspeople trailing behind him. The mayor, gazing at the receding figures, let out a resigned sigh, his posture seemingly more stooped than before. Subsequently, the town of Yongxian established a temple, within which 3 statues were enshrined, remarkably resembling Zhang Ziling and his companions. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As soon as they stepped onto Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Ziling turned to Lu Xiaoshuang and inquired, "What brings you along with us?" Lu Xiaoshuang, clad in a Taoist robe several sizes too large and carrying a mechanical greatsword in a box, paused momentarily before stammering, I thought I might see if there was any way I could assist. After all, I owe you so much." Gone was the indifference and arrogance she once displayed upon their first meeting. Lu Xiaoshuang now resembled an ordinary young girl. Observing her timid demeanor, Zhang Ziling sighed. "Then you may accompany us." Upon hearing that Lu Xiaoshuang intended to remain, and he felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. He was already apprehensive being near the immortal, and now with Lu Xiaoshuang staying, he would have to perpetually act as the master of this celestial being. The psychological burden weighed heavily upon him, leaving him feeling as though he might soon crumble under the pressure. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoshuang, and Yi's thoughts were tumultuous. Her sole desire was to stay by Zhang Ziling's side, without fully comprehending the reason behind it. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's consent, Lu Xiaoshuang's joy was evident on her face. And Yi, observing the beaming Lu Xiaoshuang, smiled and inquired, "Dear young lady, there is a question that has lingered in my mind. Please, old sir, speak your mind." Lu Xiaoshuang replied, her demeanor now imbued with respect, shedding the arrogance she previously displayed. After all, this venerable elder was the master of Zhang Ziling, and it would be unwise to offend him. The title of old sir dispelled much of Yi's earlier displeasure, replacing it with a sense of gratitude. For in the realm of cultivation, he had often been the subject of mockery, and Yi was acutely aware of why Lu Xiaoshuang addressed him as old sir. Yet he remained puzzled by the stark shift in her attitude towards Zhang Ziling. Nevertheless, this did not diminish Yi's growing reverence for Zhang Ziling. "What, pray tell, is your intention with the Yin Spirit Stone?" And he narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lu Xiaoshuang. "To my knowledge, the Yin Spirit Stone serves another purpose. It acts as a medium for absorbing the essence of living beings for cultivation. Such practice is expressly forbidden in the Chinese cultivation community." Upon hearing Yi's words, Lu Xiaoshuang's expression shifted, and she fell into silence. The notion of absorbing the essence of the living? Zhang Ziling also turned his attention to Lu Xiaoshuang, contemplating the method of absorbing the essence of the living. Even in a different realm, such practices would be shunned by most cultivators, for they offend the heavens and disrupt the cycle of karma, inevitably leading to retribution. Lu Xiaoshuang opened her mouth, her gaze wavering uncertainly. After a brief moment, Lu Xiaoshuang could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by the elder and the youth. She spoke softly, "I am the daughter of the head of the Lu family in Hong Kong, but my father is gravely ill and nearing death. We have sought the expertise of countless renowned physicians, all of whom have declared that my father is beyond salvation. In the end, the entire family has given up on saving him." Her expression darkened, and her tone grew fervent. "I know that my father has been conspired against. For his philosophy in managing the family diverges from that of certain individuals who aspire to take over the leadership. I feel helpless. If I do not swiftly enhance my own capabilities, I will be unable to confront those who have wronged my father, and I will not be able to retrieve the antidote. My father will perish." Overwhelmed by emotion, Lu Xiaoshuang began to weep uncontrollably. Having lost her mother at a young age, the only one in her family who truly cared for her was her father, and now that he was on the brink of death, she was determined to exhaust every possible means to save him. "Even so, you should not. I understand. I will assist you," and he began, but before he could finish, Zhang Ziling interjected. "You wish to help me?" Lu Xiaoshuang, with swollen eyes from crying, gazed into Zhang Ziling's eyes. His clear and confident gaze instinctively led her to believe that he could truly aid her. However, the formidable strength of her adversaries gradually diminished her faith in Zhang Ziling's ability to help. You cannot assist me. They represent a significant portion of the Lu family. Lu Xiaoshuang shook her head, declaring that neither she nor her master could assist her. Disciple? And Yi gazed at Zhang Ziling in astonishment, failing to comprehend why he would extend his aid to a girl he had only just met. You may not understand. I do not regard even the entire Lu family with any significance. Initially intending to mock Zhang Ziling for his bravado, Lu Xiaoshuang was rendered speechless as she beheld him raise his right hand and effortlessly crush a colossal boulder in the distance, sending it soaring into the air, obliterating it completely. Simultaneously, the two men in trench coats lurking behind the boulder met a similar fate. They had planned to strike once Lu Xiaoshuang distanced herself from Zhang Ziling, yet they were utterly oblivious to the fact that Zhang Ziling had already detected their presence. Consequently, they were left bewildered, unaware of how they met their demise. Now do you believe? Zhang Ziling remarked casually, as if he had merely swatted two fleas. In a state of shock, Lu Xiaoshuang mechanically nodded, I believe. Observing Lu Xiaoshuang clad in her Taoist robe, Zhang Ziling smiled and remarked, I can assist you. However, I have one condition. Chapter 29, is it a dragon? What conditions? Lu Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as it could aid her in confronting her enemies and securing the antidote for her father, she would agree to any terms. Zhang Ziling approached Lu Xiaoshuang with a smile, gently lifting her chin and gazing into her eyes. He couldn't possibly be thinking. A flurry of images flashed through Lu Xiaoshuang's mind, causing her cheeks to flush from her neck to her ears. As Zhang Ziling drew nearer, she could distinctly feel her heartbeat quickening in her chest. Out of a sense of decorum, Lu Xiaoshuang closed her eyes and slightly rose onto her toes. However, at that moment, Zhang Ziling tilted his head and softly inhaled the scent beside her, then released her and stepped back. Once he had distanced himself, Lu Xiaoshuang realized she had completely misinterpreted his intentions. Her face burned with embarrassment, longing to find a hole to hide in. How mortifying! Lu Xiaoshuang lifted her long sleeves to shield her face. You carry an extraordinary fragrance, one that is uniquely characteristic of dragon saliva ruby, Zhang Ziling remarked, observing the shyly concealed Lu Xiaoshuang with a smile. If you provide me with the dragon saliva ruby, I shall assist you in resolving all your troubles. Dragon saliva ruby? Lu Xiaoshuang gradually calmed her racing heart and peered at Zhang Ziling through the gaps in her sleeves. Is it a piece of red jade? Indeed. As long as you hand over the dragon saliva ruby, I would have no qualms about helping you obliterate the Lu family. You dare. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's intention to eradicate the Lu family, Lu Xiaoshuang sprang to her feet, glaring at him. However, she swiftly realized that she was no match for Zhang Ziling. In fact, he had saved her life, and she currently sought his assistance. Thus, her outburst felt rather inappropriate. Therefore, Lu Xiaoshuang lowered her voice, approaching Zhang Ziling with her robe trailing behind her, softly stating, If you help me retrieve the antidote, I shall give you that piece of jade. Pleasure to cooperate. Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, extending his hand. Lu Xiaoshuang paused for a moment before also smiling and extending her delicate, cool hand. Once their agreement was settled, an Yi, who had been observing, approached to indicate the direction they would proceed next. Taoist, I would like to pose a question. As the trio moved swiftly, Lu Xiaoshuang suddenly turned to an Yi, who was carrying a box. A question? An Yi responded, taken aback. Observing an Yi's bewilderment, Lu Xiaoshuang became increasingly convinced of her suspicions. Locking her gaze onto an Yi's eyes, she inquired, Zhang Ziling is not truly your disciple, is he? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshuang's question, an Yi was startled, instinctively glancing at Zhang Ziling. I've caught you, Lu Xiaoshuang exclaimed excitedly, having keenly noticed an Yi's subtle reaction. You are not actually master and disciple. I am quite curious. How did you deduce that? At this moment, Zhang Ziling ceased to conceal the truth and, looking at the exuberant Lu Xiaoshuang, asked her. There are 3 points, Lu Xiaoshuang declared, holding up 3 fingers. Firstly, NES cultivation is renowned throughout China, and I find it utterly perplexing that he would accept an apprentice whose strength far surpasses his own. Lu Xiaoshuang chuckled softly, bending her ring finger as she continued. Secondly, I detected something amiss yesterday. As a master, NE seems excessively deferential towards his disciple, doesn't he? He speaks with such care. I cannot fathom any master in China behaving in such a manner. What about the third point? Zhang Ziling inquired, his gaze fixed on Lu Xiaoshuang, who was still holding up her index finger, smiling. Well, as for the third, Lu Xiaoshuang smiled mischievously. I refuse to divulge it. But since you've already uncovered it, you need not continue pretending to be my master. Indeed, esteemed one, exhaled in relief, bowing respectfully to Zhang Ziling. Finally, he was free from anxiety. A genuine smile broke across an ES face. It seemed that being addressed as master by Zhang Ziling had indeed placed a tremendous burden upon him. He would never forget the day Zhang Ziling nearly ascended to the heavens, the epitome of a demonic deity. Esteemed one, Lu Xiaoshuang gaped, her cherry lips parting in astonishment as she gazed at Zhang Ziling. Why would an refer to you as esteemed one? Although an is notoriously weak within the cultivation community, he is nonetheless an elder of the sect, and his status demands respect. For someone of such standing to bestow the title of esteemed one upon another, what could that person's strength possibly be? I shall not disclose it, Zhang Ziling retorted, mirroring Lu Xiaoshuang's words back to her. Upon witnessing Zhang Ziling's indifferent demeanor, Lu Xiaoshuang felt an inexplicable urge to strike him. After their brief interlude, the trio soon arrived at a gorge. Esteemed immortal, just ahead lies the fabled location of the nine-turn rebirth flower. This area is a forbidden ground for our clan. Not a soul has ventured there since our generation, thus I remain ignorant of its secrets, and he cautioned, pausing at the entrance of the gorge. Beware, for there may dwell beasts that have lived for centuries, as the ancient tome documenting the nine-turn rebirth flower was penned by a predecessor from the founding of our clan. Centuries, Lu Xiaoshuang gasped, covering her mouth. Haven't they evolved into something extraordinary? The world is filled with wonders. Young girl, there remains much for you to learn. Throughout their journey, and Lu Xiaoshuang had grown quite familiar with one another. For interacting with Lu Xiaoshuang felt far more natural than with Zhang Ziling. What does it matter to be well-versed? You still cannot best me, Lu Xiaoshuang declared, placing the iron chest from her back onto the ground with a thud. You. Glared at Lu Xiaoshuang, his beard trembling in indignation at her smugness. Very well, let us proceed, Zhang Ziling interjected, halting their squabble as he stepped into the gorge first. Old man, stay behind me. I shall protect you. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshuang had reassembled her mechanical greatsword. Over 2 meters long, crackling with arcs of electricity, which she bore confidently upon her shoulder, clad in a flowing robe. Old Dao has his own methods. There is no need for your interference. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, turned and entered the canyon. This was your promise. I shall not assist you when the time comes. Lu Xiaoshuang, seeing reject her suggestion, pouted and followed her inside. Upon entering the canyon, the scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. Outside, the landscape was smooth and covered in ice and snow, yet within the canyon, it was alive with the melodies of birds and the fragrances of blossoms, an array of unknown flowers flourishing throughout. A marvel indeed. Gazing at this intoxicating vista, he could not help but exclaim in heartfelt wonder. How could this be? The temperature here must be at least 10 degrees warmer than outside. The sword-wielding Lu Xiaoshuang surveyed her surroundings, seemingly unperturbed by the beauty before her, instead focusing on the significant temperature variation. This place indeed harbors spiritual herbs. Zhang Ziling, observing the surroundings, elucidated. The growth of spiritual herbs necessitates a substantial amount of spiritual energy, and since this canyon is recessed, spiritual energy typically flows from higher to lower areas, nourishing the herbs. In turn, these herbs release their own spiritual energy, creating a continuous cycle that results in the current phenomena. I see. And Lu Xiaoshuang nodded in understanding. However, where there are spiritual herbs, there are bound to be guardian beasts. I wonder how powerful these guardians might be? As Zhang Ziling walked, he searched for traces of the guardian beasts. According to the records of that ancient text, the guardian beast at that time possessed the strength of the foundation establishment stage. After several centuries of change, one can only wonder how formidable it has become. And he reminisced. Upon hearing Yi's words, Lu Xiaoshuang exclaimed, in just a few centuries, it has reached the foundation establishment stage. Does that mean its current power has surpassed the heavens? Not so simply, Zhang Ziling interjected. The spiritual energy on Earth is far too sparse. Although the guardian beast has been nourished by spiritual herbs, achieving a breakthrough of even 1 or 2 realms over these few hundred years would be its utmost limit. A realm. Lu Xiaoshuang counted on her fingers, then shouted, that means it's at the golden core stage. Can we contend with it? There's no need to overreact. Isn't there an immortal with us? And he replied, if it has indeed reached the golden core stage, I wouldn't be overly concerned about safety. After all, in my understanding, a golden core cannot merely unleash spiritual energy to make an entire city tremble. Indeed, it is the nine-turn bone flower. Just as Lu Xiaoshuang was about to counter an E, Zhang Ziling suddenly called out. Not far ahead of them lay a small pool, at the center of which floated a lotus-like flower with 9 white petals. Is that the nine-turn bone flower? How exquisite! Lu Xiaoshuang gazed at the ethereal flower exuding a faint white aura and began to walk towards it, step by step. Girl, come back to your senses. And he quickly pulled her back before she could take too many steps. What just happened? Lu Xiaoshuang asked, her expression one of confusion as she regained her composure. You have become a mere illusion. It seems the guardian beast resides within this pool. Zhang Ziling gazed intently at the tranquil waters, his tone devoid of any emotion, while his eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Who dares to disturb my secluded meditation? Suddenly, the stillness of the pool erupted into turmoil as a white figure surged forth from the depths. Its elongated form spiraled gracefully through the air, a colossal head flicking its tongue, cold eyes fixating on the 3 individuals who appeared insignificant by the lakeside. Is it a dragon? Chapter 30. I am the Emperor. Dare you claim respect? What is it? Is it a dragon? Lu Xiaoshuang gazed in astonishment at the creature hovering in the air, so stunned that she nearly dropped her sword with a clatter to the ground. Even an E, who prided himself on having traversed the vast expanse of China and accumulated a wealth of knowledge, was utterly dumbfounded. This being ought to belong to the realm of legends. Before them lay a serpent over 20 meters long, adorned with 2 prominent horns and faint scales glimmering along its body. The serpent flicked its tongue, fixating its gaze upon them, as if poised to swallow them whole in the next instant. It bore a striking resemblance to the mythical dragon, yet something seemed amiss. You have disturbed my meditation. You ought to be punished with death. However, the heavens are merciful. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall grant you your freedom. Should you fail, you will slumber here forever, bearing witness to my transformation into a dragon. The colossal serpent, having remained silent for far too long, entertained the notion of toying with these mere mortals. It had been a protracted period of solitude, and the path of cultivation had become insipid. The sudden intrusion of these individuals provided a delightful diversion along its journey of evolution. Fixating its gaze on Zhang Ziling and his companions, the serpent mocked, I possess divine power. You mere mortals are fortunate to behold my presence. And now I grant you a reprieve. You ought to bow in gratitude. And E, overwhelmed by the serpent's imposing presence, felt his legs weaken. He sensed that this colossal creature could easily snuff out his life with a single bite. Look at your pitiful state. You have wasted decades of your existence. Lu Xiaoshuang observed the trembling legs of an E and mockingly ridiculed him, yet it seemed she had forgotten her own trepidation. In the vastness of China, we are the descendants of dragons. Although the Chinese proudly refer to themselves as the descendants of dragons, when confronted with a true dragon, or even a creature resembling one, a profound fear and reverence arises from the depths of their souls. Gazing at the dragon-like entity, both an E and Lu Xiaoshuang began to tremble. The overwhelming aura emitted by the colossal serpent was particularly suffocating, rendering them incapable of harnessing their internal spiritual energy. Not only could they not withstand a single strike from the serpent, but enduring even a mere quarter of an hour under its oppressive presence seemed beyond their capabilities. The giant serpent appeared pleased with their reaction, its gaze shifting towards the seemingly unassuming young man, its eyes glinting with a crimson light. It is decided, you shall begin. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall spare you. Master, Zhang Ziling. Both an E and Lu Xiaoshuang cast worried glances at Zhang Ziling. After all, this adversary seemed even more formidable than they had anticipated. This serpent was undoubtedly beyond the golden core stage. They were utterly powerless to assist. Should Zhang Ziling falter, it would mean their demise here today. Zhang Ziling merely smiled faintly, signaling for them to remain calm, and around him, there was not a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. The colossal serpent, infuriated by Zhang Ziling's fearless demeanor, soared into the air, transforming the water in the pool into 3 towering pillars of liquid, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ignorant and arrogant mortal, you shall pay a bloody price for your hubris. The serpent's eyes glowed with crimson light as the 3 water spouts entwined, hurtling toward Zhang Ziling. To perish upon witnessing the true power of this world is indeed a privilege for a foolish mortal. How dare a mere serpent, one that has yet to transform into a dragon, assert dominance before me? As Zhang Ziling beheld the impending onslaught of the immense water columns, he seized the mechanical greatsword that Lu Xiaoshuang had dropped. With a swift motion, he swung it in a wide arc and hurled it towards the serpent. The mechanical sword crackled with arcs of electricity, effortlessly cleaving the 3-meter-wide water column in twain as it surged toward the serpent. A sickening thud echoed as the blade pierced flesh. The once magnificent water pillars, stripped of their mystical support, disintegrated into a torrential downpour that cascaded to the ground. The serpent gazed in disbelief at the mechanical sword embedded within its body, its eyes dimming as the light within faded. Ultimately, it collapsed into the pool, sending a tumultuous splash into the air, its blood staining the water's crimson. And Lu Xiaoshuang remained stunned, gazing at Zhang Ziling, who stood amidst the rain, his imposing figure seemingly transcending the horizon. With a single strike, he had vanquished the formidable beast that seemed on the verge of transformation. And Lu Xiaoshuang swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the young man before them. Who exactly was he? This question simultaneously arose in their minds. As the water from the pool washed away the snake's blood that had splattered onto him, Zhang Ziling slowly approached the edge of the pool, dragging the carcass of the serpent out. With a thud, the snake's body struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly beneath it. Zhang Ziling then produced a colossal mechanical sword and walked over to the dazed Lu Xiaoshuang, offering her the weapon. "This is yours," he stated. Yet, Lu Xiaoshuang seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on Zhang Ziling. Frowning slightly, Zhang Ziling raised his voice. "Your sword." Lu Xiaoshuang was jolted from her stupor, cautiously accepting the massive sword. It was then that she noticed the immense weapon appeared as light as a feather in Zhang Ziling's grasp, devoid of any weight. This detail further astonished Lu Xiaoshuang regarding Zhang Ziling's formidable strength. Exalted immortal, and still reeling from Zhang Ziling's imposing presence, trembled as he approached, speaking cautiously. "You should have them skin the snake and extract its gallbladder. The blood has likely drained away, so there is no need to collect that." After giving his instructions, Zhang Ziling did not linger, stepping onto the water to retrieve the 9-turned soul flower left in the pool. Regrettably, had that little serpent cultivated for a few more years and consumed this precious herb, it would likely have transformed into a dragon. Zhang Ziling, holding the 9-turned life-bone flower, sighed, contemplating that at that point, it could indeed serve as a makeshift means of transportation. The two individuals nearby, engaged in skinning, nearly dropped their knives upon overhearing Zhang Ziling's murmurs. "My goodness, just how peculiar are you? A dragon can barely qualify as your mode of transport," implying it scarcely even counts as a steed. However, oblivious to the inner thoughts of the two, Zhang Ziling began to sit cross-legged on the ground and directly ingested the 9-turned life-bone flower. Noticing Zhang Ziling immersed in his cultivation, and Lu Xiaoshuang instinctively softened their movements, striving not to disturb him. Once more, the valley fell into a profound silence. After an indeterminate period, and Lu Xiaoshuang finally completed the skinning and successfully extracted the enormous serpent's gallbladder. At that moment, Zhang Ziling slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, a faint smile gracing his lips. Truly, it is a miraculous herb. His injuries had somewhat improved, and his strength had risen a notch. "I appreciate your efforts," Zhang Ziling remarked as he stood. "This serpent skin and gallbladder are treasures for you both. Divide them as you see fit." "As a token of my gratitude." "For us?" And Lu Xiaoshuang exclaimed in astonishment. Although they coveted these two treasures, they were fully aware that they were entirely acquired through Zhang Ziling's endeavors, and having contributed nothing themselves, they felt unworthy to accept them. Zhang Ziling smiled as he waved his hands to the two individuals, seemingly anticipating their reaction. "These two treasures hold no value for me. Keeping them would be a waste. It is far better to bestow them upon you." Although Lu Xiaoshuang initially intended to decline, they readily accepted the gift upon seeing Zhang Ziling's resolute gaze. And took the serpent's skin, while Lu Xiaoshuang claimed the serpent's gallbladder. "By the way, I previously mentioned that should you assist me in locating the spiritual herb, I would present you with a surprise. The time has come to fulfill that promise." Zhang Ziling's words instantly ignited a spark of excitement within He prioritized the surprise from Zhang Ziling over the magnificent serpent's skin. "Catch this." Zhang Ziling produced a small booklet and tossed it to an E. This booklet contained a cultivation technique, the Taoist art of 9 transformations, which Zhang Ziling had painstakingly extracted from his memories. This technique was particularly suited for someone like an E, who possessed modest innate talents, yet had made significant achievements in the principles of change. It could be said that this technique was an invaluable treasure for an E. Perplexed, an E received the booklet, and, after flipping through a few pages, his expression shifted dramatically. He hastily tucked the booklet away and knelt before Zhang Ziling. "I shall never forget your immense grace, esteemed immortal. Please allow me to pay my respects." "There's no need for that," Zhang Ziling replied, using a surge of spiritual energy to lift an Yi back to his feet. However, given an Yi's animated demeanor, it seemed he would require some time to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoshuang remained curious about the nature of the gift Zhang Ziling had bestowed upon an Yi. However, since others had not spoken, it would be inappropriate to inquire further. Ultimately, he could only suppress his curiosity and bury the question deep within his heart. "An Yi, upon acquiring this technique, you shall diligently cultivate here. Perhaps in the future, I may find need of your abilities. Rest assured, master, I shall exert every effort to fulfill any commands you may issue." And E replied with palpable excitement, for it was evident that the technique had profoundly impacted him. After enduring decades of humiliation and being the subject of ridicule within the cultivation realm, all of that would dissipate upon mastering this technique. How could one not be exhilarated by such a prospect? Once an E had been attended to, Zhang Ziling turned his gaze, imbued with a smile, towards Lu Xiaoshuang. Observing the inscrutable expression on Zhang Ziling's face, Lu Xiaoshuang instinctively recoiled a few steps in trepidation. What are you planning to do? Let us depart." "Depart? Where to?" "Hong Kong." Chapter 31. Changes in the Lu family at Hong Kong International Airport. The aircraft arriving from Kunlun descended gracefully. Zhang Ziling and Lu Xiaoshuang had flown to Hong Kong. As for an E, Zhang Ziling instructed him to remain in the canyon to cultivate the Taoist technique. The 9 changes, until he achieved a breakthrough. Finally, they had returned. Upon exiting the airport, Lu Xiaoshuang stretched languidly. Observing her, Zhang Ziling smiled and approached her, suggesting, "Let us proceed directly. We shall discuss matters further once we reach your home." Indeed, I had already sent a message before boarding the plane, instructing someone to await us at the airport entrance. "Let us head out." Lu Xiaoshuang nodded, walking alongside Zhang Ziling toward the exit. As anticipated, shortly after they stepped outside, a black Hummer H6 came to a halt before them. "Miss, you have finally returned. I was unable to reach you before. Had you not sent me a message, I would have been at a loss." A short-haired, capable-looking girl quickly jumped out from the driver's seat, her face etched with urgency as she spoke to Lu Xiaoshuang, causing the latter to furrow her brow. During Lu Xiaoshuang's quest for the Yin Spirit Stone in Kunlun, her phone had been devoid of signal. Consequently, she had decided to turn it off completely, only switching it on briefly to message Xiaoyu before boarding the flight. "Xiaoyu, do not panic. Please tell me what has transpired," Lu Xiaoshuang said, her brow knitted, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but was at a loss for where to begin, her face a portrait of confusion. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her teeth and said to Lu Xiaoshuang, "Miss, the master has passed away." "What?" Lu Xiaoshuang's face turned ashen, her hands gripping Xiaoyu's shoulders tightly as she exclaimed, "Say that again. What has happened to my father?" The master has died." Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. Lu Xiaoshuang's grip was painfully tight, yet she dared not struggle. "Impossible. I must return to see for myself. This cannot be true. How could my father possibly be dead? He was perfectly fine when I left." Lu Xiaoshuang released her hold on Xiaoyu and dashed towards the driver's seat. "Miss, you cannot go back." Xiaoyu, disregarding the pain in her shoulders, seized Lu Xiaoshuang's arm. "Let go of me." Lu Xiaoshuang shook off Xiaoyu's grasp. "I must return to see." Just as Lu Xiaoshuang broke free, a strong hand grasped her firmly. "What are you doing?" Lu Xiaoshuang glared at Zhang Ziling, her mind consumed with thoughts of her father, oblivious to Zhang Ziling's immense strength. "Listen to her. Do not act rashly." Zhang Ziling's words seemed to possess a calming power, with tears welling in her eyes. Lu Xiaoshuang stared at Zhang Ziling, her agitation gradually subsiding as she nodded in acquiescence. Xiaoyu looked on in astonishment, never expecting her mistress to be so compliant with a man. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Xiaoyu shook her head vigorously and then said to Lu Xiaoshuang, "Miss, Lu Xing is now the head of the family. During the funeral of the old master, He publicly accused you of poisoning him. They even found poison in the room. The entire Liu family is searching for you, and I barely managed to sneak out. You cannot go back now. What a bastard. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Liu Xiaoshuang slammed her palm against the hood of the Hummer, leaving an imprint. Miss, I have a trustworthy friend. I suggest we hide for the time being, as returning to the Liu family would be tantamount to seeking death, Xiao Yu advised, knowing that it was far too dangerous to return home. At this moment, Liu Xiaoshuang had completely regained her composure. She nodded and said to Xiao Yu, let's go to your friend's house first. Once we settle down, we will devise a plan. I must avenge this wrong. Yes, Xiao Yu replied. I will take you to my friend right away. Why complicate things? Let's just go directly to the Liu family. I am in a hurry. At that moment, Zhang Ziling suddenly spoke, leaving both Liu Xiaoshuang and Xiao Yu stunned. What did you say? Liu Xiaoshuang gazed at Zhang Ziling in disbelief. I said we should go directly to the Liu family. I will help you resolve this matter, and in return, you will provide me with the dragon's saliva ruby. Zhang Ziling replied casually. Do you even realize what you are saying? Xiao Yu suddenly erupted, pointing at Zhang Ziling and exclaiming. Forcing the young lady to return now is tantamount to sending her to her death. You should understand that the current circumstances are vastly different from before. We are now confronted with the entirety of the Liu family, whose formidable strength I comprehend better than anyone else. Liu Xiaoshuang also opposed Zhang Ziling's suggestion. Though you are powerful, no individual can possibly surpass the might of an entire family. Liu Xiaoshuang continued to persuade, now completely composed. Vengeance for my father will indeed be exacted, but it is certainly not the right time to do so. No, we shall go to the Liu family. Trust me. Zhang Ziling remained resolute, as he had no intention of lingering in Hong Kong. If he were to deliberate with them, it would be uncertain how long he would remain. In contrast to scheming and plotting, Zhang Ziling preferred to crush his adversaries directly with sheer strength. How can you be so oblivious? The young lady has made herself abundantly clear. Insisting she accompanies you back now is akin to pushing her into a fiery pit. Xiao Yu shouted at Zhang Ziling, utterly perplexed by his unwavering confidence. If you wish to play the hero, no one will stop you. But I absolutely refuse to allow you to lead the young lady to her demise. I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, turning to Liu Xiaoshuang and saying, Young lady, let us go to my friend's place first and leave him here. Xiao Yu, let us return to the Liu family. Liu Xiaoshuang's voice was gentle. Did you hear? Miss said. Xiao Ye glared fiercely at Zhang Ziling, then suddenly froze, turning her gaze to Liu Xiaoshuang. Miss you? I trust him. Let us return to the Liu family, Liu Xiaoshuang stated. Upon hearing Liu Xiaoshuang's words, Xiao Ye became agitated, looking at her anxiously. Miss, how could you think this way? This person might be a trick sent by Lu Xing to deceive you into going back. How can you trust him? Xiao Ye, after all these years. Do you not know me? I am not one to act recklessly, Liu Xiaoshuang replied, grasping Xiao Ye's hand. Mississippi. Xiao Ye stared blankly at Liu Xiaoshuang, and after a long pause, she sighed, I understand. Let us get in the car. With that, Xiao Ye turned to Zhang Ziling, her tone icy as she warned. If anything happens to the miss because of you, I will haunt you even in death. Hearing Xiao Ye's threat, Zhang Ziling merely shook his head and smiled. Offering no further explanation, let us depart. The three soon entered the vehicle, heading towards the Liu family residence. The entire Liu family clan is situated on a mountain, with their family business exerting control over nearly half of Hong Kong's economy. Their lineage can be traced back to the Ming dynasty, boasting a history of over 400 years. Since the late Ming era, the family has been engaged in cultivation, producing numerous formidable figures throughout various periods, playing diverse roles in the course of Chinese history. During the Republic of China, they established a vast empire in Hong Kong. It can be said that the Liu family holds a prominent position throughout China. Zhang Ziling silently contemplated the family history recounted by Liu Xiaoshuang as he observed a towering mountain gradually drawing nearer. Upon arrival, he realized that their ancestral home was perched atop this very peak. Xiao Ye parked the car at the foot of the mountain and turned to Zhang Ziling with an irritable expression, stating, given the current circumstances, it is simply impossible for us to boldly drive up there. We must disembark and ascend on foot. Otherwise, we may not even know how we met our demise. Zhang Ziling chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Xiao Ye's demeanor. He silently exited the vehicle, lifted his gaze towards the summit, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, and a peculiar smile graced his lips. The Liu family, you say? I am eager to witness the extent of your formidable legacy built over these past centuries. Chapter 32. Ascending the Liu family. The entire Liu family resides atop this mountain, accessible via a winding road that is perpetually monitored by the family. Thus, it is virtually impossible for Zhang Ziling and his companions to infiltrate the Liu residence unnoticed. Should they attempt to drive up directly, they might find themselves ambushed midway. The trio advanced swiftly, reaching the mountainside in less than 10 minutes. Even Xiaoya possessed at least the strength of qi refinement, which sparked Zhang Ziling's anticipation regarding the Liu family's prowess. After all, the fact that they had sustained their lineage for centuries hinted at some substantial foundation. Liu Xiaoshuang, you treacherous parasite, how dare you return? As Zhang Ziling's group had scarcely crossed the mountainside, two young men blocked their path. Lu Ling, Lu Hai, do you not believe me either? Liu Xiaoshuang exclaimed vehemently at the two young men before her. With both evidence and witnesses present, do you still wish to argue? The taller of the two shouted. The new family head has issued a decree for your act of patricide. Any Liu family member who encounters you is to execute you on sight. Lu Ling, if you do not believe me, then I have nothing left to say. Today, I must ascend and demand an explanation. Liu Xiaoshuang's mechanical giant sword swiftly reformed, hovering in the air and crackling with menacing arcs of electricity. Xiaoshuang, if you surrender now, I can intercede on your behalf with the family head. At this moment, Lu Hai spoke, his eyes filled with compassion. I believe you have your reasons. Liu Xiaoshuang, with tears streaming down her face, clutched the mechanical greatsword tightly. Do not force me to take your lives. Lu Ling and Lu Hai, who had once considered themselves good friends of the young lady, now stood as the first to obstruct her path. I have truly misjudged you. At that moment, Xiao Yu also drew a small dagger, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon them. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Lu Hai's expression shifted. And just as he prepared to speak, Lu Ling interjected. There is no need for further words. Your act of poisoning has been captured on camera, and the evidence is irrefutable. Yet here you stand, feigning innocence. I have truly misjudged you. Lu Ling retrieved a crimson handgun, aiming it at Liu Xiaoshuang's head. Today, you will return with us to the Liu family, where the patriarch shall deliver justice. You know that, given your strength, you cannot evade the piercing bullets. As Xiao Yu gazed down the barrel of the gun, her expression transformed instantly, and she rushed to shield Liu Xiaoshuang. If you wish to harm the young lady, you must first step over my dead body. Xiao Yu, get out of the way. Lu Ling will pull the trigger. Lu Hai shouted urgently, witnessing Xiao Yu's protective stance. Xiao Yu, since you have chosen to stand beside a traitor, do not blame me for your demise. Lu Ling declared coldly, the gun unwavering in her grip. Young lady, once Lu Ling fires, seize the opportunity to strike back. They will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the might of your mechanical greatsword. Xiao Yu brandished a dagger, positioning herself protectively in front of Liu Xiaoshuang, her tone grave. Xiao Yu, Liu Xiaoshuang's grip on her sword began to tremble. Let's see you try. Lu Ling retorted with a cold smirk, her index finger poised to pull the trigger. No, Lu Hai exclaimed, too late to halt Lu Ling's action. The crimson gun belched forth a ferocious flame, and a violet bullet sliced through the air, hurtling towards Xiao Yu at breakneck speed. Upon hearing the gunfire, Xiao Yu shut her eyes. Miss, farewell. Your reliance is but this. At that moment, a remarkably calm voice resonated in the ears of all present. Xiao Yu gradually opened her eyes to see Zhang Ziling standing before her, the violet bullet spinning incessantly at his fingertips, unable to touch him. How is this possible? Lu Ling gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Zhang Ziling. This is what you call a breaking air bullet, merely a child's toy. Zhang Ziling chuckled lightly. Here, take it back. With a flick of his finger, the violet bullet ricocheted from its original trajectory, directly entering the barrel of the gun. Lu Ling's weapon erupted in a thunderous explosion, leaving her arm rendered useless, blood gushing forth. Monster! Others gazed in astonishment at that imperious figure, their hearts gripped by an enduring shock. You! Xiaoya gazed at the towering figure ahead, rendered speechless. Zhang Ziling calmly regarded Lu Ling and Lu Hai, stating with a hint of resolve, I have pledged to assist Liu Xiaoshuang, and in this world, no one shall impede me. Such arrogance. Lu Ling's words were abruptly interrupted as Zhang Ziling, like a wraith, materialized before him, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. Bang! Lu Ling was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the mountainside, debris scattering in all directions. Before Lu Hai could react, Zhang Ziling seized him by the neck and slammed him into the ground, creating a deep crater. Lu Hai lay bloodied and unconscious within the pit. In just 2 moves, Lu Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Ling and Lu Hai were not inferior to her in strength, yet Zhang Ziling had dispatched them with such ease. Rest assured, they are not dead, Zhang Ziling remarked. Having perceived the underlying concern in the gazes of Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoya, clapping his hands. Thank you, Xiaoya managed to utter, acknowledging that they had brought this upon themselves. Had Lu Ling aimed for your shoulder, perhaps I would have exerted a bit more force, Zhang Ziling added, causing the expressions of Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoya to shift dramatically. Lu Xiaoshuang looked at the bloodied, unconscious figures of Lu Ling and Lu Hai. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us proceed, Zhang Ziling suggested, glancing ahead with a smile, aware that the commotion had likely alerted the Lu family. Indeed, at this moment, Xiaoya had completely acknowledged Zhang Ziling's prowess, and in her heart, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards him for not dealing harshly with the 2 individuals. Lu Xiaoshuang tightened her grip on the colossal sword and nodded vigorously. The trio advanced swiftly along the highway. Master, the traitor Lu Xiaoshuang has returned. Indeed. Capture her and bring her forth for public judgment. Understood. Perched atop the mountain was a grand castle, and in a chamber at its highest point, a man clad in black gradually faded into the shadows. Xiaoshuang, you have returned. Do not blame your uncle for being merciless. A man in a suit sat in a tiger-skin chair, toying with a pair of iron balls. His face adorned with a smile as he gazed at the paintings lining the wall. These artworks, ranging from ink-wash to oil paintings, depicted the successive heads of the Lu family throughout the generations. At the entrance of the Lu family castle, several family members stood at the gate, coldly observing Zhang Ziling and his companions beyond the moat. Lu Xiaoshuang, you traitor, how dare you return? One of the Lu family members shouted. I have come to seek justice. My father's death cannot be overlooked. Lu Xiaoshuang stepped forward, gripping the mechanical giant sword and swinging it fiercely, unleashing a violent arc of electricity towards the Lu family members. Xiaoshuang, do not cling to delusions. One of the Lu family members stepped forward, effortlessly dissipating the arc of electricity with a single hand. Elder 3. Lu Xiaoshuang's expression shifted dramatically, and she gritted her teeth as she uttered, even you. The countenance of both Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoya grew solemn, their palms slightly damp with perspiration. The 3rd elder of the Lu family, having survived since the Republic of China era, bore countless souls of cultivators in his hands, establishing a formidable foundation for the Lu family's status in China, with strength beyond measure. However, at that moment, a nonchalant voice emerged from behind Lu Xiaoshuang. Is this truly the extent of the Lu family's combat prowess? The words, once spoken, stirred tumultuous waves. Chapter 33. The true power of the Lu family. Zhang Ziling stood before the 2 women, a mischievous expression gracing his features as he gazed at the members of the Lu family ahead. Lu Xiaoshuang, how well do you know them? Zhang Ziling inquired suddenly. Not well. Although we belong to the same family, they are all from my uncle's line, Lu Xiaoshuang replied from behind Zhang Ziling. That's good. Zhang Ziling's eyes fixated on the Lu family members opposite him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Where did this brash young fool come from? So audacious. Laughter erupted from the gathered Lu family members at the city gate, for Zhang Ziling appeared to be in his early 20s. How formidable could he truly be? These Lu family members presumed him to be a novice, newly emerged into the world, brimming with arrogance, believing that mere rudimentary skills rendered him invincible. Such individuals were all too familiar to me. From behind the 3rd elder of the Lu family stepped forth a middle-aged man. Typically, they did not live long. Young man, do you have any idea with whom you are speaking? The 3rd elder of the Lu family narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. Logically, at over a century old, he should not stoop to quarreling with the brash youth before him. Yet, something about the young man's gaze unsettled him. It was an expression of extreme arrogance and overwhelming confidence. Whether you know or not, it is of no consequence. Zhang Ziling stood resolutely before the moat. I have come today solely to fulfill a promise I made. A promise? The 3rd elder of the Lu family expressed intrigue. Do share it with me, old man. Zhang Ziling gazed upon the elderly patriarch of the Lu family, his hair as white as snow, and offered a faint smile, uttering softly, regardless of whether Lu Xiaoshuang is responsible for the death of her father, it is of no concern to me. My sole mission is to eradicate anyone who opposes her. As these words escaped Zhang Ziling's lips, the heavens shifted and a tempest arose, causing the faces of the Liu family members to pale in alarm. Eradicate the Liu family? A young man stepped forward, his tone audacious. Liu Hao, go test his mettle, commanded the third elder of the Liu family, swiftly regaining his composure and narrowing his eyes at the young man who had just stood up. You must understand, young one, that one may pay a tremendous price for the words they utter. The elder's voice, though calm, emanated an aura that intensified the pressure on Liu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye, standing behind Zhang Ziling. Foolish wretch, unaware of your own limitations. Liu Hao charged towards Zhang Ziling, his expression fierce. Let me show you the extent of my power. As Liu Hao hurtled forward, Zhang Ziling chuckled softly. I have stated my intent to annihilate all who oppose Liu Xiaoshuang. No sooner had he finished speaking than he raised his right arm, fingers curling slightly, and Liu Hao, suspended in midair, exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Chunks of flesh rained down, splattering into the moat and staining the waters red. Liu Hao, a middle-aged man, his eyes wide with fury, drew forth a fiery red handgun, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Flames erupted from the muzzle as 6 violet armor-piercing rounds hurtled towards Zhang Ziling. Be careful, Liu Xiaoshuang exclaimed. A single piercing projectile might be deflected by Zhang Ziling, but 6 fired simultaneously. Each projectile, costing tens of thousands, was specifically engineered to disrupt the spiritual energy of cultivators. Once embedded within the body, the spiritual energy of any cultivator would descend into chaos. I demand a price in blood. The middle-aged man raved crazily, discarding his firearm and lunging towards Zhang Ziling. He intended to seize Zhang Ziling and subject him to brutal torment. Meanwhile, the 6 piercing projectiles had already approached Zhang Ziling, who showed no inclination to evade. The projectiles halted mere inches before him. The third elder, witnessing this, was taken aback, urgently admonishing the middle-aged man, Lu Ling, retreat at once. It's too late. Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, as the 6 projectiles abruptly altered their course, piercing through the middle-aged man's body. Come to me. Zhang Ziling's palms suddenly exhibited a tremendous pulling force, yanking the middle-aged man, who had lost his spiritual energy from the impact, directly into Zhang Ziling's grasp. You. The middle-aged man's face reflected sheer terror, an overwhelming sensation of suffocation nearly rendering him unconscious. The Liu family members listened, aware that any further resistance would meet a similar fate. Zhang Ziling tightened his grip around the middle-aged man's neck, grinning menacingly, and with a swift motion, he snapped the man's neck, eliciting a visceral reaction from the onlooking Liu family. With a casual flick of his wrist, the lifeless body of the middle-aged man soared like a cannonball into the adjacent mountainside, creating a significant crater upon impact. Zhang Ziling's ruthless display left all present in stunned silence, gasping in disbelief. Very well. Suddenly, the third elder of the Liu family burst into laughter, his robe fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. Liu Xiaoshuang, not only have you committed patricide, but you also dare to bring outsiders to slaughter your kin. I hereby decree your expulsion from the family tree, and the entire Liu clan shall pursue you relentlessly. The third elder's laughter rang out madly, before his gaze turned icy. Dark Division, heed my command. Leave no corpse intact for the 3 before us. In an instant, hundreds of expressionless figures clad in black materialized around Zhang Ziling and his companions, exuding an oppressive aura of lethal intent. This is bad. The Dark Division has emerged. Xiaoye's complexion paled, her body trembling with fear. What is the Dark Division? Zhang Ziling inquired. The Dark Division consists of the Liu family's hidden assassins, cultivated over centuries. Individually, they may lack strength, but when they act in unison, their numbers alone can repel a modern armored division of tens of thousands. Liu Xiaoshuang's expression also darkened. She had not anticipated that they could even mobilize the Dark Division. In the Liu family, invoking the Dark Division requires a majority vote from the elders. Typically, the Dark Division is only activated in dire circumstances threatening the family's survival. In the span of several centuries, the Dark Division has only been deployed 3 times. Once to withstand the onslaught of the Yuan cavalry, compelling Genghis Khan to grant the Liu family a foothold in China. Once to counter the Qing army's 8 banners, successfully preserving the family's influence. And once to annihilate the encroaching Japanese armored forces, enabling a retreat from Nanjing to Hong Kong. Now, merely to eliminate the 3 of them, a tenth of the Dark faction's strength has been mobilized. It appears my uncle has expended a tremendous amount of resources to rid himself of me. Lu Xiaoshuang scoffed, realizing that he must have been scheming for quite some time, having corrupted more than half of the family's elders. No wonder it was so effortless for him to frame me. Observing the dark faction members gradually encircling them, Zhang Ziling finally adopted a more serious demeanor. How intriguing. It seems I shall have the opportunity to stretch my limbs. Craning his neck, Zhang Ziling turned to Lu Xiaoshuang and inquired, "Tell me, would it bother you if I were to slay them all?" Slaughter them all. Lu Xiaoshuang thought she had misheard. Before she could contemplate further, the dark faction members around them transformed into shadows, swiftly charging towards the three. "I wouldn't mind." In a moment of desperation, Lu Xiaoshuang shouted as she shut her eyes. "Then that is splendid," Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, eager to shake off the rust from his bones. As soon as the words left his lips, the Lu family members suddenly felt an inexplicable and terrifying pressure, and their gazes towards Zhang Ziling turned filled with dread. The dark faction members lunging at Zhang Ziling found their bodies frozen midair. Zhang Ziling looked up, a grin spreading across his face as the spiritual energy within him began to churn, unleashing a violent surge of demonic aura. Chapter 34. The Dark Elder in an instant. The air in this realm seemed to solidify, and the entire world appeared to be engulfed in darkness. All gazes converged upon Zhang Ziling, who stood amidst the members of the dark faction. Pure blackness coiled around him, and expressions of agony marred the faces of the dark servants. The third elder of the Lu family was struck with profound shock at this sight. What kind of torment could induce such pain in those who had been trained in the depths of hell since childhood? "Come down." Zhang Ziling raised his right hand and forcefully pressed down into the void. A surge of demonic energy surged forth, ensnaring the hundreds of dark members suspended in midair, pulling them down to the ground and creating numerous craters. The very earth trembled beneath them. "This is bad. The enemy's strength is overwhelming. Quickly, summon the elders." The third elder of the Lu family shouted urgently, as the members of the Lu family retreated into the castle. With a grave expression, the third elder regarded the imperious Zhang Ziling, his gaze turning sinister. Without lingering any longer, he swiftly turned and dashed into the castle, shutting the door behind him. Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye stood in stunned silence, witnessing Zhang Ziling, enveloped in black, demonic energy, resembling a deity of darkness. The dark members sprawled around him seemed like trembling followers cowering at the feet of this dark god. "Let us enter," Zhang Ziling proclaimed, not glancing back as he strode directly towards the castle gate. Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye approached a shadowy figure, and with a gentle touch of her jade-like finger, the man collapsed to the ground and disintegrated into ash. "What is this?" Both Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye's pupils constricted as they gazed at Zhang Ziling's silhouette, rendered speechless. "Mississippi. How do you know this monster?" Xiaoye swallowed hard, struggling to inquire. "I have forgotten." Lu Xiaoshuang's beautiful eyes fixated on Zhang Ziling, shimmering with intrigue. With a resounding crash, Zhang Ziling sent a colossal door flying over 10 meters away. Countless members of the Lu family stood trembling in the square, their gazes fixed upon him. "I offer you a choice. Those who support Lu Xiaoshuang, step to the left," Zhang Ziling declared with a grin, surveying the gathered Lu clan. Gulp. The Lu family members, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhang Ziling, instinctively began to move. "Impudent fool, do you truly believe the Lu family is without defenders?" At that moment, 7 elders descended from the sky, positioning themselves before the Lu clan members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He has managed to corrupt 7 elders. Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye rushed forward, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the 7 elders. "All dark agents, heed my command. The family is in peril." The third elder produced a token, shattering it with a thunderous crack. Across the castle grounds, nearly 10,000 dark agents emerged, all armed and with icy glares fixated on Zhang Ziling and his companions. It was as if at the mere command of the third elder, they would pounce upon Zhang Ziling and his companions, tearing them to shreds. "Lu San, you truly possess a remarkable ability to stir things up." Suddenly, a figure clad in black appeared behind the 7 elders, cackling ominously. Upon hearing this voice, the third elder of the Lu family abruptly froze. Observant members of the Lu family noticed that the third elder's body was trembling. Gazing at the enigmatic figure, Lu Xiaoshuang was utterly astonished. As if a realization dawned upon her. The legendary Dark Elder truly exists. "Dark Elder?" Zhang Ziling inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. I have encountered references to the Dark Elder in the family chronicles. He has been present since the inception of the clan, silently safeguarding the tranquility of the Liu family. Does this imply that he has lived for several centuries? Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes at the figure in black, a slight smirk playing on his lips. With the Dark Elder's emergence, we are certainly in grave peril. Liu Xiaoshuang, oblivious to Zhang Ziling's expression, could only perceive the overwhelming power of the Dark Elder before her. A flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. The Dark Elder? A bead of cold sweat trickled down the third elder's forehead, his throat constricting. I am well aware of the schemes you have orchestrated. The Dark Elder lightly traced his withered hand across the third elder's face, instilling profound fear within him, prompting him to kneel with a thud. Dark Elder, I acknowledge my errors. The remaining elders were taken aback by the third elder's actions. Though they stood alongside the newly appointed patriarch, they were oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Hee. The Elder of Darkness lowered his head, his withered fingers plunging into the third elder's eye, causing blood to gush forth. The third elder clawed at the bluestone slab beneath him, veins bulging across his body, yet he dared not offer the slightest resistance. The Elder of Darkness's actions sent shivers down the spines of the Liu family members. This man, who had dominated China for over a century, standing at the pinnacle of the Chinese cultivation world, had his eyes gouged out by this seemingly frail old man in black. Moreover, it appeared that the third elder did not dare to retaliate in the slightest. The other 6 elders also displayed expressions of terror, instinctively retreating a few steps. The Elder of Darkness withdrew his fingers, licking the blood that clung to them with an expression of obsession in his eyes. You have recklessly employed my shadowy assassins, leading to the deaths of hundreds. Tell me, what should I do about this? The Elder of Darkness squinted, surveying the other 6 elders. Without hesitation, they knelt before him, bowing their heads in submission. Please forgive us, Elder Dark. Enough, let us set this matter aside for now. I shall not interfere with family affairs. The Elder of Darkness then turned his gaze toward Zhang Ziling, grinning as he said, However, you, a mysterious individual, have slain hundreds of my shadowy assassins. How do you propose I repay you? He cackled ominously. Upon hearing the elder's words, Liu Xiaoshuang felt a chill run down her spine, but still stepped forward. Positioning the mechanical giant, sword before Zhang Ziling. Trembling, she addressed the Elder of Darkness. He is the one I invited. None of this is his doing. Please, punish me instead. Zhang Ziling gazed at the figure of Liu Xiaoshuang standing before him, taken aback. You must be Liu Xiaoshuang, the daughter of Liu Li. I hold great admiration for you. The Elder of the Dark faction chuckled, only to have his tone shift abruptly to one of malice. But who said I would only kill that brat? All 3 of you shall accompany my dark assassins to the grave. Liu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoya's faces blanched in shock. They had not anticipated such a bloodthirsty nature from the elder. The members of the Liu family behind him also recoiled in fear, wary of inadvertently inviting disaster upon themselves. Step behind me. Just as Liu Xiaoshuang found herself in a state of panic, a powerful hand rested firmly on her shoulder. Zhang Ziling. She turned to look at him, and his ever-confident smile brought a modicum of calm to her troubled heart. Miss, we should retreat for now. Remaining here will not aid him. Xiaoya, regaining her composure, urged as she pulled Liu Xiaoshuang behind Zhang Ziling. Once Liu Xiaoshuang had positioned herself behind him, Zhang Ziling shifted his focus to the Dark Elder, locking eyes with him. Elder of the Dark faction, I have heard tales of your prowess, Zhang Ziling remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, causing the atmosphere within the castle to become palpably tense. Chapter 35. The Charisma of Darkness in an Instant. All the inhabitants of the Liu family castle regarded Zhang Ziling with expressions of incredulity. Who do you think you are addressing? Even the third elder, who has traversed China for decades, dares not exhibit the slightest insolence before the Dark Elder. Yet here you are, brazenly provoking him. The members of the Liu family felt as if the world had gone mad, for a mere youth in his 20s, barely out of adolescence, was daring to challenge a being who had lived for centuries. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, the Dark Elder narrowed his eyes, fixating on him with a glint of menace that seeped from his gaze. Do you comprehend whom you are speaking to? Huh. Zhang Ziling smirked slightly. I harbor no interest in the past of the deceased. I have suddenly resolved not to take your life. The Dark Elder erupted into laughter, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Instead, I shall confine you within my lair, using your flesh to nourish my precious creatures. With a sinister chuckle, The Dark Elder's voice was laced with a coldness that made everyone's scalp tingle. To be imprisoned in the lair of insects, enduring the relentless gnawing of countless creatures day and night, that agony alone was enough to evoke a sense of despair. As he spoke, a swarm of black insects began to crawl from the Dark Elder's body, swiftly covering the entire stone floor, causing many members of the Liu family to retreat in fear of these horrifying creatures. You should consider yourself fortunate. You will be the inaugural feast for this batch of insects. The Dark Elder, his body teeming with insects, fixed his gaze on Zhang Ziling with eyes that glimmered with a chilling light. Behind Zhang Ziling, the expressions of the two women were exceedingly grim, as the multitude of insects rendered them immobile. Observing the encroaching swarm, Zhang Ziling smiled and remarked, "If you genuinely believe these inferior creatures pose even the slightest threat to me, that is utterly, laughably foolish." Upon uttering these words, amidst the astonished gaze of the elder of the dark sect, a dark mist gradually enveloped Zhang Ziling, causing the swarm to hesitate, unwilling to draw any closer. Countless insects surrounded Zhang Ziling and the two women like an ocean, yet none dared approach within 3 meters of him. From a bird's eye view, one would discern a remarkably regular circle of emptiness amidst the swarm. "What sorcery have you employed to instill such fear in my insects?" the elder of the dark sect demanded, his voice laced with disbelief. Convinced that the insects were not intimidated by Zhang Ziling's prowess, but rather that he possessed some peculiar artifact that countered his swarm. After finishing his statement, the elder smirked again, saying, "Well, I should have anticipated it. You dared to stir trouble at the Liu family. Naturally, you would investigate our affairs and uncover my means, preparing some contingencies in advance." However, the elder continued with a sinister chuckle as the swarm parted from his face, revealing a grotesquely contorted visage. "If you think my strength relies solely on the insects, you are gravely mistaken. Perhaps time has dimmed the memory of the martial world. They recall me as the insect of desolation but have forgotten my title as the Night Demon." "Night Demon," an elder of the Liu family exclaimed, recalling the historical accounts from the Qing dynasty that spoke of a figure who could annihilate an entire city in a single night, and to their astonishment, this infamous Night Demon turned out to be our Elder of Darkness. Upon hearing the startled cries from behind him, the Elder of Darkness revealed a sickly smile of satisfaction, clearly pleased that his name still lingered in the minds of some. Annihilating an entire city in one night? Zhang Ziling's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. In the past, he had once laid waste to a sacred land overnight, staining the entire Holy See with blood. Since that fateful battle, the name of the demon Emperor Zhang Ziling had resonated throughout the entire continent of the otherworld. "Youngster, if you surrender the treasure that suppresses my swarm, I will grant you a swift demise." The Elder of Darkness extended his withered hand, his sharp nails elongating ominously. "Rest assured, I will be quick, ensuring you feel not a trace of pain." Upon hearing the Elder's words, Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes and raised his right hand towards the Elder of Darkness. What transpired next would be etched into the memories of all present, an indelible mark on their lives. Zhang Ziling wore a wicked smile as his fingers curled, and the Elder of Darkness suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling him towards Zhang Ziling's palm. "This is bad." The expression on the Elder's face drastically altered as he was caught off guard by this immense force, drawing him closer to Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling's fingers gripped the Elder of Darkness's head, and with a powerful thrust, he pressed down into the ground. Bang! The Elder of Darkness was entirely embedded within the floor. The bluestone floor of the Liu family castle lay completely cracked. Everyone stood utterly stunned, including the emotionless members of the Dark Faction. The esteemed Elder of the Dark Faction, a living legend in the martial world, was unexpectedly grasped by the head like a mere chick by this young man, seemingly in his 20s, and forcefully slammed into the floor. Gulp! All breath was forgotten as they gazed at Zhang Ziling, who was at the epicenter of the spiderweb-like fissures in the ground. With a singular thought echoing in their minds, "Demon, miss, where did you find this person? No, this monster?" Xiaoyu asked, her eyes wide with disbelief as she witnessed Zhang Ziling's hand buried deep into the floor. This was someone she had previously mocked? "I do not know," Lu Xiaoshuang replied, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling lifted the Elder of the Dark Faction from the stone slab, observing the bloodied and mangled visage of the Elder with a flicker of disinterest in his eyes. Having lived for centuries, he was still this weak? I had hoped for a more engaging challenge. Releasing his grip, the Elder slowly crumpled to the ground at Zhang Ziling's feet. You. The elder's throat was choked with blood, rendering him unable to articulate his words. Regret flooded his heart. Why had he provoked such an individual? Since you have lost even this soul value, Zhang Ziling smirked wickedly, then your existence has become unnecessary. As Zhang Ziling slightly lifted his foot, poised to step down, a sudden exclamation halted his movement. Esteemed sir, could you grant the medicine king a favor and spare Worm Li's life? Zhang Ziling lowered his foot and raised his gaze, only to behold a handsome middle-aged man clad in a white tang suit, gracefully holding a folding fan, with silvery hair cascading elegantly, appearing at the entrance of the Lu family castle, adorned with a gentle smile. Medicine King? Lu Xiaoshuang exclaimed, recognizing him as the former sect master of the medicine sect. The middle-aged man, who referred to himself as the Medicine King, regarded Lu Xiaoshuang with a warm expression and nodded, indicating that his reputation had yet to diminish. The medicine sect, which originated during the Han Dynasty, has seen over 80% of renowned physicians emerge from its ranks throughout Chinese history. The imperial medical institutions of successive emperors have largely remained under the auspices of the medicine sect, showcasing its formidable influence. After more than 2 millennia of accumulation, the medicine sect has established itself as a towering pillar within China, inciting fear in those who might dare provoke it. Individuals who emerge from the medicine sect are revered wherever they go, their requests invariably honored, especially when it comes to a figure like the former sect master. It is believed that no one would dare refuse a request from such a personage. Grant you a favor? Zhang Ziling mused, casting a curious glance towards the man who claimed to be the Medicine King. Although he had mastered the art of maintaining his youthful appearance, it was still evident in subtle ways that he had surpassed 80 years of age. Yet, this man, in his advanced years, sought to save the life of someone who had lived for centuries. What confidence did he possess? Zhang Ziling's lips curled once more into a peculiar smile as he gazed at the Medicine King, remarking, "What gives you the audacity to ask me to spare him?" Chapter 36. The foolish apothecary. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, the apothecary was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, saying, "It seems you do not know me well, esteemed guest. I am the previous patriarch of the apothecary sect. Perhaps your master has even sought remedies from me." Zhang Ziling was astonished, unable to fathom the audacity of the individual before him. As the universally recognized sage of medicine in this foreign realm, his master was undoubtedly among the most esteemed alchemists. The notion that such a figure would solicit medicine from a man of over 80 years, resembling a mere child, was utterly ridiculous. Zhang Ziling couldn't help but laugh. "Esteemed one, I admire your prowess. It is quite impressive that you have vanquished the insect scourge at such a young age. However, as an elder, I must advise you, this world is vast, and mere strength will not grant you dominion over it. If you grant our apothecary sect a favor today, the rewards you reap in the future may surpass your wildest expectations." The apothecary, undeterred, continued his persuasive discourse, believing he could sway Zhang Ziling's heart, elegantly fanning himself with a folding fan. "Give me a reason," Zhang Ziling replied, his tone unwavering and devoid of emotion. "Provide me with a reason to spare him. You shall gain the friendship of the apothecary sect." The apothecary responded with a smile. "Moreover, regardless of any grievances between you, I assure you that from this moment forth, all past animosities shall be erased, and the Lu family will even bestow upon you a grand gift. Is that so?" Zhang Ziling remarked with a smile upon hearing the apothecary's words. The apothecary king observed Zhang Ziling and chuckled, believing he had stirred his interest. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Zhang Ziling nonchalantly lifted his foot and kicked the fallen elder of the Dark Council. The impact shattered the elder's skull, and his lifeless form soared through the entire Lu family castle like a cannonball. Zhang Ziling's garments were drenched in blood, and the members of the Lu family fell into a stunned silence, too terrified to move as they gazed upon the bloodied figure of Zhang Ziling. The apothecary king, surveying the pool of blood, paused momentarily before sneering. Well, since you show such disregard for the apothecary sect, I shall no longer be courteous." "Is that all you have?" Zhang Ziling queried, perplexed. Did he not realize that he had just dispatched an elder of the Dark Council? In Zhang Ziling's mind, even this fallen elder far surpassed the self-proclaimed apothecary king. How could he utter such words? The young believe that by slaying an injured elder, they can rise to prominence? The apothecary king scoffed. Even at the height of the insect tyrant's power, he was merely a bug keeper. His cultivation is insignificant in my eyes. Upon hearing the apothecary king's words, even the expressions of the Liu family members turned peculiar. It dawned on them that the apothecary king was only aware of the elder's title as the insect tyrant, oblivious to his other moniker as the night demon. In that instant, a hint of pity flickered in the gazes of the Liu family members directed towards the apothecary king. To unleash a ferocious roar at an entity capable of vanquishing nightmarish foes with a single hand is a rare display of courage, unparalleled in this world. Yet, oblivious to the gazes of those around him, the medicine king continued, "Poor young man, allow me to enlighten you. Some things are simply beyond your reach." With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a fierce blade of wind aimed directly at Zhang Ziling, its power immense. As one of the formidable warriors of China's previous generation, he naturally possessed both confidence and strength. As the wind blade approached at an alarming speed, Zhang Ziling made no unnecessary movements. The blade shattered mere meters from him. Quite interesting, he mused. Observing that Zhang Ziling had effortlessly deflected his attack, the medicine king chuckled. Realizing that the young man must possess some measure of strength to have slain Chongli, his demise was not in vain. At this, even Lu Xiaoshuang and Xiaoye could no longer remain silent. Though the medicine king boasted an impressive background in terms of power, he could not hold a candle to Zhang Ziling. Unbeknownst to the medicine king, the inhabitants of the castle regarded him with expressions akin to that of observing a fool, completely absorbed in his own delusions of grandeur. However, this would be the end of his bravado. The medicine king snapped his folding fan shut, channeling his strength into a single, devastating punch. A colossal wind blade, distorting the very air around it, sliced through the ground, shattering the bluestone tiles as it surged towards Zhang Ziling, sending debris flying and dust billowing into the air. Boom! The blade of wind collided with Zhang Ziling, producing a deafening explosion as dust and debris were sent soaring into the air. A massive shockwave radiated outward from Zhang Ziling, sending the surrounding Liu family members flying. The medicine king gazed forward, where dust swirled and fragments lay scattered. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Having ascended to the position of the sect leader of the medicine sect, his power was formidable enough to dominate within China. There was no way that arrogant young man could survive. "It is over," the medicine king remarked with a faint smile, reopening his folding fan. Regrettably, another promising youth had been lost to this world, and his hands were stained with blood once more. In this world, no young man could withstand his full-force strike. At that moment, the dust began to dissipate, and a figure gradually emerged. It was Zhang Ziling. The medicine king's pupils constricted, and his hand, which held the fan, began to tremble slightly. "How is this possible?" The medicine king stammered, disbelief evident in his eyes. His full-force attack had not even torn a single thread from Zhang Ziling's attire. "I have grown weary of this," Zhang Ziling said as he slowly approached the medicine king. "Your abilities are not even a fraction of that night demon's, yet you remain so arrogant." "How amusing." "Night demon," the medicine king gasped, glancing at the bloodstains scattered across the ground. The insect-like creature, which had its head crushed by Zhang Ziling's kick, was none other than the legendary night demon. Was it truly on par with the esteemed Grand Elder of the medicine sect? Contemplating this, the medicine king lost the commanding presence he once held, his face now etched with profound apprehension. "Since you have made your move," Zhang Ziling approached the medicine king, gripping his chin with one hand. A charming yet sinister smile graced his handsome visage, his eyes glimmering with a crimson light. "You should have foreseen the consequences of your actions. You cannot kill me. I am the previous sect leader of the medicine sect. If you take my life, there will be no sanctuary for you in all of China," the medicine king threatened, his voice laced with desperation. "Even with your formidable strength, you cannot escape the relentless pursuit of every cultivator in this land. The influence of the medicine sect is terrifying. No one dares to underestimate it." With that thought, the medicine king chuckled again. "Dare not kill you?" Zhang Ziling tightened his grip around the medicine king's throat, lifting him into the air. A wicked grin spread across his face. "In this world, there exists no entity capable of threatening me." With a malevolent smile, Zhang Ziling, under the horrified gaze of the medicine king, abruptly snapped his neck. The medicine king's eyes glazed over, his body collapsing to the ground like a limp rag doll. The medicine king of the medicine sect was no more. Chapter 37. The new head of the family, Lu Xiaoshuang. As Lu Xiaoshuang gazed upon the vacant-eyed apothecary king, a collective gasp escaped the lips of all present from the Liu family. their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the young man who had so effortlessly dispatched the apothecary king. The venerable apothecary king, a figure who had dominated the realm of medicine in China for decades, had been so casually slain, his lifeless form discarded upon the ground. Had he truly been extinguished? The former patriarch of the apothecary sect? A tempest was brewing over China. The corpse that lay cooling on the ground weighed heavily upon the hearts of the Lu family like a leaden stone. The apothecary king had perished within their domain, and the apothecary sect would undoubtedly hold the Lu family accountable. Yet, the young man before them was a force they could scarcely contend with. In their desperation, the Lu family cast pleading glances towards Lu Xiaoshuang, who had brought Zhang Ziling into their midst. She was their sole hope of navigating this dire predicament. Sensing the urgent pleas of her kin, Lu Xiaoshuang could only manage a bitter smile. After all, she was equally at a loss. Her association with Zhang Ziling was merely transactional, and he would not be at her beck and call. Perhaps attuned to her plight, Zhang Ziling smiled and reassured her, saying, "Do not worry. If the apothecary sect comes knocking, simply inform them it was my doing. Should they insist on seeking retribution against you, come to me, and I shall resolve the trouble." Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Lu Xiaoshuang's heart soared with joy. The apothecary sect was a formidable adversary that the Lu family could not hope to confront, and Zhang Ziling was an entity beyond their aspirations. His promise to assist her was, indeed, a beacon of hope for their survival. "Thank you," Lu Xiaoshuang said, her cheeks flushed after holding back for quite some time. "There's no need for thanks just yet. I have yet to fulfill my promise," Zhang Ziling replied, waving his hand dismissively. "You may express your gratitude once my task is complete." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Ziling cast a cold gaze at the members of the Lu family. His voice icy as he inquired, "I shall repeat myself. Those who support Lu Xiaoshuang as the head of the family, step to the left side. You have 10 seconds. As soon as Zhang Ziling concluded his statement, the Lu family members exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Even the elder members of the family hurried to the left, fearing that if they were slow, Zhang Ziling might unleash his wrath upon them. Once everyone had aligned themselves on the left, Zhang Ziling nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu Xiaoshuang, saying, "Now, you may seek out the one who has wronged you, for you are the head of the family now." Lu Xiaoshuang stood there, staring blankly at the orderly line of family members, struggling to comprehend the situation. Who could have imagined that just a moment ago, she was a hunted traitor, and now she stood as the head of the Lu family? The one responsible for this transformation was none other than the seemingly gentle and harmless Zhang Ziling before her. Still in a daze, Lu Xiaoshuang gazed at Zhang Ziling, then abruptly recalled her father's unresolved vengeance. She shook her head vigorously and swiftly approached the fourth elder, demanding, "Where is Lu Dong?" "He is the one who murdered my father. Lu Dong has remained in the main chamber of the fortress and has not emerged," the fourth elder replied, still adjusting to Lu Xiaoshuang's newfound assertiveness in addressing him. However, he did not dare to act out, for he noticed a smiling harbinger of death lurking behind Lu Xiaoshuang, fixated on him. "Humph!" Lu Xiaoshuang let out a cold snort, directing her finger at the fourth and sixth elders, commanding, "You too. Seize him and ensure he does not escape." The fourth and sixth elders exchanged wry smiles, yet they dared not resist. They complied and swiftly entered the fortress. "By the way, where have the first elder, second elder, and fifth elder gone?" Lu Xiaoshuang inquired about the other elders as the fourth and sixth elders rushed into the fortress. Ever since Lu Dong ascended to the position of family head, they had departed from the Lu family to embark on their travels. However, should Xiaoshuang assume the role of family head, they would likely return post-haste. At this moment, the seventh elder spoke up, seeking to ingratiate himself with Lu Xiaoshuang. After all, she was now the head of the family, while he had previously supported Lu Dong. Maintaining a favorable relationship with the newly appointed family head, especially one with such formidable backing, was paramount for his future. Lu Xiaoshuang merely nodded, choosing not to hold them accountable. After all, they were elders, and if she were to offend them, her position as family head would become precarious. Observing that Lu Xiaoshuang did not pursue accountability, the elders exchanged glances of relief, their hearts slightly swayed in acceptance of this young family head. They, too, were oblivious to Lu Li's demise and had been unwittingly manipulated by the third elder. Anyone would feel disgruntled under such circumstances. Now, with the new family head opting not to press charges, it was indeed a fortunate turn for them. At that moment, the fourth elder and the sixth elder returned. Yet they bore no sign of Lu Dong. Observing the empty-handed duo, Lu Xiaoshuang furrowed her brow and inquired, "Where is Lu Dong?" Lu Dong had already fled, his whereabouts unknown. The two elders felt a twinge of embarrassment, as they had failed to accomplish the very first task entrusted to them by Lu Xiaoshuang. He escaped? Lu Xiaoshuang's frown deepened, but she quickly composed herself and addressed all members of the Lu family present. From this moment forth, the entire Lu clan shall pursue Lu Dong relentlessly. Should anyone encounter him, they are to eliminate him without hesitation. The one who successfully slays Lu Dong shall be appointed as the 11th elder of the Lu family. Upon her declaration, an uproar ensued among the assembly. The patriarch and the 10 elders of the Lu family were a tradition passed down through generations. Adding another elder seemed to contradict ancestral teachings. The 4th elder cautiously voiced his dissent. Is that not permissible? Lu Xiaoshuang turned her gaze towards the 4th elder, while Zhang Ziling subtly exerted pressure upon him. Very well. If another elder is to be added, so be it. I too believe that 10 elders is rather scant. The 4th elder hastily acquiesced, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling nodded in satisfaction, retracting his influence. Within that brief span, the 4th elder had already broken into a sweat. All right, you may all disperse now. Following her inaugural command as the new head of the family, Lu Xiaoshuang dismissed the gathered members of the Lu clan. The Lu family remained in a state of disbelief, as the events of the day had delivered them an overwhelming shock. Not only did the former head of the family murder his predecessor, but he also discovered that the hidden elder of his clan was a night demon. Furthermore, he encountered an extraordinarily powerful young man who effortlessly shattered the seemingly formidable hidden elder of his own family. Subsequently, the revered apothecary monarch met his demise within the confines of their castle. Ultimately, the newly appointed head of the family contravened ancestral traditions by deciding to appoint an additional elder. Each of these events profoundly challenged the worldview of the Lu family. As the members of the Lu family began to disperse, Lu Xiaoshuang picked up the token that had fallen beside the 3rd elder. Holding the token aloft, she addressed the observing members of the hidden division in a commanding voice, proclaiming, "The hidden elder is deceased. I shall now assume the role of the new hidden elder." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoshuang's declaration, the members of the hidden division knelt in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the elder." Witnessing the submission of the entire hidden division to Lu Xiaoshuang, the gathering of elders finally comprehended that she had genuinely ascended to the position of head of the Lu family, dispelling any lingering doubts they harbored. Satisfied, Lu Xiaoshuang nodded approvingly before stowing away the token and instructing the members of the hidden division to return to their quarters. Seeing that the matters at hand were concluded, the elders chose not to linger and departed one by one. In the end, only Zhang Ziling, Lu Xiaoshuang, and Xiaoya remained in the square. At this moment, Lu Xiaoshuang exchanged a knowing wink with Xiaoya, conveying a silent message. Upon noticing Lu Xiaoshuang's gesture, Xiaoya immediately responded with a thumbs up and then laughed as she ran off, leaving Zhang Ziling utterly perplexed. "What are you two discussing?" Zhang Ziling inquired. "Oh, it's nothing." Lu Xiaoshuang smiled gently. "Aren't you in search of Dragon Spittle Ruby? Follow me." With that, she took Zhang Ziling's hand and led him toward her bedroom. Chapter 38. Taking advantage and leaving Lu Xiaoshuang's bedroom was located on the 3rd floor of the castle, right in the middle of the corridor. The Lu family castle exuded opulence, with centuries of heritage showcased throughout its halls. Even a painting casually observed by Zhang Ziling on the wall was worth tens of millions. It seems that although the Lu family may lack in martial prowess, their wealth is undeniably profound. As Zhang Ziling gazed upon the exquisite paintings created by renowned artists that adorned the walls, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Lu Xiaoshuang felt quite speechless at Zhang Ziling's teasing. In truth, the Lu family was quite illustrious even within the cultivation world. In Hong Kong, no other family could surpass the Lu family's martial capabilities. Of course, in terms of financial resources, the Lu family also stood unrivaled. However, due to Zhang Ziling's formidable strength, even ancient beings who had lived for centuries could not withstand his single strike. This outcome inadvertently led Zhang Ziling to perceive the Lu family's capabilities as somewhat lacking. Lu Xiaoshuang did not entirely agree with Zhang Ziling's remarks, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, in Zhang Ziling's eyes, the Lu family truly seemed insignificant. Soon, Zhang Ziling followed Lu Xiaoshuang into her bedroom, which was meticulously arranged, showing no signs of having been disturbed. It appeared that even after I was branded a traitor by the Liu family, they had not touched my room, which indeed surprised me. Liu Xiaoshuang approached the side of her bed, several meters wide, and lifted her pillow, revealing a piece of crimson jade that caught Zhang Ziling's eye. It was indeed the coveted dragon's saliva-red jade. Upon seeing the jade pulsating with a reddish glow, Zhang Ziling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feeling that his efforts had not been in vain, Liu Xiaoshuang picked up the jade and scrutinized it. Still unable to comprehend why someone of Zhang Ziling's caliber would be interested in such a piece. Initially, she had collected the jade merely for its aesthetic appeal and the faint, alluring fragrance it emitted. Beyond that, she had not discerned any extraordinary qualities about it. Otherwise, given the nature of the Liu family, she would have never been able to acquire it. What is so special about this jade? Why do I sense that you desire it so keenly? Liu Xiaoshuang pondered, her eyes filled with curiosity as she held the jade. To you, this jade may merely represent a valuable stone, but to me, this jade is a potent elixir. Potent elixir? Liu Xiaoshuang exclaimed in disbelief. Can jade be consumed? Do you know why this jade is called dragon's saliva-red jade? Zhang Ziling inquired as he took the stone from Liu Xiaoshuang's hand, weighing it thoughtfully. I do not know, she replied honestly, shaking her head. This type of jade contains a trace of dragon's breath. As soon as Zhang Ziling finished speaking, he crushed the dragon's saliva-red jade with a single hand. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the shattered jade, and a searing dragon-shaped breath spiraled in Zhang Ziling's palm. Indeed, there is a dragon. Liu Xiaoshuang's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth and gasped, her gaze reflecting the powerful breath of the dragon. For those who cultivate in the realms of immortality, dragon breath is a rare and precious treasure. The spiritual energy contained within it is sufficient to elevate one by two significant realms. Zhang Ziling's palm shimmered with a crimson light, seemingly restraining the restless dragon breath. Two significant realms. Liu Xiaoshuang's expression fluctuated. Such an elevation would mean she could instantaneously reach the nascent soul realm. And the nascent soul realm? She had never even heard of it in the entirety of China. Upon realizing this, a peculiar flush appeared on Liu Xiaoshuang's face as she gazed longingly at the dragon-shaped breath in Zhang Ziling's palm. However, this excitement was short-lived, as Zhang Ziling's next words were akin to a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Liu Xiaoshuang's fervor. Of course, this is merely theoretical. The power of dragon breath is overwhelmingly domineering, rendering it impossible for low-tier cultivators to absorb its energy. Forcibly attempting to do so would only result in a catastrophic demise. Thus, this dragon breath is generally utilized by high-tier cultivators for healing purposes. Are you injured? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Liu Xiaoshuang momentarily disregarded the might of the dragon breath and began to express concern for Zhang Ziling instead. Although his injuries were not particularly severe, his strength had been significantly diminished, and recovery would require an extensive amount of time. You are currently weakened? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's statement, Liu Xiaoshuang's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. If Zhang Ziling, in a significantly weakened state, could effortlessly annihilate the likes of Night Demon and the Medicine King, what might his full strength be like? Liu Xiaoshuang found that such a realm had completely exceeded her imagination. As Liu Xiaoshuang became lost in thought, Zhang Ziling, without a second thought, directly seated himself on her large bed, savoring the lingering fragrance of the young girl. With a smile, he swallowed the dragon breath and began to refine it with closed eyes. At that moment, Liu Xiaoshuang snapped back to reality, only to discover that Zhang Ziling had taken the liberty of sitting on her bed without her consent. His audacious act filled her with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. However, now that he had already settled himself there, it would be quite unreasonable for her to march over and pull him down. Setting aside the potential dangers involved in refining the dragon breath, interrupting another's cultivation was a grave taboo in the realm of cultivation. Some hot-tempered individuals might even resort to violence against those who interrupted their meditative practice as a means of venting their frustration. What if he were to lose his temper? Contemplating the consequences, Liu Xiaoshuang swiftly dismissed the notion of interrupting his cultivation. The room fell into a serene silence. At a loss for what to do, Liu Xiaoshuang found herself gazing intently at Zhang Ziling's peaceful, closed face. In this light, he was rather handsome. Leaning closer to Zhang Ziling, she mused that with his formidable strength and striking features, he would make quite an admirable husband. As she continued to observe him, Liu Xiaoshuang unwittingly began to devise plans on how to win over Zhang Ziling. Her youthful, smooth face was adorned with two gem-like eyes, shimmering with a mischievous light. The delicate tip of her nose gradually inched closer to Zhang Ziling's face, while her cherry-like lips slightly puckered, releasing a warm breath that brushed against his skin. Sensing the faintly sweet humidity, Zhang Ziling furrowed his brow ever so slightly. However, being in the critical phase of refining the dragon's breath, he paid little heed to the external world. Observing that Zhang Ziling remained entranced in his meditative state, Lu Xiaoshuang smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling with triumph. Indeed, he was unlikely to emerge from his state of cultivation immediately. He. With a resolute gaze fixed on Zhang Ziling, Lu Xiaoshuang closed her eyes gently, her cool and sweet cherry lips pressing against his. Suddenly, as Zhang Ziling was engulfed in the searing dragon's breath, he felt a refreshing and fragrant essence gradually permeating his being, causing the once unruly dragon's breath to quiet down in an instant. A delightful aroma wafted into Zhang Ziling's nostrils. Chapter 39. Dare to disrespect me this sensation. Did that little girl actually kiss me? In a state of introspection, Zhang Ziling was utterly astonished, never expecting the seemingly innocent girl, Lu Xiaoshuang, to be so forward. Zhang Ziling was certainly no paragon of virtue. When a charming girl initiated a kiss, he could not simply remain indifferent. Could it be that she took my playful jest that night seriously? After pondering this, he realized that her overt advances warranted a response rather than hesitation. Having made his decision, Zhang Ziling ceased his internal struggle with the dragon's breath and directly summoned his formidable spiritual power, forcefully directing it towards the dragon's breath, with a strength. Subduing the dragon's breath required little effort. As Zhang Ziling became resolute, the dragon's breath, which had been engaged in a delightful contest with him, suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surging towards it. Before it could react, the energy engulfed it, transforming it into pure essence that flowed into Zhang Ziling's meridians, causing his spiritual power to surge once more. You're cheating. This was the final thought of the dragon's breath as it merged with Zhang Ziling's spiritual energy. In a silent roar, the dragon's breath was completely consumed within the vast ocean of Zhang Ziling's power. This entire episode concluded without a trace, and as Zhang Ziling gradually opened his eyes, he beheld Lu Xiaoshuang kneeling before him. The expression on Lu Xiaoshuang's face caught Zhang Ziling off guard. Now, as Zhang Ziling beheld Lu Xiaoshuang in her current state, an unusual feeling stirred within him. Before Lu Xiaoshuang could initiate her next plan, she noticed Zhang Ziling had already opened his eyes, gazing intently at her. The depth of his eyes, reminiscent of a starry sky, ensnared her instantly. How could he be so handsome? In that fleeting moment, Lu Xiaoshuang's heart raced like a startled deer. Why are you awake? She stammered. Her cheeks flushed as she hastily attempted to move away from the bed. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Ziling seized her arm, preventing her escape. So, after taking advantage of me, you wish to flee? With a playful grin, he turned to Lu Xiaoshuang, the mischievous smile at the corners of his lips igniting a warmth in her ears. What do you want? Lu Xiaoshuang instinctively exclaimed. What do I want? Zhang Ziling chuckled. You guess. The once soft and spacious mattress sank deeply under the combined weight of the two. Meanwhile, under Lu Xiaoshuang's instruction over the phone, Xiaoye stood bashfully at the door of her bedroom, holding two sets of clothing. The young lady's voice on the line sounded so frail. Could she be hurt? Imagining the scene within, Xiaoye's delicate face reddened unintentionally. Stop thinking about it. Xiaoyu quickly shook her head and knocked on the door. Is that you, Xiaoyu? Came the voice of Lu Xiaoshuang from inside. Yes, miss. I have brought the clothes, Xiaoyu replied. Xiaoyu, you may leave the clothes at the door. And please be discreet on your way out, Lu Xiaoshuang said shyly. Hearing the bashful tone of the young lady from the Lu family, Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. She had not expected the current head of the Lu family to speak with such timidity. Miss, I understand. I shall keep watch for you. Xiaoyu giggled as she placed the garments on the ground and skipped away. After a while, Lu Xiaoshuang cautiously opened the door just a crack to survey the surroundings. Confirming that no one was there, she extended her smooth, fair arm and swiftly seized the two sets of clothing, pulling them inside before closing the door. You are indeed quite cautious, came the voice of Zhang Ziling from within, laced with amusement. Mind your own business. You were so rough despite my request to be gentle. Now I can barely walk, Lu Xiaoshuang complained, rubbing her belly and shooting an indignant glare at Zhang Ziling. Her sulky expression only heightened her charm. Aren't you a bit wild yourself? Zhang Ziling retorted with a smile. Humph. Lu Xiaoshuang flung Zhang Ziling's clothes at him. exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel." Zhang Ziling caught the garment and looked at Lu Xiaoshuang, saying, "Since you are so disrespectful to me, do not blame me for being impolite." Zhang Ziling set aside the garment and, in a swift motion, appeared behind Lu Xiaoshuang, wrapping his arms around her waist. A jolt of surprise coursed through Lu Xiaoshuang, rendering her body rigid. Could it be? Before she could even don her attire, Zhang Ziling lifted her effortlessly and tossed her onto the bed, the discarded clothing landing mercilessly on the floor. "Of course," he replied. Moments later, Xiaoya, who initially intended to greet Lu Xiaoshuang, returned to the door, her face flushing crimson as she was taken aback by the sight of Zhang Ziling and the young lady once more. This was utterly unexpected. Overwhelmed by the warmth emanating from within, Xiaoya could no longer bear it. "I can't take this." To avoid losing her composure, she hastily departed, distancing herself from this tumultuous scene. The following morning, Lu Xiaoshuang awoke with dark circles under her eyes, only to discover that Zhang Ziling had vanished. On the pillow lay a note, a book, and a vibrant red jade resembling a colossal mechanical figure. Rubbing her weary eyes, she recalled the previous day's frenzy, which had proven to be an overwhelming experience even for a foundational cultivator like herself. Zhang Ziling's prowess had surpassed her wildest expectations. As she massaged her temples, Lu Xiaoshuang picked up the note, reading aloud, "Xiaoshuang, I have some matters to attend to, hence my departure. If you find yourself missing me, come to Nanzhou City. This book is a cultivation manual I have left for you, entitled Ice Spirit Technique. Dedicate yourself to its practice, and in a few years, I believe you shall ascend to unparalleled heights within China." At last, I refined the remnants of the dragon's saliva ruby into a delicate sword, which I now carry with me. After reading the note, Lu Xiaoshuang chose not to examine the ice spirit decision. Instead, she clutched the jade tightly against her chest. Zhang Ziling's departure did not take her by surprise. She understood the futility of attempting to retain him. All she desired was a place for herself within his heart, and that alone sufficed. Gazing at the jade that shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, Lu Xiaoshuang smiled softly, a tear cascading down to land upon the dragon's saliva ruby, creating a luminous splash. In this moment, a young girl's heart was wholly devoted to one who had already departed. In this world, there are always many infatuated souls. Lu Xiaoshuang wiped her tears dry and solemnly tucked the dragon's saliva ruby away. "Ziling, I may come to seek you out." Chapter 40. The filthy girl on the bustling streets. Zhang Ziling strolled forward at a leisurely pace. Strangely enough, despite the throngs of people around him, none seemed to jostle against him. In this world, why was it so challenging to hail a taxi to the airport? Before leaving the Lu family, Zhang Ziling had taken a considerable amount of wealth. Of course, to the Lu family, it was merely a drop in the ocean. Zhang Ziling had initially intended to find a vehicle to take him directly to the airport. However, after searching fruitlessly for a long while, he had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, he remembered the route to the airport, and, with his swift stride, he found that he was not wasting much time. He might as well take the opportunity to enjoy the sights of Hong Kong. My apologies." As Zhang Ziling pondered his thoughts, he suddenly felt something soft collide with him. Looking down, he discovered a girl, her face somewhat dirty and dressed in ragged clothes. Yet, her eyes sparkled with an innocent clarity, and she appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. "It's all right," Zhang Ziling replied gently, offering a warm smile as he stepped aside. The girl nodded an apology and hurried away. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Ziling squinted and decided to follow her. His wallet, however, had long vanished from his pocket. The girl timidly approached a stall selling pancakes, her grimy hands opening Zhang Ziling's wallet. Upon seeing the stacks of cash within, she gasped in astonishment. After a moment of hesitation, the young girl finally extracted a single yuan from her pocket, trembling as she handed it to the shopkeeper in exchange for a pastry. Ignoring the shopkeeper's disdainful gaze, she beamed with joy, clutching the warm treat in her hands, carefully stowing away the change before skipping away with delight. She soon arrived at a park, where she settled onto a bench, swinging her little feet as she relished her modest feast. At that moment, a gaunt stray dog wandered by, drawn in by the enticing aroma of the fried pastry. It sat expectantly before her, tongue lolling out, eyes brimming with longing. The girl noticed the forlorn dog and glanced down at the half-eaten pastry in her hand, a flicker of hesitation appearing in her sparkling eyes. After a silent battle within her heart, she knelt down and generously offered half of her treat to the stray. Watching the dog joyfully devour the morsel, She couldn't help but smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. She gently patted the dog's head, oblivious to the disapproving stares of passers-by, and sat alongside the dog to enjoy the remaining half of her pastry. Before long, she finished her snack and patted her little belly, a hint of uncertainty flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly shook her head, bid farewell to the stray, and departed. The girl soon approached the entrance of a narrow alley, glancing around to ensure no one was following before slipping inside. Before long, Zhang Ziling appeared at the entrance of the narrow alley, letting out a cold chuckle before stepping inside. The alley was intricate, filled with numerous forks, and anyone unfamiliar with the area would easily find themselves lost. However, the disheveled girl seemed well acquainted with the terrain, deftly navigating left and right until she arrived at a dilapidated hut. Rather than a mere hut, it resembled a slum. The inhabitants were clad in tattered clothing, some bearing visible scars, indicative of frequent altercations. Upon entering, the girl's bright eyes dimmed, revealing a flicker of fear, as if she dreaded stepping into this place. The onlookers regarded her with indifference, some merely casting a fleeting glance before averting their eyes, seemingly preoccupied with nothing beyond their next meal. "Little bunny, why the hell are you so late returning?" At that moment, a burly man, towering at nearly 6 feet, emerged from the hut, spitting on the ground with a menacing demeanor that made the girl tremble in fear. "Don't forget who took you in, you orphan." The man swaggered over to the girl, causing her to retreat in fright. "How much did you earn today? Hand it all over." Clearly unmoved by the girl's pitiful appearance, he pressed her with a fierce glare. The girl timidly glanced at him. Then, with trembling hands, she extended Zhang Ziling's wallet towards him. A burly man abruptly snatched the wallet from the young girl's hands. Upon opening it, his eyes gleamed at the sight of a thick stack of renminbi. "Well done, little rabbit," he exclaimed, tucking the wallet into his pocket. He then donned a self-assured smile, extending his chubby hand to tousle the girl's hair. "Today's meal will include an extra chicken leg as a reward. Keep up the good work tomorrow." "Mm." The girl replied softly, her voice delicate. "Yes, you have performed admirably. Come back with me," he said, nodding with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the girl's haul for the day. At that moment, however, some coins that the girl had tucked away in her pocket slipped out. The man's smile abruptly vanished. "Oh, so you've been hiding money from me." His expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at her. "You should consider who has taken care of you. How dare you engage in such ungrateful behavior? It seems you've grown wings, haven't you? I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he raised his hefty hand and struck her across the face. A vivid red imprint of his fingers appeared on her left cheek. The girl clutched her face, tears streaming from her eyes, yet she remained silent and did not resist. The impoverished onlookers around them maintained their indifferent expressions, seemingly oblivious to the scene of a young girl being assaulted and insulted by a man, with some even displaying a morbid curiosity. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson. I provide for your needs, not so you can secretly hoard money." The burly man seized the young girl's arm with a grip so forceful that she cried out in pain. Terror filled her eyes, yet she dared not resist in the slightest. He dragged her, intent on pulling her into a small shed. Some bystanders averted their gaze. Knowing all too well what was about to transpire, they had long grown accustomed to such sights. Perhaps at first, someone would intervene, but as time wore on, people became desensitized, especially when their own safety was at stake. "Please, I was wrong. Do not strike me," the girl pleaded, desperate to avoid further punishment. "Huh. Now you realize," the man snarled, pulling her along. "Why did you not consider the consequences when you were hiding your money? Have you grown wings and yearn to fly solo? Is that it? Today, I shall show you that even with wings, I can break you." With a sudden force, he flung the young girl to the ground, then picked up a stick, roughly the thickness of his finger, and approached her with a malevolent grin. "You shall remember this lesson well," he declared, raising the stick high. Crack! The stick came crashing down, striking her arm with brutal force, shattering it instantly. "Who are you?" the man barked, noticing a young man in his 20s stepping in to shield the girl from his assault. "What business is it of yours if I discipline my own daughter?" Zhang Ziling smiled faintly, then grasped the burly man's hand. "You still have my wallet tucked away in your bag. Do you think this doesn't concern me?" With a gentle press of his hand, he forced the man's fingers to flatten against the back of his hand. "Ah!" A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed through the slums. Chapter 41. No one dares to bully you again. Let go. Let go. The burly man, drenched in sweat and on the verge of calling Zhang Ziling father, pleaded. "Does this concern me now? Zhang Ziling responded with a gentle smile, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Yes, yes, it concerns you. The man immediately retorted. Zhang Ziling released his grip, and the burly man promptly fell to his knees, retrieving his wallet from his bag and presenting it to Zhang Ziling. Please, brother, spare me. It was that little scoundrel who stole your wallet. This has nothing to do with me. The man trembled, fearful that Zhang Ziling might subject him to the same cruel punishment once more. Despite his outward lamentations, he inwardly cursed the girl, vowing to torment her to death once Zhang Ziling departed. Observing the wallet being offered to him, Zhang Ziling smiled softly, accepting it and returning it to his bag. Please, brother, have mercy on me. The man cautiously raised his head, only to meet Zhang Ziling's cold smile. With a swift motion, Zhang Ziling struck the man's face, leaving a fiery imprint of his hand on the man's left cheek. The burly man dared not shield his face, continuously apologizing and insisting he would never dare again. Brother, it's my failure in teaching my daughter. I will certainly discipline her properly when I return. Please spare me. The man begged, bowing his head repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down his face. Zhang Ziling slightly crouched down and gently grasped the man's right arm. Brother? The burly man raised his head, gazing at Zhang Ziling with confusion. Zhang Ziling merely smiled. Then, with a surge of strength, he crushed the bones of the man's right arm. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air as Zhang Ziling seized the man's arm and hurled him against the wall, the layers of fat on the man's body quivering like waves. The sheer power displayed by Zhang Ziling startled the surrounding impoverished onlookers, prompting them to flee in terror. The man collapsed to the ground, the shattering of his arm nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, inexplicably, he remained conscious. Struggling to lift his head, he beheld the devilish young man drawing closer. Fear filled the man's eyes, and his clothes were drenched with sweat. Please, brother, spare me. I will give you my daughter. Do as you wish with her. Just let me go. The man's face contorted in agony. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his struggle, placing his last hope in the girl. Brother, she is pure. With a little grooming, she would be quite charming. Do as you please. Even if you were to kill her, it wouldn't matter. No one would care. At that moment, Zhang Ziling approached the man, grasping his hair and yanking it upward. I detest your kind, Zhang Ziling murmured, applying pressure to the man's shoulder and shattering it. Rest assured, you will not lose consciousness. He whispered in the man's ear, I will ensure you remain awake, allowing you to fully experience what true fear feels like. Subsequently, Zhang Ziling seized the burly man and flung him into the midst of a group of impoverished souls, causing them to recoil in fear, retreating several steps. With a smile, Zhang Ziling produced his wallet and scattered a handful of coins into the air. All eyes were fixed upon the raining coins. They had never beheld such a fortune, the crimson shower igniting a profound longing within their gazes. Yet, not a single individual dared to step forward. They vividly recalled the torment inflicted upon the hefty man. Zhang Ziling proclaimed that anyone among them who had participated in the torment of that rotund figure would be entitled to a share of the riches that lay before them. As his words echoed, hesitation flickered in the eyes of the onlookers, but soon the allure proved too enticing for one, who, with a fierce determination, charged forward and delivered several harsh kicks to the burly man. A piercing scream erupted from the man's lips as Zhang Ziling amplified his pain, making the agony several times more intense than usual. Splendid, one had already taken action. If no others followed suit, he would claim the entirety of the bounty. Zhang Ziling's words had thoroughly stirred the desires of the crowd, and those who had lingered in indecision swiftly surged forward, unleashing a torrent of violence upon the burly man. Cries of anguish reverberated through the throng, and the number of assailants grew ever larger. Observing the swelling crowd, Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, choosing to disregard the chaos as he turned to approach the young woman standing nearby. The young girl's eyes reflected a deep-seated fear as she continually retreated, terrified that Zhang Ziling might strike her. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have stolen your wallet, she pleaded timidly. Please, don't hit me. Observing the girl with her eyes tightly shut, Zhang Ziling smiled gently and placed his right hand upon her left cheek. The girl trembled, foreseeing the impending storm of blows that might follow. After all, having taken someone else's money, it was only just that she should be punished. She hoped he would be merciful in his retribution. Yet, instead of feeling the anticipated force of a fist, she sensed only a gentle warmth on her left cheek, and the swelling seemed to dissipate. When she finally opened her eyes, Her gem-like irises locked onto Zhang Ziling's smiling visage. "You're not going to hit me? Why would I?" he replied, releasing his hand. The swelling on her cheek had miraculously vanished. "Because I stole your money," she mumbled, lowering her gaze. "Are you suggesting that I ought to punish you?" Zhang Ziling inquired with a grin. "My father always says that one must face consequences for their mistakes." The girl lifted her head, tears glistening in her large eyes. "I know I deserve to be punished, but could you please go easy on me?" Looking at the girl, who appeared soiled and forlorn, Zhang Ziling sighed and asked, "What is your name?" "Little Bunny," she responded timidly. "Are you a little rabbit?" Zhang Ziling nodded. "From now on, you shall follow me." No, no, no. Daddy will beat me. You might as well give me a good thrashing." The girl was terrified, fearing the possibility of being assaulted by the burly man. Observing the girl shaking her head in distress, Zhang Ziling gently brushed away the tears from her cheeks and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you." As these words left Zhang Ziling's lips, the girl's eyes widened in astonishment, and tears streamed down her face like an uncontainable spring. "No one shall dare to bully you." Zhang Ziling's proclamation echoed in her mind, prying open the door to her long-sealed heart, and the pent-up grievances she had harbored for so long finally burst forth. She cried and threw herself into Zhang Ziling's embrace, only to recoil in sudden embarrassment, reminded of her unkempt appearance. Seeing the girl's anxious demeanor, Zhang Ziling smiled gently before turning to say, "Let us go." Zhang Ziling led the girl away from the scene, leaving behind a scattered fortune and a frenzied crowd, along with the lifeless body of the stout man who had been mercilessly beaten to death. The blood seeping from the throng had drowned all rationality. Chapter 42: The Young Master of the Yu Family at Jixiang Pavilion, an upscale Chinese restaurant. The striking juxtaposition of a ragged young girl and a well-dressed young man drew considerable attention, their unusual pairing causing nearby diners to cast curious glances. In such an establishment, one would typically expect to encounter members of high society, making the presence of a girl like her seem rather incongruous. "How old are you?" Zhang Ziling suddenly inquired, observing the girl across from him devouring her food. 19. The girl, timidly setting down her chopsticks, replied while gazing cautiously at him. 19. Zhang Ziling expressed mild surprise at her answer, for her appearance suggested she could be no more than 16 or 17. "Well, I remember clearly, as I never have to steal on my birthday," the girl affirmed earnestly, nodding her head. "You don't quite match your age and looks," Zhang Ziling teased. Startled by his jest, the girl panicked, fearing he might dismiss her. "I eat very little. I won't cause you any trouble. Please don't send me away," she implored, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Upon hearing her quivering tone, Zhang Ziling was momentarily taken aback, then felt a pang of compassion. He gazed gently into her eyes and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will not send you away." "Thank you," the girl exclaimed, her tears transforming into a smile. "Let us drop the formalities. Just call me brother," he suggested. Brother? It was the first time she had ever heard that term. "Well, from now on, you shall be my little sister," Zhang Ziling said with a smile, gently ruffling the little rabbit's head. The little rabbit stared blankly at Zhang Ziling, her bright, watery eyes glistening once more. "Why are you so kind to me? I am merely a thief, an orphan without parents." She lowered her head, tears splattering onto the table. "Because within you lies a power that even I envy," Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. "Power?" The little rabbit raised her head in confusion. "You will come to understand in due time. For now, focus on filling your stomach." Zhang Ziling chose not to elaborate further. The little rabbit nodded obediently. "Waiter, please find me a table by the window." At that moment, a gaunt young man entered, draping his arm around a heavily made-up woman, calling out to a waiter. It was exceedingly rude to raise one's voice in such an establishment, especially since those present prided themselves on being elite individuals. It was inconceivable that they would tolerate such a boorish person. Consequently, several patrons contemplated confronting the loud young man. However, upon seeing his face, their expressions changed, and they quietly sat back down, pretending as if nothing had occurred. The young man was named Yu Hua, a scion of the Yu family from Hong Kong, a family of considerable influence, possessing a multinational corporation with vast wealth under their name. Under the indulgent favor of his elders, Yu Hua conducted himself with remarkable arrogance. Anyone he deemed unsatisfactory met with a dire fate. He had once recklessly caused a fatality in the street, yet, through the machinations of his family's influence, he merely spent a few days in detention before emerging unscathed, continuing his carefree exploits. Such a dandy was well known among the upper echelons of Hong Kong society, and few dared to cross him. Apologies, young master you, but the window seats are all taken. Shall I arrange a private room for you instead? It was evident that Yu Hua was a regular patron of this establishment, as even the staff recognized him, speaking with utmost caution. None available? I insist on sitting by the window today. You may simply ask someone to vacate their seat, can't you? I will cover any loss incurred by your establishment. Yu Hua declared nonchalantly, adamant about securing a window-side seat. The server displayed a look of dismay. Patrons at this venue were invariably affluent, and none were individuals he could afford to offend. Even if those guests were to yield their seats to Yu Hua, they could easily retaliate against a mere server like him. How bothersome, Yu Hua remarked impatiently, casting an annoyed glance at the server. Summon your manager. I shall speak with him directly. Yes, yes. The server exhaled in relief, hastily retreating to the inner sanctum. After all, the primary concern was to avoid inciting any trouble. Yu Hua, embracing a captivating woman, did not wait long before a middle-aged man with a mustache hurried over. He bowed and said, I sincerely apologize for the delay. Young master Yu, I shall arrange a table for you immediately. Make it quick. I'm famished. Yu Hua urged. Yes, yes. The manager nodded, bowing deeply. He then cast a glance at a row of patrons by the window and ultimately fixed his gaze on Zhang Ziling and the girl beside him. They were unfamiliar faces. The girl was dressed in tattered clothes, while the young man wore a rather expensive outfit. However, asking them to change seats shouldn't provoke too much trouble. The manager swiftly weighed the pros and cons in his mind before arriving at a decision. After all, offending the other patrons by the window was evidently less prudent than upsetting these two strangers. Having made up his mind, the manager dashed to the table occupied by Zhang Ziling. I apologize for the interruption, but could I kindly ask you to switch seats? Your meal will be entirely complimentary, he said politely. Complimentary? The girl, Xiao Tuzi, looked at the manager with confusion. Indeed, entirely complimentary. All we require is for you two to change tables. The manager thought disparagingly of the girl's shabby attire while maintaining a smile on his face. Brother, he says we'll get a free meal. Should we consider switching? Xiao Tuzi cautiously glanced at Zhang Ziling, aware that the prices on the menu were equivalent to her monthly earnings. No need, we shall not switch. Zhang Ziling did not even lift his head, directly rejecting the manager's proposal. The manager stood there, clearly taken aback by the unexpected refusal, especially considering the considerable expense of the table. Perhaps you did not hear clearly, sir. If you change tables, we shall waive your entire bill. The manager emphasized the words entire bill with particular fervor. At this moment, Zhang Ziling finally raised his head, gazing indifferently at the manager. The manager, misinterpreting Zhang Ziling's demeanor as agreement, was instantly elated and said, We shall arrange a new seating for you at once. Please vacate this table. Leave. Rest assured. Before the manager could finish, Zhang Ziling coldly uttered that single word, rendering his voice abruptly silent. Sir, you. I shall say this once more, leave. Zhang Ziling gazed indifferently at the manager, repeating his succinct command. Why haven't you resolved this yet? At this moment, Yu Hua could no longer contain himself. Approaching with an elegantly adorned woman and impatiently addressing the manager. Why waste words with these two? Just throw them out. Have you any idea how famished my darling is? Can you bear the responsibility? My dear, you are simply wonderful. The elegantly adorned woman exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Yu Hua's cheek upon hearing his words. Yes, I will attend to it immediately. The manager hurriedly smiled at Yu Hua, then turned to Zhang Ziling, saying, Sir, as you can see, young master Yu requires your table. It would be best to yield. The little rabbit was frightened by the fierce and menacing visage of Yu Hua, gently tugging at Zhang Ziling's sleeve, and said, Brother, perhaps we should take our leave. Indeed, you should swiftly depart and not hinder my mood any longer. Yu Hua continued to shout. Zhang Ziling silently regarded Yu Hua, his gaze laced with a hint of derision, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smirk. Chapter 43. The composure of Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling rose to his feet, adjusting his collar, and then turned his gaze towards Yu Hua, stating, I am generally quite mild-mannered. Are you mild-mannered? I couldn't care less. However, before Yu Hua could finish his sentence, Zhang Ziling delivered a resounding slap that sent him reeling, causing 2 bloodied teeth to spill forth. Zhang Ziling then picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, smiling as he looked towards the manager. The sound of his slap echoed throughout the entire restaurant, plunging it into an immediate silence, with patrons staring in astonishment at the grinning Zhang Ziling. He had actually struck Yuhua? The implications of this incident were too unfathomable for anyone to comprehend. The world had become utterly insane. What do you intend to do? The manager stammered, retreating several steps in trepidation. He could hardly believe that someone in Hong Kong would dare to openly slap Yuhua so forcefully. You dare strike me? Yuhua, sprawled on the floor, remained in shock for a moment before realizing he had just been assaulted. How could I have been slapped? He struggled to accept the fact that he had been struck in Hong Kong. Are you tired of living? Yuhua propped himself up, his eyes narrowing with malice as he glared at Zhang Ziling. Do you believe that you all will walk out of this restaurant today? It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation, Zhang Ziling remarked with a smile. Allow me to assist you in gaining a clearer perspective. After speaking, Zhang Ziling, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, struck Yuhua once more with a resounding slap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the restaurant, plunging the atmosphere into an icy silence. The alluring woman and the restaurant manager stood frozen, their minds rendered incapable of thought. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Yuhua had been slapped, let alone twice. Gulping nervously, the two stared at Zhang Ziling, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Perhaps a single slap might result in mere injury, but to endure two slaps transcended the realm of simple affliction. I will kill you. Yuhua, his head swollen like a pig's, glared menacingly at Zhang Ziling, enunciating each word with palpable malice. Why can't you confront reality? Zhang Ziling remarked, shaking his head in exasperation as he approached Yuhua and delivered a brutal kick to his abdomen. Ugh! Yuhua collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach, his eyes bulging like those of a dead fish, spewing bile onto the floor. Darling! The enchanting woman finally regained her composure, panicking as she crouched before Yuhua, her gaze fixated on his throbbing forehead, uncertain of what to do. You wretched scoundrel, how dare you strike my husband? Witnessing Yuhua curled on the ground, the woman's expression contorted into a fierce snarl, her makeup running as she lunged towards Zhang Ziling with clawed hands. With a resounding slap, Zhang Ziling struck the enchanting woman's face once more, leaving her utterly bewildered, as well as all the patrons in the restaurant. He actually dared to hit a woman? I do not discriminate when it comes to actions, Zhang Ziling remarked coldly, a smirk gracing his lips. There seems to be an imbalance here. Allow me to rectify it. With that, another swift slap resonated through the air, rendering the woman's head swollen and bruised. As the situation escalated, the restaurant manager discreetly began to retreat. Yet his movements did not escape Zhang Ziling's keen observation. Come here, Zhang Ziling beckoned gently to the manager. Yet that seemingly benign smile appeared more terrifying than a devil to the manager's eyes. Although paralyzed by fear, the manager managed to suppress his trepidation and tremulously approached Zhang Ziling. Excuse me, may I inquire what the matter is? The manager stammered. Who are they? Zhang Ziling inquired indifferently. Upon hearing the question, the manager nearly burst into tears. You mean to say you dare to act so ruthlessly without even knowing who they are? How audacious you must be. Meanwhile, the other patrons, upon hearing Zhang Ziling's inquiry, felt a sense of relief. After all, they could hardly believe that someone would dare to treat Yuhua in such a manner in Hong Kong. Zhang Ziling's words only evoked pity from the onlookers, as any doubts regarding his formidable background began to dissipate. However, at present, everyone perceives Zhang Ziling as a reckless youth, believing that the mere possession of wealth grants him the liberty to act without consequence. In an instant, a portion of the patrons within the restaurant erupted into cold laughter, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He is the scion of the Yu family conglomerate. The restaurant manager trembled as he responded to Zhang Ziling's inquiries, fearing that a single misstep could render him a laughingstock. Hadn't they observed Yuhua still curled up on the ground? One could only imagine the severity of this young man's actions. The Yu family conglomerate? Zhang Ziling was oblivious to the significance of the Yu family. Or perhaps it could be said that he only recognized the Liu family from Hong Kong, a titan among China's top 500 enterprises. The restaurant manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow. My ancestors, how could you dare to strike someone without even knowing of the Yu family? At this moment, the manager was inwardly cursing. Seeing Zhang Ziling in silence, the onlookers presumed he had grasped the gravity of his actions and was contemplating how to rectify the situation. Some impatient patrons even rose to their feet, intending to mock Zhang Ziling for his audacity. However, before they could utter a word, they witnessed Zhang Ziling approach the now still Yuhua and deliver another kick to his abdomen. Yuhua convulsed once more. I did not say to stop, therefore. You cannot cease. Everyone gazed at Zhang Ziling in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for the subsequent turn of events. Could it be that this young man's background was indeed more formidable than they had anticipated? For a fleeting moment, a sense of perplexity enveloped some individuals, but soon, reason prevailed and dispelled their doubts. Zhang Ziling's actions seemed to reflect a spirit of reckless abandon. The patrons hastily conjured justifications for his behavior. Witnessing Zhang Ziling deliver yet another kick, the restaurant manager fell to his knees, fearing that he might soon find himself embroiled into chaos. My dear brother, I implore you to cease this. A calamity is imminent. The manager clutched at Zhang Ziling's trousers, tears streaming down his face. Brother, have we gone too far? Little rabbit, unable to bear the sight of Yu Hua curled up in despair, gently tugged at Zhang Ziling's sleeve. Fear not, Zhang Ziling reassured the child, affectionately stroking Little Rabbit's head. Bring his father here. Since he is the one who instigated this situation, it is only fitting that his father resolves it. Zhang Ziling cast a calm glance at the restaurant manager, then shifted his attention to the now still Yu Hua. All the guests held their breath, their eyes fixed on Zhang Ziling. Bang! Just as anticipated, Zhang Ziling struck Yu Hua's abdomen once more. I will call immediately. I will call right away. Please, take it easy. The restaurant manager, without time to utter another word, hurried into the inner chamber. As a high-end establishment, they certainly possessed the contact number for Yu Hua's father. U Group Building. Manager, Ji Xiangju is calling, announced a secretary with an alluring figure as she entered the chairman's office. Did you not see that I am receiving guests? I will not take it. A middle-aged man impatiently waved his hand. They claim it concerns the young master. The female secretary said awkwardly. What trouble has that rascal gotten himself into now? The middle-aged man grumbled, glancing at the formally dressed man seated opposite him. Mr. Yu, your son's matter is rather pressing. You should take the call. The formally dressed man suggested gently, indicating his indifference. I sincerely apologize. My wayward son is constantly getting into trouble. The middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile, and instructed the secretary, please transfer the call. Upon receiving the call, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically after hearing just a few words, and he abruptly hung up. Has something happened to your son? The formally dressed man inquired. My son has been severely beaten at Jixiangju, and now they demand that I personally go to fetch him. The middle-aged man replied, his countenance darkening. Oh. The formally dressed man chuckled. I am quite curious who in Hong Kong possesses such audacity. Mr. Liu, I sincerely apologize. Let us postpone our discussion regarding the collaboration for another time. I must attend to my son's situation. I will accompany you. I am quite eager to discover who these individuals are. The formally dressed man rose, fastening his suit jacket. Very well, once I have resolved this matter, we shall discuss the collaboration at Jixiangju, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I visited Jixiangju. This is quite fortuitous. The formally dressed man laughed heartily. President Liu, please. President Yu, please. The two exchanged pleasantries as they exited the building and boarded the car heading towards Jixiangju. Throughout the entire encounter, neither of them entertained the notion that they would be unable to resolve the matter at hand. This was largely due to their esteemed backgrounds. One hailed from the Yu family, being the chairman of Yu Group, Yu Chong, while the other was from the Liu family, serving as the president of Luli Energy. Lu Ming. Chapter 44. Yu Chong's thoughts within the confines of Jixiang residence, an exceedingly peculiar atmosphere pervaded the air. The guests present cast bizarre glances at the two individuals serenely seated at the dining table, indulging in their meal, while beside them, a gaunt young man writhed in agony. Frothing at the mouth, his eyes vacant and body convulsing uncontrollably. Little bunny, give him another kick. Oh. The little bunny obediently set down her chopsticks, and under the watchful eyes of all, rose to her feet. She approached Yu Chong and delivered another kick to his abdomen. Brother, he has coughed up blood again. The little bunny remarked, her voice tinged with sympathy as she observed Yu Chong curled up in pain. It's nothing, he won't die. Come back to eat, Zhang Ziling replied, not bothering to glance at the crumpled form of Yu Chong on the floor. His indifferent demeanor sent chills through all present. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a cacophony of sounds erupted at the entrance of Jixiang residence. A captivating woman crouching nearby craned her neck to peer outside, her face lighting up with delight. Fixing her gaze on the swollen head of Yu Chong, she threatened Zhang Ziling with fierce intensity. You're finished. Oh, Zhang Ziling smiled, lifting his gaze to see two middle-aged men striding in, flanked by several bodyguards. At the entrance, Yu Chang's eyes widened as he beheld his son sprawled before a young man, blood seeping from his mouth, his gaze unfocused. Young man, what exactly did my child do to provoke such a severe response from you? Although Yu Chang was seething with anger, years of business acumen compelled him to suppress his fury, and he pressed his voice into a questioning tone. It's nothing, merely ensuring that he is properly taken care of. Zhang Ziling did not even lift his gaze, gently sipping his wine. Properly disciplined? Yu Chang, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. Then today, I shall also take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of your parents. Do you even have the right? Zhang Ziling slowly raised his head, his eyelids casting a shadow over one eye, the coldness emanating from his gaze instilling a profound chill within all those present. This man is so cold. Lu Ming, who had maintained a smile until that moment, found his expression shifting drastically upon witnessing Zhang Ziling's demeanor. When Zhang Ziling had attacked the Lu family, Lu Ming happened to be in the Lu fortress. This demon was an indelible source of terror for all members of the Lu family. Moreover, this man had become the partner of their family head. How could someone of such stature possibly be trifled with? Thud. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Ming knelt down. Just as Yu Chang was about to confront Zhang Ziling, he sensed something amiss beside him, turned his head, and was instantly struck with shock. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Yu Chang hastily bent down, attempting to lift Lu Ming. But who could have anticipated that Lu Ming would violently shake off Yu Chang's hand? His eyes filled with a mix of fear and exhilaration. Mr. Zhang, please forgive me for not recognizing you immediately. Lu Ming's words instantly plunged the atmosphere of Jixiangju into a frigid silence, and the heart of the enchanting woman sank into despair. Mr. Zhang? What kind of individual could compel a prominent figure from Hong Kong to kneel and apologize, and for the trivial reason of not recognizing him at first? Who are you? Zhang Ziling inquired, his surprise evident as he regarded the formally dressed man kneeling before him. In his memory, he had never encountered such a person. It is perfectly normal that Mr. Zhang has not met me. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not astonished by Zhang Ziling's lack of recognition. If Zhang Ziling truly knew him, that would indeed be a strange occurrence. From the Lu family? Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow and asked. Indeed. I am an external steward of the Lu family, primarily responsible for various energy projects. Lu Ming responded earnestly. What brings you here? Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes. This. At that moment, Lu Ming's mind was filled with curses, berating himself for having come to witness the commotion. Now, having discerned a problem, he found himself at a loss for how to extricate himself from the situation. Or perhaps, are you here to cause trouble with him? Zhang Ziling shifted his gaze toward the visibly troubled Yu Chang, standing to the side. Yu Chang has now come to realize the gravity of the situation. Even Lu Ming, a figure of substantial stature, is struck with fear before the young man standing before him. Given that Yu Chang's standing in Hong Kong is even lower than that of Lu Ming, it is rather ironic that he had previously boasted of teaching this young man a lesson. At this moment, Yu Chang no longer harbors hopes of avenging his son. He is even unsure of his own safety. No. How could I dare to trouble Mr. Zhang? I was merely passing by. Lu Ming hastily shook his head. Observing Lu Ming's frightened demeanor, Zhang Ziling chuckled and said, Rise, you are no longer a child. Kneeling at the slightest provocation is hardly appropriate. Mr. Zhang is absolutely right. Lu Ming replied, relieved that Zhang Ziling did not intend to cause him any trouble. He quickly stood up, neglecting to brush off the dust from his knees, and hurriedly distanced himself from the visibly distressed Yu Chang, scampering to stand behind Zhang Ziling. Although Lu Ming was aware that his actions were rather unbecoming, especially among the esteemed guests present, he cared little for such perceptions. As long as he could attend to Zhang Ziling well, his standing within the Lu family would surely ascend rapidly, akin to a rocket. Zhang Ziling, no longer regarding Lu Ming, fixed his gaze on Yu Chang with a smirk and said, Now, shall we continue our previous discussion? There was a hint of sarcasm in Zhang Ziling's tone. Yet Yu Chang dared not show any signs of defiance. Despite still feeling a swell of anger within, he refrained from displaying it openly. Instead, a smile more awkward than tears emerged. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yu Chang was still unaccustomed to this form of address, finding it somewhat difficult to articulate. I wondered if there was a misunderstanding here. Misunderstanding? Zhang Ziling arched an eyebrow, aware that his son often acted arrogantly and must have offended Mr. Zhang. I bowed an apology on behalf of my son. At this point, the patrons of Jixiangju had yet to comprehend the situation. Today's events had utterly reshaped their worldview. No one knew the name of the young man who was the center of attention, nor did they understand his identity. However, all were acutely aware that this young man was not to be trifled with. You wouldn't presume that a mere bow would suffice to reclaim your son, would you? Zhang Ziling remarked, observing Yu Chang, who was deeply bowing at a 90-degree angle, with a faint smile. A flicker of anger passed through Yu Chang's eyes as he kept his head lowered. Yet, when he raised his gaze, a broad smile adorned his face. Of course not. If Mr. Zhang has any requests, please do not hesitate to mention them. I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes. Zhang Ziling regarded Yu Chang's beaming countenance with a glimmer of derision. Are you contemplating appeasing me superficially, only to later hire an assassin to discreetly eliminate me? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Yu Chang's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 45. A modest punishment. Why Mr. Zhang would utter such words puzzled Yu Chang. After all, he had navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world for many years. Although he had momentarily lost his composure, he quickly regained his demeanor, casting a gaze filled with perplexity at Zhang Ziling. You see, I am thoroughly acquainted with the essence of killing intent, Zhang Ziling remarked with a faint smile. A glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, causing Yu Chang, who was fixated on him, to feel as though his soul had been snatched away. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Zhang Ziling chuckled, retracting his killing intent and once again donning a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Yu Chang felt his shirt dampened by perspiration, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Just moments ago, he had believed he was on the brink of death. Now, Yu Chang began to comprehend why Lu Ming harbored such profound fear of Zhang Ziling. That palpable killing intent was not something an ordinary person could possess. However, even so, Yu Chang could never admit to harboring thoughts of murder. Voicing such intentions would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, he had been thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Ziling's gaze, quelling any thoughts of hiring an assassin. In truth, at the very moment Yu Chang bowed, he had contemplated seeking out a killer to eliminate Zhang Ziling. In his mind, Zhang Ziling was merely a brash youth, relying on his family's influence to act arrogantly, much like his own son, utterly devoid of genuine capability. As long as he executed his plans with utmost stealth, he believed that Zhang Ziling's family would never trace the repercussions back to him. However, at this moment, Yu Chang has come to the realization that he may have been mistaken. Thud. Yu Chang, amid the astonished gazes of all, knelt down as well. Mr. Zhang. This time, Yu Chang's tone mirrored that of Lu Ming, filled with shame for his son's actions. Upon returning, I shall impose strict discipline upon him, ensuring he never acts recklessly again. As for the losses incurred by Mr. Zhang, I shall do my utmost to compensate you. Zhang Ziling squinted at Yu Chang, his fingers tapping leisurely on the table. The tension in the room reached its zenith, with everyone holding their breath, eager to hear what Zhang Ziling would say. Since you are so sincere, then I. Before Zhang Ziling could finish, Yu Hua, who had been rendered somewhat dazed by a kick from the little rabbit, began to regain clarity and noticed his father kneeling beside him. Dad, why are you? Yu Hua's consciousness was still not fully awakened, and he had no time to ponder why his father was kneeling. All that occupied his mind was the realization that his father had come to rescue him, ensuring his safety. Right, Dad? What happened to that bastard who hit me at Jixiangju today? Where is he? I want revenge. Yu Hua's voice was loud enough for nearly all the patrons at Jixiangju to hear. The restaurant descended into an exceedingly bizarre atmosphere, with some even suppressing laughter. Upon witnessing the fierce expression etched upon Yu Hua's face, Yu Chang felt a sudden paralysis envelop him, realizing that the atmosphere he had just managed to ease had been entirely obliterated by the folly of his own son. An impulsive urge to strike surged within him. Father? Yu Hua, sensing the disquiet in his father's demeanor, glanced around only to discover that they were still within the confines of the Aroma Pavilion. An unsettling premonition washed over him. As his gaze swept across the assembly, he noted the mockery etched upon each face, some individuals even stifling laughter. What could possibly be amiss? Just as confusion clouded his mind, he was struck by the sight of his father kneeling before Zhang Ziling. This was dire. Even in his current state, Yu Hua comprehended the gravity of the calamity he had unleashed. The piercing gaze his father directed at him filled him with trepidation. He yearned to rise and join his father in supplication before Zhang Ziling, yet the excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen rendered him immobile. Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, spare me. Yu Hua lay on the ground, clutching his belly, tears welling in his eyes as he beseeched Zhang Ziling. Mr. Zhang, my son has acknowledged his error. I implore you to overlook this transgression and grant him clemency. Yu Chang, relieved that his son had not completely lost his wits, hastily echoed Yu Hua's plea. Since you have spoken thus, it would not be prudent for me to pursue the matter further. Let it be. Upon Zhang Ziling's utterance, expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the father and son duo. However, this joy was short-lived, as Zhang Ziling's next words plunged them into despair. Although I have decided not to pursue the matter further, your son's actions have ultimately had a negative impact. Thus, he requires further refinement and a light reprimand. I wonder, Mr. Zhang, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing the phrase light reprimand, Yu Chang's heart sank, realizing it could not be as simple as it sounded. Simply put, I propose sending your son to the remote mountainous regions of western China to engage in teaching for a decade, during which you shall not provide him with any financial support, Zhang Ziling remarked with a narrowed gaze and a smile. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Yu Hua was utterly bewildered. Teaching in the mountains for 10 years? This was far more severe than a death sentence. Mr. Zhang, is such a punishment not excessive? Yu Chang cautiously furrowed his brow, attempting to counter. Excessive? Zhang Ziling chuckled softly. I merely wish for your son to gain a clearer understanding of this world. Of course, should you find that option untenable, there is an alternative. What is the alternative? Sensing a glimmer of hope in the situation, Yu Chang inquired eagerly. Lu Ming, please inform Xiao Shuang that the Yu family's enterprises are no longer needed in Hong Kong. Zhang Ziling's words fell like a chilling winter wind, enveloping everyone in a deep freeze. One sentence, determining the fate of a vast commercial empire? Mr. Zhang, there is no need to notify the head of the family. I can handle it myself. Lu Ming was taken aback, astonished by Zhang Ziling's ruthless resolve. However, Lu Ming also recognized that this was the opportune moment to curry favor with Zhang Ziling. That works, Zhang Ziling nodded, then turned to Yu Chang, sneering. Have you made your decision? Yu Chang lowered his head, clenched his fists, his expression shifting unpredictably. He was eager to resist. Yet, he was acutely aware that the Lu family possessed the power to obliterate the commercial empire he had painstakingly built. Understood. I will send Yu Hua to the mountainous regions in the west. Ultimately, Yu Chang bowed his head in submission. His words plunged Yu Hua into despair, condemning him, who had been nurtured in luxury since childhood, to a decade of teaching in the mountains, a fall from grace that left him utterly hopeless. Dad, Yu Hua cried out. Silence. I warned you that your temperament would lead to trouble. Now you've attracted Mr. Zhang's ire. Yu Chang roared. Sending you to the mountains might just temper your character. Excellent, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, then turned to Lu Ming, stating, this matter is entrusted to your supervision. Should you discover any signs of the Yu group providing support to the young master of the Yu family, a smirk played on Zhang Ziling's lips. Then consider him to have chosen another path. With these words, Zhang Ziling irrevocably severed all of Yu Hua's avenues of retreat. Understood, Mr. Zhang, Lu Ming nodded respectfully. Very well, let the Yu family cover the dining expenses for me. Zhang Ziling stood up. Little bunny, let us depart. MHM. The little rabbit nodded obediently, hiding behind Zhang Ziling. Observing the timid demeanor of the little creature, Zhang Ziling smiled gently and patted her head, slowly making his way toward the dining area. All eyes followed Zhang Ziling's every step, and no one dared to utter a word. The formidable aura he exuded rendered them breathless. It was not until Zhang Ziling stepped out of the Jixiang residence that the oppressive, stagnant air within the restaurant began to stir. At that moment, Yu Chang finally rose, his face betraying a look of resentment. Lu Ming, noticing Yu Chang's expression, let out a soft sigh and approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. It's not that I do not wish to assist you, he said, but you must understand that Mr. Zhang could easily obliterate our Lu family in an instant. Let alone you. Take care of yourself. After Lu Ming's words, he left behind a pale-faced Yu Chang and exited the Jixiang residence. Was even the Lu family no longer of significance to him? Yu Chang's eyes brimmed with disbelief, and he let out a heavy sigh, feeling as though he had aged decades. Take Yu Hua back for me. The bill will be on my account, he instructed the restaurant manager before departing in solitude. On the ground, Yu Hua and the restaurant manager had clearly heard Lu Ming's words. Yu Hua fainted entirely, while the manager was already paralyzed with fear, his mind a complete blank. As for the alluring woman, she was no longer the subject of anyone's attention. Chapter 46. Shopping for clothes. Little rabbit, your clothes are quite soiled. Let us procure you a new outfit, Zhang Ziling remarked. turning to the small rabbit who trailed behind him with her head bowed shortly after they exited the Jishang pavilion. New clothes? The little rabbit suddenly lifted her head, her eyes glimmering with a spark of excitement. The notion of new attire was an unfamiliar concept to her, though she was now 19 years of age. Her life had been largely confined to the shadows of a dimly lit shed, where her adoptive father kept her, apart from her occasional forays into thievery. She had never known friendship, nor had she experienced any formal education. Her only discernible talent was her aptitude for stealing. In her heart, she was but a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the fact that she was a young woman, a maiden with an innate desire for beauty. In truth, she yearned for a splendid garment far more than a sumptuous meal. DFS World Trade Center, the most renowned shopping paradise in Hong Kong, beckoned shopaholics from all corners of the globe, standing as a colossal magnet for wealth. As Zhang Ziling and the little rabbit traversed the bustling streets, they drew numerous curious glances. After all, the little rabbit's attire was reminiscent of a beggar's. She was utterly out of place in such an opulent environment. Even the beggars who frequented these streets would make an effort to present themselves more attractively. It could be said that the little rabbit now appeared as an anomaly amid the surrounding crowd. "Brother, might we find another place?" The little rabbit evidently noticed the mocking gazes surrounding her and timidly tugged at Zhang Ziling's sleeve. "It's all right, just endure a little longer." Zhang Ziling reassured her with a smile as he led her into the most luxurious clothing store in the World Trade Center. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Approached a sales associate adorned with a professional smile. However, upon catching sight of the little rabbit behind Zhang Ziling, her smile faltered. Each garment here bore a price tag in the thousands, and it was inconceivable for someone in tattered clothing like the little rabbit to enter such an establishment. "Excuse me, sir, are you alone?" The sales associate did not perceive the little rabbit as accompanying Zhang Ziling. In her mind, no affluent young man would ever take an interest in someone so unkempt. Zhang Ziling, observing the sales associate's professional demeanor, furrowed his brow slightly and then said, "Take her to select some clothes." "Sir, our clothing is rather expensive, and this young lady." The sales associate cast a few more glances at the little rabbit, her soiled attire suggesting that any piece she tried on would likely be rendered unsellable. "Brother, I'm really dirty. Perhaps we should go to another store?" The little rabbit remarked, realizing from the store's decor that the garments were exorbitantly priced. "No, this is the place. Call your manager," Zhang Ziling stated. Noting the little rabbit's anxious demeanor, his tone growing colder. The sales associate opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately remained silent, turning to leave. "Humph. Is it merely a matter of having a bit of money? What audacity. You can only flaunt in front of those impoverished young ladies." The sales associate, believing she was whispering quietly, sought out the manager. Little did she know that Zhang Ziling had been observing her intently, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her narrowed eyes. Soon, a manager arrived, guided by the sales associate, and approached Zhang Ziling. "I sincerely apologize for the offense caused by my staff. Regrettably, our establishment has a policy that this young lady cannot enter." The manager stated with what he presumed to be an apologetic smile. "What do you mean?" Zhang Ziling narrowed her eyes. "Where is this policy documented?" "I truly apologize, but this is an unwritten rule of our store. I am sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused you." The manager continued to explain. "An unwritten rule?" Zhang Ziling suddenly laughed. "I merely wish to purchase a set of clothing, and you fabricate a rule to deny me?" Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, the manager's expression darkened, and he replied, "Madam, please refrain from causing a scene, or we may be compelled to take special measures." "Special measures?" Zhang Ziling looked at the manager and stated, "Today, I shall see what special measures you possess." "Since you refuse to reason, we find ourselves at an impasse," the manager concluded, then began speaking into his walkie-talkie. Some individuals, oblivious to their own lack of decorum, seem to believe that possessing a modicum of wealth grants them the liberty to act as they please, disregarding the nature of their surroundings. What audacity to flaunt one's companion in such a manner. At that moment, the sales associate began to mock Zhang Ziling in a sardonic tone behind the manager's back. "Xiao Wang, how can you speak to a customer like that? Apologize at once." The manager, though he silently concurred with the sales associate's sentiments, felt compelled to maintain a facade of professionalism, as the individual in question was still a patron of the store. "Manager Liu, are you not the nephew of Director Liu? You ought to have a word with him. Such disruptive customers hinder our sales, and the losses incurred are to the store's detriment. I am merely advocating for the establishment." The sales associate grinned, leaning closer to the manager and discreetly pinching his arm. The manager winced from the sudden discomfort, but managed to suppress any visible reaction. To maintain appearances, he slightly bent forward and subtly pinched the sales associate's leg in return, then turned to Zhang Ziling with a solemn expression. Dear customer, in the interest of preserving harmony, I must kindly ask you to leave. Zhang Ziling observed their covert exchanges with keen awareness, but chose to dismiss their antics. Instead, he produced a wad of cash and flung it disdainfully at the manager's face. Little rabbit, let us proceed inside. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the manager and the sales associate, Zhang Ziling took Little Rabbit's hand and strode into the store. Customer, you cannot enter. Two security guards rushed over, blocking Zhang Ziling's path. Get lost. Zhang Ziling brandished a wad of cash, flinging it at the guards' faces, stunning them momentarily. Manager Lu, this. The sales staff stared blankly at the money scattered on the floor, casting a bewildered glance at their equally dazed manager. They were utterly astonished that Zhang Ziling would audaciously throw money at them. As he surveyed the money strewn about, the manager felt profoundly insulted and glared menacingly at Zhang Ziling, who was inside selecting clothes for the little bunny. What is so great about having a bit of cash? I'll make you pay. Manager Lu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Lu Hui, what is up? Came a languid voice from the other end. Hearing this, Lu Hui perked up and replied, Uncle, there's a situation at the store. Someone is causing trouble. Causing trouble? Why is there so much happening today? All right, I'll be there shortly. The call ended abruptly. Manager Lu, is Chairman Lu coming personally? The sales staff inquired, looking at Lu Hui with newfound vigor. Yes. Uncle is dining at Jixiangju today, not far from here. Lu Hui nodded, then shot a venomous glance at Zhang Ziling and the little bunny, saying, These people think they're impressive just because they have a little money. I can't stand such individuals. Indeed, I share the same disdain for such people. The sales staff echoed, suddenly collapsing into Lu Hui's embrace, exclaiming, Oh dear, I've twisted my ankle. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance, Lu Hui felt his heart race, and an involuntary reaction stirred below. Ahem, stay for the meeting tonight. Lu Hui said with utmost seriousness, I have some matters to inquire of you. The saleswoman chuckled softly and stepped away from Lu Hui's embrace. Lu Hui's gaze lingered on the saleswoman for a moment, and shortly thereafter, he heard a commotion at the door. He turned his attention, his expression brightening with joy. Uncle, you have finally arrived. Chapter 47. The Beauty of the Little Rabbit. A middle-aged man entered, sporting a small mustache and clad in a rather classical suit, approaching with an elegant smile. Lu Hui, who is causing this disturbance? He inquired directly. Lu Hui, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the man's straightforwardness, withdrew his hands and replied, Uncle, they have already gone inside. No one dared to stop them. They even threw a wad of cash in my face, hurling numerous insults at this establishment. Insults directed at this establishment? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within. This establishment was a tribute to his late wife, holding a significance in his heart that surpassed even that of his nephew. Should anyone dare to insult it, he would ensure that individual faced dire consequences. Where are they now? He asked, turning his gaze toward Lu Hui. Lu Hui swallowed hard, scanning the interior of the shop, but failing to spot Zhang Ziling. They must have gone to the fitting room. They are likely ruining numerous garments. Lu Hui exclaimed. Ruining numerous garments? The middle-aged man was incensed. What are the security personnel doing? The security was knocked senseless by the money. Lu Hui awkwardly glanced at the two guards still counting the cash nearby. The middle-aged man glared at the two guards, fuming, a bunch of useless fools. Follow me. I must see who possesses such audacity to create chaos on my territory. Uncle, I warned them multiple times before, even invoking your name, Lu Hui added. However, they not only showed you no respect, but also insulted your character, while simultaneously bullying our sales staff. Lu Hui continued to ramble, dragging out the salesperson. Uncle, look, her legs are bruised from that brat's grip. Hearing Lu Hui's words, the salesperson stood in shock. Was it not he who had inflicted the bruises? Now, he was attempting to slander others. Nevertheless, the salesperson herself was also quite displeased with Zhang Ziling and Little Rabbit. Why should such a poorly dressed, provocative woman be supported by a wealthy patron? Growing increasingly indignant, the salesperson began to lament to the middle-aged man. Indeed, Mr. Lu, that man came in and harassed me, bringing along a rag picker. I told them that their actions would soil the clothes in the store. Yet, they refused to listen, insisting on touching those garments with their filthy hands. How outrageous. The middle-aged man had initially been skeptical of Lu Hui's claims, well aware of his nephew's true nature, especially after the incident at Jixiangju. He had intended to discipline him to prevent any further trouble. However, now that the staff had come forward to testify, it was likely that even if Lu Hui were lying, the truth could not be far from it. Convinced that someone was causing a disturbance, the middle-aged man stepped outside, his demeanor fierce as he brought in 2 bodyguards. Lu Hui, come with me and point out who is causing the trouble. I must teach them a lesson they will never forget. The middle-aged man approached Lu Hui, flanked by the 2 bodyguards. Upon observing the 2 towering bodyguards behind his uncle, Lu Hui was instantly filled with delight. Uncle, let us proceed inside. I can point him out to you. He is easily recognizable. One of them is dressed quite shabbily. The mention of shabbily caused a sudden jolt of unease in the middle-aged man, as an unsettling feeling crept over him. Could it be mere coincidence? Shaking his head to dispel the thought, he stepped into the store. Uncle, it's him, that troublemaker. As Lu Hui approached the fitting rooms, he spotted Zhang Ziling, who was engrossed in his phone, and immediately pointed at him, exclaiming loudly. Hearing Lu Hui's voice, Zhang Ziling slightly raised his head and looked in Lu Hui's direction. Not good. The middle-aged man felt a rush of cold sweat as he recognized Zhang Ziling's features. How could he possibly forget that young man? Just look at the clothes beside him, all soiled. He is tarnishing the reputation of this establishment. Lu Hui continued to shout. He has ruined all the hard work of my aunt. With a resounding slap, the middle-aged man struck Lu Hui across the face, holding his stinging left cheek in disbelief. Lu Hui gazed incredulously at his uncle. Uncle, you hit me? It's you, you little rascal, who deserves it. The middle-aged man, shedding his usual elegance, swiftly delivered another slap to Lu Hui's right cheek. The 2 resounding slaps left the sales staff and bodyguards in a state of utter shock. What was happening? Why was Mr. Lu striking his own nephew? Lu Hui had yet to grasp the situation when he witnessed his uncle hastily approach Zhang Ziling, bowing deeply. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. Snap. The individuals behind the middle-aged man stood frozen in shock. Mr. Zhang, what is happening? Who are you? Zhang Ziling found the man's actions somewhat amusing as he bowed upon approaching him. I am the owner of this establishment. I happened to be present while Mr. Zhang dined at Jixiangju, the middle-aged man explained. Ah, understood. Zhang Ziling nodded, then cast a glance at Lu Hui behind the middle-aged man. So, you are the one seeking trouble on his behalf. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, the middle-aged man broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Seek trouble? How could I dare to provoke such a formidable figure, especially when I cannot even contend with the young master Yu Hua of the Yu family? In that moment, the middle-aged man silently berated Lu Hui, yet maintained a facade of politeness towards Zhang Ziling, saying, How could I possibly trouble Mr. Zhang? It is merely my inept nephew who spoke ill of you, prompting me to clarify the matter. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Lu Hui erupted, Uncle, how could you collude with a lowly individual against me? What would my deceased aunt think of this? I curse you. The middle-aged man, seeing that Lu Hui had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation, felt a surge of anger, and without a care for his own dignity, he raised his foot and kicked Lu Hui in the stomach. The middle-aged man's abrupt kick startled the salesgirl, causing her to scream and clutch her head. Silence her. He commanded his 2 bodyguards to restrain the young woman. At that moment, the middle-aged man grasped that this young salesgirl had conspired with Lu Hui to deceive him. Was this a jest? With Mr. Zhang's stature, was it worth his while to harass a plain and unremarkable girl? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, realizing how foolish he had been to fall victim to his own nephew's trickery. Brother, do I look good? At that instant, a delicate young girl emerged from the fitting room. The dust covering her had been magically cleared by Zhang Ziling, and with a fresh outfit adorning her, she seemed transformed. Upon hearing her timid voice, the middle-aged man turned to look, and his eyes lit up. The heart he had sealed away since his wife's passing began to soften ever so slightly. Her long, graceful legs were clad in brown canvas shoes, complemented by thin black stockings, and she wore a brown sweater dress that perfectly concealed the upper part of her thighs, exuding an innocence laced with subtle allure. Especially captivating were her eyes, sparkling like precious jewels, ensnaring the middle-aged man's attention entirely. How can she be so beautiful? He mused, having fancied himself a connoisseur of countless beauties, only to realize that the so-called stunning women he had encountered paled in comparison to this young girl. Indeed, attire does enhance one's allure, he reflected with a sigh. Even the sales clerk, who had always looked down upon the little rabbit, had to concede that he was not even qualified to envy the little rabbit's beauty. Ah, quite satisfactory. Zhang Ziling nodded with approval. Really? That is wonderful. The little rabbit, fearing that Zhang Ziling might be displeased, leaped up joyfully upon receiving his affirmation. Well, I have reviewed the prices of the clothes we tried on, and the amount previously paid is entirely sufficient. Now, we must discuss other matters. Zhang Ziling squinted at the middle-aged man, whose throat nervously convulsed under the warmth of his smile. The middle-aged man felt that such a smile resembled one he had seen at the incense house. Chapter 48. Lu Dong slander. Excuse me, Mr. Zhang. Is there anything else you require? The middle-aged man stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow with trepidation. I would like to hear about the rules of your establishment, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, fixating his gaze on the man with a soft inquiry. Rules? The middle-aged man thought to himself in dismay, realizing that his nephew must have fabricated some absurd regulations to vex the customers. This was merely a clothing store. What nonsensical rules could possibly exist? His original intention in opening this shop was to honor his late wife, regardless of profit or loss, which is why he entrusted the business to his nephew without a second thought. Little did he anticipate that such a modest clothing store could land him in significant trouble. Are you suggesting that there are no particular rules then? Zhang Ziling narrowed his eyes, lowering his tone. Yes, indeed, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Then may I inquire if my sister can purchase clothing here? Zhang Ziling continued. Of course. It would be our immense honor for Mr. Zhang's sister to grace our store. The middle-aged man responded hastily, even without Zhang Ziling's connections. The mere presence of such a visage and figure in the shop would generate publicity akin to that of any superstar's advertisement. Did you not observe that as the little rabbit emerged, the other patrons in the shop hastily tried on the same attire adorned by the little rabbit? Such a terrifying effect serves to subtly reveal just how exquisite the little rabbit truly is. Noting the middle-aged man's affirmative response, Zhang Ziling smiled faintly and pressed further. So, does this imply that we are in the right? No, we are not wrong. The middle-aged man gulped hard, his shirt drenched in sweat. Very well, Zhang Ziling rose, locking his gaze onto the middle-aged man and inquired, then why were we expelled? Zhang Ziling's tone was ominously grave, compelling the middle-aged man to kneel before him, thus capturing the attention of all the customers in the store. Mr. Zhang, we were in the wrong, please forgive us. The middle-aged man pleaded in panic, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Those unfamiliar with the middle-aged man merely regarded it as a spectacle, while those who recognized him were stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. Lu Dong, a prominent figure traversing the shopping malls of Hong Kong, was actually kneeling? This was indeed a sensational headline. Some curious onlookers whipped out their phones, eager to capture the moment. Although Lu Dong was infuriated by the presence of these photographers, he found himself unable to dwell on it. Preserving his dignity was trivial compared to the potential wrath of the formidable figure before him, which could render him destitute overnight. Rise, this is not your fault, Zhang Ziling remarked, casting a casual glance at Lu Dong. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he rose to his feet, only to nearly stumble once more. It turned out that Lu Dong, overwhelmed with fright, had exerted himself too much when he knelt, resulting in a scraped knee. Well, after all, I am an outsider. The issues concerning your staff must be resolved by you. Do enlighten me on how you intend to address this, he said. As he gazed at the seemingly harmless Zhang Ziling, a chill ran down Lu Dong's spine. He had not anticipated that the responsibility would be thrust upon him. Initially, Lu Dong had resolved to comply with whatever Zhang Ziling proposed, considering that his nephew had merely exchanged a few harsh words and any punishment would not be excessively severe. However, now that Zhang Ziling had placed the onus on him, he feared that should he handle the matter too leniently, he would incur the wrath of this formidable figure. Thus, Lu Dong felt compelled to adopt a more stringent approach. It seemed that Zhang Ziling would play the role of the benevolent while he bore the brunt of the consequences. With a bitter smile, Lu Dong shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the trembling saleswoman, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. He was certain that the root of this incident lay predominantly with her. While his nephew may have been inept, he was merely a bit lecherous. Without external provocation, it was unlikely that he would have acted in such a manner. I shall dismiss you from your position now and settle accounts with you later. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes and declared, the conduct of this saleswoman is unsatisfactory. It is a lapse in our hiring standards. I will terminate her employment immediately. Upon hearing the word dismissed, the sales clerk's face paled, For in the high-consumption environment of Hong Kong, securing a job that sustains one's livelihood is an arduous task, coupled with her habitual lack of savings. The prospect of losing her job made even the next day's meal uncertain. "Mr. Liu, I was wrong. I will change. Please do not fire me," the sales clerk exclaimed, tears welling up as she pleaded. "Your actions have inflicted significant damage to our store's reputation. I have shown you leniency by not holding you accountable. Do you still wish to negotiate?" Lu Dong cast a disdainful glance at the sales clerk, questioning how his nephew could possibly find her appealing. "Mr. Liu, please. I truly need this job. Without it, I cannot survive." As Lu Dong's resolve appeared unwavering, the sales clerk began to sob profusely, attempting to appeal to reason and emotion. Yet all she received was Lu Dong's indifferent command. "Security, remove her." "Mr. Liu, please." The sales clerk was seized by two security guards and, amidst the gazes of onlookers, was escorted out. Once her figure vanished, Lu Dong turned to Zhang Ziling with a composed expression and inquired, "Mr. Zhang, how do you find my handling of the situation?" Zhang Ziling nodded in approval, yet remarked, "While I do not condone your methods, she is, after all, your employee. I cannot obstruct your decision." Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Lu Dong felt a surge of discontent within, yet he could not help but wear a smile as he replied, "As for my nephew, Mr. Zhang, would it be acceptable if I sent him to the mountains for some training?" Zhang Ziling's eyes brightened at Lu Dong's suggestion, but he quickly adopted a sorrowful expression and said, "Don't you think that would be too harsh on your nephew?" Meeting Zhang Ziling's gaze, Lu Dong chuckled awkwardly. "It's not too harsh. Young people need to be tempered. I will send him there tomorrow." Sighing, Zhang Ziling replied, "Well, since you insist, I shall say no more. Let it be so." He then turned to Little Rabbit and said, "Little Rabbit, let us depart. We mustn't miss the flight." Little Rabbit obediently nodded and followed closely behind Zhang Ziling. It was at this moment that Lu Dong unexpectedly inquired, "Where is Mr. Zhang headed?" Zhang Ziling paused, looked at Lu Dong, and asked, "Is there something else?" The calmness in Zhang Ziling's tone sent shivers down Lu Dong's spine, and he inwardly regretted speaking out of turn. However, having already broached the subject, he steeled himself to continue. "What I meant to say is that I have a private jet. Mr. Zhang is welcome to use it, thus avoiding the hassle of the airport." "Oh." Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How considerate of you. I still feel a twinge of reluctance. But given your overwhelming generosity in extending the invitation, it would be rather ungracious of me to refuse. Thus, I shall take your private aircraft." Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Lu Dong felt a surge of disdain within. He never anticipated such behavior from Zhang Ziling. However, Lu Dong dared not voice his thoughts, merely nodding in agreement and instructing his staff to make the necessary arrangements. Before long, Zhang Ziling and the Little Rabbit boarded the plane Lu Dong had arranged, embarking towards Nanzhou City. Watching the aircraft take flight, Lu Dong exhaled a heavy sigh of relief and turned to his secretary trailing behind him, saying, "Please make arrangements to send Lu Hui to the western mountainous region tomorrow." "Lu Dong, he has already left. We need not." The secretary hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Let it be. That young man is not to be underestimated. I firmly believe that had I not taken such action, it would have been I who found myself in the western mountains." Lu Dong sighed deeply, gazing at the distant aircraft. Zhang Ziling's gaze had indelibly etched itself into his heart. "By the way, close the DFS clothing store. Today, please provide me with the address of that sales clerk." Lu Dong briskly exited the airport, his demeanor dark and foreboding. "Understood, Lu Dong," the secretary replied calmly, following Lu Dong at a steady pace. Chapter 49. The Incident with Chu Chi. "Brother, do you live here?" Little Bunny stood behind Zhang Ziling, wearing a small straw hat, gazing up at the somewhat dilapidated building. "Yes, I am temporarily renting an apartment here. There's also a sister living inside. You'll have to bear with it and share the space with her for now. I will purchase a new place later," Zhang Ziling replied with a nod. "I won't be a bother." Little Bunny quickly shook her head and waved her hands. "If the sister dislikes me, I can sleep in the living room." Little Bunny felt immense contentment since meeting Zhang Ziling. Not only was she well-fed and well-clothed, but others also treated her with respect. Compared to her previous life with her adoptive father and the neighbors who often scolded and hit her, this was a world apart. How could she dare to wish for a better living environment? Seeing the anxious expression on Little Bunny's face, Zhang Ziling affectionately ruffled her hair. Upon seeing her, he was reminded of his sister, Zhang Zio, and he projected all his longing for her onto Little Bunny. "Zio must be about the same age as you now." Zhang Ziling thought as he continued to caress little Bunny's head, his mind drifting to his sister, whose whereabouts remained unknown, and a trace of bitterness flickered in his eyes. What kind of demon emperor is this? Little Bunny, perceptive as ever, caught the hint of sorrow in Zhang Ziling's smile, believing she had somehow displeased him. She hurriedly embraced him, leaving Zhang Ziling momentarily stunned. Dear brother, is it the little rabbit that has upset you? Please tell me where I have fallen short, and I shall surely amend my ways. The little rabbit buried her head deeply into Zhang Ziling's chest, feeling immense gratitude for her current life, for it no longer compelled her to resort to thievery. Yet, she was also gripped by fear, fearing that this existence was but a fragile bubble, liable to burst any day, returning her to the dark, damp slums. Zhang Ziling gazed silently at the little rabbit in his embrace, a sigh escaping his lips as he perceived the tumult of emotions within her, his heart aching with compassion. When he had left Yu, she was merely 12 years old. Who could have foreseen that she might live a life akin to that of the little rabbit before? Little rabbit, your brother is here. Do not weep, Zhang Ziling said, gently brushing the tip of her nose. Let us return home. The little rabbit nodded, stifling her sobs, her smile returning. As Zhang Ziling led the little rabbit back home, he discovered the house empty. The little rabbit curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light, brimming with delight. Where has that girl Chu-Chi run off to this time? Zhang Ziling murmured as he stepped inside, only to be startled by a note left on the table. Approaching it, he picked up the paper and his expression shifted dramatically, the note crumbling to dust in his grip. Little rabbit, stay here and familiarize yourself with the house. I must step out for a moment. As Zhang Ziling finished speaking, before the little rabbit could respond, he rushed out of the door like the wind, leaving the little rabbit bewildered and alone. The note was written by Cheng Huang, containing a single line. Chu-Chi is in trouble. Come quickly. Cheng Huang was seated in a wheelchair, his left hand bound in a bandage, sporting a stubbly visage, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the ceiling. Ordinarily, the rejuvenation elixir would render him impervious to the typical ailments and fractures. However, given Cheng Huang's current state, it was evident that he had suffered a tremendous blow. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed on the door, causing Cheng Huang's eyes to brighten immediately. He hastily propelled his wheelchair to answer it. Cheng Huang had very few friends left, and the only person likely to knock on his door was Zhang Ziling. Indeed, as soon as he opened the door, Zhang Ziling rushed in with urgency. What has happened to you? Upon entering, Zhang Ziling was met with the sight of Cheng Huang in his wheelchair, looking utterly dispirited with his scruffy appearance. You finally returned. I couldn't reach you by phone. But never mind that now. Chu-Chi is in trouble. A hint of worry flickered across Cheng Huang's face. What on earth transpired in my absence? Zhang Ziling inquired urgently. It all traces back to that auction, Cheng Huang replied with a bitter smile. Ever since the effects of your rejuvenation elixir were made public, everyone has been fixated on you, eager to know when you will auction the next one. However, you left Nanzhou City shortly after auctioning the youth elixir, which left many influential figures quite displeased. Initially, this might not have seemed significant, as your departure meant they would also be unable to obtain the elixir. Nevertheless, I was taken aback when some among them discovered that the skin of both Chu-Chi and me bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Wei Chun, which sparked some ill intentions. Who is it? Zhang Ziling inquired. Cheng Huang shook his head. I do not know. In fact, the Wei family had attempted to protect us. Yet their efforts ultimately failed, and Chu-Chi was captured, likely to lure you out. Cheng Huang speculated that the Wei family might possess knowledge regarding the perpetrator. I understand. Zhang Ziling nodded. I will tend to your injuries upon my return. Our immediate priority is to rescue Chu-Chi. Indeed, Cheng Huang affirmed. I am fine. You should first reach out to the Wei family. Zhang Ziling nodded in silence, retrieving a black business card and dialing the number inscribed upon it. Hello. This is Wei Chun. A robust voice resonated from the other end of the line. Old Wei, this is Zhang Ziling. He spoke swiftly. Ah, it is Ziling. The voice on the line suddenly brightened. What brings you to me? I must say, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. Old Wei, you are well aware of the reason for my call, Zhang Ziling replied, avoiding pleasantries. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a considerable pause, a voice finally emerged. This matter is rather complex. Please come to my place, and we shall discuss it in person. Zhang Ziling replied coolly. And after receiving Wei Chen's address, he hung up the phone. Have you decided to go? Cheng Huang inquired, gazing at Zhang Ziling. Yes, regardless of who is responsible. I shall ensure they pay 1,000-fold for their actions. Zhang Ziling's voice now resonated like a chilling whisper from the abyss, imbued with an unfathomable coldness that made Cheng Huang shudder involuntarily. Be careful, Cheng Huang advised earnestly. I must take my leave. Just as Zhang Ziling was about to exit, a thought crossed his mind. He turned back to Cheng Huang and said, "Please head to my home first. I have brought back a young girl who knows nothing. Kindly take the time to teach her." Without waiting for Cheng Huang's response, Zhang Ziling dashed out the door. Cheng Huang stared at the wide-open entrance, his mouth agape, eyes filled with confusion as he murmured, "A girl? Knowing nothing? What on earth has Ziling been up to for the past month?" Chapter 50. The game in a newly constructed manor located in the northern outskirts of Nanzhou City. Several retired Special Forces soldiers lay in wait, concealed from view, while numerous security personnel patrolled the premises. Despite being completed less than a month ago, the security measures of this estate had reached the pinnacle of Nanzhou City standards. The reason was simple. The owner of this manor was Wei Chun, one of the elite few at the heart of China's power. Yet, within this fortress-like abode, where even a fly would find it challenging to enter, a young man stealthily made his way into the inner courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a small stone table, shaded by a gnarled phoenix tree that shielded it from the harsh rays of the sun. Wei Chun was engaged in a game of chess with Wei Yun. Wei Chun exhibited a demeanor of calm and ease, while Wei Yun appeared lost in deep contemplation. "Old Wei, I have arrived," Zhang Ziling's voice interrupted, causing Wei Chun to halt his poised hand above the board, while Wei Yun's face registered astonishment. "How did you get in?" Wei Yun rose, gazing incredulously at Zhang Ziling. Given the manor's stringent security, even those with extraordinary abilities would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate unnoticed. If such defenses could be so easily circumvented, it would render the safety of the nation's core rather frivolous. "I simply walked in," Zhang Ziling replied with an expression of indifference, not perceiving the security measures as particularly formidable. Ignoring Wei Yun's continued inquiries, he directly approached Wei Chun and took a seat across from him. "Old Wei, what force has abducted Chu Qi?" Zhang Ziling inquired, cutting directly to the heart of the matter without any circumlocution. Wei Chun gazed into Zhang Ziling's eyes, seemingly attempting to glean some insight, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly responded, "There is no rush. First, indulge me in finishing this game of chess. They will not move against Chu Qi until they locate you." With that, Wei Chun placed a piece on the board. "Old Wei, if the outcome is already known, why continue the game?" Zhang Ziling remarked, observing the gentle smile on Wei Chun's face, then glanced at the board before placing a white piece down with deliberation. "My grandfather is an 8th Dan player. This game has reached a stalemate and truly does not require further play." At this moment, Wei Yun, who stood behind Wei Chun, spoke up. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Ziling smiled faintly but remained silent. "The force that has captured Chu Qi is formidable. Even the state is reluctant to provoke them lightly. Their objective is straightforward. They merely wish for you to produce another youth-enhancing pill. My grandfather summoned you to discuss whether there are any more such pills available," Wei Yun continued. "A formidable force?" Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "Indeed, there exist numerous hidden ancestral powers within China. Their might is beyond your imagination. Like this time, my grandfather has exerted every effort to protect you, yet he still could not fend off their assault." Wei Yun, observing Zhang Ziling's expression of contempt, furrowed her brow. Her initial impression of him had been quite favorable, as he had displayed neither subservience nor arrogance. However, it has become evident that Zhang Ziling's demeanor is that of an utterly arrogant individual. In this matter, one must extend gratitude to Old Wei for his assistance. How can this person be so conceited, as if the entire world is obligated to aid him? Wei Yun, observing Zhang Ziling's indifferent expression, felt a surge of discontent in her heart, struggling to comprehend why her grandfather held him in such high regard. "Grandfather Wei." Before Wei Yun could finish her thought, she froze in place. Wei Chun was intently focused on the chessboard, his brow furrowing increasingly. Wei Yun had witnessed this scenario before, typically when her grandfather was on the verge of losing a game against someone else. The intensity of his contemplation was etched on his face. Impossible. Shock filled Wei Yun's eyes. She was acutely aware that this game was hers, and it was clear that she was merely 10 moves away from defeat. Yet, Zhang Ziling merely cast a glance and casually placed a piece, reversing the tide of the match. Unable to fathom this, she leaned closer to inspect the board. Initially, Wei Yun was engulfed in confusion, But as she scrutinized the position for a longer duration, she became utterly absorbed. The white piece Zhang Ziling had placed stood like an unparalleled warrior, firmly grasping the throat of the black dragon. A game that was destined to be a dead end, suddenly revitalized by a single move from Zhang Ziling. Wei Yun felt as though she were witnessing an ancient battle. The white side was on the brink of collapse, while the black side surged with momentum. At that moment, a legendary general emerged for the white side, resolutely turning the tide with sheer force, even pursuing the advantage to decisively vanquish the black side. Chess is akin to humanity. Who indeed is he? Wei Yun's enchanting eyes fixated upon Zhang Ziling's visage, yearning to uncover the truth. Unbeknownst to them, after ascending to supremacy in an alternate realm, Zhang Ziling devoted himself to the profound study of Go, spending millennia honing his skills to the extent that his mastery transcended even the pinnacle of excellence. At that moment, Wei Chun grasped the Go stone, his hand trembling above the board, hesitating to make a move. Transformed back into a middle-aged man, he appeared once more as the frail elder he once was. With a resounding thud, Wei Chen's black stone landed on the board, disrupting the delicate arrangement. "I have lost," he uttered, and with those words, it seemed as though the weight of the world lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to smile once more. It was then that Wei Yun noticed her grandfather's back had become drenched with perspiration. A professional player of the 8th Dan, in a seemingly advantageous position, had succumbed to a mere 20-something youth. Was it truly just a casual move made after a fleeting glance? Wei Yun suddenly felt as though the world had become surreal. Her entire worldview shattered. What need was there to continue a game with a predetermined outcome? So that was his intent. As she gazed at Zhang Ziling's serene countenance, she finally grasped that his earlier demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather an unwavering confidence in his own prowess. The thoughts she had harbored seemed to be entirely misguided. "Old Wei, might you enlighten me about the forces that abducted Chu Qi?" Zhang Ziling's fingers drummed rhythmically on the stone table, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Wei Chun and Wei Yun realized that ever since Zhang Ziling made that singular move, he had no intention of capturing any more pieces. A look of astonishment crossed Wei Chen's face as he turned to Zhang Ziling, finally understanding that he had utterly misinterpreted the depth of Zhang Ziling's gaze. "Are you certain you wish to pursue that force?" Wei Chen inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Ziling. "While it is true that your skills in chess are remarkable, in reality, one cannot rely solely on such talents. Did not Elder Wei say we should discuss matters only after this game?" Zhang Ziling replied with a faint smile, his tone calm and composed. His words momentarily stunned Wei Chun, who had initially intended to convey a message of caution through this game. However, he never anticipated that Zhang Ziling would instead impart a lesson in humility. "Alas," Wei Chun sighed heavily, "since you insist on knowing, I shall enlighten you." "Please, Elder Wei," Zhang Ziling said, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "The force that has captured Chu Qi is none other than the medicine sect." Chapter 51. The shadowy pharmacological sect. Pharmacological sect? Zhang Ziling was momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished that it was indeed the pharmacological sect that had abducted Chu Qi. Had he unwittingly reaped retribution for having slain the former sect master, the pharmacological king? Indeed, it was the pharmacological sect's doing, a formidable force that has been inherited since the Han Dynasty, its strength now unfathomable. Even though the state has been intensifying its crackdown on supernatural factions, the pharmacological sect remains an indomitable giant. Seeing Zhang Ziling lost in thought, Wei Chen assumed he was well aware of the sect's reputation, thinking this would simplify matters. Naturally, anyone capable of producing such a miraculous elixir as the youth-preserving pill must be cognizant of the pharmacological sect's existence. Judging by your expression, you surely understand the immense power of the pharmacological sect. However, at least it is a major faction and would not resort to tormenting an innocent young girl. Their response was that if you could provide another youth-preserving pill, they would release Chu Qi, Wei Chen stated. A major faction? Is it the hallmark of a significant sect to abduct an ordinary girl to coerce an individual? Zhang Ziling chuckled at Wei Chen's words, his tone laced with disdain. Wei Chen managed a dry laugh, for Zhang Ziling was not incorrect. Were it not for the clandestine nature of the pharmacological sect's actions, their reputation within the cultivation community would have long been tarnished. Although the pharmacological sect may have erred, you are well aware of its formidable might. Do you possess any alternative to compromise? Moreover, you cannot seek assistance from others. If the medicine sect becomes desperate, they might resort to eliminating Chu Qi without a trace of remorse. What recourse would you have then? Wei Chen observed the intensifying murderous intent in Zhang Ziling's eyes and hastily counseled him. Wei Chen had always held Zhang Ziling in high regard and certainly did not wish to see him perish without purpose. Resolving this matter could be quite straightforward. Since Zhang Ziling could produce a youth elixir, it stands to reason that he could procure another. Furthermore, the medicine sect stipulation was merely for him to present it for auction. This would not result in a significant loss for Zhang Ziling. As Wei Chen contemplated this, he increasingly believed that Zhang Ziling ought to acquiesce to the medicine sect's demands and offer another youth elixir for sale. Old Wei, do you genuinely believe the medicine sect seeks the youth elixir rather than the formula? At this moment, a statement from Zhang Ziling rendered Wei Chen speechless. Indeed, a single youth elixir was trivial for such a colossal entity as the medicine sect. What they truly coveted was the formula for the youth elixir. How can you be so ungrateful? My grandfather is extending his goodwill towards you, and instead of expressing gratitude, you hasten towards your demise. It seems my assessment of you is correct. You are nothing but an arrogant fool, dismissive of all. Wei Yun could no longer tolerate Zhang Ziling's indifferent demeanor and reproached him. Yun, how can you be so impolite? Apologize to young Master Zhang at once. Wei Chen admonished Wei Yun loudly. Grandfather. Wei Yun looked up at Wei Chen with a sense of grievance, pouting sweetly. Still not apologizing? Wei Chen's voice rose a few notches. What is the big deal about apologizing? Just say it. Reluctantly, Wei Yun offered her apology to Zhang Ziling before hastily retreating indoors, slamming the floor-to-ceiling window shut with a resounding bang. The forceful sound of the window closing was a clear manifestation of Wei Yun's anger. Do not take it to heart. This girl has a bit of a fiery temperament, but she excels in many other aspects, Wei Chen remarked, shaking his head in exasperation upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Ziling, unfazed, responded with a nod. I understand. Both she and Old Wei believe that my visit to the medicine sect to seek out Chu Qi is tantamount to courting death. However, while Yun speaks her mind, Old Wei has been more circumspect in his counsel. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's candid observation, Wei Chen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After all, I hold you in high regard. Naturally, I would prefer you not to walk into a certain demise. It would be far better to comply with the medicine sect's demands and safely rescue that young lady, wouldn't it? It seems Old Wei has yet to grasp the reality of the situation. If the medicine sect were to acquire the elixir formulas from me, in the name of confidentiality, would they truly let me and Chu Qi off the hook? Zhang Ziling smiled knowingly, having discerned the medicine sect's intentions from the outset. Wei Chen, taken aback by Zhang Ziling's words, found himself momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such a revelation. He slapped his forehead in realization and said to Zhang Ziling, it appears that I, this old fellow, have lived too long in peaceful times, forgetting even the most fundamental tactics employed by these people. Since evasion seems futile, let us embrace the situation and expose the actions of the apothecary sect, making the formula public. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope. Wei Chen articulated this, acknowledging that this was the only means to save Zhang Ziling. While it was evident that Chu Qi was doomed, there is no need for such complexity. Simply inform me of the location where the apothecary sect is holding Chu Qi, and that would suffice, Zhang Ziling asserted. Once he learned her whereabouts, he could rescue her and simultaneously eradicate the apothecary sect, making it rather convenient. Wouldn't you agree? That is indeed a viable strategy. We can catch them off guard and liberate Chu Qi. Subsequently, I will arrange for both of you to leave the country. No matter how powerful the apothecary sect is, they cannot possibly pursue you across the globe. Zhang Ziling, noting that Wei Chen was still contemplating an escape route, felt a bittersweet smile emerge. He could not simply declare, Wei Lao, just tell me where the apothecary sect is, and I shall annihilate them. For such a statement would surely lead Wei Chen to believe he had lost his senses, potentially resulting in an inability to secure even the location of the sect. Very well, Wei Lao, can you now provide me with the address? Zhang Ziling nodded in agreement with Wei Lao's plans. Let us proceed with this course of action. Wei Chen replied, retrieving a mobile phone. Glancing at the information displayed on the screen, he stated, upon my investigation, the apothecary sect has detained Chu Qi in the mountain forests east of Nanzhou City, where they have a branch. I shall go make the necessary arrangements and summon several experts from the Long Department to accompany you. Where has everyone gone? Wei Chen raised his head, only to find that Zhang Ziling, who had been sitting across from him, had vanished without a trace. This child still lacked the composure necessary for such responsibilities. It seemed that entrusting Iyun to him would require further refinement of his character. Wei Chun gazed at the empty stone bench opposite him, furrowing his brow, before dialing another number. Is this Team B? Yes, there is a mission, a rescue operation, classified as Level A, with authorization at Level B. I will send you the detailed mission information shortly. After concluding the call, Wei Chun hung up. As for the medicine sect, it was high time to impose some discipline. Otherwise, these unconventional forces might mistakenly believe they could act with impunity, reminiscent of feudal times. Wei Chun narrowed his eyes, once again contemplating the chessboard before him. A grand game of strategy always requires an opening move to set the stage. His gaze remained fixed on the solitary white piece that Zhang Ziling had placed. In the eastern region of Nanzhou City, there stretched a range of continuous mountains, lush with vegetation and scarce of human presence. At that moment, a figure appeared above the mountains, coldly surveying a particular spot within the range. The medicine sect, indeed. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Zhang Ziling's lips, his murderous intent unmistakable in his eyes. Chapter 52. The base of the medicine sect division. Before long, Zhang Ziling found himself near an abandoned quarry. Observing the vast emptiness around him, he smiled faintly and gently pressed his foot against the ground. Boom! At the center of his foot, the entire quarry fractured, cracks spreading outward like a spider's web, widening with each passing moment. Suddenly, the ground gave way, and the quarry collapsed in the middle, sending boulders tumbling down, gradually revealing an underground base that shimmered with a metallic luster. Suspended in midair, Zhang Ziling gazed indifferently at the base below. The falling boulders were met by an enigmatic protective shield, which shattered them into fragments upon impact. As he observed the blue shield, his expression remained impassive, and he slowly descended, lightly tapping the shield with his toes. Crack! The protective shield shattered. He could sense Chu Chi's presence. Indeed, it was here. Zhang Ziling stared at the now fully exposed base, a smile gracing his lips as he gradually descended onto the base itself. Meanwhile, within the base, chaos unfolded. Elder, there's trouble. We are being invaded. A disciple rushed into the office, breathless, to report to an elder who was savoring his tea. I am not deaf. The elder replied nonchalantly, his ears nearly ringing from the blaring alarm. Can someone silence that wretched noise? The disciple's face displayed a look of distress. Is it not just an intruder? It is not as though they have never encountered intrusions before. Previously, those who attempted to breach their defenses could not even penetrate the protective shield. Perhaps this time, it was merely a hapless individual who inadvertently stumbled upon the entrance to the base and triggered a mechanism, now likely to be riddled with bullets from machine guns. The elder harbored no doubts regarding the fortifications of this base, for it was the third branch of the entire medicinal sect, harboring resources of unparalleled significance, coveted by countless individuals. However, the defenses here could indeed be described as impregnable. The outermost layer of the protective shield alone was valued at several $100 million, and that was merely the weakest line of defense. Thus, the fate of those intruders could only culminate in one outcome: death. Observing the elder's nonchalance, the disciple, with a pallid countenance, remarked, Elder, the intruders have breached the protective shield. Oh, it seems this group of intruders possesses some degree of capability. Let us proceed to the main control room. The elder's previously composed demeanor vanished, replaced by a tone of gravity. At that moment, everyone within the branch of the medicinal sect stood poised for action. Elder, should we awaken the others? Inquired the disciple, clutching a stack of documents as they made their way to the main control room. Not yet. Those warriors were cultivated at great expense. Our current control technology remains immature. It is best for them to remain in the cultivation fluid, the elder replied, moving with remarkable agility, betraying no signs of fatigue. Understood, elder. Before long, the elder arrived at the main control room, where all the prominent figures of the medicinal sect had assembled. At the forefront stood the master of the medicine sect's branch, accompanied by 2 vice masters and 4 stewards. Elder. Upon the elder's entrance, everyone rose to their feet, offering respectful greetings. The elder scanned the assembly with a discerning eye, nodded slightly, and proceeded directly to the master of the branch. Why is there no surveillance feed on the screen? The elder inquired, furrowing his brow at the pitch-black LCD display. Report. The intruder has breached directly from above the base, resulting in damage to several circuits. I have activated the backup lines. However, it will take some time to capture the surveillance signal, a slender technician replied, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard, not bothering to look back. All right, the technician suddenly exclaimed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Bring up the footage. The elder replied calmly, a flicker of cold light passing through his gaze. Whoever the intruder may be, they could only blame their misfortune for encountering him at the branch. With the elder present, we are naturally at ease. The branch master promptly echoed the elder's sentiment. This elder was none other than the punishment elder of the medicine sect, whose strength was unfathomable. Fortuitously visiting the branch for inspection, the slender technician worked swiftly, and the massive LCD screen ahead divided into 4 segments, each displaying a surveillance feed. And within each frame stood an individual. Zhang Ziling. The prominent figures present exchanged subtle smiles. They naturally recognized Zhang Ziling's visage. Currently, Chu Qi remained confined within this space, her capture serving the purpose of luring Zhang Ziling out. To their astonishment, this audacious young man dared to intrude upon the medicinal sect's branch without a hint of trepidation. Truly reckless. One of the deputy leaders chuckled softly. Connect me to him. I wish to converse, inquired the elder of punishment with a subtle smile. Yes. Another technician swiftly established the connection. Zhang Ziling, is it? I wonder what prompts your incursion into our medicinal sect's branch. The raspy voice of the elder of punishment echoed through the intercom, reverberating in the corridor. Are you feigning ignorance? Zhang Ziling cast a casual glance at the surveillance camera above, unperturbed, as he continued to stride forward, responding with a nonchalant tone. It is for Chu Qi. Am I correct? The elder of punishment remarked with a chuckle. Ah, how foolishly devoted you are, risking everything for the sake of a woman. Risking everything? Zhang Ziling raised his gaze to the camera, a derisive smile gracing his lips. You truly overestimate yourselves. Oh, you really. Crash. Elder, the communication device has malfunctioned. A technician rose to report. The elder of punishment's expression fluctuated between grim and gleeful, ultimately breaking into a sinister grin. Perfect. This saves us considerable effort, capturing him alive. I shall personally interrogate him for the formula. The elder's eyes glinted with a cold light as he fixated on the screen. Understood. The slender technician's glasses reflected a glimmer as his fingers deftly danced across the keyboard. In the corridor, dozens of towering robots, each exceeding 2 meters in height, positioned their artillery to obstruct Zhang Ziling's path. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of these machines, Zhang Ziling paused momentarily, then shook his head with a faint smile, continuing to advance. What are these worthless contraptions? Toys, perhaps? He murmured, gradually approaching the robots. Overestimating themselves. The punishment elder chuckled cruelly, commanding, adjust the power and fire. The artillery mounted on the shoulders of the robots began to rotate slowly, a faint blue glow flickering at the muzzle. Boom. Zhang Ziling was instantly engulfed by a barrage of gunfire, consumed by flames. Lower the power a bit more. We don't want to kill him. The punishment elder squinted, sneering. Elder, the situation seems rather unusual. At that moment, the leader of the medicine sect stepped forward, his brow furrowed. The punishment elder raised an eyebrow, questioning what was amiss. The leader gestured towards the area behind Zhang Ziling, which was surrounded by flames. The punishment elder squinted, and his expression shifted dramatically. The floor behind Zhang Ziling remained completely unscathed. Could he still be an ability user? The punishment elder muttered, before commanding, activate the ability sealing magnetic field. Understood. Several technicians swiftly operated their equipment, and in the corridor, Zhang Ziling sensed an unusual magnetic field drawing near. Can this magnetic field affect the human brain? Zhang Ziling murmured to himself, observing how the artillery fire, merely a meter away, dissipated into ashes without even brushing against his garments. Indeed, these individuals harbored ambitions. Should the magnetic field intensify by several magnitudes, it might barely exert a slight influence upon me. A smile graced Zhang Ziling's lips as he chose not to linger, continuing his forward march. His earlier pause had merely been an attempt to gauge the potency of these robotic weapons. It now appeared that their might was only marginally superior to that of conventional firearms, falling short even of the inferior projectiles wielded by the Liu family. Long Elder. It seems ineffective. The emaciated technician gaped in horror at the screen, watching the silhouette engulfed in flames move slowly. Suddenly, a ghostly figure burst through the inferno, and those in the main control room witnessed a dark shadow weaving through dozens of robots, which subsequently erupted into fragments. Impossible, exclaimed the leader of the medicine sect's branch. for these robots had been forged from a unique alloy. Even a full-force strike from himself would merely leave a white mark upon their surface. And yet now all the robots had been obliterated? Soon, a figure emerged from the blazing wreckage. It was Zhang Ziling. Unscathed, he stepped forth, a faint smile adorning his face. The punishment elder fixated on the screen, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Shinong Battle Division, advance. Fight to the death. Chapter 53. Gene Warriors. It seems that after many years in seclusion, the younger generation is unaware of my esteemed name. The elder of punishment chuckled sinisterly, licking his parched lips. Upon hearing the elder's musings, the other prominent figures instinctively took a few steps back. During the Republic era, there existed a figure known as the pharmaceutical corpse. One individual had utilized the blood of an entire town's residents for cultivation, draining the lifeblood of 867 souls overnight. This shocking event sent ripples through the cultivation community, prompting dozens of righteous heroes to venture forth and eliminate the pharmaceutical corpse. However, those valiant souls met a grim fate, their desiccated bodies displayed at the town's entrance. Since that fateful day, the notoriety of the pharmaceutical corpse soared. Yet, this newfound fame also drew the ire of warlords of the Republic, leading to a relentless pursuit. After annihilating 2 armies, the pharmaceutical corpse vanished from sight. Perhaps others were oblivious, but the upper echelons of the pharmaceutical sect were well aware. The elder of punishment before them was none other than the pharmaceutical corpse. The mere thought of being targeted by the pharmaceutical corpse sent shivers down the spines of the powerful figures in the control room. Yao Kong, you are the minister of the Shinong War Department in this branch. You shall proceed as well. Yes, replied a scarred deputy leader as he vanished into thin air. Zhang Ziling traversed the narrow corridor and passed through a metallic door, arriving at a vast plaza. The presence of Chu Qi lingered nearby. Zhang Ziling raised his gaze, observing the glass dome above, where countless individuals moved about. It appears that a test is underway, seemingly unaware of the intruder's presence. Those individuals, how remarkably leisurely they are. Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, preparing to ascend, yet his expression suddenly hardened as he gazed forward. Zhang Ziling, you ought to take pride in yourself. As a young prodigy, you have compelled me to dispatch the Shinong Battle Division to encircle you. The ominous voice of the punishment elder echoed across the square. As the metallic gates opened wide, and hundreds of figures clad in azure battle attire surged forth, fully armed, their expressions icy and resolute. Among them, Yao Kong emerged, wielding 2 broadswords, casting a cold glare at Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling, your talent is commendable, but alas, your arrogance is your downfall. You shall not leave this square alive today, Yao Kong sneered. Oh, just based on you? Zhang Ziling responded with a smile, raising his right hand, from which an immense force emanated, causing Yao Kong to watch in terror as his body was propelled swiftly towards Zhang Ziling. Minister, hundreds of disciples from the Shinong Battle Division shouted in unison, rushing towards Zhang Ziling in a desperate attempt to rescue Yao Kong. All of you kneel. Zhang Ziling gripped Yao Kong's neck with one hand, and with a gentle press of his right foot on the ground, the disciples suddenly felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon their shoulders. Thud, thud, thud. Those at the main control center watched in horror as they beheld the scene on the screen. All the hundreds of individuals had knelt down in submission. The punishment elder's eyes widened in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression contorted with rage. Who on earth is this formidable individual? The elder of punishment suddenly recalled the youth-preserving pill and began to perceive Zhang Ziling as a contemporary of his own era. His youthful appearance now merely attributed to the effects of the elixir. He commanded the release of the 3 genetic warriors. Genetic warriors. The leader of the medicine sect's branch narrowed his eyes. Elder, must we truly release them? We cannot yet fully control them. They represent a significant instability. Release them. It is high time to ascertain whether the considerable resources we expended to cultivate these weapons were justified. The elder of punishment's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Zhang Ziling on the screen. Regardless of your origins, I shall uncover you. Zhang Ziling gripped Yao Kong's neck, his murderous intent palpable. Should you kill me, the medicine sect will relentlessly pursue you, and all those associated with you will meet their demise. Yao Kong's face turned a shade of purple, yet his gaze remained malevolent. He was not afraid that Zhang Ziling would end his life, for he was acutely aware of the might of the medicine sect. No one dared to confront the wrath of the medicine sect alone. If you release me now, perhaps we shall also free Chu Qi, allowing you to depart unscathed. Yao Kong continued. Perhaps? Zhang Ziling replied with a devilish smile. Your choice of words is rather precise. I too might consider releasing you. As he gazed into Zhang Ziling's eyes, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within Yao Kong. At that moment, in the corridor at the rear of the square, 3 piercing wails echoed, instilling dread in the disciples of the Shinnong Battle Division who knelt in the back. In a horrifying display, 3 towering giants, their muscular forms exposed and standing 3 meters tall, brutally severed heads from bodies. How did 3 monsters get released? Zhang Ziling turned his gaze toward the giants, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. The Jin warriors have arrived. If you release me now, there might still be a glimmer of hope for your survival. Otherwise, in a moment, the Jin warriors will tear you to shreds. Yao Kong, upon hearing the roars behind him, immediately recognized the source of the terror. He was well aware of the fearsome nature of the Jin warriors. During a prior incident in the laboratory, a Jin warrior had escaped due to an experimental mishap, and it took all 3 of them, the 2 vice leaders and the main leader, great effort to recapture the creature. At that time, the Jin warrior's combat prowess was barely half of what it is now. Is that so? I am curious to witness their true terror, Yao Kong thought, glancing at Zhang Ziling's grin, suddenly filled with alarm. What are you planning to do? You will find out soon enough. With a gentle smile, Zhang Ziling hurled Yao Kong toward the 3 Jin warriors. As Yao Kong hurtled through the air, the Jin warriors roared in unison, one of them raising a colossal hand to grasp him firmly. What do you want? Yao Kong exclaimed. Panic etched across his face as he was ensnared in the grip of the Jin warrior. Roar! The Jin warrior, Zhang, bared his bloodthirsty jaws, revealing a row of sharp, menacing teeth, and lunged at Yao Kong. No, please no! Yao Kong screamed, his voice abruptly cut short. The Jin warrior bit him in half, blood gushing forth, with Yao Kong's innards spilling from the corners of the warrior's mouth. The scene was grotesquely bloody, causing even some disciples of the Shinnong Battle Division to retch in horror. The expressions of those in the main control room were profoundly grim, for the one devoured by the Jin warrior was a direct disciple of the medicine sect. It was precisely because of this status that he had ascended to the position of deputy leader. The death of such an individual would surely incite the wrath of Yao Kong's master. At that moment, even the punishment elder, Yao Shi, would not escape unscathed. Yao Kong's master. A flicker of fear crossed Yao Shi's eyes, for he was the true embodiment of terror. Look at the screen. A technician's shout drew everyone's attention, and they all turned back to the surveillance footage, their faces paling in shock. The disciples of the Shinnong Battle Division were entirely immobilized by Zhang Ziling's binding techniques, leaving the 3 Jin warriors to unleash their ferocity. In an instant, more than a dozen disciples were torn asunder, blood saturating the ground. Why would the medicine sect unleash such abominations? Zhang Ziling observed the relentless slaughter of the medicine sect's disciples by the 3 Jin warriors, his expression one of profound strangeness. Why was the signal from the internal chips of the Jin warriors still unresponsive? The leader of the medicine sect's branch seized the technician by the collar, bellowing in desperation. In the surveillance footage, every passing second witnesses the demise of several elite disciples of the medicine sect. Even the elder of punishments feels his heart bleed at the sight. Captain, it will soon be ready. Please, do not rush. A trembling technician replied. Incompetent fool. The branch leader huffed coldly, releasing the technician and casting a dark glare at the monitor. Regardless of the outcome, he could not escape the medicine sect's punishment now. Captain, we have established a connection to the chip signal. A technician suddenly exclaimed, rising with excitement. Excellent, quickly control the genetic warriors. The branch leader of the medicine sect rejoiced. Yes. In the plaza, Zhang Ziling observed with great interest as 3 genetic warriors slaughtered the disciples of the medicine sect. Suddenly, the genetic warriors halted abruptly, all turning their gaze towards Zhang Ziling. Oh, have we finally succeeded? Zhang Ziling stretched lazily, eyeing the 3 predatory genetic warriors. It is time to bring this farce to a close. Chapter 54. Full throttle designate the target of attack, Zhang Ziling. All other restrictions are hereby lifted. At this moment, the punishment elder, Yao Shi, suddenly spoke, causing the atmosphere in the control room to tense. Elder, if all restrictions are lifted, I fear. The leader of the Yao sect's branch hesitated, concern etched on his face. Do not worry. If I can no longer maintain control, I shall subdue them myself. Yao Shi fixed his gaze intently on the screen. Upon hearing Yao Shi's words, The branch leader's expression shifted in shock, incredulously asking, "Elder, are you truly preparing to take action?" "Not necessarily. If my suspicions prove true, I may indeed be compelled to act," Yao Shi replied, his countenance grave. "What do you mean, Elder?" the branch leader questioned, uncertainty clouding his features. "I suspect that Zhang Ziling is a person from my era," Yao Shi remarked, his brow furrowed. The branch leader gasped, his voice rising in disbelief. "How can this be possible? There is nothing impossible. Do not forget he possesses the ageless elixir." Yao Shi's words jolted everyone present into silence. If Zhang Ziling is indeed from that era, then within this space, the only one capable of contending with him would be the punishment elder, Yao Shi himself. Follow the elder's command. Lift all restrictions. The branch leader no longer hesitated, stepping forward to access the control panel. After inputting a 64-bit password, he placed his hand into the light ring. Restrictions lifted. Authorization level S. As the three gene warriors opposite Zhang Ziling suddenly had their eyes turn crimson, their entire forms began to swell at an alarming rate, causing the very ground beneath them to shatter under the immense force. The height of the gene warriors surged to an astonishing 6 meters. Roar! The three gene warriors opened their cavernous mouths, unleashing a frenzied gale towards Zhang Ziling, which caused cracks to appear in the alloy walls behind him. The disciples of the Shinnon War Department, still near the gene warriors, were mercilessly torn into fragments by the violent winds. The expansive square was drenched in crimson. Within the main control room, a cold electronic voice rang out urgently, and the expressions of the gathered individuals turned grave. "Elder." The leader of the medicine sect branch glanced at the medicine corpse. With the current power of the gene warriors, the entire base was on the brink of annihilation. If left unchecked, all they needed was the formula for the youth-preserving pill. The medicine corpse pressed both hands firmly on the table, his eyes glinting with a frenzied light. "If we obtain the formula for the youth-preserving pill, we can further refine it. Our ancestor could be completely resurrected. In comparison, this base, no. Even if the entire city of Nanzhou were to be destroyed, it would be inconsequential. Elder, if the city of Nanzhou is destroyed, the Chinese authorities will surely not spare us." The leader of the medicine sect branch expressed his concerns. "Fool, once our ancestor awakens, the world will be ours." The medicine corpse roared, fixated on the screen, directing all the base's energy into the gene warriors. "No, dismantle the nuclear reactor for me, at any cost." Gulp. The personnel in the main control room gazed in terror at the frenzied drug corpse. The nuclear reactor was a clandestine construction they had painstakingly concealed from China, and now the elder intended to dismantle it? "Elder, this is likely," a steward attempted to interject. In an instant, the drug corpse lunged, its arm piercing through the steward's chest. "Do you comprehend the value of the youth elixir? Look at Zhang Ziling, then at me. His vitality is remarkable. As long as we possess this formula and awaken our ancestral master, we shall achieve immortality." The drug corpse withdrew its hand, and the steward slowly crumpled to the ground. At this moment, I do not wish to hear a single dissenting voice. The tone of the drug corpse was ominous, causing all to shudder. "Yes, we shall all act according to the elder's command." The leader of the branch of the drug sect felt a chill run down his spine and hastily issued orders. All technicians in the main control room commenced rapid operations, and the entire base began to flicker with a crimson glow. As the electronic voice echoed repeatedly, panic ensued among those in other parts of the base, who hastily retreated, while those in the main control room wore grave expressions, fixated on the screens. In the square, three genetic warriors were suddenly assaulted by tubes that invaded their bodies, as terrifying currents surged through the conduits. Have these individuals lost their minds? Zhang Ziling furrowed his brow as he observed the three genetic warriors. He was acutely aware that their power was surging, but such a state could lead to a loss of control, a true double-edged sword. Energy infusion complete. In the main control room, 6 bright red characters appeared on the massive screen. "Excellent. Everyone prepare. Once Zhang Ziling is slain by the gene warriors, we shall seize his brain at any cost." The drug corpse gazed at the screen, a cold smirk curling his lips as he waved his sleeve to issue orders. "Yes." The three gene warriors expanded, their forms growing several times larger, shattering the dome above and breaking the entire base apart. "Roar!" The three gene warriors bellowed, their ferocious voices shattering every glass pane within the base. All exits surrounding the plaza were sealed off by lasers, trapping Zhang Ziling and the gene warriors within. In a shadowy corner, The drug corpse and the prominent figures of the branch watched Zhang Ziling with cold indifference. These 3 gene warriors have now surpassed my strength. Although their speed leaves something to be desired, in this confined space, speed is the least of our concerns. The drug corpse chuckled darkly, seemingly foreseeing Zhang Ziling's demise. Heh, I hope you do not end up as mere pulp. In the plaza, 1 gene warrior turned its gaze toward Zhang Ziling, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light. Roar! That gene warrior lifted its fist, as massive as a vehicle, and swung it down toward Zhang Ziling. Unfazed, Zhang Ziling regarded the incoming fist with a stoic expression, neither flinching nor evading. Boom! The ground sank beneath the impact. It struck true. Everyone, attack! The figure of the pharmacist surged into the mist-laden square, urging the others to follow closely, prioritizing cover rather than engaging in direct confrontation. The remaining members hastened forward, their firearms unleashing torrents of flame. Countless bullets sweeping into the obscured haze. The entire base was engulfed in a tempest of gunfire, with continuous roars emanating from within the swirling dust. Ceasefire, commanded the leader of the branch after 10 minutes. With a relentless barrage unleashed for that duration, the 3 gene warriors must surely be dead, he mused to himself. He was acutely aware of the pharmacist's prowess. In a mere instant, he could seize Zhang Ziling's remains. From there, it would only require him to unleash his full firepower to prevent the gene warriors from launching further assaults on the base. As the mist gradually dissipated, the scene within became starkly apparent. At the moment the haze cleared, all present stood in stunned silence. The base lay in ruins, yet the 3 gene warriors emerged unscathed. Zhang Ziling effortlessly deflected an attack from 1 gene warrior with a single hand, while the pharmacist was left with but half a body, kneeling before Zhang Ziling. Moreover, it appeared that one of the gene warriors was, seemingly gnawing on something. Chapter 55, The Fall of the Base. The Elder is dead? Shock filled the eyes of the survivors within the base as they beheld the lifeless, blood-drained corpse, as if their entire world had crumbled around them. Although they were unaware of the circumstances surrounding the Elder's demise, they were unequivocally certain that it was intricately linked to that man, Zhang Ziling. With the speed of a genetic warrior, it was impossible for him to have reached the Elder unless the Elder had been ensnared by some form of control. Suddenly, a mournful wail shattered the silence, awakening all present. The genetic warrior who had attacked Zhang Ziling lay sprawled on the ground. At that moment, they realized that the bones within the genetic warrior's body had been utterly pulverized. Now, he was merely supported by his muscles. A monster, a true monstrosity. Several disciples of the medicine sect finally succumbed to their mental breakdown, discarding their weapons and fleeing in terror. You bunch of useless fools. The branch leader and several deacons wore expressions of utter dismay, rooted in place as they stared at Zhang Ziling. It was not that they wished to escape, but rather that they understood. There was no escape. Zhang Ziling's aura had them firmly ensnared. All of you are worthless. Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, effortlessly tearing off the genetic warrior's arm, green blood gushing forth. The remaining 2 genetic warriors had long since lost their wits. Even after witnessing Zhang Ziling rend one of their own asunder, they exhibited no sign of emotional response. At this moment, they had become nothing more than bloodthirsty machines. Devour everything before you. Feast, feast. As Zhang Ziling beheld the 2 approaching gene warriors, a smile graced his lips as he seized one of them from the ground. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of all present, he spun the gene warrior twice in the air before forcefully slamming it into the 2 oncoming foes. With a resounding bang, the 2 gene warriors were smashed into the alloy wall. Zhang Ziling, with a devilish grin, raised his right hand, where a small orb of black light pulsated in his palm. You were never meant to exist in this world. Allow me to liberate you. The small orb of black light detached from Zhang Ziling's hand and soared swiftly towards the gaping hole. A blinding flash of black light erupted from within, the dazzling brilliance compelling everyone to shut their eyes. Moments later, as the radiance dissipated, the massive hole created by Zhang Ziling, along with the surrounding alloy walls, had all vaporized. Half of the entire base vanished, revealing the bare rock walls before the astonished crowd. At this juncture, Zhang Ziling turned languidly, a smile adorning his face as he regarded the leader of the medicine sect's branch. Evil demon! The branch leader of the medicine sect exclaimed, retreating in sheer terror. Bang! Bang bang! With every step Zhang Ziling took, another individual behind the branch leader exploded into a gruesome demise. Soon, Apart from those who had previously fled, everyone within the base lay dead, leaving only the master of the base, the branch leader of the medicine sect. Cornered, the branch leader was forced back, treading upon countless remnants of flesh. The courage of the leader of the medicine sect's branch had been utterly shattered. Standing before him, Zhang Ziling gazed into his eyes and softly inquired, "What is your name?" Yao Sun, the branch leader responded instinctively, entranced by Zhang Ziling's penetrating gaze. Yao Sun, excellent. Today, I am in a good mood and do not wish to indulge in further bloodshed. You may leave, Zhang Ziling remarked with a faint smile, gently patting Yao Sun's shoulder. Let me go? Yao Sun was momentarily taken aback, frozen in disbelief. No bloodshed? What then did the remnants of dismembered bodies signify? What of the half-destroyed base? Terror gripped Yao Sun as he stared at Zhang Ziling, whose demeanor seemed deceptively innocuous, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Very well. You may depart. Yao Sun stood in stunned silence. Was he truly being allowed to leave? If you wish to die, you may take your own life here. No, I shall leave at once. Upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting murderous intent in Zhang Ziling's eyes, Yao Sun was instantly paralyzed by fear and hurriedly maneuvered around him, fleeing towards the exit. Zhang Ziling watched Yao Sun's retreating figure, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. If I were to let you go, how would I ever locate your medicine sect? After uttering this, Zhang Ziling dashed towards a specific direction within the base, where the blood-soaked ground began to smolder and rapidly vanished, leaving behind only charred remains. This base had now become a ghost town, strewn with scattered documents and equipment, a clear indication of the panic that had ensued as its occupants fled in haste. Although Zhang Ziling could have swiftly eliminated those fleeing individuals, he ultimately refrained from taking action. After all, they were merely inconsequential workers for the medicinal sect, and he held little interest in pursuing insignificant lackeys. It is akin to a person demolishing an anthill. Would they truly expend effort to crush each escaping ant? Soon, after turning a corner in the corridor, Zhang Ziling arrived before a metallic door. This place was indeed shrouded in secrecy. Zhang Ziling smirked as his fingers effortlessly penetrated the metal door. With a resounding crack, the heavy door was torn asunder by him. The room inside was modest, dimly lit, and furnished with only a small metal bed. A woman was curled up in the corner, burying her face and weeping softly. Upon seeing her huddled in the shadows, Zhang Ziling felt a pang in his heart as he softly uttered, "I'm sorry, I have arrived late." Hearing the familiar voice, the woman visibly trembled, her head lifting in surprise as she gazed at the man at the door, tears streaming down her face. "Ziling, I was so afraid. Fear not. It is all over now." Zhang Ziling approached Chu Qi and gently embraced her. "I thought I would never see you again." Chu Qi cried out. Having been confined within the confines of this narrow metallic chamber, her only companion being solitude. How could a young girl endure such profound fear? Observing Chu Qi, who was sobbing inconsolably in his embrace, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhang Ziling's eyes. Nevertheless, he spoke with gentle warmth, "Let us return home." Chu Qi replied weakly, still not releasing her hold on Zhang Ziling. He offered a reassuring smile, patting her back, and in an instant, the space around them distorted, causing the pair to vanish from their location. Shortly after Zhang Ziling and Chu Qi's departure, 3 young individuals clad in crimson battle attire, adorned with a golden dragon emblem on their left shoulders, appeared outside the medicine sect's base. "Boss, what is the mission this time?" inquired a young man with short hair, polishing his dagger as he looked towards the white-haired youth at the forefront. "The task assigned is to infiltrate the medicine sect's branch and rescue 2 individuals. With permission to eliminate if necessary," the white-haired youth replied coldly. "To kill? At last, I can unleash my full potential," exclaimed a voluptuous beauty with a playful laugh. "Qinghu, remember, we are heading to the medicine sect's branch. Should anything happen, feel free to summon me for assistance." The short-haired youth leered at the busted beauty. "Scram, do you think I need your help?" The voluptuous beauty raised a leg that could drive any man wild and delivered a swift kick towards the short-haired youth. "Hey, Qinghu, don't be so aggressive." The short-haired youth chuckled, yet he made no attempt to evade her blow, which astonishingly passed through his form without resistance. "Enough, Qinghu Lanyao. Let us prepare to enter. We must not linger until the hostages perish." The white-haired youth maintained an expression of indifference, his gaze fixed on the distant medicine sect branch. "Very well, my esteemed leader. Allow me a moment to assess the situation within." The voluptuous beauty chuckled, her eyes momentarily glazing over, rendering her ethereal. Shortly thereafter, she returned to her normal state, her countenance markedly grim. "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" the silver-haired youth inquired, furrowing his brow at the sight of her distress. "If there is an issue with the Qing fox, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall obliterate it." The short-haired youth nonchalantly tossed the dagger in his hand. "My leader, the branch of the medicine sect, it has been annihilated," the voluptuous beauty managed to utter with great difficulty. "Annihilated? What do you mean by that?" The silver-haired youth's frown deepened. "It cannot be succinctly explained in a few words. You must witness it for yourselves." She insisted. "Very well. Let us proceed." The silver-haired youth nodded, and the trio transformed into shadows, racing toward the medicine sect's stronghold. My goodness, what manner of beast could have wrought this devastation? The short-haired youth stood at the edge of a massive crater, gazing in astonishment at the wreckage of what remained of the base. "There has been a shift in our mission. This area is fraught with nuclear radiation. We must retreat," the silver-haired youth announced, studying the wrist-mounted detector with concern. Could it be that the medicine sect's faction has covertly detonated a nuclear device? The short-haired youth exaggerated. "Are you daft? If a nuclear bomb had been detonated, we would certainly be aware of it." The voluptuous beauty chastised him with a sharp rap on the head. "I was merely jesting," the short-haired youth protested, cradling his head in dismay. "According to intelligence reports, the pharmaceutical organization is conducting research on genetic warriors. This incident appears to have resulted from a laboratory mishap. We should return and report back. Let us see what the higher-ups have to say." The silver-haired youth gazed intently at the pit below, remarking, "Look at those three giants. They must be the genetic warriors. The remnants of limbs and flesh surrounding them are undoubtedly their doing, likely leading to a mutual destruction with the personnel in this facility." "But what about the hostages?" inquired the short-haired youth. "I conducted a scan moments ago and found no sign of the target's body. They were probably rescued amidst the chaos," replied the silver-haired youth. "Hey, that Zhang Ziling fellow is rather fortunate." The short-haired youth chuckled. "Why don't I ever have such good fortune? Ha ha ha. Bluebird, you lost to me in cards yesterday. You still owe me the punishment of running 3 laps around the training ground in the nude," teased the voluptuous woman, covering her mouth as she laughed. The short-haired youth's expression darkened as he looked at the voluptuous woman. "I'm not denying it. I just haven't completed it yet. Is that all right? Enough of this. Let us return. We need to find someone to clean up this mess. It would be troublesome if ordinary people discovered it here." The silver-haired youth interjected, preventing further argument between the two. He spoke into the communicator on his wrist. Soon, an armed helicopter arrived overhead, ready to whisk the three away from the scene. Chapter 56. Excuse me, is this the medicine sect? In Zhang Ziling's home, Cheng Huang was patiently instructing the little bunny on how to operate the television. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon hearing the chime, Cheng Huang's expression brightened, and he said to the little bunny, "Please wait a moment. It must be Ziling returning." The little bunny nodded obediently and began to fiddle with the remote control. Cheng Huang maneuvered his wheelchair to the door and opened it, revealing Zhang Ziling holding the sleeping Chu Chi in his arms. "Chu Chi has been rescued," Cheng Huang exclaimed with delight upon seeing the slumbering Chu Chi. "Brother, is this the sister you mentioned?" The little bunny approached and inquired, gazing at Chu Chi in Zhang Ziling's embrace. "Yes, Chu Chi is quite exhausted. Let her rest for a while," Zhang Ziling replied, nodding as he carried Chu Chi into the bedroom. After a while, Zhang Ziling emerged from the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. Chu Chi must have been terrified, right? Cheng Huang whispered as he noticed Zhang Ziling's return. Indeed, she was quite frightened. "This time, it is my fault, and you too have suffered because of it," Zhang Ziling said, looking at Cheng Huang, who sat in his wheelchair. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Cheng Huang waved his hand dismissively, replying, "How could this possibly be your fault? No one could have anticipated such an event. Besides, you have brought Chu Chi back, haven't you? Regardless, I will ensure that those responsible pay the price." A cold light flickered in Zhang Ziling's eyes. "By the way, who committed this act that even the Wei family could not prevent?" Cheng Huang curiously inquired. "Is it really unnecessary for me to know? They are merely minor characters. After all, allow me to assist you with your injuries first. It is rather inconvenient to be confined to a wheelchair." Zhang Ziling responded nonchalantly, then seized Cheng Huang's wheelchair and spun it around. "Minor characters? That cannot be true." Cheng Huang was about to speak further when Zhang Ziling placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through Cheng Huang's body, gradually mending his bruises. "Ah, The enveloping warmth elicited an involuntary exclamation from him. Could you refrain from sounding so lewd? Little Rabbit is right beside us. Zhang Ziling remarked from behind Cheng Huang. Can you blame me? That sudden gesture of yours is simply unbearable for anyone. Cheng Huang retorted dismissively. And as for Little Rabbit, so innocent. How could she possibly comprehend what lewdness entails? Cheng Huang continued, glancing at Little Rabbit. Am I not correct? Cheng Huang gidge. Your earlier exclamation was indeed a bit. Little Rabbit responded, her cheeks flushed, leaving Cheng Huang momentarily speechless. You little rabbit. Cheng Huang feigned heartbreak, dramatically pointing at her before covering his eyes. Heavens. No, Cheng Huang gidge. Little Rabbit hurriedly attempted to clarify. Stop. I understand now. So, in your eyes, I am perceived as that sort of person. Cheng Huang tried to conjure a few tears, yet none would come forth. All right, let us not tease Little Rabbit any longer. Zhang Ziling pushed Cheng Huang down from his wheelchair. Hey. Cheng Huang stumbled across the floor for a few steps, astonished. Is this really it? He leapt in disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a grievous injury had been inexplicably healed by Zhang Ziling. Truly, a disciple of a Taoist priest possesses remarkable skills. Cheng Huang gave Zhang Ziling a thumbs up. Now that you are healed, stay here and keep company with Chu Qi and Xiao Tuzi. I must step out for a while. Zhang Ziling remarked, observing the recovering Cheng Huang with a calm demeanor. Step out? For what purpose? Cheng Huang queried, puzzled. With Chu Qi rescued. What more was there to attend to? A glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Ziling's eyes as he replied with a smile. It would be impolite not to reciprocate. I must return the favor with some gifts. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's response, Cheng Huang nodded, a flicker of anger surfacing in his gaze as he said, You are right. Those individuals deserve a lesson. Go ahead. I will look after the two of them here. Indeed, I shall impart them some instruction, Zhang Ziling remarked with a mischievous smile. Brother, are you going out again? Xiao Tuzi approached. Yes, you stay home and care for Cheng Huang while looking after Chu Qi. I shall return shortly. Zhang Ziling ruffled Xiao Tuzi's hair and smiled. Yes, I will take good care of Sister Chu Qi. Xiao Tuzi nodded obediently. Once Zhang Ziling ensured everything was in order, he did not linger and directly exited the premises. Zhang Ziling stood quietly on the street, silently sensing the spiritual seed he had planted within Yao Xuan's body. In this otherworldly realm, most sects concealed their sanctuaries with utmost secrecy, firstly, to maintain an air of mystery, and secondly, out of fear of attracting formidable beings who could effortlessly locate them, leading to their annihilation. Although in China, the Yaosong sect was not particularly apprehensive about being discovered. After all, it would be a stroke of luck if others sought them out. One might wonder who would dare to approach them. Nonetheless, the Yaosong sect had endured for 2 millennia. If they were easily found, it would be quite a disgrace. Soon, Zhang Ziling sensed Yao Xuan's presence rapidly retreating from Nanzhou City, evidently attempting to flee back to the sect. Flee? Indeed. It would be best if you hastened back to your sanctuary, he mused, a faint smirk gracing his lips as a glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes. After escaping the Yaosong base, Yao Xuan swiftly sought out the outer disciples of the sect scattered across the nation and under their arrangements. Boarded a private plane heading back to the sect. Captain, what transpired at the base? A middle-aged man inquired respectfully. Humph. Do not ask what you should not. Are you unaware of the rules? Yao Xuan, already in a foul mood, regarded the man with disdain. Understood, it was my indiscretion to inquire. The middle-aged man replied, trembling at Yao Xuan's ire. How long until we return to the sect? Yao Sun gazed out at the white clouds, his mood tinged with agitation. Even now? He could hardly believe that such a vast branch had been extinguished by a single individual, and that this very person had spared him. Reporting to the leader, we will soon enter Shuti, announced a middle-aged man. Yao Sun replied with a detached nod, gently closing his eyes. However, as soon as he shut them, the visage of Zhang Ziling, adorned with a gentle smile, intertwined with the horrifying scene of dismembered limbs within the base, flooded his mind. Run. Escape as swiftly as possible. Please, don't kill me. Yao Sun suddenly sprang up, drenched in sweat. Leader, what troubles you? The middle-aged man rushed over, alarmed by Yao Sun's terror-stricken expression. Was it merely a dream? Yao Sun surveyed his surroundings and exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing back into his chair. Fetch me a towel. Of course, leader. As the middle-aged man departed, Yao Sun turned his gaze back to the window. Zhang Ziling, you have instilled within me a fear that, upon my return to the sect, I shall repay you 1,000-fold. His expression twisted into a snarl, and his clenched fists pressed his nails into his flesh, as if this pain could alleviate his dread. As the ground below grew increasingly vast, Yao Sun discerned the entrance to his sect. It was a mountainous region, surrounded by towering peaks, where beasts frequently roared. The imposing golden gates of the Yao sect loomed faintly amidst the perpetual mist. The private aircraft carrying Yao Sun descended upon a newly constructed runway, where several disciples of the Yao sect, clad in traditional Han attire, hurried forward. Yao Sun disembarked from the plane, his expression fraught with urgency. "Present your waist token," demanded a haughty disciple of the sect. "I am a direct disciple of the sect leader. How dare you obstruct me?" Yao Sun retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the face of the insolent disciple before tossing his waist token to another. "Quickly take me to see the sect leader. I have urgent matters to report." The disciple who received the token cast a swift glance at it, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Yes, senior brother Yao Sun," he replied, promptly striding toward the inner sanctum of the sect. The disciple who had been slapped by Yao Sun now dared not utter a word, standing respectfully to the side. The Yao sect is notoriously strict, with a clear hierarchy where the lower ranks must never defy their superiors. Otherwise, their fate would be worse than death. Yao Sun cast a cold glance at the disciple he had struck, snorted disdainfully, and hastily entered the sect. The remaining disciples, observing Yao Sun's anxious departure, exchanged glances in confusion. "What do you think has befallen senior brother Yao Sun? Why is he in such a temper?" queried a slightly shorter disciple, poking the arm of the disciple who had been slapped. "How should I know?" The chastised disciple retorted fiercely, spitting on the ground. "It's just because he entered the sect before me. What else with the arrogance? Do not let your words reach the ears of the senior brothers, for you shall find yourself in a predicament," the slightly shorter disciple hastily advised. "What do you fear, Yaoting? There are no outsiders here." The agitated disciple from the Yao Song sect retorted, "One day I shall trample those individuals beneath my feet. Indeed, as long as we ascend to." "Who are you?" The slightly shorter disciple's words were abruptly interrupted as he noticed a stranger, a young man, casually strolling towards them. "Excuse me, is this the Yao Song?" The young man inquired with his hands tucked into his pockets, a gentle smile adorning his face. "Zhang Ziling has arrived." Chapter 57. The intent of Zhang Ziling. As Zhang Ziling wore a gentle smile, Yao Ting suddenly felt an unsettling chill. Currently, the Yao sect was refusing visitors and providing no elixirs. Thus, one ought to return whence they came. The disciple of the Yao sect, who had just been slapped, was seething with anger and coincidentally encountered Zhang Ziling, whom he intended to vent his frustration upon. To this disciple, Zhang Ziling epitomized those who, having heard tales of the Yao sect, persevered through countless hardships in search of elixirs. He had encountered many such seekers before and typically dismissed them outright. Only on rare occasions, when in a good mood, would he begrudgingly allow them entry into the sect. Alas, how rude! Zhang Ziling shook his head lightly, raising his right arm with a subtle grace, drawing the Yao sect disciple into the palm of his hand. "What are you doing?" Panic seized the disciple as Zhang Ziling gripped his head. He suddenly felt an overwhelming force, a sensation that for the first time instilled in him the dread of mortality. "Release him," Yao Ting exclaimed, witnessing Zhang Ziling's brazen actions, and immediately drew his weapon in warning. "Release him?" Zhang Ziling arched an eyebrow, then, with a swift motion, crushed the disciple's head. "I am in a rather foul mood today. The slightest increase in volume is enough to make my hands tremble uncontrollably." Zhang Ziling smiled faintly as the headless corpse of a disciple from the medicine sect collapsed at his feet. He flicked his blood-stained palm, and a surge of black flames ignited, incinerating the blood until his hand was once again pristine and pale. "Monster demon!" The disciple, Yao Ting, was so terrified by Zhang Ziling's display of power that he discarded his weapon and sank to the ground in despair. Zhang Ziling approached him deliberately and said, "Take me to your sect leader, and you may yet escape death." "Yes, yes." Yao Ting scrambled to his feet, nodding fervently. "Lead the way." Zhang Ziling gestured for the disciple to proceed. Go this way," Yao Ting stammered, drenched in cold sweat. What kind of madman is this? As he walked across the stone pavement, he pondered, utterly bewildered by the audacity of someone who would dare to slay a disciple at the gates of the medicine sect. Casting a glance back at Zhang Ziling, he noticed the latter wore a calm smile, entirely devoid of anxiety. "Never mind. Once my senior brother arrives, I shall swiftly retreat." Yao Ting plotted his escape as he continued onward. "Yao Ting, who is that behind you?" Suddenly, Two elite disciples of the medicine sect approached and inquired sternly. Senior brother. He is Yao Ting hesitated, wanting to shout that Zhang Ziling was killing disciples at the sect's entrance, but he feared that before he could finish, the man behind him would crush his skull. Under the weight of contradiction, the face of Yao Ting flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Humph. Are you attempting to bring outsiders to pilfer our sect's elixirs? An elite disciple accused, pointing an accusatory finger at Yao Ting. No. How could I dare? Yao Ting hastily shook his head in denial. Your guilty demeanor betrays you. It must be true. Seize that thief and Yao Ting, and drag them to the hall of punishment for interrogation. The elite disciple declared with unyielding conviction, drawing his weapon alongside his companion. Alas, how tiresome. At that moment, Zhang Ziling, who stood behind Yao Ting, let out a sudden sigh. Yao Ting witnessed a shadow flash past, and then the two elite disciples were abruptly severed at the neck, their bodies gushing forth crimson life. Yao Ting's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the bloodied corpses, unable to regain his composure. Two elite disciples had been slain within the confines of the sect by another's hand? It's over. Panic washed over Yao Ting's face, for regardless of the outcome, the deaths of these elite disciples would inevitably be laid at his feet, and he too would face a grim fate. What are you still standing there for? Continue leading the way. I have promised you safety from death. You shall not perish. Zhang Ziling approached, placing a hand on Yao Ting's shoulder, startling him greatly. Yao Ting stiffly nodded. The discovery of these corpses by the sect was only a matter of time, and the fact that he had led this young man inside was undeniable. In essence, he was now tied to this monster inextricably. With a bitter smile, he shook his head, his heart heavy with despair. In this moment, let us strive to prolong our existence as much as possible. The sect of medicine is vast, yet the disciples within it are relatively few. After Zhang Ziling and his companion encountered those two elite disciples, they did not encounter anyone else and proceeded directly to the square in front of the Celestial Medicine Hall, where the sect leader resided. Inside the hall, an elderly man with white hair gazed with a warm smile at the kneeling Yao Xuan and inquired, "My dear disciple, what brings you back from the southern branch? Do you yearn for your master?" Kneeling within the grand hall, Yao Xuan trembled, lowering his head as he stammered, "Disciple is incompetent. The southern branch has been annihilated." With a thunderous eruption, a tremendous wave of energy burst forth from the Celestial Medicine Hall, causing the surrounding disciples to stumble and fall. "You repeat that?" The white-haired elder demanded coldly. Rising to his feet, the stone chair behind him shattered into fragments. "D-disciple is inept. The southern branch has been destroyed. Both vice leaders and 4 stewards, along with the elder of penalties, all perished." Yao Xuan, bearing the immense pressure from the elder, gritted his teeth and replied, "Absurd." With a swift motion of his sleeve, the white-haired elder sent Yao Xuan crashing against a stone pillar, collapsing to the ground. The elder approached Yao Xuan with a frigid demeanor and continued, "With 70% of my strength, who in China could slay Yao Shi? Aside from those reclusive old-timers? Master, I assure you, what I speak is the absolute truth. I am the sole survivor of the southern branch." Yao Xuan struggled to articulate while lying on the ground. "Very well, indeed." Upon hearing the words of Yao Sun, the white-haired elder was already convinced that the southern branch of the Yao sect had been annihilated, and the demise of Yao Shi was likely a near certainty as well. "Pray tell, which faction is responsible for this? Do you truly think that our Yao sect, having remained in seclusion for so long, is so easily trifled with?" The elder produced a pill and directed it into Yao Sun's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and Yao Sun's injuries, inflicted by the elder, swiftly began to mend. Master. Yes, the assailant is but one person." Upon uttering these words, Yao Sun closed his eyes, fully aware of the impending consequences. Indeed. Bang. Yao Sun was forcefully kicked out of the Hall of Divine Medicine by the elder. This wretched disciple, spouting nonsense. One person could bring about the downfall of the Yao sect's branch? The elder, enraged, let out a bitter laugh. "Have you lost your senses? The southern branch houses 3 genetic warriors and hundreds of disciples from the Shinong Battle Division. Could they possibly be vanquished by a single individual?" As the elder stepped out of the Hall of Divine Medicine, ready to continue his interrogation of Yao Sun, he was taken aback to find Yao Sun kneeling before an unfamiliar man. "Yao Sun, what are you doing?" The elder bellowed in fury. Yao Sun turned his head stiffly and stammered, Master, it is he." Upon hearing Yao Sun's words, the elder burst into laughter. "You foolish disciple. You dare suggest that this mere boy is the one who destroyed our Yao sect's branch? Preposterous. Oh, Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow at the elder's laughter, inquiring. You doubt my words? Believe? The white-haired elder chuckled, then squinted his eyes and said, quickly summon your elders. If you dare to extinguish my branch of the medicine sect, I shall see just how capable you truly are. Extinguish your branch. Zhang Ziling replied with a faint smile. I believe you are mistaken. I do not intend to destroy your branch. Not intend to destroy my branch. The white-haired elder seemed to have heard the most amusing joke. You have already destroyed it. Yet you claim you do not intend to? Do you truly believe my medicine sect is easy to bully? No. Zhang Ziling smiled while waving his hand. However, his demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a chilling intent in his eyes as he declared, what I mean is, I intend to annihilate your medicine sect. As Zhang Ziling's words echoed, they stirred up a tempest among the disciples of the medicine sect who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Chapter 58, Bloodstained Medicine Sect. Do you intend to annihilate my medicine sect? The white-haired elder squinted his eyes menacingly upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, a dangerous glint illuminating his gaze. Do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? Zhang Ziling shrugged nonchalantly, replying in a tone laced with indifference. Would you like me to repeat that? Haha. My medicine sect has stood tall for over 2 millennia in China, and today, a mere child dares to threaten its existence? The elder erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. However, his demeanor soon turned icy. Regardless of who your elder may be, you shall not leave here today. Any one of the 36th generation disciples from the medicine sect can put you in your place. Master, I, Yao Ji, am willing to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. With that, a strikingly handsome young man stepped forward from the crowd, a beautifully adorned sword hanging at his left hip, a confident smile gracing his face. As the foremost disciple of the 36th generation, Yao Ji deemed it imperative to uphold the dignity of the sect. With hands clasped in a formal salute, Yao Ji knelt on one knee. Yao Ji, indeed, you are the most exceptional disciple of my 36th generation. You may showcase the elegance of my medicine sect. Remember, do not kill him. The white-haired elder nodded in approval. Disciple obeys. Yao Ji rose and turned to face Zhang Ziling, proclaiming, It is your honor to witness my swordsmanship. Prepare to meet your demise. With a boisterous laugh, Yao Ji unsheathed his sword, transforming into multiple phantoms that encircled Zhang Ziling. In an instant, the square was filled with a flurry of sword shadows, leaving all disciples in awe. With the intervention of Brother Yao Ji, that fellow is doomed. Humph, merely an ignorant and arrogant fool. I could easily handle him myself. There is no need for Brother Yao Ji to take action. Once he is defeated, I shall thoroughly humiliate him. To think he dares to threaten my Yao sect. This man is truly insane. The disciples of the Yao sect whispered among themselves, none of them holding any optimism for Zhang Ziling. After all, Yao Ji stands as the strongest among the new generation of Yao sect disciples, a figure of considerable renown within the realm of cultivation in China. Such formidable prowess instilled Yao Ji with unwavering confidence, believing he could vanquish that arrogant man in merely 3 moves. Yao Ting, observing the myriad of sword shadows, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably and his entire being weakened, collapsing to the ground. Yao Ji is utterly terrifying. I fear I wouldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Yao Ting's eyes were filled with dread as he sat on the ground, continuously retreating. Meanwhile, Yao Sun remained kneeling before Zhang Ziling, his gaze devoid of hope. Master, why do you not believe my words? Zhang Ziling is not someone that young disciples can contend with. Converge, Yao Ji bellowed, as the multitude of sword shadows coalesced into one. The tip of the sword aimed directly at Zhang Ziling. Alas, it seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Zhang Ziling observed the surrounding illusions, shook his head, and suddenly, a crimson light surged in his eyes. I declare, I shall obliterate your Yao sect. Boom. Zhang Ziling erupted in a tempest of dark energy, from which a pale arm emerged, drawing Yao Ji directly into his palm, causing the phantoms to dissipate. Bang! Before Yao Ji could react, his head was crushed by Zhang Ziling's grip. The entire Yao sect fell into a profound silence, all conversations abruptly ceasing in that instant. As Yao Ji's lifeless body slumped to the ground like soft clay, Zhang Ziling ascended above the Yao sect, casting a glance downward. A faint smile graced his lips. The swirling dark energy gradually coalesced behind him, transforming into a pair of sinister black wings, as if he were a demon from the depths of hell. This is The white-haired elder gazed at Zhang Ziling in the sky, his pupils constricting. It was the same force that had caused the tremors in Nanzhou City. The elder swiftly realized that Zhang Ziling's strength was far from the feeble appearance it suggested. Possessing the power to shake an entire city indicated that he must be a formidable figure who had survived since the Republic era, or perhaps an S-class supernatural being. Contemplating this, the elder narrowed his eyes, recognizing the predicament he faced. However, it was merely a slight complication. Observing Zhang Ziling, who loomed above like a deity of destruction, the white-haired elder sneered disdainfully, seemingly unfazed by Yao Ji's demise. It appeared that the threat to annihilate his sect was indeed genuine. Yet, did he truly believe that eradicating my branch would render him invincible? The branch merely represents our medicinal sect's third-ranked division. Even the top-ranked division, capable of annihilating foes single-handedly, is matched by dozens within our sect. The white-haired elder, in a fit of frenzy, gazed at Zhang Ziling in the heavens, his eyes turning icy. Disciples, heed my command. Form the Tiangang formation and subdue this madman. The Tiangang formation was a formidable array seized by our sect 3 centuries prior from another faction, at a time when our sect's power vastly outstripped that of our adversaries. Yet, it took an entire day to conquer that faction, a testament to the formation's might. Ever since acquiring the Tiangang formation, few forces in China have dared to provoke us. The elder's voice resonated throughout the sect, instilling a solemnity among all disciples, who swiftly took their positions. A grand array rose from within the sect, enveloping Zhang Ziling. The Tiangang formation was well known to the disciples, a daily practice they undertook with unwavering dedication. For a master of your caliber, employing the Tiangang formation against you is the highest affirmation of your prowess. You may resign yourself to death. With that, the elder calmly turned away, sweeping his sleeve as he returned to the hall, leaving a thread of life for him, only to confine him to a water prison. Awaiting his fate, the elder's voice echoed within the sect. The outcome was already sealed, for he knew that once the Tiangang formation was unleashed, the collective strength of all disciples would determine the inevitable result. Suddenly, the elder with white hair sensed a tremor throughout the entire medicinal sect, as the once resplendent heavenly gang array dimmed abruptly. What is happening? He queried, turning in confusion, only to behold an image forever etched in his memory. All the disciples of the sect, who had coalesced the heavenly gang array, were suspended in midair, their eyes overflowing with blood. The array, once vibrant, was now stained crimson, enveloping Zhang Ziling in a shroud of sanguine energy. This rudimentary formation, with its simplistic design, was fraught with flaws. From within the blood-red energy, Zhang Ziling's mocking voice resonated, as he harnessed the collective strength of the disciples to mount an assault. Was this not a gift of energy to me? This power, albeit insufficient to restore even a fraction of my former strength, was quite commendable. With a crack, the sanguine energy shattered, and Zhang Ziling's imposing figure gradually descended, landing upon the azure floor. With a delicate touch of his toes, a crimson halo instantly swept across the entire sect, causing the bodies of the disciples, whose eyes brimmed with blood, to disintegrate. In an instant, the medicinal sect was drenched in blood. Zhang Ziling, treading upon the blood-stained slate, advanced step by step toward the elder with white hair, smiling as he addressed him. Now do you believe? Chapter 59, The Essence of the Medicine Sect. Now, do you believe? Observing Zhang Ziling's faint smile, the elderly man with white hair trembled as he retreated step by step. I was wrong. I underestimated your strength. My negligence has led to the demise of the younger generation of the medicine sect. I am the center of the entire sect. With a thud, the white-haired elder knelt down, his fingers digging into the blue stone slab. I demand retribution. His voice resonated like a beast's roar. Elders of the medicine sect, the 18 shadow guards, the 12 war gods of the Shinnong battle division, by the authority of the sect leader, I summon you to manifest and slay this villain. The elder's voice echoed throughout the vast mountains, startling countless birds and casting a shadow over the entire sky. In the depths of the forest, atop the 8 Immortals' Peak, what is happening with Yao Tian? Why has he summoned us? 8 venerable elders with white beards emerged from the 8 Immortals' Peak, floating in midair, gazing toward the sect's direction. Yao Tian may be facing some grave difficulty. We shall find out upon our arrival. The 8 elders transformed into spectral figures, swiftly darting toward the medicine sect. 1,000 meters beneath the sect's foundation, 18 naked individuals floated within cultivation liquid, each connected to countless conduits. At that moment, all their eyes suddenly opened, their expressions devoid of emotion as they severed the conduits and emerged from the liquid. 18 suits of battle armor descended from above the base, automatically enveloping each individual. The 18 figures simultaneously gazed upwards, then pierced through the base, soaring rapidly into the sky. 30 kilometers away, within the 12-ice forest of the Shinnon War Department, a middle-aged man clad in black attire, wielding a war spear, fixed his gaze upon the direction of the medicine sect. Could it be that the sect faced an existential crisis? Yet what of it? An existential threat presents an opportunity. It has been far too long since I had the chance to stretch my limbs. I hope my adversaries are not too feeble. Observing the situation within the sect, I noted that nearly all the young disciples had been slaughtered. At that moment, another figure clad in black emerged, a woman. It appeared that someone had set their sights on the medicine sect. I was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. From the depths of the 12-ice forest, 12 individuals emerged, each radiating a presence stronger than that of the white-haired elder. Meanwhile, within the medicine sect, Zhang Ziling suddenly sensed several formidable auras rapidly approaching and squinted into the distance. It seems the medicine sect still harbors some depth. Zhang Ziling smiled, stretched lazily, and chose not to glance at the kneeling white-haired elder, instead turning to make his way toward the medicine hall. At that moment, the medicine hall was in a state of shock, the blood on their faces unnoticed as they stared blankly at Zhang Ziling. You truly annihilated the medicine sect. In the eyes of Yao Ting, there was nothing but terror. Although he had recently entered the Yao sect, he was acutely aware of its formidable power. Yet, how could such a mighty sect be annihilated by a man who appeared to be of similar stature? You are quite astute. Having refrained from joining their formation, Zhang Ziling remarked, gazing at Yao Ting. Taken aback by Zhang Ziling's words, Yao Ting stood in stunned silence. Formation? He would never admit that he had been intimidated by Zhang Ziling's imposing aura, which had caused him to forget the sect leader's command to unite the disciples in formation. Regardless, he had managed to preserve his life. Reflecting on this, Yao Ting felt a sense of gratitude for his earlier fright. Suddenly, the entire Yao sect began to tremble, and 18 fissures appeared around the plaza, from which emerged 18 shadowy figures. The white-haired elder looked up at the 18 figures floating in midair, a glimmer of fervor flashing in his eyes. Yao sect's 18 dark guards, you have finally awakened. Among the floating figures, a long-haired man descended slowly before the white-haired elder, his expression unchanging as he inquired, "How long have we been in slumber?" Reporting to the leader of the dark guards, "You have been in slumber for 98 years. The elder replied respectfully, 98 years, is it? The long-haired man pondered, then turned his gaze toward Zhang Ziling, speaking indifferently. The recent assault on our sect by this individual has drained our fresh blood entirely, and it is estimated that full recovery of our vitality will take 30 years, during which we will experience a significant gap in strength. Such a transgression, by all rights, warrants punishment." The long-haired man spoke, and the 17 shadow guards surrounding Zhang Ziling formed a tight circle, an icy aura of murderous intent pervading the square. The first shadow guard cautioned, "This young man possesses formidable strength. We must not let our guard down. Let us wait for the elders and the war gods to arrive before taking action." The white-haired elder, observing the long-haired man's immediate inclination to strike, hastily interjected, "There is no need for that. I have already analyzed the situation thoroughly. The breach in the Tiangang formation is not due to his exceptional prowess, but rather because the formation was incomplete. Some disciples failed to position themselves in time, resulting in a vulnerability." The long-haired man then cast a cold glance at the white-haired elder, scoffing. The disciples' formation was not executed flawlessly. As the head of the medicine sect, you must bear full responsibility for this. After this matter is resolved, you shall accept your punishment. "I understand," the white-haired elder replied with a bitter expression, slightly bowing. "Once the former sect leader returns from his travels, I shall take my own life in atonement and relinquish my position as sect leader." "Very well." The long-haired man acknowledged with a detached nod, his eyes betraying no emotion. "Leave the rest to us. There is no need to wait for the elders and the war gods to provide assistance. Little 18, go and test his mettle." He gestured for a childlike figure beside him to step forward. "Understood," 18 responded flatly, slowly advancing while fixating on Zhang Ziling. "I am the 18th Shadow Guard. Having slain a total of 327 enemies, today, You shall become the 328th. 18's voice was devoid of inflection, resembling that of a machine. Or perhaps it is said that the 18 dark guards, having remained in prolonged slumber, have had their emotions entirely erased. Although they hold a high status within the medicine sect, in essence, they are merely the ultimate weapons guarding it. I have never understood why you all possess such inexplicable confidence in your own strength, repeatedly making the same mistakes. Zhang Ziling gazed at the impassive 18 before him, shaking his head with a smile. Since their emergence from the earth, he had been meticulously observing their every move, concluding that the so-called 18 dark guards, each one was merely slightly stronger than the combined disciples of the medicine sect in the Tiangang formation. Given that Zhang Ziling could effortlessly dismantle the Tiangang formation, it indicated that dealing with these 18 individuals would not require much effort. Zhang Ziling fixed his gaze on the 18, a smile gracing his lips. As he raised his right arm, fingers splayed. However, he suddenly paused, lowering his arm once more. Addressing them one by one would be an utter waste of time. It would be more prudent to wait until they all arrived and resolve the matter collectively. With that, Zhang Ziling astonishingly closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquil meditation. This action unexpectedly elicited a flicker of anger on the previously emotionless faces of the 18. Since you are so arrogant, I shall not hold back. The 18 unleashed a punch into the void, a violent shockwave tearing through the ground, surging towards Zhang Ziling. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding everything in a cloud of chaos. Bang! Centered around Zhang Ziling, the dense dust completely obscured his figure. 18 retracted his fist, his expression once again becoming indifferent as he approached the long-haired man. 18, you exerted too much force, the long-haired man remarked, his gaze fixed on 18 rather than on Zhang Ziling. Indeed, my physical capabilities have diminished too swiftly, making it rather difficult to control my strength. 18 replied with a nod. Just be more cautious next time, the long-haired man advised before turning to stride towards the elderly man with white hair. The enemy has been dealt with. Please expedite the replacement of our nutrient solution, as this outing has taken a considerable toll on us. The white-haired elder cast a glance at the lingering dust and smoke, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes, though he refrained from voicing it. To be frank, the white-haired elder believed he would have been unable to withstand the force of 18's earlier punch. I understand. I shall promptly summon disciples from other branches to arrange the necessary resources for you. The white-haired elder assented to the long-haired man's request. Yao Tian, what troubles beset the sect? At that moment, from afar, the 8 elders of the Yao sect and the 12 war gods of the Shenong battle division approached, exuding a terrifying aura that swept the surroundings. Bang! 20 formidable figures descended near the white-haired elder, each possessing a legendary past in China. Should members from other factions lay eyes upon these individuals, they would likely be struck with awe. These beings, at a mere whim, could stir a tempest within the realm of cultivation in China. The entirety of the Yao sect's profound heritage had finally converged at this moment. Chapter 60. Are you still living in a dream? 8 elders, 12 war gods. The white-haired elder slightly bowed to the 20 individuals, as the enemy had already been vanquished by 18 shadow guards. Vanquished? The 8th elder raised an eyebrow, pondering if his long-awaited emergence from seclusion was merely for a leisurely tour of the sect. Nevertheless, since the matter was resolved, it spared him the trouble of intervening. He decided to check on his disciple. Well, the white-haired elder furrowed his brow upon hearing the 8th elder's words. The southern branch had been entirely annihilated. Your disciple is likely. What? The southern branch has been obliterated? How can you call yourself a sect leader? The 8th elder's complexion turned a shade of purple upon hearing the white-haired elder's words, and he struck out with a palm. Puff! The white-haired elder was struck by the 8th elder's blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Enough, 8th elder. The destruction of the branch cannot solely be blamed on Yao Tian. The grand elder stepped in front of the white-haired elder, halting the 8th elder's further assault. Yao Kong was my only disciple, and he has perished without reason. I am filled with rage. Who is the murderer? I shall rend him limb from limb. The 8th elder cried out, his long hair swirling wildly. The murderer has already been slain by me. There is no need for your futile efforts, spoke 18, stepping forward with an indifferent tone, directing his gaze towards the cloud of dust. Humph! The 8th elder scoffed. I must personally see who has taken my disciple's life. I shall not spare even his corpse. With that, the 8th elder's figure flickered and dashed into the swirling dust. Forget it, despite Lao Ba's irascible temperament. Let him vent his frustrations on the corpse for a while. The Grand Elder sighed, then approached the white-haired elder and inquired. I observe that our sect is stained with blood, yet not a single disciple is to be seen. Have they all been slaughtered? It is my fault. My negligence has allowed the enemy to exploit our vulnerabilities, resulting in the demise of all our disciples. I should atone with my life. With that, the white-haired elder knelt once more. Alas, this time the sect has suffered a grievous blow. It is likely that the Chinese side will seize the opportunity to exert even greater pressure upon us. It appears we shall have our hands full in the coming period. What does the Grand Elder imply? We shall re-emerge alongside the 12 war gods to seek a new cohort of disciples for the medicine sect in China. The Grand Elder replied. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the white-haired elder's expression brightened considerably, as he eagerly exclaimed, with the presence of esteemed elders and war gods. It is merely a matter of time before we regain our vitality. Rise, for as the leader of a sect, despite your grave transgressions, you cannot remain kneeling for long. The Grand Elder said to the white-haired elder, then turned his gaze toward the swirling smoke, his brow furrowing. Why has Lao Ba not made a sound after entering? Surely dispersing this smoke will reveal what that fellow is up to? At that moment, one of the middle-aged men among the 12 war gods chuckled heartily. It seems today I am not needed. Perhaps I shall take this opportunity to stretch my limbs. Having spoken, the middle-aged man wielded his long spear with a sweeping motion, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that swiftly dispersed the surrounding dust. The scene at the epicenter gradually came into focus. As everyone beheld the unfolding spectacle, their expressions turned exceedingly grim. The 8th elder lay beneath Zhang Ziling's foot, while Zhang Ziling yawned nonchalantly. Have they finally all arrived? I have been waiting with great impatience. Zhang Ziling remarked with a wicked smile, surveying the assembly of formidable figures before him. With a resounding crunch, Zhang Ziling crushed the 8th elder's skull underfoot. Old 8. The remaining 7 elders cried out in unison, their eyes wide with horror at the sight of the decapitated corpse. You dare to kill Old 8. The 6th elder, consumed by rage, charged at Zhang Ziling, his fingers clawed, intent on seizing Zhang Ziling's head. Wait, Elder 6. The 1st elder interjected in an attempt to halt the 6th elder, but alas, it was too late. The 6th elder had already lunged towards Zhang Ziling. Since you are all destined to perish, why rush to meet your end one by one? Zhang Ziling chuckled at the frenzied 6th elder, then clenched his right fist, delivering a powerful blow to the elder's head. With a deafening thud, the once mighty 6th elder, who commanded respect in the Chinese cultivation realm, had his skull obliterated by Zhang Ziling's strike. As the 6th elder's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, every onlooker grasped the terrifying prowess of Zhang Ziling. With a single strike capable of vanquishing those of comparable strength, it signifies that Zhang Ziling can effortlessly eliminate any one of them. The elder's expression turned grave as he regarded Zhang Ziling. The anger on his face vanished, and he inquired, Who are you, sir? My medicine sect bears no grudge against you. Why do you seek to annihilate us? Oh, now you plead for mercy? Zhang Ziling raised an eyebrow and smiled. When you conspired to acquire my rejuvenation pill, did you not consider that someone might come to confront you? The rejuvenation pill. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, You are Zhang Ziling? Was it possible that Yao Sun did not inform you of the identity of the one who obliterated your branch? Zhang Ziling wore a peculiar expression. He was astonished that they remained unaware of who had come to challenge them. The elder glanced at the white-haired old man, who appeared visibly distressed, and remarked, When Yao Sun returned, he only mentioned that a single individual had destroyed our branch. I had not yet had the opportunity to inquire further. Humph. Impulsive as ever. It seems you are indeed unfit to be the sect master. The elder scoffed, then turned his attention back to Zhang Ziling, sneering, Since you are indeed Zhang Ziling, does that imply the rejuvenation pill formula is in your possession? What? Even now you still covet the rejuvenation pill? Zhang Ziling chuckled. I acknowledge your strength. But do not forget that we have over 30 formidable warriors on our side. And as long as we obtain the rejuvenation pill, any price we must pay will be worthwhile. The Grand Elder remarked, the 12 war gods and the 18 shadow guards. It appears that for the first time since the Han Dynasty, our 3 major factions must unite to confront a common foe. Indeed, replied the long-haired man from the 18 shadow guards, his expression betraying no emotion. The adversary is merely a brash youth. The 2 of you elders must have been careless to have fallen. I could easily accomplish the same feat and vanquish him with a single strike. The sixth war god among the 12 war gods chuckled. I initially thought today would be dreadfully dull, but it seems we have encountered an intriguing young man. Heh, his life is mine to claim. Sixth war god, our opponent is formidable. Do not underestimate him, cautioned the Grand Elder. Huh, it is clearly your group that has grown weak. How can you speak of a strong enemy? I assure you, I alone can handle this youth. Sixth war god, now is not the time for recklessness. We must strike together and ensure he does not escape. The youth elixir is of utmost importance. Securing the youth elixir is worth the lives of all disciples of the medicinal sect, asserted the first war god with a serious demeanor as he stepped forward to grasp the sixth war god. All right, I shall heed your counsel. The sixth war god replied with a pout, stepping back. Then let us unite for this endeavor, the Grand Elder said, a smile gracing his face as he saw the first war god manage to reign in the sixth war god. At that moment, their concern was not about their own potential defeat, but rather whether Zhang Ziling would manage to escape. United by their formidable strength, all the elite members of the medicine sect exuded an unwavering confidence in their ability to conquer even a small nation. Such power naturally instilled a sense of self-assurance in them. Even though Zhang Ziling had annihilated all the disciples of the sect and slain 2 elders, the Grand Elder narrowed his eyes as he regarded Zhang Ziling and said, I recognize your talent. Thus, I shall offer you a chance. If you choose to join our medicine sect and willingly provide the formula for the beauty elixir, I assure you that we shall spare your life. Henceforth, you shall enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Ziling suddenly burst into laughter, but his expression soon turned icy as he coldly replied, Do you still believe you are living in a dream? Chapter 61. True power, are you living in a dream? Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's almost mocking words, the Grand Elder narrowed his eyes. Young man, do you truly believe that having ambushed and killed 2 of our elders, you can contend with the rest of us? Out of goodwill, I offered you a chance, recognizing your youth and talent, unwilling to see you fall here, yet you fail to appreciate it. Though you possess some strength, it pales in comparison to ours. I assure you, any 3 of us could effortlessly vanquish you in an instant. Therefore, I shall ask you once more, will you submit or not? As the Grand Elder's voice faded, the others subtly unleashed their auras, pressing down upon Zhang Ziling. In an instant, the air in the square became thick and oppressive. However, at the center of this gathering, Zhang Ziling remained entirely unaffected. I have played long enough today. Now, it is time for my retribution. As Zhang Ziling's words resonated, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Fixing his gaze upon the Grand Elder, he bellowed, Kneel before me. Boom. An irresistible force emanated from Zhang Ziling, radiating outward. The remaining 6 elders, the 12 war gods of the Shenong Battle Department, and the 18 dark guards of the medicine sect, all were compelled by this terrifying pressure, bending their knees and kneeling upon the ground. How is this even possible? The Grand Elder supported himself on the ground with trembling arms, struggling to rise, yet discovering that he could not withstand the overwhelming pressure. What nonsense! I am the god of war. The first god of war roared, his entire being radiating golden light, the blue stone beneath his knees shattering inch by inch. No one can force me to kneel. Like a cornered beast, the first god of war howled, exuding boundless combat spirit. An invisible vortex began to form around him in the air. Oh, noticing the first god of war's knees slightly lifting off the ground, Zhang Ziling's interest was piqued, and he subtly reduced the pressure. I will make you pay, the first god of war bellowed, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of others, he suddenly stood up with a thunderous crash, causing the ground to crack instantly. To make me kneel, the first god of war declared, pointing his spear at Zhang Ziling. I will make you pay dearly for this. The vortex in the sky became increasingly pronounced, and golden battle armor began to materialize upon the first god of war. Brother, he is furious, exclaimed the 8th god of war, his voice filled with excitement. Though he remained on his knees, his exhilaration was undiminished. The last time the first god of war had been enraged, blood had flowed like a river. Both the first dark guard and the Grand Elder gazed at the first god of war's imposing figure, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. The foremost of the medicine sect had ultimately made a choice. In the square, apart from the first war god and the trembling figure of the medicine court in the distance, no one else stands upright. You are fortunate, for you are the first to perish under my full might in a century. The first war god drags his long spear across the ground, creating sparks as he slowly approaches Zhang Ziling. Even I am curious about the extent of my own strength. The first war god, now clad in resplendent golden armor, casts a shadow that darkens the skies above. It is as if he has become the singular beacon of light in this world. As he reaches a distance of 10 meters from Zhang Ziling, he halts, gazing at him with a dispassionate expression, and utters, "Allow me to show you the despair that comes with absolute power." No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of golden light enveloped him, blinding those around him. The first war god has actually ascended to that realm. The Grand Elder seems unaffected by the brilliance. His eyes fixated on the first war god, veins prominently bulging on his arms. Alas, after years of slumber, have my juniors completely surpassed me? The first dark guard sighs, his snow-white hair concealing his eyes. Those beside him are astonished to witness a flicker of disappointment in the eternally composed gaze of the first dark guard. That realm. Some call it the dragon realm, others refer to it as the king level, and still, others deem it the absolute ability. Yet some say, it is the threshold to the divine transformation in cultivation. I desire to compel all the denizens of this world to submit to my will. The long spear of the first war god radiates with golden light, its terrifying aura causing a tremor in the hearts of all who kneel before him. The three great guardians of the medicinal sect indeed embody the might of our divine farmer battle division. The 11th war god, kneeling, bursts into laughter, while the 6 elders and 18 shadow guards remain silent. Indeed, with the first war god having ascended to that realm, he possesses the capability to overpower all others. It can be said that the first war god is the most formidable figure in the entire history of the medicinal sect, second only to our ancestral master. Boom. The first war god's aura erupts in full force, causing the air to shatter, compelling all those kneeling to prostrate themselves, unable to bear the dual pressure exerted by Zhang Ziling and the first war god. Clap, clap. Suddenly, an incongruous sound of applause reverberates through the square. The golden-eyed first war god turns to gaze at Zhang Ziling, who claps leisurely. Impressive, impressive. I shall make all the people of this world bow to me. Such a proclamation is indeed formidable. I rate it an 8. A faint smile graces Zhang Ziling's lips. Your strength has barely reached the threshold. It appears that the foundation of your medicinal sect is commendable. I had assumed you were all akin to that so-called medicinal king. The white-haired elder at the rear, his eyes wide with disbelief, wonders if the medicinal king has met his demise at the hands of this formidable figure. Although you have barely managed to reach the entry level, Zhang Ziling's tone shifted, his expression turning icy. Today, I shall truly demonstrate to you the power that compels all beings to prostrate themselves. With a crack, the golden armor surrounding the first war god shattered. In a moment of terror, he realized an incredibly formidable force was bearing down upon his shoulders. With a resounding thud, the first war god fell to his knees, creating a massive crater in the earth beneath him. This act of submission left everyone else in stunned silence. Why? Had he not transcended that realm? Was he not supposed to be invincible in China? Why, then, did he kneel before that individual? No one could comprehend it, for they were incapable of grasping what that power truly represented. Surrounded by black flames, Zhang Ziling approached the first war god leisurely, under the bewildered gazes of all. The long halberd was drawn into his palm, and as he held it firmly, he traced a graceful arc in the air before pointing it directly at the first war god's throat. Do you see? This is absolute power. With the halberd in hand, all beings bow down. Is this the true essence of power? The first war god, kneeling before Zhang Ziling, watched as the golden light in his eyes gradually dimmed. The apothecary sect is truly doomed. The head of the first war god soared into the sky. Chapter 62. The master of medicine, the head of the first war god, spun in the air for several moments before crashing to the ground, rolling to the feet of the Grand Elder. In the lifeless eyes of the first war god, the Grand Elder perceived a profound despair. The first war god is dead. The Grand Elder trembled uncontrollably as the square fell into an eerie silence, so still that the sound of blood dripping from the spear could be distinctly heard. Thud! The headless corpse of the first war god collapsed into a pool of blood, awakening everyone present. At that moment, the gathered crowd finally believed. The first war god had perished, his head severed by Zhang Ziling's spear with no resistance whatsoever. The confidence that had once filled the hearts of all present was utterly obliterated by that single strike. The first war god had transcended to such a realm. Yet he had knelt before Zhang Ziling, losing his head without a fight. How formidable must Zhang Ziling truly be? The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with terror, unable to fathom the extent of Zhang Ziling's strength. Could it be that the medicine sect was destined for annihilation? Raising his head, the Grand Elder was horrified to see Zhang Ziling approaching him step by step, dragging his spear along the ground, igniting sparks with each movement. Monster! As he observed Zhang Ziling's unhurried gait and serene smile, two words suddenly surged into the Grand Elder's mind. No, please don't kill me. As Zhang Ziling drew ever closer, the Grand Elder's spirit began to fray, pleading silently for mercy. Spare me. I am willing to toil for you. The pharmaceutical sect has numerous disciples spread across the nation, along with several branch offices. I can help you take full control of them, at your command. I implore you, do not kill me. He was desperate to cling to life. Even if the pharmaceutical sect were to perish, he still wished to survive. Elder. The remaining elders were aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had never anticipated that the once formidable elder would display such cowardice in this dire moment. What can I do? The pharmaceutical sect has fallen. We are powerless. At such a time, I can only consider my own survival. I do not wish to die. The elder wept bitterly, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Consider it, spare me, and the entire pharmaceutical sect shall be yours. The elder cast a pleading glance at Zhang Ziling, attempting to crawl toward him, yet rendered immobile beneath the weight of Zhang Ziling's oppressive aura. Zhang Ziling regarded the supplicating elder with a cold, mocking smile, sneering. It is astounding that after all these years, you possess such a lack of fortitude. You are even more pitiful than those newly initiated disciples of the pharmaceutical sect. Indeed, I am but a dog. Slaying me holds no value. Spare me. The elder had entirely relinquished his dignity in his quest for survival. Yaoi, once the pharmaceutical sect overcomes this calamity, I shall not let you off lightly. At that moment, the first dark guard, kneeling, spoke up, his tone laced with fury. Overcome this calamity? Huh. Do not jest with me. Who could possibly save the pharmaceutical sect now? You? The elder laughed maniacally, his derision for the first dark guard unabashed. Humph. Who says there is no one left to save the pharmaceutical sect? The first shadow guard knelt on the ground and spoke with an air of indifference. So stubborn, mocked the Grand Elder, yet in an instant, his expression shifted, as if a realization dawned upon him. Noticing the Grand Elder's gaze shift towards Zhang Ziling, the first shadow guard continued, We, the 18 shadow guards, hold great respect for your prowess. We accept our defeat with grace. However, your claim to annihilate our medicine sect is premature. Oh, even in your current state, do you possess other contingencies? Zhang Ziling inquired with growing intrigue, directing his attention towards the first shadow guard. Our esteemed ancestor foresaw this day for the medicine sect long ago. The purpose of our existence as the 18 shadow guards has always been to await this moment. The first shadow guard stated, his expression unwavering. 18 shadow guards. Heed my command. Present. With blood as sacrifice, with souls as guidance, we summon our ancestor. The first shadow guard enunciated each word deliberately. With blood as sacrifice, with souls as guidance, we summon our ancestor. The remaining 17 shadow guards echoed him, their faces now solemn. Could it be? The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the 18 individuals, their bodies suffused with a crimson hue. Using the combined strength of the 18, they sought to forcibly awaken their slumbering ancestor. The crowd gathered in the square watched the 18 shadow guards with bated breath, erupting in fervent exclamations. There is hope. With the vitality of the 18 shadow guards, it is sufficient to rouse our ancestor for a time. Though this period may be brief, it is more than enough. The ancestor of the medicine sect, once unparalleled across the realm, upon awakening, shall be invincible in China. As the bodies of the 18 individuals transformed into crimson light, the Grand Elder's expression darkened considerably. He realized that the ancestor was about to awaken, and he, too, would soon meet his demise at the hands of the surviving members of the medicine sect. In an instant, madness overtook the Grand Elder, who shouted at Zhang Ziling. Quickly stop them. They are about to summon the ancestor. You still have a chance to interrupt them. Yao Yi, you traitor. The others glared menacingly at the Grand Elder, unleashing a torrent of curses upon him. I can no longer concern myself with such matters. All I desire is, puff. The Grand Elder's head soared into the sky, his eyes still gleaming with fervor. Enough. Zhang Ziling did not cast another glance at the headless corpse of the Grand Elder, but focused instead on the 18 individuals still engaged in their sacrificial rites. Very well. Let me witness just how powerful the ancestor of your medicine sect truly is. Zhang Ziling's eyes brimmed with battle intent. Madman. The others regarded Zhang Ziling, who stood motionless, and the term echoed in their minds. He could have prevented the emergence of a formidable adversary, yet remained indifferent. Since you seek death, we shall not be held accountable. The onlookers, kneeling in the square, shared cold smirks as they beheld Zhang Ziling's still figure. Before long, the 18 transformed entirely into bloodlight, soaring towards the ancestral tomb of the medicine sect. Alas, the day had ultimately arrived. Moments later, a weary sigh resonated from within the tomb, causing the spirits of all members of the medicine sect to tremble. They understood. The ancestor of the medicine sect had awakened. In the next moment, a terrifying wave of energy surged from the ancestral tomb, causing all members of the medicine sect to feel a sudden lightness in their bodies, prompting them to rise to their feet. A young man clad in white robes with flowing white hair strode leisurely into the square. The once clear sky began to darken, crackling with lightning and thunder, while the beasts in the distant mountains and forests prostrated themselves towards the medicine sect. This scene resembled a sovereign descending upon the realm. Greetings, ancestor. The remaining sect leader, 5 elders, and 11 war gods of the medicine sect knelt before the white-haired youth. An overwhelming wave of excitement coursed through everyone. This was the first time in their lives that they had witnessed the living ancestor. The legend of the medicine sect's ancestor had been passed down through generations, with each generation striving to awaken him. Though this awakening was fleeting, they had ample reason to be exhilarated. The young man's eyes resembled a starry sky as he surveyed the 16 kneeling figures, nodding indifferently. He then turned his gaze toward Zhang Ziling. Is it you who seeks to annihilate the sect I established? The white-haired youth inquired, his tone authoritative and condescending. Are you truly the savior they have longed for? Zhang Ziling asked the white-haired youth, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It seems that time has stretched far too long. No one remembers me anymore, the white-haired youth murmured, raising his pale arm. Since my slumber following my battle with Elbu, has no one recalled my existence? The world has become increasingly decayed, forgetting the brilliance of its ancestors, consumed by arrogance and devoid of reverence for power. The silver-haired youth shook his head, realizing that once he fully awakens, he shall ascend as the new sovereign of this realm, tasked with rectifying its flaws. However, the first step towards achieving this ambition is to deal with you, wouldn't you agree? With a gentle smile, he gazed at Zhang Ziling and spoke with a calm demeanor. Perhaps this world is indeed corrupt. Zhang Ziling returned the smile before his expression turned icy, and in a somber tone, he remarked, Yet even I have no intention of rectifying it. What right do you possess? Chapter 63, The Fall of the Medicine Sect. What qualifications do you possess? Zhang Ziling's words left everyone in stunned silence. The members of the medicine sect could hardly fathom that Zhang Ziling, in the presence of his ancestral master, could exude such arrogance and pride. It was at this moment they realized that the smile upon Zhang Ziling's face remained utterly unchanged. How could he maintain such composure in front of his master? Just how formidable is he? As they gazed at Zhang Ziling, the members of the medicine sect found themselves increasingly unable to decipher his true strength. What qualifications do I possess? The silver-haired youth squinted, responding with indifference. In the past, even Emperor Ling of Han dared not speak to me in such a manner. Are you courting death? The silver-haired youth's white robe billowed without wind, a fierce aura of murderous intent sweeping across the plaza, rendering the crowd breathless. Is this the might of the ancestral master? Merely the emanation of his murderous aura leaves me gasping for air. The second war god observed the silver-haired youth's silhouette, filled with awe and admiration. The gathering began to regard the silver-haired youth with increasing reverence. I had thought that the individual you awakened through the sacrifice of your lives would be someone extraordinary. Perhaps just a worthy opponent to stretch my muscles. Alas, what you have awakened is merely a lowly creature of no consequence. Zhang Ziling's words echoed, shaking the very souls of those present. Did he just claim that the ancestral master is a lowly creature? Very well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of the silver-haired youth. As a reward, I shall allow you to experience the excruciating torment akin to that of hell itself. Raising his right hand, a dusty sword hidden deep within the treasure vault of the medicine sect began to tremble, transforming into a streak of azure light that effortlessly breached the vault forged from superalloys, soaring into the grasp of the silver-haired youth. This sword once fought alongside me against Elbu, It is of the same caliber as the legendary Fontian Huaji. To wield it in your demise shall be your finest fate. The silver-haired youth caressed the blade as if tenderly stroking the smooth skin of a young maiden. With a single stroke, myriad lives shall be born. The silver-haired youth stood firm with the sword, and behind him appeared thousands of sword shadows, glimmering with a chilling light. You may now embrace death. Your soul shall forever be at my command, he intoned softly. With that, he thrust the sword forward, and the myriad sword shadows surged in unison. The members of the medicine sect stood transfixed, as if the world contained only this singular sword in the hands of their revered ancestor. An awe-inspiring and fiercely sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, the sword was already at Zhang Ziling's front. He seized the spear of the first war god, only to have it effortlessly severed by the sword shadows of the silver-haired youth. How can the mundane iron in your grasp compete with my divine weapon? The silver-haired youth scoffed. Alas, without the soul-devouring demon sword, it seems I must personally intervene against such worthless mundane iron. Zhang Ziling discarded the broken spear, gazing at the advancing blade, and gently extended his index finger. Clang! The jarring sound of intersecting metal reverberated throughout the square, compelling the members of the medicine sect to shield their ears to avoid harm. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the silver-haired youth and Zhang Ziling, and they were rendered utterly speechless. Zhang Ziling had blocked the ancestral master's sword with but a single finger. Impossible. The members of the medicine sect were on the brink of madness, convinced that the world had forsaken them, and that everything they beheld was an illusion. Yet, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A crisp sound of fracture echoed. The ancestral master's sword had shattered. The myriad sword shadows behind him dissipated entirely. I must be dreaming. Behind the silver-haired youth, several elders and the war god, unable to fathom the reality before them, began to slap their own faces in a desperate attempt to awaken from this nightmare. I have declared before, you are but a mere wretch. After shattering the silver-haired youth's sword, Zhang Ziling wore a faint smile, then seized the young man's shoulder and forcefully pressed down. Bang! The hopes, fantasies, and dignity of the entire medicine sect were obliterated by Zhang Ziling's single motion. The ancestral master of the medicine sect, the very legend of the sect, thus knelt before Zhang Ziling. The silver-haired youth braced himself with trembling arms, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible! What is this power? Who are you?" He knelt on the ground, crying out in anguish. Zhang Ziling released his grip, yet the silver-haired youth remained immobile, still kneeling on the ground. Hadn't this emperor mentioned it before? Zhang Ziling gazed at the silver-haired youth and remarked with a smile, "I shall annihilate your sect." How infuriating! How can you be so powerful? This is absolutely impossible. The silver-haired youth continued to howl, unable to comprehend the reality before him. He had been effortlessly defeated by the man standing before him, reduced to a state of paralysis, unable to move. He had never envisioned such a predicament, for even in his own era, no one had ever rendered him so utterly defenseless. Are you, perhaps, a celestial being? The silver-haired youth suddenly contemplated a possibility, his voice hoarse with disbelief. A celestial being? Zhang Ziling chuckled. What does that amount to in the presence of this emperor? Zhang Ziling's words plunged the silver-haired youth into a frigid abyss. This man did not even regard celestial beings with reverence. Who, then, was he? Well, it is time to send you on your way. You were meant to remain in the grave, yet you insisted on crawling out. With a single hand pressed upon the silver-haired youth's head, Zhang Ziling spoke with indifference. I do not die unjustly. The silver-haired youth suddenly smiled, but before Zhang Ziling could strike, blood seeped from his features, and he fell silent, collapsing to the ground. The patriarch of the sect had perished. Those from the sect, standing behind the silver-haired youth, gazed in despair at his fallen form, their hearts turning to ashes. If even the patriarch could not withstand this man, what kind of monster had they provoked? With bitter smiles, the members of the sect sank to their knees in hopelessness, their eyes becoming vacant. The act of suicide has, in a way, alleviated my troubles. Zhang Ziling gazed down at the lifeless body of the silver-haired youth, retracting his right hand. The time had come to tidy up the aftermath. A smile graced Zhang Ziling's lips as he turned his attention to the distant figures of the Yao sect members. What? Have they all lost their sanity? Observing the elders and the war god kneeling with ashen faces alongside the already deceased sect leader, his brow furrowed in concern. Very well. Since you have all succumbed to madness, I shall grant you a final release. With his right hand shaped like a blade, he made a sweeping motion through the air. The remaining elders and the war god of the Shinnong battle division met their gruesome fate, severed from their bodies. Thus, the Yao sect met its end. Having completed this grim task, Zhang Ziling approached the now unconscious Yao Ting from afar, gently patting his face to rouse him. Yao Ting had fainted upon encountering the ancestral master of the sect. Am I dead? Slowly regaining consciousness, Yao Ting gazed at the smiling Zhang Ziling and inquired, "Is this the underworld?" "No, you are still alive," Zhang Ziling replied coolly. "I am still alive?" Yao Ting sat up, clutching his head in confusion, and murmured, "It cannot be. I distinctly remember seeing the ancestral master." Before Yao Ting could finish his sentence, he fell silent, his eyes widening in horror as he realized the silver-haired corpse lay not far from him. Overwhelmed by fear, Yao Ting fainted once more. After a while, Yao Ting finally regained consciousness, only to be startled by the sight of Zhang Ziling's face, causing him to retreat in alarm. "Why you? Don't come any closer," Yao Ting exclaimed in terror. "Try taking another step back," Zhang Ziling spoke in a deliberately deep tone, nearly scaring Yao Ting into losing control. In that moment, Yao Ting dared not move. "Well, you should be aware of the forbidden area of the medicine sect. Lead me there," Zhang Ziling commanded once he noticed Yao Ting's compliance. I know," Yao Ting nodded hastily. "The forbidden area of the medicine sect. I have never been here. The sect stipulated that only core disciples are permitted entry, and I am merely a registered disciple, lacking the qualifications to be here." "Master, what brings you to this place?" During the journey, Yao Ting gradually realized that Zhang Ziling seemed quite approachable, which emboldened him to speak more freely. "I am here to rescue some individuals," Zhang Ziling replied calmly, following closely behind Yao Ting. "Rescue? Who could possibly be in this forbidden area?" Yao Ting inquired with confusion. "You shall see for yourself," Zhang Ziling said as he stepped beside Yao Ting, pressing his hand against the stone wall. With a gentle yet firm push, the wall crumbled under his touch. Yao Ting curiously leaned closer to peer inside, only to be rendered speechless. Within the stone wall lay a colossal prison, its floors strewn with countless desiccated limbs. Numerous naked corpses hung within the confines, their flesh grotesquely stripped away, and their abdomens cruelly disemboweled. Adjacent to the prison, an array of tables bore an assortment of reagents, and Yao Ting's gaze fell upon a beaker containing fresh innards. What is this?" Yao Ting stammered, suppressing his terror. "This appears to be the very place where your sect conducts experiments on human beings. These corpses likely belong to individuals who have recently gone missing in Shu." Zhang Ziling continued indifferently. "Upon my arrival in Shu, I noted a significant increase in the number of missing persons. When I subsequently visited your sect, I was struck by the overpowering stench of blood, leading me to probe the situation with my spiritual senses." "So, all of this is the doing of our sect?" Yao Ting gazed at the suspended corpses, his eyes wide with shock. "Indeed, nearly everyone in the sect is aware of this. You are merely one of the few uninformed disciples. Otherwise, do you believe you would still be alive?" Zhang Ziling remarked with a smirk. A realization dawned upon Yao Ting. The only new disciples admitted into the sect recently were himself and another individual, who had been slain by Zhang Ziling at the airport. Thus, he found himself the sole innocent among the sect. "It turns out that our sect has long since committed unforgivable sins. I had foolishly believed in the greatness of our sect." Upon comprehending the full extent of the truth, Yao Ting sank to his knees in bitter despair. "Do not be disheartened. There are still living souls in these depths. Let us go and take a look." Zhang Ziling gazed at Yao Ting, who knelt on the ground, shook his head, and then led Yao Ting deeper into the forbidden area. Chapter 64. The woman with blue hair. As the two ventured deeper, the sights within this forbidden realm grew increasingly horrific, revealing the ghastly remains of individuals confined in iron cages alongside white mice. From the countenances of these unfortunate souls, it was evident that they had been agonizingly starved to death. The expression on Yao Ting's face darkened with every step, his remorse for these individuals intensifying profoundly. After all, he was a member of the medicine sect. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of the forbidden area, they stood before a colossal iron gate. "I sense a faint breath of life beyond this gate," Zhang Ziling remarked, his voice steady. "Then we must rescue him at once," Yao Ting exclaimed, his urgency palpable. The harrowing sights of the various forms of death suffered by those captured by the medicine sect had nearly shattered him. Upon hearing of a living soul beyond the gate, he momentarily forgot Zhang Ziling's identity and called out instinctively, yearning to alleviate the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang Ziling scrutinized the iron gate for a moment before speaking. This gate has been tampered with. If I force it open, it may collapse. Perhaps you should give it a try. Me? Yao Ting was taken aback. Can I truly open it? The seals upon it were crafted by members of the medicine sect. It is likely that they can be undone with the sect's techniques. Surely, you have not neglected to learn the most fundamental of methods? Zhang Ziling teased. Then, I shall give it a try. Yao Ting swallowed hard, cautiously stepping forward to press his hand against the iron door. As his palm made contact, an enigmatic radiance emanated from the door. Quickly, channel your energy, Zhang Ziling urged, observing Yao Ting's momentary stupor. Without a second thought, Yao Ting closed his eyes and activated the medicinal sect's heart method, guiding the vital energy within him to flow slowly toward his arm. With a crisp crack, the iron door began to creak open of its own accord. It worked. Yao Ting exclaimed in delight. I see it, Zhang Ziling replied coolly, then maneuvered past Yao Ting and entered. Come inside to take a look. Beyond the door lay a spacious chamber, filled with an array of unfinished research artifacts. As Yao Ting followed Zhang Ziling into the room, he glanced around, only to have his expression shift dramatically as he pointed to the far corner and shouted, Master, look, there's someone hanging over there. Zhang Ziling turned to investigate the commotion and discovered a blue-haired woman bound by iron chains, suspended in the corner, unconscious. She was draped in tattered cloth, yet it was still discernible that she possessed an exquisite figure. Go out and fetch a set of women's clothing, Zhang Ziling instructed. His brow furrowed as he regarded the suspended, blue-haired woman. Understood. Yao Ting nodded eagerly before hastily departing. Once Yao Ting had left to find garments, Zhang Ziling approached the blue-haired woman, frowning as he scrutinized the chain that bound her. The iron chain possessed the power to bind spiritual energy, revealing that this woman was indeed no ordinary individual. Zhang Ziling murmured to himself, then leaped into the air, tearing away the chain and gently embracing the blue-haired woman as he descended. Her form was light, fragile, and delicate, even through the tattered cloth. Zhang Ziling could feel the smoothness of her skin. It was at this moment that he took a closer look at her face. A fringe slightly obscured her forehead. Long eyelashes delicately curled, a petite nose, and rosy lips perfectly adorned her exquisite features. She is quite beautiful, Zhang Ziling nodded, before gently setting the blue-haired woman down. Her fair thighs were barely concealed beneath the ragged fabric. Yet Zhang Ziling was not preoccupied with the allure of her beauty. Instead, he furrowed his brow, fixating on her visage. The situation was more dire than he had anticipated. The medicine sect had sealed her meridians and injected some substance that was slowly corroding her internal organs, hastening her bodily decline as if they aimed for her natural demise. It was then that Zhang Ziling noticed tiny puncture marks at her clavicle. How cruelly the members of the medicine sect had injected her with poison through her bones. What malevolent fascination was this? The piercing must have inflicted immense agony upon her. I must expel this toxin, Zhang Ziling muttered to himself, and with a single gesture, the iron door closed firmly behind him. To extract the lingering poison from this injection, it was rather inconvenient to perform the operation through a tattered cloth. After all, it was a matter of saving a life, and it was likely that this woman would not object. Zhang Ziling, having found a justifiable reason to openly examine the body of the blue-haired woman, lifted the ragged fabric. The moment he revealed the cloth, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes upon witnessing the condition of the blue-haired woman. It turned out that the pharmaceutical sect had not merely injected substances into the woman's clavicle. Minuscule puncture marks were visible all over her body, densely scattered and utterly horrifying. This woman must possess some ability that instilled fear in the members of the pharmaceutical sect. Otherwise, they would not have treated her in such a manner. Zhang Ziling murmured to himself, then placed his palm on the blue-haired woman's abdomen. The spiritual energy within him coursed through his hand and entered the woman's body, gradually compelling the toxins to emerge. As the brownish poison was slowly expelled from her system, the woman's aging organs began to rejuvenate. Her recuperative abilities were remarkably strong. No wonder the pharmaceutical sect had administered so many substances to her. Zhang Ziling noted the gradual strengthening of her bodily functions and couldn't help but express his admiration. In a brief span of time, he successfully extracted all the toxins from the blue-haired woman. With the removal of this poisonous impediment, a resilient pale blue spiritual energy began to manifest from her meridians, slowly mending her injuries. Zhang Ziling could distinctly perceive the multitude of tiny pinpricks on the woman's body gradually fading away revealing a flawless physique before him. Her soft, towering form, coupled with a waist that could be grasped by a single hand, showcased the perfect silhouette reminiscent of a mermaid. Following the graceful curve of her figure, his gaze fell upon the alabaster thighs of the blue-haired maiden, which artfully concealed her exquisite beauty. Even Zhang Ziling, upon witnessing such a form, felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, barely managing to restrain himself. Alas, despite their inexplicable connection, such indulgence was ultimately not in his nature. With a sigh, Zhang Ziling reached for the tattered cloth, intending to cover the blue-haired woman. At that very moment, the blue-haired maiden began to regain her senses. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her slender fingers moved slightly. As she opened her eyes, Zhang Ziling found himself momentarily stunned, his hand holding the cloth suspended in midair, unable to descend. The blue-haired woman, upon meeting Zhang Ziling's gaze, instinctively sprang up, pushing herself against him, her hand pressing down on his right arm while the other reached behind her. Suddenly, as her hand grazed her own smooth thigh, she realized she was unabashedly sprawled atop an unfamiliar man. What is this? The blue-haired maiden appeared flustered, as if she had never encountered such a situation. Miss, you don't move. What manner of weapon is this? How unexpectedly captivating one can be. The master once advised that one should not act recklessly in the face of the unknown. The blue-haired woman pondered this, refraining from any abrupt movements for fear that Zhang Ziling might break free. Who on earth are you? She inquired, pressing down on Zhang Ziling. He could feel her trembling, gradually growing warmer. You seem quite anxious, Zhang Ziling remarked with a smile. I demand to know who you are. The beauty's lovely countenance darkened with anger. No. I will tell you, Zhang Ziling quickly pleaded, aware that if the blue-haired woman continued her antics, even his composure would falter. Do not attempt to deceive me. Do not presume that your peculiar weaponry renders you untouchable, she retorted with a huff, revealing her small canine teeth. I observed that you were ensnared here and had been injected with toxins. I merely came to your rescue, Zhang Ziling sighed, incredulous that such ignorance still existed in this era. So, you are the one who saved me? The blue-haired woman's expression softened, her muscles relaxing slightly. One could say that, Zhang Ziling replied, still pinned beneath her but managing to nod. My apologies, I misjudged you. She hastily released Zhang Ziling and snatched up a tattered cloth to retreat to a distance. As she moved away, Zhang Ziling found himself oddly longing for the warmth of her presence. Gazing at the lithe figure of the blue-haired woman, Zhang Ziling couldn't help but exclaim softly as he rose from the ground. Why is it so elevated below? The blue-haired woman inquired. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she glanced at Zhang Ziling's lower half. And why does it stir my desires? You will understand in due time, Zhang Ziling replied, clearing his throat to divert the conversation. The blue-haired woman was about to press further when a sudden knock echoed against the tightly shut iron door. Her expression changed instantly, and she positioned herself protectively in front of Zhang Ziling, declaring, This is bad. It must be the people from the medicine sect discovering my escape. I will cover for you. Make your getaway quickly. Her demeanor was grave and earnest. Senior, I have found the clothes. Came the voice of Yao Ting from outside. It's all right. They are our own, Zhang Ziling reassured with a smile, bypassing the blue-haired woman to open the door. There stood Yao Ting, breathless, clutching a set of garments. Senior, your attire, Yao Ting presented the women's clothing. Zhang Ziling acknowledged, accepting the garments and handing them to the startled blue-haired woman. You should change into these. We will wait for you outside. Okay, the blue-haired woman responded, bewildered as she took the clothes. Watching Zhang Ziling and Yao Ting step out before shutting the iron door behind them. Moments later, the blue-haired woman emerged, now clad in her new attire, causing Zhang Ziling and Yao Ting's eyes to light up in astonishment. Her flowing blue hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, its luxurious softness causing her shirt to billow, leaving the collar buttons undone and revealing her collarbone along with the enticing curve below. A pair of jeans accentuated her already elongated legs, rendering them even more proportionate. Zhang Ziling clicked his tongue in admiration before stepping forward and pressing the azure-haired woman against the wall. Gazing into her gem-like, shimmering eyes, he smiled and said, Now, it is my turn to inquire. The blue-haired woman nodded in a daze. Observing the flicker of apprehension in her eyes, Zhang Ziling gently asked, Who are you? Chapter 65. The Sect of Funeral Medicine. Who are you? After Zhang Ziling posed this question, the The blue-haired woman felt her heart race inexplicably. I am Lan Mu. She instinctively revealed her name. Lan Mu, is it? A lovely name, Zhang Ziling remarked with a smile before inquiring further. Why has the sect of medicine imprisoned you here? As he asked this question, a flicker of anger crossed Lan Mu's face. I am a disciple from Mount Shu, descending to train. Upon encountering the sect of medicine capturing innocent people in Shu, I followed them here, only to be captured myself. Why did they not kill you? Zhang Ziling asked, momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the sect of medicine chose to confine Lan Mu instead. Every disciple from Mount Shu possesses a life token. If we are slain, the token shatters, and my master would come to find me, Lan Mu elucidated. Ah, I see. Zhang Ziling nodded, releasing Lan Mu from his grip. Thus, the sect of medicine, in order to keep their secrets, could only imprison you. They intend to inject you with poison to hasten your demise, ensuring that Mount Shu cannot locate them? Indeed, that is the case. A glint of indignation flashed in Lan Mu's eyes. The sect of medicine has committed such heinous acts. I will certainly return to report this to my master and expose their malevolence to the world. No need for that, Zhang Ziling interjected suddenly. Why not? The sect of medicine has perpetrated such wanton slaughter of the innocent. Should they not be held accountable? With a hint of bewilderment on her face, Lan Mu inquired, What? Miss Lan, it is as follows, the medicine sect has been annihilated. At that moment, Yao Ting, standing behind Zhang Ziling, spoke in fragments. I see. Lan Mu nodded gravely, but then suddenly froze, only to leap to her feet. What? The medicine sect has been destroyed? She grasped Yao Ting by the collar, her voice rising. Lady Lan, please remain calm. I am merely a disciple of the medicine sect. Yao Ting stammered, sweating profusely at Lan Mu's fervor. I apologize. I was merely too overwhelmed. Realizing her impropriety, Lan Mu quickly released her grip, stating, I never imagined such a formidable power could be eradicated so swiftly. It feels rather surreal. By the way, did the medicine sect offend that supreme force? She further probed. It was I who obliterated it, Zhang Ziling replied nonchalantly. Do not boast, you destroyed the medicine sect? Lan Mu rolled her eyes, recalling how just moments ago she had pinned him down. With your physique, you couldn't even best me. Yao Ting, hearing Lan Mu's remarks, swallowed hard, casting a fearful glance at Zhang Ziling. In his mind, Zhang Ziling was akin to a deity of death, capable of obliterating souls with the slightest misstep. Indeed, it was the immortal who accomplished this, Yao Ting cautiously affirmed. Never mind. Since you choose not to disclose further, I shall refrain from pressing. Regardless, we shall eventually uncover the truth. Such a significant event cannot occur without whispers circulating outside. Lan Mu waved his hand and turned to Zhang Ziling, saying, I must return to Shushan to report on the situation here. You have saved me, and I shall undoubtedly repay you in the future. How will you repay me? Zhang Ziling asked with a smirk, his tone laced with playful mockery. However, Lan Mu failed to grasp the jest in Zhang Ziling's words. Instead, he began to ponder seriously before responding. How about this? Once I report back to my sect, I will come to find you. Are you serious? Zhang Ziling was taken aback by Lan Mu's declaration. Find me? For what purpose? Lan Mu nodded earnestly. Though I am unsure how to repay you. Being by your side will surely provide a way. Suit yourself, Zhang Ziling replied, unable to refuse the earnestness in Lan Mu's eyes, and resorted to a vague agreement. It is settled then. Take this, it will facilitate my future search for you. Lan Mu produced a piece of jade he had acquired from somewhere, inscribed several symbols upon it, and handed it to Zhang Ziling. From now on, if anyone dares to bully you, simply invoke the name of Lan Mu from Shushan. And they should show me some respect, Lan Mu said, watching Zhang Ziling accept the jade with a satisfied nod. I must take my leave now. I need to report the annihilation of the Yao sect to my master. With that, Lan Mu dashed toward the forbidden area, quickly vanishing from sight. The celestial being observed as Yao Ting witnessed Lan Mu bestow a jade piece upon Zhang Ziling before departing, audaciously declaring intentions to protect him. This left Yao Ting at a loss for words. Should Lan Mu come to learn that Zhang Ziling single-handedly annihilated the Yao sect, would such bravado still be uttered? Let us first incinerate this place and erect a monument, Zhang Ziling proposed, for these individuals were ultimately pitiable souls, deserving of a resting place. He chose not to dwell on Lan Mu's words, but instead addressed Yao Ting. I shall await you outside the Yao sect. Once you have completed this task, seek me out. Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, Yao Ting's heart soared with joy. Could it be that the celestial being wishes to take me as his disciple? He mused, excitement coursing through him as he eagerly accepted the task, hastening to gather the remains of the fallen within the forbidden grounds. Zhang Ziling observed Yao Ting's industrious efforts without interruption, making his way out of the forbidden area. The Yao sect lay desolate, its disciples vanished, and Zhang Ziling felt no inclination to pursue the remaining sect members scattered across the nation. The elite forces of the Yao sect had been effectively neutralized, and the remaining individuals posed no significant threat. Once word of the events here spread, the sect's assets would inevitably be consumed by rival factions. In essence, Zhang Ziling had avenged himself, and the chapter concerning the Yao sect had reached its conclusion. It was time to return and check on Chu Chi's well-being. Standing at the entrance of the Yao sect, Zhang Ziling closed his eyes in repose, patiently awaiting Yao Ting's return. Before long, thick smoke began to billow from the direction of the medicine sect, and the sect's members, coughing, rushed towards it. Master, I have incinerated all their corpses and erected a monument. What shall we do next? Inquired Yao Ting. Zhang Ziling nodded, then gazed at the distant smoke, saying, Wait until I complete the final details, then we shall depart. With that, Zhang Ziling slowly ascended into the air. A pair of wings formed from condensed dark mist materializing behind him. This accursed place is destined to be laid to rest. His expression remained indifferent as he pressed his hand downward in the air, causing the entire medicine sect to tremble violently. Yao Ting watched in horror as the ground before him continued to collapse, desperately attempting to flee, yet he was soon pursued by the widening fissures. Master, save me! Yao Ting cried out, but as he stepped into the void, he found himself on the brink of being engulfed by the chasm. At that moment, a bubble of energy enveloped him, gently lifting him into the sky. From his elevated position, Yao Ting observed with clarity the catastrophic scene below. The entire medicine sect was crumbling, the mountains quaking violently, while countless beasts roared in panic and flocks of birds took flight in terror. What kind of power is this? Yao Ting was utterly astounded by the exaggerated spectacle before him. As he gazed at the swirling dust and the collapsing cliffs, he couldn't help but shift his gaze back to Zhang Ziling, who hovered in the sky. Zhang Ziling was enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, his wings gently unfurling behind him, while a flickering black light emanated from the palm of his right hand, causing the surrounding void to tremble incessantly. Was he a deity? With a mere gesture, he had buried an entire sect. Yao Ting gazed at Zhang Ziling in a daze, his heart filled with awe. Soon, the entire Yao sect was engulfed in the earth, sealed away by rock for eternity. This place had transformed into a mountain. After accomplishing this feat, Zhang Ziling descended slowly with Yao Ting, who remained in a stupor, his mind a blank canvas. Yao Ting had never dreamed that such a vast sect could be eradicated, along with its people, by a single individual. Now that the cleanup is complete, let us depart, Zhang Ziling said, gently patting Yao Ting on the shoulder to awaken him. Depart? Yao Ting exclaimed, coming to his senses, and then surveyed the desolate surroundings, inquiring, How do we leave? All means of transport have been destroyed. Just like this, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile, gripping Yao Ting's shoulder, and in an instant, the space around them warped, and they vanished from their location. Chapter 66. Hijacking in the land of Shu, the capital of Shu. Master, where shall we go next? Yao Ting inquired cautiously, trailing behind Zhang Ziling. Take this cultivation method and practice it. Then, go to Kunlun and find Elder Yi Zong, and just tell him I sent you, Zhang Ziling instructed, casually handing Yao Ting a tome that could be deemed a pinnacle of cultivation techniques on Earth. Receiving the manual, Yao Ting felt a tinge of disappointment. He had fantasized about remaining by Zhang Ziling's side, pondering the immense fortune that would entail. Yet, he recognized the impossibility of such a scenario. At present, he was merely slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Staying beside the master would only serve to hinder rather than help. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Ting reconciled himself to the situation, solemnly accepting the manual and bowing in gratitude to Zhang Ziling, indifferent to the gazes of passers-by. All right, you shall remain by Yi's side and diligently cultivate the method I have bestowed upon you. I may find use for your skills in the future, Zhang Ziling remarked, lifting Yao Ting to his feet. I shall faithfully adhere to your teachings, master, Yao Ting replied, carefully tucking the manual close to his chest. Now, let us part ways here. Make your way to Kunlun. With that, Zhang Ziling dismissed Yao Ting. Watching Yao Ting's departing figure, Zhang Ziling smiled and effortlessly hailed a taxi. At Shu Capital International Airport, as Zhang Ziling alighted from the taxi and prepared to purchase a ticket back to Nanzhou City, his phone rang. Elder Wei, what is the matter? Zhang Ziling answered the phone, his tone indifferent. Ziling, I need to ask you something. Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of the medicine sect's branch? Wei Chen's voice on the other end was grave. This is a force that has not registered in China. We must swiftly ascertain their motives for annihilating the medicine sect's branch. Upon hearing Wei Chen's words, Zhang Ziling furrowed his brow. However, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, Zhang Ziling lied. I'm sorry, Wei Lao, when I arrived there, the medicine sect's branch had already been eliminated by someone else. I do not know who they were. I see. Well, that's all right. Just take care of yourself. We have serious suspicions that this force may take further action. Hearing the concern in Wei Chen's voice, Zhang Ziling's tightly knit brow relaxed somewhat. He could discern the hint of insincerity in a person's words, yet it was evident that Wei Chen genuinely cared for him. Yes, I will be cautious, Wei Lao. Good, that's all for now. Remember to visit me when you have the time. I still want to challenge you to a game of Go. Wei Lao chuckled heartily. Certainly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wei Chen, Zhang Ziling hung up. It seemed that the situation in China was beginning to attract attention, which posed some complications. Zhang Ziling pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Never mind. Let them stir up trouble. As long as it doesn't affect me, it's fine. He cast these thoughts aside and proceeded to purchase a ticket for his flight. Unfazed by the notion of comfort, Zhang Ziling casually purchased a business class ticket. Upon settling into his seat, he donned his headphones and began to indulge in music. As he observed the diminishing size of the earthly landscape below, he gradually closed his eyes to rest. The cabin was enveloped in tranquility. Most passengers were engrossed in books or succumbed to slumber, with only a handful engaged in hushed conversations. Zhang Ziling possessed keen auditory sensitivity. Even with music playing through his headphones, he could discern the discussions of all aboard the aircraft. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, then smiled and shook his head, opening his eyes to gaze out the window, where his reflection mingled with the white clouds outside. At that moment, a short-haired youth seated in front of Zhang was glancing around, seemingly observing something of interest. Zhang shifted his gaze to the overhead display screen, noting that the flight had reached the halfway mark. What a timely juncture, he mused with a smile, before switching off the screen and resuming his musical reverie. As Zhang closed his eyes once more, the previously vigilant short-haired youth stood up and made his way towards the rear of the cabin. Accompanying him were two others, a man with a scarred face and a blond man, both heading in the opposite direction towards the front of the cabin. When the trio crossed paths, their eyes appeared to communicate some unspoken understanding. Soon after, the short-haired youth disappeared into the restroom, while the scarred man and the blond man approached the front of the cabin, just as a flight attendant entered, passing by the two men. The flight attendant gazed at the two men who were intent on moving forward and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, you are approaching the work area. Please halt." The scarred man leered at the flight attendant, remarking with a smirk, while reaching to pinch her chin. Alarmed by his rough hand, she quickly recoiled, saying, "Sir, please conduct yourself with respect." The blond man cast a cold glance at the flight attendant before turning to the scarred man, stating, "Refrain from your lewd intentions. Let us focus on the task at hand." With a scowl, the scarred man acquiesced, roughly pushing the flight attendant aside as he entered the work area. The duo proceeded to the aircraft's lavatory, where they astonishingly retrieved two handguns from within a compartment. Seeing those firearms, the Still-Days crew suddenly realized their dire predicament. They were about to be hijacked. Several male flight attendants attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. "Don't move. This is a hijacking," the scarred man shouted, brandishing one of the guns, effectively halting the advancing crew members. The blond man coolly surveyed the terrified staff before expertly disengaging the safety, chambering around, and then making his way into the cockpit. As the blond man approached the cockpit, the scarred man pointed his gun at the flight attendants, commanding, "All of you, into the cabin. No tricks." As the flight attendants complied, covering their heads, a short-haired young man emerged from the restroom, brandishing a submachine gun. "Dear passengers, we are preparing to hijack this aircraft. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you." A young man with short hair shouted mockingly, casually firing a shot. Bang! The gunshot instantly roused all the passengers aboard the plane. In an instant, many began to scream. The scarred man at the front of the cabin seemed quite displeased with the commotion and also fired a shot. "Whoever dares to scream again will be the first to face the consequences." His threat proved effective, as the cabin fell silent. Observing the sudden tranquility, the scarred man grinned broadly and then viciously kicked a flight attendant, snarling, "Get to the back, all of you, quickly." The flight attendants, trembling with fear, began to shuffle backward. Meanwhile, the scarred man seized the arm of a nearby flight attendant. "Hey, you come with me." He yanked her into his embrace and pressed the gun against her head, instructing her to remain still. "Short hair, I leave her in your hands. I'm off to enjoy myself." The scarred man chuckled, not waiting for a response from the young man, and began to drag the flight attendant toward the cockpit. "Don't take me. Help me." The flight attendant screamed desperately, struggling wildly for her colleague's assistance. Her fellow attendants gritted their teeth, yearning to rescue her, yet paralyzed by fear of the gun in the scarred man's hand, hesitating in place. "Are you not going yet? Do you wish to die?" The scarred man, with a malevolent grin, aimed his firearm at the flight attendants, causing them to hastily retreat to the rear of the cabin and crouch down in fear. "A bunch of cowards." He sneered disdainfully before lewdly dragging one of the stewardesses into the makeshift studio. Meanwhile, the short-haired young man disregarded the scarred man and took matters into his own hands, commanding all passengers to rise and collect their valuables into pre-prepared bags, subsequently instructing them to crouch at the back of the cabin. Before long, the short-haired youth approached Zhang Ziling, who was lost in his music with his eyes closed, carrying an impressive haul of stolen goods. Noticing Zhang Ziling's serene demeanor, the short-haired youth let out a cold chuckle, prodding Zhang Ziling's chest with the barrel of his gun. "Hey, this is a robbery," he shouted loudly. Zhang Ziling, upon being jabbed, slowly opened his eyes, removed his headphones, and regarded the short-haired youth with a gentle smile. "I beg your pardon, could you please repeat that?" Chapter 67. A more intriguing affair. "My apologies. Could you repeat that?" The young man with short hair gazed at Zhang Ziling, a smile gracing his lips, yet he appeared utterly bemused. "Was my previous statement not loud enough? Or perhaps your headphones are turned up too high? Surely, you must recognize the object I am holding in my hand." A flurry of thoughts raced through the young man's mind before he redirected his attention to Zhang Ziling, thrusting the machine gun against Zhang's chest. "An aircraft hijacking. Hand over everything you possess." The young man sneered. "Someone as foolish as you is oblivious to the enormity of this situation." Zhang Ziling chuckled softly, gently nudging the muzzle of the machine gun away with his finger. "You seem unaware that I have an aversion to being threatened with weapons," he murmured. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of all the passengers in the cabin, he gradually rose to his feet. What is he doing? Is he courting death? This man is insane. Can't he just comply? They are armed, after all. All the passengers stared in disbelief at Zhang Ziling, utterly perplexed by his every action. "I see you are eager for an early demise." The young man, incensed by Zhang Ziling's audacity, raised the machine gun and swung it towards his head. Many passengers squeezed their eyes shut, bracing themselves for the impending bloodshed. After a moment, when the passengers heard no sounds, they gathered their courage to open their eyes. What they witnessed left them in sheer shock. The young man swiftly seized the machine gun from the short-haired youth, now aiming it directly at his head. One must ponder the sensation of having a gun pointed at one's own temple. Zhang Ziling smiled faintly. The short-haired youth raised his hands, trembling with fear, and stammered, "Be bro. Please don't be agitated." He remained oblivious to how Zhang Ziling had disarmed him. The latter's movements were so swift that he merely sensed an overwhelming force before the machine gun was in Zhang Ziling's possession. "I am not one to meddle in others' affairs," Zhang Ziling remarked, his gun pressed against the short-haired youth's head. "Had you not interrupted me, perhaps your attempt at robbery would have been successful." "What a pity." Zhang Ziling's lips curled into a slight smirk, but his tone turned frigid. "You did not." The chill of Zhang Ziling's words enveloped the short-haired youth, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he watched the ominous barrel of the gun descend, ultimately forcing its way into his mouth. "Ugh." The short-haired youth collapsed to his knees, frantically shaking his head, terror evident in his eyes. Zhang Ziling chuckled softly. Bang! In a moment of utter astonishment, the short-haired youth fainted, having succumbed to the mere utterance of a word from the young man. How astonishing it was that such a seemingly formidable robber could be rendered unconscious by a single word. Everyone stared in a daze as Zhang Ziling discarded the submachine gun and proceeded toward the work cabin. Suddenly, he halted, turning to face the group crouched on the ground. A collective gulp echoed through the crowd, each person fearful that Zhang Ziling might target them. "Find some rope to bind this robber," he muttered before stepping into the work cabin, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of onlookers. Upon entering the work cabin, Zhang Ziling observed the scar-faced man still harassing the flight attendant, her clothes yet to be removed. However, the attendant's attire was already torn, exposing large swathes of skin. Half of her purple bra was visible, and her sheer black stockings were riddled with numerous tears, rendering her helpless beneath the scar-faced man's grip. Zhang Ziling watched the flight attendant struggle desperately, and the scar-faced man leering incessantly, shaking his head with a smirk as he approached and tapped the man's shoulder. Are you impotent? Do you require such a lengthy foreplay to get aroused? Mind your own business. The scar-faced man retorted irritably, shrugging off Zhang Ziling's hand. Upon realizing that the person addressing him was a stranger, he froze, eyes wide with surprise. Who are you? The scar-faced man asked, his wariness palpable as he retreated, raising his weapon to aim at Zhang Ziling. Zhang Ziling, undeterred by the threat, focused instead on the quietly sobbing flight attendant. He gently removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. The flight attendant's skin brushed against Zhang Ziling's powerful hands, leaving her momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed dazedly at him. His hands, so warm. How could one be so callous towards a beautiful woman? Zhang Ziling offered the flight attendant a tender smile before rising to confront the scarred man wielding a gun. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm holding a firearm? Kneel before me at once, or I shall reward you with a bullet. The scarred man shouted, gripping the gun tightly. Aren't you curious as to why I am here? Zhang Ziling replied with a calm smile, observing the raucous man. I don't give a damn about how you. Wait, what happened to short hair? The scarred man seemed to recall something, his arms beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Short hair was armed with a machine gun. How could he have been dispatched? Was it an ambush? Gradually, the scarred man became convinced that Zhang Ziling had indeed taken down short hair through stealth, muttering under his breath, that fool. Armed and yet ambushed. I'll make sure to ridicule him thoroughly when he returns. After his tirade, a sinister grin returned to the scarred man's face as he addressed Zhang Ziling. You may possess remarkable skills, but what does that matter? Can you outrun my bullet? If you kneel now, I might spare you, otherwise. The scarred man fired a shot at Zhang Ziling's feet, causing the flight attendant to scream in terror. Ah, another fool, Zhang Ziling sighed, shaking his head in exasperation before leisurely approaching the scarred man. The scarred man, witnessing Zhang Ziling's indifference, was immediately consumed by a surge of fury. He sneered coldly at Zhang Ziling, proclaiming, Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill you? I have taken more lives than you have traversed paths. With that, the scarred man aimed his gun at Zhang Ziling's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet soared forth, and flames erupted from the muzzle. Beneath my gun, yet another soul was claimed. The scarred man, not bothering to glance at Zhang Ziling, gently dispersed the smoke that lingered at the barrel's end. He was exceedingly confident in his marksmanship. Once the bullet was discharged, he was certain it had struck its target. At that moment, he raised his gaze, eager to behold the lifeless body of Zhang Ziling, perfectly executed. However, the scarred man found himself frozen in disbelief. Zhang Ziling merely extended a single finger, and the bullet spun rapidly at his fingertip. Clatter! The gun slipped from the scarred man's grasp, clattering to the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he stumbled backward, ultimately falling to the earth. Why, you are also an ability user. An ability user? I suppose that could be considered accurate. Zhang Ziling smiled, and with a subtle bend of his finger, the bullet shot forth at breakneck speed toward the scarred man. Terrified, the scarred man scrambled backward, the bullet narrowly grazing the ground before him. That was close, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the bullet-ripped fabric of his trousers. What a stroke of misfortune, to have evaded it. Zhang Ziling's sigh echoed in the scarred man's ears, prompting him to look up in sheer dread. Zhang Ziling approached the scarred man with an unhurried demeanor, picking up the handgun and pressing it against the man's temple, softly inquiring, What do you think I should do next? Gulping audibly, the scarred man swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror as he trembled before Zhang Ziling. At that moment, the door to the cockpit swung open, revealing a blond man. Upon seeing him, the scarred man erupted with joy, calling out, Boss, save me. Zhang Ziling turned to observe the blond man, who was meticulously wiping the blood from his hands, frowning as he regarded Zhang Ziling. Who are you? The blond man asked, his brow furrowed. You lack the right to know, Zhang Ziling replied with a smile. Oh, the blond man's eyebrows raised at Zhang Ziling's retort. It is quite the novelty to encounter someone who dares to speak to me in such a manner. How amusing. With that, he discarded the bloodied handkerchief and With a flick of his finger into the air, Zhang Ziling's handgun shattered unexpectedly, leaving him momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the scarred man hastily rolled aside and then quickly dashed to the side of the blond man. "Thank you, boss," he exclaimed frantically, then pointed at Zhang Ziling, saying, "Boss." He is also an ability user. He can control the trajectory of bullets. The blond man merely cast a cursory glance at the scarred man without uttering a word, before turning his attention back to Zhang Ziling. "I grant you an opportunity. Kneel and apologize, or else, death." The blond man's tone was indifferent, with a hint of derision in his eyes. "Your words are quite amusing," Zhang Ziling remarked as he discarded the shattered handgun, gazing at the blond man with a smile. "Perhaps I can reveal something even more intriguing to you." Chapter 68. The man in the black robe. "Perhaps I can reveal to you something even more intriguing." Upon hearing Zhang Ziling's words, the golden-haired man's expression darkened immediately. "In that case, you may as well perish." With a mere gesture of his finger in the void, two metallic chairs behind him began to levitate, floating ominously around him. "You possess the ability to manipulate the trajectory of bullets, which could be deemed a commendable power. However, what significance does it hold in the face of my A-level magnetic prowess? Should I so desire, I could obliterate this aircraft in an instant." The golden-haired man chuckled, tracing a circle in the air with his index finger, causing the two metallic chairs to accelerate around him, growing ever faster. "I trust your abilities will be sufficient to withstand my onslaught. Otherwise, this encounter would be rather dull," he scoffed, pointing forward with his finger. And the two metallic chairs launched toward Zhang Ziling like cannonballs. Without casting another glance at Zhang Ziling, the golden-haired man turned to the scarred man and commanded, "Scar, summon short hair. We are preparing to depart." In the golden-haired man's mind, Zhang Ziling was already as good as dead. Among those with abilities, there exists a mutual sensitivity to one another's power levels. The golden-haired man sensed an almost imperceptible strength emanating from Zhang Ziling. Such a rudimentary ability posed no challenge to someone of his caliber. There was no need for him to take it seriously. "Be boss," the scarred man stammered, pointing tremblingly towards the rear of the golden-haired man. The golden-haired man furrowed his brow and reprimanded the scarred man. "Is it merely shattered flesh? Why such fear? How can you possibly stand by me like this?" "But, boss, look behind." The scarred man became increasingly agitated, terror evident in his eyes. The golden-haired man began to sense something amiss and turned around. His pupils constricted sharply. Two metallic chairs were revolving ominously around Zhang Ziling. "Impossible. With your powers that don't even reach D-class, how could you distort the attack of my A-class abilities?" The golden-haired man instantly lost his composure, his fingers wildly gesticulating in the air, commanding all metal objects in the room to hurtle towards Zhang Ziling with great speed. "Abilities?" Zhang Ziling chuckled, casually flicking away a rapidly approaching spoon with his index finger, then gently pressing down. Clang, clang. All the metal objects that had rushed towards him plummeted to the ground. "Such a feeble ability can be classified as A-class? Is your grading system for abilities truly that rudimentary?" Zhang Ziling slowly approached the golden-haired man, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Are you an S-class ability wielder?" The golden-haired youth continued to retreat until he collided with the wall, with no escape left. "No, absolutely impossible. Your name is not in the abilities registry. You are not a possessor of abilities. You are an Eastern cultivator." The golden-haired man suddenly recalled the registry issued by the Abilities Association, which listed all S-class ability wielders. What significance do the S rank or cultivation hold? Zhang Ziling approached the golden-haired man, emphasizing that it was paramount they chose to hijack during his moment of repose. He lifted the man's chin with a finger, gazing into his terrified eyes, and inquired, "How would you prefer to meet your demise?" "You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Ability Association." The golden-haired man pressed against the wall, drenched in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, the Ability Association?" Zhang Ziling chuckled softly. "Then what compelled you to engage in this hijacking?" I cannot disclose that," the man stammered, seemingly recalling some dreadful thought, hastily shaking his head. "Refusal to speak? Very well. I harbor no interest in your secrets." Zhang Ziling smiled, then firmly grasped the golden-haired man's throat. "Thus, your existence has lost its value. Farewell, my esteemed A rank." With a gentle but decisive pressure, the man's complexion began to darken. Meanwhile, the scarred man stood nearby, petrified with fear. "Ah, dear friend from China, I implore you to spare my brother. A voice suddenly echoed as the space behind Zhang Ziling distorted and a figure cloaked in black materialized. In an instant, the golden-haired man, held by Zhang Ziling, vanished from sight, reappearing beside the figure in black. Cough, cough, cough. The golden-haired man gasped, taking a moment to recover before addressing the cloaked figure. Brother, the mission has encountered a complication. I can see that. The figure cloaked in black spoke with an air of indifference, addressing Zhang Ziling. My dear friend from China, I sincerely apologize for the disturbance caused by my brother's mission. There exists no conflict of interest between us. I kindly request that you allow us to complete our task. Zhang Ziling, unfazed by the golden-haired man's escape from his grasp, leaned against the wall, observing the cloaked figure, and replied, I am indifferent to the nature of your mission, yet your brother has taken the life of the co-pilot. And this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The cloaked figure responded coolly, I do indeed feel remorse for my brother's fatal error. However, I presume you have no personal connection to the co-pilot? How could that be? He is, after all, a Chinese national, Zhang Ziling retorted, fixing his gaze upon the cloaked man, adding, and you are not. What do you imply by friend? The tone of the cloaked figure darkened. My implication is. Zhang Ziling smiled momentarily before his expression hardened, delivering a chilling retort. One life for the lives of you all. Surely, my friend, you are being rather presumptuous. The cloaked man stammered, his voice dropping to a serious tone. Do not assume that you alone possess S-rank capabilities. Opposing the association of extraordinary beings will lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a stir arose within the cabin, and shortly thereafter, a short-haired youth entered, dragging a balding elder behind him. The target has been apprehended, he announced, one hand clutching a bag filled with valuables, while the other gripped the old man. Upon seeing Zhang Ziling, he paused, exclaiming, Oh, you're still alive. Short-haired one, he is S-rank. Do not underestimate him. The blond man warned from behind the figure clad in black robes. An S-class? The short-haired youth's pupils contracted slightly, and he cautiously focused his gaze on Zhang Ziling, slowly dragging the balding old man to stand behind the figure in black. It seems you are also one of those so-called extraordinary individuals. Zhang Ziling remarked with a smile at the short-haired youth. Unfortunately, I'm merely a B-class extraordinary being. I was merely pretending to toy with you. Never did I expect you to be an S-class. Quite the surprise. The short-haired youth shrugged and tossed the balding old man aside to the scarred man. That's enough. Let us leave. At that moment, the figure in black intervened, halting the short-haired youth's words, as their bodies began to twist gradually. My Chinese friend, I hope that when we meet again, you will still be alive. As the black-robed figure's voice faded, they vanished from sight. Zhang Ziling surveyed the empty cabin, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I did not consent. Do you think you can simply depart? Chapter 69. The annihilation of the machine bearers. Zhang Ziling lightly tapped the floor with his heel, causing the space where the cloaked figure stood to twist once more. What is happening? The cloaked figure furrowed his brow as he found himself back on the aircraft, perplexed. Brother, could it be that the coordinates you inscribed have been destroyed? The blond man surveyed the familiar surroundings, his confusion evident. Impossible. I can still sense the coordinates. I shall attempt once more. No need. Regardless of how many times you try, I won't permit your escape. You cannot leave. Zhang Ziling interrupted the cloaked man's words, continuing to lean against the wall as he spoke. Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? What did you say earlier? The cloaked figure's brow furrowed tighter, struggling to recall any significant statement made by Zhang Ziling. I said. Zhang Ziling lightly tapped the floor again, and in an instant, the scarred man's head exploded, splattering blood all over the bald elder beside him. The life of the co-pilot in exchange for all of yours. As they beheld the lifeless, headless corpse crumpled on the ground, their expressions soured, and the cloaked figure's eyes blazed with fury. Friend, while I am unaware of the means by which you have thwarted my ability to utilize spatial displacement, do not presume that such a tactic will suffice to vanquish us. We possess an S-class, an A-class, and a B-class among us, while you stand alone. My reluctance to act stems from a desire to avoid attracting undue attention from the Chinese authorities, but this does not imply that I lack the ability to retaliate. If a confrontation were to arise, it would not be merely the life of a single Chinese individual that would be at stake. The man in the black robe gazed mockingly at Zhang Ziling, saying, Do you truly value these Chinese lives so dearly? Are you really prepared to engage us in combat? My abilities are of a directed explosion. Although I cannot match your strength, I can certainly bring this aircraft down in an instant. At this moment, the youth with short hair, having recovered from the shock of the scarred man's demise, coldly remarked to Zhang Ziling, "The moment you make a move, I will detonate this plane." Heh! Zhang Ziling scoffed disdainfully, looking at the three with a smirk. "Do you perhaps overestimate your own capabilities? If you do not believe me, feel free to test it." The short-haired youth spread his right hand, revealing a small orb of light in his palm. Alas, such ignorance! Zhang Ziling sighed softly, raising his right hand and slightly curling his fingers. Suddenly, the short-haired youth felt an overwhelming force drawing him in, his expression changing drastically. "Save me." Before the man in the black robe and the blonde man could react, Zhang Ziling had already seized the youth by the head. "Farewell, and in your next life, choose a more opportune moment for hijacking." Bang! In an instant, the short-haired youth's head was crushed by Zhang Ziling's grip. Sizzle! Black flames ignited from Zhang Ziling's hand, incinerating the blood that had stained his skin. The expressions of the man in the black robe and the blonde man turned extremely grim. They had not anticipated Zhang Ziling would continue to act. Even more terrifying is the fact that they have yet to discern the true extent of Zhang Ziling's abilities. "Since you have chosen to strike, do not hold us responsible." The figure cloaked in black scoffed, "Spatial black hole." Before him, a minuscule singularity materialized out of thin air, causing the surrounding space to begin its slow distortion. Regardless of the powers you possess, in such a confined space, evasion from my assault is utterly impossible, the black-robed man declared in a low tone. "Prepare to perish alongside those aboard this aircraft." The singularity grew increasingly unstable, and warped fissures began to manifest within the small room. Is this the extent of an S-class ability user's prowess, so dreadfully mundane? Zhang Ziling yawned, then snapped his fingers. Snap! The singularity, which had been escalating in intensity, abruptly vanished, leaving the surroundings tranquil once more. How could this be? The black-robed man appeared incredulous that Zhang Ziling had so effortlessly nullified his power. He bellowed once more. "Spatial black hole. Enough. I need only witness the same technique once." Zhang Ziling shook his head, lightly tapping the floor with his heel, and calmly uttered, "Kneel." Bang! The black-robed man and the blonde man suddenly felt an immense pressure on their shoulders, overwhelming them to the point of collapsing to their knees. "This is impossible. I am an S-class ability user, one of the top 100 in the ability registry. How could this be?" The figure in the black robe strained against the floor, struggling to accept the humiliating reality of kneeling before others. Soon, a sinister expression twisted across his face. "If I am to perish, let it be together." As the black-robed man bellowed, Zhang Ziling discerned a small black dot within him, quivering and emanating a terrifying power. Should that dark speck unleash its force, it would surely engulf everyone aboard the aircraft into a miniature wormhole. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" The golden-haired youth suddenly noticed the space surrounding the black-robed man beginning to tremble violently and asked in a voice laced with dread. "Ah, naturally. We shall descend into hell together. Explode for me." At that moment, a sigh broke the tension. Zhang Ziling gracefully shifted his stance, appearing before the black-robed man in an instant, delivering a decisive kick to his abdomen. Ugh! The black-robed man's eyes bulged in shock as he clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, the previously chaotic space returning to a serene stillness. "For someone as unruly as you, it is best to simply depart this world." Zhang Ziling regarded the fallen figure with indifference, lifting his right foot with a deliberate slowness. Bang! Blood splattered across the face of the golden-haired youth. "Monster, demon. You are undoubtedly a demon." The golden-haired youth, paralyzed by fear, stared wide-eyed, his mind racing and words tumbling out in incoherence. He could never have anticipated that what began as a straightforward mission to capture someone, with his S-rank brother whimsically deciding to observe him at work, would lead to an encounter with such a nightmarish creature. Without hesitation, he effortlessly ended the life of his own comrade and crushed his brother's skull with a single kick. That was an S-rank powerhouse. The golden-haired man immediately recalled the president of the Esper Association, that terrifying figure. "Well, would you be inclined to share with me what your mission entails?" Zhang Ziling inquired gently, observing the paralyzed golden-haired man. The man stammered, "See, capture this old man and take him back." "Why capture an ordinary elderly man?" Zhang Ziling continued to probe. "To threaten his daughter." The golden-haired man replied, quickly pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. That is all I know." "Since you know so little." Zhang Ziling tightened his grip around the golden-haired man's neck and grinned, It's time for you to join that vice captain. Crack. The golden-haired man's neck was snapped by Zhang Ziling, and he instantly lost his breath. Once he had resolved this matter, Zhang Ziling slowly approached the old man, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, and softly asked, "My dear elder, I am genuinely curious. Why did they want to capture you?"